Don Boomhauer.
Down in Sarasota, Florida?
That's right.
Don, how are you? How's the real estate business?
Just fine, and business is booming.
Yeah, I haven't seen you since I flew down there to do some fishing with our mutual pal, Earl Poorman.
That one with his misguided sense of value.
Now, what's that mean?
Oh, his trips out to California all the time.
Huh?
And this time it looks as though he might stay out there.
Don, I think all you Floridians are jealous of California.
Now, Johnny, you think we'd ever admit it, even to ourselves? Be rank heresy. Anyhow, with Earl Poorman out of town, at least for a while, I'm kind of holding down the office of Tri-State Life and Casualty these days. So, what happens?
Trouble.
Client's name is Thomas Patterson.
All right, what's happened? Somebody knock him off or something?
No, not yet. But a few years ago, when he was living up in Jacksonville, well, Tom was the sole witness to a murder.
Yeah?
The killer was tried and sent to state's prison.
Uh-oh.
Huh?
So now this killer's on the loose, and you figure Tom Patterson's life isn't worth a bag of beans.
That's it, exactly. Want to come down here and see what you can do about it?
Nope.
Now,
But,
Johnny.
okay, Don, I'll grab the first plane I can.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Tri-State Life and Casualty Insurance Company, Sarasota office. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the deadly debt matter. Expense account item 1, $79.40, taxi in a plane out of Hartford. The flight was good, and by early afternoon, I was in Don Boomhauer's real estate office in Sarasota, Florida. After the usual amenities.
Now, let me lay it all out for you, Johnny.
Yeah, sure, Don. Go ahead.
And to begin with, the life insurance policy involved has a face value of $70,000.
Let's see, then. My commission will come to,
Don't you ever think of anything but money?
Sure.
Like what?
Well, right now I'm thinking about the chances of staying alive. After all, with a killer on the loose, well, at least the thought of a few bucks coming to me could help me die happy. The insured's name you said is Thomas Patterson?
It is now.
Huh?
Some years ago, Johnny, young Tommy lived up in Jacksonville, worked as a milkman.
Uh-huh.
Early one morning, that was in 1951, he pulled up in front of an alley just in time to see a man named Casey Carey shoot down a fellow named Harker, who just happened to be busy at the moment blasting away at Carey with a .38.
Oh, so Carey pleaded self-defense, huh?
Well, he tried to, but the jury wouldn't go for it. You see, there'd been a long-standing feud between the two of them.
Uh-huh.
Only reason they didn't give Carey the chair is because Harker had a record as long as your arm.
I see.
Instead, Carey was given 10 years to life.
I see.
The point is that Tommy Patterson's testimony was what really convicted him. So, of course, he made the usual melodramatic threat.
Oh, yeah, that he'd get Patterson if it was the last thing he ever did.
He didn't care when. He'd be in no hurry. But sooner or later, he'd track him down and kill him.
Mm-hmm. So what's happened?
Now, Tom had just got married, started a nice little family, 2 boys and a girl. So Carey's threat scared him as much because of the wife and kids as for himself.
Yeah, but now, Don, you know as well as I do how little those courtroom threats usually mean.
Now, wait.
Yeah?
About that time, some relative died and left Tom a considerable sum of money. So he changed his name, legally.
Changed it to what?
To what it is now, Thomas K. Patterson. What it was before doesn't matter.
Okay, go on.
Then he and his family moved on down to Venice, a few miles south of here.
Yeah, I remember the town.
Well, there in Venice, he set up the Excellent Dairy Products Company. Nobody down here has known him as anything but Tom Patterson, so he's felt perfectly safe. Until, that is, about 6 months ago.
Yeah?
He was up in Jacksonville on a business trip. He was just walking along the street one day, turned a corner and bumped into a man coming from the other way.
Uh-oh.
Yes, he took one look at the man's face and started running like a scared rabbit.
Casey Carey.
Well, what do you think?
But now, wait, Don. If Carey got 10 years to life in 1951...
I know. When he stopped to think about it, Tom couldn't believe it. But he went down to the public library and dug into the old newspaper files.
Yeah?
Sure enough, Thanks to good behavior, model prisoner, and all that sort of stuff.
Carried got out?
Carried got out, legitimately. But to Tom Patterson, that would only mean one thing. Carey was out to get him.
In the exciting history of great American inventions and inventors, there is no one who stands out with the eminence of Thomas A. Edison. Among his hundreds of great inventions, Edison gave us the phonograph, the microphone, a telephone system, various improvements for telegraphy and motion pictures, and most significantly, the electric light or incandescent lamp, originally referred to as bottled light. When Edison was still in his 20s, he set out to invent an electric lamp which could operate on low power and would be safe for use in homes and other buildings. He knew that resistance to electricity would make wires and other substances glow for an instant with white heat, but they would be instantly consumed. So he tried several types of fiber or wire sealed in a vacuum and succeeded in producing a glow which lasted for several hours. The next step was to find a filament that would give off a bright light and last for a longer time. In his search for the right substance, which he could seal in his vacuum bulb, he tried 6,000 different substances, ranging from human hair and tar to foodstuffs and vegetable fibers. Finally, he hit upon the idea of using the fibers of the bamboo tree. Carbonized, these threads provided the filament he sought, and thus the incandescent lamp became a reality. It was discovered not by accident nor by profound scientific knowledge. It was the result of tireless effort and endless trials. Edison, like so many geniuses before him, found success through determination and the philosophy which has blessed the work of most American inventors. Somehow there must be a way. Let's find it.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, wait a minute, Don.
Yes, Johnny?
Tom Patterson wasn't sure that Carey actually saw him, recognized him, huh?
At the time, no. After all, Tom had only had a very brief glimpse of the man, and the man had made no attempt to go after him.
Uh-huh. But he's sure now that it was Carey.
Yes.
All right, so what did he do?
He drove on back to Venice, quietly bought himself a Colt 32 and got a permit to carry it.
Did he tell the police why he wanted the gun?
No. Of course, all along, Johnny, Tom had hoped that Carey hadn't recognized him. That even if he had, he wouldn't know where to look for him.
But, now, Don, unless this man Carey has made some move against him...
Now, just wait, Johnny.
Okay, tell it your way.
A couple of months ago, Casey Carey appeared and settled down in Venice.
Oh?
Yes, he rented a small house and got himself a job in charge of one of the filling stations on the trail.
Well, that doesn't sound as though he moved in just to carry out his threat against Tom Patterson.
Needless to say, Tom tried to avoid him. But now and then, when he'd see him on the street or forget and go past the gas station, it was Carey who'd avoid him, pretend not to see him.
Don...
I know what you're thinking, Johnny. But just remember one thing.
Yeah, what's that?
Carey had made it plain right from the beginning that he was in no hurry to get back in Tom.
Oh, I see. So you think he's kind of playing a cat-and-mouse game with him, huh? Just to build up the old fear in him, prolong the agony, maybe?
What else? And believe me, he's succeeding. When Tom finally called and asked me to have you come here to protect him, he was almost a nervous wreck.
All right, tell me this. Has Carey any brains, or is he just a typical dumb hood?
He's in charge of a modern filling station for one of the big important companies.
All right, then he must have too much sense to commit another murder. But if he can simply wear Patterson down with fright, maybe even drive him off his rocker...
Johnny, Carey swore he'd kill Tom Patterson, and I'm convinced that he meant it. More important, Tom is.
What do the police say?
Well, Tom hasn't told him, in order to keep his wife and kids from finding out about it. That's a pretty small town, you know. If it weren't for his family, Tom would have just pulled up stakes and headed for Timbuktu.
Don, if he's as scared as you seem to think...
As I seem
and
to
if
think...
there's no good reason for it...
Well?
Got an extra car I can use?
Yeah, sure. The yellow one parked out front.
Good.
Here. Here are the keys.
All right, thanks.
What are you going to do?
Drive on down to Venice to see Tom Patterson and the police. Item 2, $4.25 for a tank full of gas. In Venice, I found Tom Patterson in his office at the Excellent Dairy Products Company, about to leave for the day. What Don Boomhauer had said about him was true. He was just about beside himself with fear. and someone against his wishes, I hauled him over to police headquarters. Brad Younger, the chief, was most cooperative. But...
Okay, Billy, let me know when he comes in.
That's it.
And yes, Mr. Dollar, I know all about Casey Carey.
Oh?
Then why haven't you done something about him?
No.
Why do you let him settle down here in Venice?
Now, just a minute, Mr. Tom.
If you know who he is, that he's the man who's threatened to kill me...
I said just a minute, Mr. Tom. Now, you just sit there and be quiet.
Yeah, please. Go on with what you were saying, Chief.
Mr. Johnny, I learned all about Carey from the big oil company he works for. All about him, including that foolish thing he said in court 9 years ago.
All right, then.
So I had a little talk with him, and we kind of kept an eye on him. Of course, only the boys on the force, and I know that. We weren't sure that Mr. Tom here knew about him being here or recognized him.
Of course I did.
There was no reason to scare him or that nice family of his.
Very considerate, Chief.
Considerate? What's considerate about letting a killer settle down here in the first place?
Now, hold it, will you, Tom?
But look here, Mr.
If you
Dollar.
want help in this thing from me or the police or anybody else...
Of course I do. Why else do you think I had Mr. Boomhauer send for
All right, then let us handle it our own way.
But don't you see...
Otherwise, we'll be glad to back out. Just let you take care of it all yourself.
But I...
Well...
All right, Mr. Dollar, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So anyhow, Mr. Johnny, I'm convinced that Casey Carey is all right. He's forgotten his threat.
And I tell you that he... No, Chief. I've got to have protection against him. Somebody to watch over me night and day.
Tom, suppose Carey hasn't forgotten his threat to kill you.
I'm sure he hasn't.
And suppose Chief Younger were to give you protection for a while, and the hope Carey might try to make a move.
For a while, did you say?
That's right.
He said he'd be in no hurry to get me.
I know
and
that.
And he's waited 9 years so far. He'll wait longer if he has to, but sooner or later he's... And what about my family?
Excuse me, Chief. Here's that report you asked.
Oh, okay, Billy, okay. I'll be through here in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Now, you're a very upset man, Mr. Tom.
Well, wouldn't you be?
And I see there's a pistol permit listed in your name. You have that gun on you, Mr. Tom?
It's at home in my bureau. What about it?
Now, don't you think it might be real sensible if you turn it in before you get excited and do something foolish?
No. No, I don't.
Why not, Tom?
Because if you won't help me, then maybe I'd better help myself.
I took the chief aside and promised I'd stay with Tom Patterson, if possible get his gun and turn it in. Then Tom and I left. As we rounded the corner, we passed Carey's gas station.
No, Mr. Dollar. He's off duty this time of the evening.
Oh? You know where he lives?
Yes.
Where? Because that's where we're going.
What?
Well, now, you wanted a showdown with him. Okay, now's your chance.
But without my gun? You can't be serious.
While grabbing a sandwich and some coffee, that's item 3, $1.40, I managed to sell him on the idea. Then we drove on over to Carey's house on a lonely side street.
He must have seen me, Mr. Dollar, and he's probably waiting in there
Ask
in the dark.
me. There's evil in there, mister.
Ah, yes? Oh, what did you say, ma'am? And who are you, please?
I'm one of the neighbors, mister, that's what. And when I heard that shot in there...
You heard a
while
shot?
ago, well, then I kind of thought about it for a while, and then I called the police.
While we were sitting in that restaurant having... Come on, Tom, this door's open. There's got to be a light switch here on it. Here it is.
Mr. Dollar.
Huh? This is Casey Carey?
Yes, sir. Only...
Yeah. Shot through the head. And it looks like about a 32. Tommy, isn't that the caliber of your gun?
Why, yes.
And where did you say it is?
At home, in the bureau.
Now, there's no use to lie about that.
Well, Chief Younger.
Sorry, Mr. Tom. I'm holding you for murder.
Gold is considered more precious than silver. And because it is, we find it hard to understand why silver takes precedence over gold in the military insignia of rank in the United States. At one time, except for the silver stars of generals worn on epaulets of gold, the color of an officer's insignia of rank depended on his branch of Army service. Infantry officers wore epaulets of silver with insignia of gold. All other officers wore the opposite. In 1851, all epaulets were gold with silver insignia. But majors and second lieutenants had no insignia at all, except for a difference in size of the epaulet fringe. Between the Civil War and the Spanish-American War, most epaulets were abolished, and majors were given gold leaves to indicate their rank. But the poor second lieutenant had to wait for his gold bar until, and believe this or not, 1917. Regardless of the date of establishment, all military insignia have been a source of pride for members of the armed forces of the United States of America.
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Deadly Debt Matter.
That's right, Mr. Tom. I'm holding you for the murder of Mr. Casey Carey.
No, Chief, you're wrong.
Am I? Looks to me like this is his dead body laying here, and I'd guess this hole in his head was made by a .32 caliber bullet.
Chief Younger, look,
And Mr.
listen.
Tom, that's the same as this gun of yours. So, here you are, Mr. Dollar. Here's a murder weapon.
That's my gun. Where'd you get it?
Mr. Tom, I hate to say this, but I had a feeling your coming to see me was a bluff.
Bluff?
Yes, sir. To make me think you hadn't yet done any harm to Mr. Carey here.
Wrong, Chief.
Am I?
I had to practically drag Tom over here to see you.
Well, then, let's just say he was more willing than he let on.
That's not true.
And when some woman phoned about hearing a shot out here, and young Billy Barker came in...
Barker?
One of my new boys on the force. When he laid this gun on my desk and the number on it checked out against your permit, Mr. Tom...
Where'd you get this gun?
Right where you throwed it off to the side of the road over toward Midnight Pass.
What?
That's right. If young Barker hadn't stopped to fix a tire on his squad car and stepped on it, it could have laid there forever, nobody the wiser.
But I told you, I left it in my bureau at home.
That just doesn't make sense now, Mr. Tom, and you know it.
But it's true.
So where were you after you and Mr. Johnny left me at headquarters?
Well, I can answer that,
I'll tell you where,
Chief.
Mr. Tom. You came over here and killed Mr. Carey and took the gun and throwed it off in the bushes.
Wait, Chief Younger, listen.
Yes, sir?
Tom has been with me from the time we left you.
Who?
Yes.
Well, then all that means is you killed him before you came to see me.
No, Chief.
And when the doc digs a bullet out of Carey's body, and I take it along with your gun up to the police lab in Sarasota...
Mr. Dollar.
And if they match up together...
Tommy, it looks kind of bad for you, doesn't it?
No, please, listen.
You better come along with me, Mr. Tom.
Maybe Chief Younger was right. And when a report came back from ballistics that the bullet had come from Tom Patterson's gun, when Tom had no way of proving he'd left the gun at home. Well, I still couldn't believe Tom had done it. Another thing, the neighbor woman had heard the shot only a little while before we got there. What's more, Carey's body had still been warm. But instead of putting up a defense for Tom, I decided to play a real wild hunch that just might turn up Carey's killer. Item 3 from a phone booth, 30 cents for a call to Don Boomhauer.
No, Johnny. The man Tom saw Carey murder back in 51 was named Harker.
Not Barker?
Nope. Gerald Harker, with an H.
Well, then I guess my hunch about this new man in the department.
Hunch about what?
Oh, it's nothing, Don. Forget it. And thanks. So maybe I was wrong. So maybe instead of always acting on these crazy hunches... And yet... Item 4 was $1.10 for a call to Jacksonville to Mike Kirby in the city room of the Times-Press. And bless him, he came up with some mighty revealing information for me.
And then he worked for a while on the police force, Johnny.
Oh, they're in Jacksonville?
That's right. Looked to me as though the boy was trying to live down the family reputation by putting himself on the side of law and order.
Maybe.
And a month or two ago, he handed in his badge and moved to... Hey, what was that maybe you threw in? About his being on the side of law and order?
That's right.
But, Johnny, if he was a cop...
And here's another maybe.
What?
Maybe that boy still is.
What?
A cop. Thanks a lot, Mike. I went back to police headquarters where Chief Younger was half asleep at his desk. I told him I wanted to have a little talk with one of his men.
No, Mr. Johnny, but it's after midnight, and he doesn't come on duty until late in the morning. But okay, if you insist, I'll call him, get him out of bed, and have him come down here.
And then about half an hour later, they're in Chief Younger's office.
Something special, Chief? Get me out of bed this way?
Billy, I want you to meet Johnny Dollar. Mr. Johnny, this is Billy Barker.
Hi, Billy.
Mr. Dollar.
Only, why did you change your name from Harker when you came down here to Venice?
Huh?
What's that, sir?
I'm afraid it was a dead giveaway.
I don't know what you mean, sir.
I'm sure I do.
That and the fact you didn't move down here until Casey Carey did.
Oh, you mean that man that was killed this afternoon?
That's right. The man who'd killed your own father back in 51.
Is that true, Billy?
How did you know, Mr. Dollar?
Casey Carey, the man you swore you'd someday get even with for killing your dad.
How did you know that?
I didn't. I was guessing.
Looks to me like you guessed right, Mr. Johnny.
Now, look.
When you learned that Carey was getting out of jail, you joined the force up there, hoping that maybe you could find some excuse to kill him in line of duty.
You don't know
that. But before you could do it, he moved down here to Venice. So you followed him and joined the force down here.
You think that's the reason I came down here?
All you could do was bide your time. Until this afternoon, when you heard us talking in here and found out about Tommy Patterson recognizing Carey, being so wild with fear that he was willing to kill him.
Now, you listen.
So all you had to do was get hold of Tommy's gun. I don't know how or when. That's beside the point.
Mr. Johnny, you sure of this?
I'm not sure of anything, Chief.
You bet you are.
But if Billy is willing to go over to the police lab in Sarasota, let them make a paraffin test of his shooting hand. Well, Billy.
All right, you two.
Oh, you don't kill him! Chief, you want to let Tom Patterson out of that cell so he can go home to his family?
Yes, sir. Right away. And thank you, Mr. Johnny.
Expense account total, including our motel room, some fishing out in the Gulf with Chief Younger the next day, then the flight back to Hartford. Call it $200 even. Remarks? The fishing was great. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Russell Thorson, Barney Phillips, Sam Edwards, Bert Holland, and Stacey Harris. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wald speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, did you ever hear of a fearless clown? Well, just in case you haven't, that's the title of our Let George Do It adventure. Now, you're probably wondering what a clown has to fear in the first place, unless maybe it's a nasty elephant. And in the second place, how would you know when he's behind a couple of inches of grease paint? Well, all I know is that a very nervous girl is most concerned about a certain clown, and she's telling George Valentine all about it.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm sure you've heard of Fofo, the fearless clown. Maybe you've already seen his circus before, but it's here in town, opening tonight with an all-new show. And if he's ever scared you with a snake or made you laugh with his crazy tumbling, and I'll bet, like everybody else, you must have thought he's a wonderful person. But I know that he's not. In fact, if Fofo should happen to die, I am the person who killed him. What I mean is, Mr. Valentine, I've already practically confessed to his murder. And it's your job to keep the most horrible man in the world alive. Sincerely, Relita. P.S. I'm the girl in the strawberry-colored tights.
Hey, there she is, riding the lead elephant.
How could you miss her?
Oh, you spotted her before, this Relita?
The tights, darling. Or didn't you notice them? Foolish question.
Opening parade. She said we could catch her after the performance.
That's a good idea. It'd take a stepladder to get down off that elephant any other way, wouldn't it?
Brooksy, I'll tell you a secret. You don't get down off an elephant. You get it off a duck.
Oh, George. George!
Oh, no, take it easy, Angel. That's the star of the piece, that's all. Fofo himself. You know, he's about the only performer who's ever worked up to owning his own circus. Must be quite a guy.
George, he's got a snake. It came right out of his suitcase.
Sure. It's a good act to lead the parade with.
But look at it. George, it's a cobra. Oh.
Take it easy. Putty nose and the clown rig is what makes it look so
exciting. He's jumping rope with it.
Brooksy, I'll tell you something. The fearless little man with his snakes. Hey, look, he's turning somersaults now in front of the elephant.
But he's the man you're supposed to keep alive.
Don't worry, I told you. For your information, there's not one snake in this circus that doesn't eat with false teeth.
What?
Yeah, sure. It just looks dangerous, that's all. That guy's not crazy. All his snakes are a fraud. Maybe he is, too. I don't know.
Well, I should have known, but...
Hey, the elephant. Relita's elephant. He's charging.
But Fofo's turning somersaults right in front of him. Oh, George!
Come on, get through the crowd. That job of mine sure ended in a hurry.
That elephant just went crazy.
Fofo didn't even see him coming.
You didn't even have a chance to keep him alive.
Brooksy, what I want to find out was in the first part of Relita's letter. Maybe it was the elephant who trampled him, but remember? She said, if Fofo should happen to die, I'm the person who killed him.
Well, it looks like poor old Fofo has gone bye-bye. And you know what? They'll probably blame it all on that nice elephant. We'll find out what's going on behind the scene in just a minute. But first, let's take time out for this. Now let's get back to George and Brooksy. Right now, they're backstage at the circus.
George?
Angel, doctor says he's still alive. They got him into the ambulance as fast as possible. He's on his way to the hospital right now.
Mr. Valentine, it was an accident, wasn't it? Well?
George, you saw it yourself.
That elephant just went crazy or something, didn't you see? He charged straight ahead. If Fofo hadn't been so close to him.
Sure, I saw it all right. Relita, I think you'd better tell me about yourself in a hurry.
Yes, of course. Well, it's really quite simple. I'm new with the circus. I do a little acrobatic dancing. I used to be with an act in nightclubs. Well, it's rather hard to say this. I'm married, you see, and Oh, Mr. Valentine, Fofo's death was an accident. That's all it could have been.
Relita, we do need to know your story, but maybe not all of it.
Well, it's... Fofo is very attractive and charming. And, well, anyway, he saw me act, and I met him. He wanted me to come with the circus. Now I have to stay with the circus.
What do you mean?
I think he must have enjoyed being in danger. I got mixed up with him. What do you think I mean?
Okay. Emotional blackmail. Does that make it simpler for you?
I wrote exactly why I was going to kill him, and... Well, don't look like that. I didn't give him the letter or go out and buy a gun. In fact, I just tore it up. Or no, what I mean is I put it in my wastebasket. I'd worked up my steam, I guess. Anyway, I wrote everything to my husband instead, and I mailed that, and he understands.
Well, why were you so frightened? Why did you want me?
After the show that night, I came back to my dressing room, and the note I wrote to Fofo was gone, disappeared. Somebody had taken it out of my wastebasket.
Uh-huh. You wanted me to find out who and get the letter back, huh?
Yes, whoever had that note could murder Fofo and use it to put the blame on you.
And I don't know who that could be. I don't know the people around here yet, but Fofo's so popular, I can't imagine anyone else wanting to use that letter.
I would kill him any day of the week.
What? Otto.
The show must go on, but somebody else can lead the band, eh? I wanted to find you, my child. Lolita, she will be all upset, I said to myself.
Otto, what did you mean? You said you'd killed Fofo?
Who are these people?
Oh, Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine. He's sort of a detective.
Well, naturally, I would expect that.
Relita was just telling us that she doesn't have many friends around the circus yet.
So? She has me and my brother, too. The boy, Freddie. Have you seen where he is, Relita?
No, I haven't, but what did you mean
Sure,
when...
come on, let's have it. Why would you kill Fofo?
Everybody knows that. My foot. You see? I didn't always toodle on an oboe and wave batons in a striped coat. I was on the wire. Otto the Magnificent. Yeah. So one day I fell and was injured. But Fofo, you think he would help pay my 2 years of hospital bills, the way the law says?
Then why did you come back to his circus?
Why not? Perhaps to kill Fofo. I don't know. But neither does Fofo. That's what makes it interesting.
Oh, Otto, stop it. You shouldn't say things like that.
You are very mixed up, my child. And very innocent.
Uh-huh. And you're trying to tell her that nobody likes Fofo, check?
Liked. Past tense. He was popular because he always liked to have around him the people who hated him. If this makes no sense, why try to understand that he's dead, isn't he?
Yeah, practically. Killed by an elephant.
Otto, is that true? That there were others besides me? Then that letter I wrote isn't so important at all, is it, Mr. Valentine?
Everybody hated him. Even my little brother Freddie, the sweetest boy in the world. And a good entertainer, too, but out of a job. You think Fofo would give him work? No, Fofo laughs. He thinks it is funny I should have to support my brother.
Skip it, Otto. What about the man who was with the elephant?
What?
The one walking alongside when it happened in there. Trainer, whatever he is.
His name is Boxer. Well, I don't know. But he probably hates Fofo, too.
Okay, thanks. You've covered up enough for Alita.
What?
George, where are you going?
Well, I'll start with the snakes, I guess.
Here. Down this way, I guess.
You sure that snake is locked up tight in that box?
What, Susie here? Don't you worry about her, mister. Not a fang in the circus, didn't you know that? Harmless as a 10-foot piece of garden hose or a goddess snake.
Yeah, well, never mind showing me. Just keep the lid shut, huh, will you?
Sure, all right. Some people don't like snakes, I guess. Me, I kept him in my bathtub at home ever since I was a kid, knee-high.
That him over there?
Yeah, there he is. Got 'em all chained up separate.
Well, that's the sheriff's work.
Poor old Emir. You know that elephant's been with us almost 5 years. Oh, hello, Boxer. Me is all. It's him.
I'm George Valentine.
Oh, yeah. Sheriff sent word. Snooping, huh?
No, not exactly.
Boy, look at the change they got on him. No, what's the matter, baby? They got you
All right. Show 'em the snakes. That's what you come down here for, ain't it?
Sure, Boxer. Take it easy. All right, there we go, Susie. Don't eat up all his hay now.
Wait a minute now. Better not let that snake get so close to his trunk, had you?
Look, Mr. Valentine, the Aimer here wouldn't care if a snake crawled up his trunk.
Okay. Hey, look, get her out of here, will you? That's good, thanks.
You're welcome. All right, Susie, off we go. Back to bed. That's your bed.
So it wasn't the snake, huh?
Come here, Mr. Valentine. Don't be afraid. The Aimer won't step on you. Now, boy. Give me your ear, boy. That's it. Here, look.
What's that? Bunch of brands?
Same idea, only you mark the ear. See? Double X, that's one circus. Triangle, that's another. Crossed lances, little crown, that's for digging trees up for some Maharaja.
Yeah, a whole string of them. In other words, the Aimer's been through the wars, huh?
He's older than you or I or anybody else around here. Been everywhere and done everything. And Mr. Valentine never once has he caused a bit of trouble. A freight train couldn't make him nervous or jumpy.
Then what did?
I don't know.
Suppose somebody put a lighted cigarette to his ear.
Well...
Suppose that stick you carry just happened to poke him at the right time.
There was only me and the girl on top near him. Nobody did nothing like that.
Well, if he's such a peaceful elephant, then how do you explain his actions?
Maybe you don't explain it. Animals are funny, Mr. Valentine.
Sure, I know. An elephant never forgets. So maybe he didn't like Fofo either, huh?
Don't be ridiculous.
All right, then what happened? Something sent the Aimer off.
George?
Yeah, Brooksy, out here. I'm just trying
Come
to...
here, quick. Here. Over here, George.
What's happened? You here from the hospital?
Yes, but here he is.
Well, this is Mr. Valentine.
Oh, that's right. Who are you?
George, it's Fofo.
Yes, of course it's me. A quick recovery, wasn't it? I think I have 9 lives.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Fofo, what happened? What are you doing here?
Now, hello, Otto. Relita? Well, don't all stand there as though I were a ghost or something. I've been down to the hospital. I was in town. I heard on the radio what happened.
George, he died. The sheriff just called.
Wait, I don't understand.
Oh, I get it. Somebody else was doing your act for you. All that clown makeup and costume, somebody...
Yes. Ach, but Otto, I'm so terribly sorry. Only you yourself kept asking me to give Freddy a chance.
Freddy...
Otto. Poor fellow. He loved his younger brother a great deal, and he wanted him to work so badly. It's really his fault, I suppose, that Freddy is dead, no? Well, it couldn't be anyone else's fault, could it?
We'll return to our adventure with George Valentine in just a moment.
Now, back to George Valentine. Fofo, the fearless clown, seems to be a man with 9 lives, because it never occurred to you or the other 1,000 people who saw an elephant suddenly run berserk and trample him that the man under all that makeup wasn't Fofo. No, it was really a boy named Freddy who only wanted a job with Fofo's circus. Well, now Freddy is dead, and if your name is George Valentine, you go down to the hospital to make sure of your facts this time.
Of course it was Freddy. Who else would it be? He spoke to them, the doctor said. Did you hear what that doctor with the glasses said?
Freddie didn't say anything, Otto. He couldn't help any.
No. How could a poor boy know who killed him?
Otto, snap out of it, will you, please? I know how much you loved your brother. But what's done is done.
Yes.
Besides, what do you mean, know who killed him?
Did I say that? Well, why not? Fofo killed him.
How do you figure that?
Look, closing time. All around us, people going home. But for the circus, time off, that's all. 2 hours between afternoon and night performances. Freddy liked the night performance best.
Look, Otto, I asked you why Fofo would kill your brother.
I don't know.
You mean because Fofo so gratuitously took this afternoon off? So accidentally put your brother in his place?
It was a new performance.
Yeah, that's what the big man told Miss Brooks. New lights, new costumes, new music, the works. Fofo wanted to drag some publicity men from downtown to watch with him from out front for a change.
That's what he told Miss Brooks.
You think it's a lie?
Everything he does is a lie.
Okay, prove it.
I can't. And Mr. Valentine, you will waste your time forever if you try to. You can't always win, so...
All right, wait a minute. Come on, hop in. I'll drive you back to the grounds.
No, it is closing time for me, too.
Well, where are you going?
I will walk back through the park, I think. I'll see you later. I'm not young enough to just walk out on a job. All I mean is for me, it is over. I will stop trying to say Fofo is evil. I will let you waste your time.
This his dressing room?
In the railroad car, George. It's the drawing room.
Oh, yeah. Nice way to live. Sure he's gone?
It's through the office part, they said.
Oh, yeah, here we are. Keep out, private, do not disturb. Nice, friendly sort of guy.
George, wait.
Well, Mr. Valentine, you're snooping, huh? Perhaps you came to steal something, huh?
Yeah, maybe I did, Fofo. A letter.
Uh-huh. A letter? Let me see. You represent Relita, don't you?
So, I guess I might as well start looking, huh? Where is it, the desk?
You know, I like you. You are very shrewd.
Now, look, Buster, she wrote a letter. It explained what kind of a guy you are.
And why she would like to kill me.
So the letter disappears. Somebody stole it. It doesn't take much shrewdness to figure you're the boy who took it.
Relita's very young. She needed to be taught a lesson.
She's already learned it. Stay away from clowns. But I suppose you got a lot of fun out of scaring her to death.
Now, here. You may have it. It has served its purpose.
Thanks a lot. Fofo, you enjoy things like this, don't you? What this guy Otto says about you is true.
I think we can skip the psychoanalysis, yeah? Otto's stupid. He would never be able to do anything about the way he feels.
I might.
Sit down, Valentine. You know, you advertise for danger. You're the kind of man I've always wanted to meet.
Oh, no thanks, Buster. My job's finished.
What?
Yeah, the reason I was hired, at least. So now the coast's clear to solve a murder, isn't it? And right now, I'd rather hear what Boxer has to say.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. Here, hold the flashlight a minute.
Well, maybe Fofo let it slip, but he mentioned you were claiming the Emir wasn't to blame today.
I know. And earlier I said I couldn't see how anybody could have made the Emir do it. I still don't.
But you say one of the men heard someone out here.
That's right, Miss Brooks. 2 nights ago. Roustabout says the Emir was snorting around. Sure. Of course, I told Fofo. But you think he'd be interested if it was murder? You think he'd do anything but laugh over it?
All right, skip it, Boxer. Just what happened 2 nights ago?
Well, this roustabout was waked up by the Emir. Came over to see what was the matter. Sure, there was a man here. But he disappeared before he could get a look. Didn't report it. Didn't think it was important until today.
George, look. It's a sliver. Thin little sliver of wood.
What?
Looks like a chip from the sawdust. Let's see what it looks like.
No, wait a minute. Look out. It's broken already. Polished white wood. That's not sawdust.
Well, maybe it's sharp. But that's nothing you're going to hurt an elephant with either. Here, I'll show you how tough the Emir's skin is.
Don't poke him.
If you thinks that was what was riling him up, when you got another thing coming.
Hold it. Now, you listen to me. Boxer, what would happen if you took the elephant here back into the main tent? The way he was when he tore loose this afternoon when the accident happened.
I don't get you.
But you guarantee to the sheriff to have enough chains or enough men to keep him under control?
Sure.
All right, the tent's empty now. It's between shows. Everybody's available.
George, what do you want to do?
Little reconstruction, Brooksy. It just occurred to me that the only one who can solve this crime in a hurry is the Emir himself. You all set, Otto?
You want everything the same. All right. Start your silliness.
Old Sourpuss himself, where have you been?
I'm back, aren't I? I guess, Mr. Valentine, I've been thinking about what Fofo should think about. How you can't always win. that you will never teach him.
What do you mean?
All right, let's get this parade going. Come on, you know the sourpuss, he plays bad music anyway.
Why aren't you ready to walk through this thing, Fofo? Haven't even brought your snake box in yet. Haven't even started a somersault.
Oh, I will do my part. Don't worry, I'm not afraid.
Oh, skip it. It's because you know I don't need to go through with it, isn't it?
Is it?
Sure. It's because you know I've already got the answer.
Have you?
Yeah. On the way back from the hospital, I stopped to pick up a book on elephants. Take the Aimer here. He's been through the wars, hasn't he?
No, that band is making so much noise.
Oh, you're with me, all right. But here, look. The brand marks on the Aimer's ear.
Boxer, give me the stick there.
Well, don't you want me to lead him around like I did?
No, I take him. I can handle him. Well, give it to me, I said.
Well, sure, boss.
Never mind. Here, take a look. 3 X's, that's a circus. A crown. Boxer says he must have pulled up trees for a Maharaja once. Crossed lances. Well, in India, that was the best job an elephant could get, wasn't it? Only goes to the biggest and finest. Battle elephant.
You are the expert, not me. I suppose the lances might mean that. What are you driving at?
The Aimer's memory. Something way back in his training. Something he'd do on the right command, automatically, fast as lightning. Practically a reflex action.
Yeah, well, go on.
What's up, Valentine?
Oh, let's get this over with, Sheriff. I don't like it. Otto, stop that music. Hey, Otto, stop it.
What's the matter?
Okay, now. Play the same tune you played this afternoon.
What? But I have told you, everything is the same
Opening
as it was.
performance of the new show was this afternoon. Sure, that's right. Everything was new, even costumes and music. So play that same march.
Sure, I told you it was different, Otto.
Yes, go on, Otto. You write the music, play it. Mr. Valentine wants everything the same. Unless you are afraid to.
Be quiet, will you? Otto, your instrument, I remember, is an oboe, a reed instrument. Well, is this white sliver of wood yours? It's a broken reed.
What?
Somebody dropped it the other night, doing something that made the Aimer get all excited. Playing softly in his ear, maybe. Testing a composition, maybe.
I don't understand at all.
Yes, you do. You're wasting time. Come on, boys. You don't need a leader. Play out those same arrangement you did this afternoon.
Wait!
Let her go. Here we are, Valentine. The Emir and I.
What's the matter, Otto? The Aimer here is really harmless. But if a man were turning somersaults in front of him and suddenly some horns started blaring out...
Wait! No, Mr. Valentine. Wait, boys!
I don't know the notes, but something deep in the elephant's memory, maybe. Battle elephant. And I suppose there must be a call for charge. At least that's what they use battle elephants for.
Stop it! Stop that music! Stop it! Stop it! All right. I am the one you want.
Imagine trying to kill me? He's tried it before. But that's what his scheme was.
Oh, he had good enough reason, I guess.
No, but the irony of it, Mr. Valentine, he worked up such a beautiful way to kill me. I always told him he was never smart enough. And then his plan backfired so tragically. No wonder he fainted when I told him his brother had taken my place.
Uh-huh. Well, I just talked to Otto back there. He won't say anything. But how can he? Because he can't really prove that you'd caught on to what his plan was, that you had his brother take your place on purpose.
Well, and can you prove it? No, of course not. So why talk about then, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Why talk about it?
George, let's get out of here.
Oh, leave me alone for a minute, will you, Angel? Don't you see? Fofo's right. I can't prove it.
We will return to our adventure with George Valentine in just a moment.
Well, the Aimer won't have to be shot now. That's one good thing come out of it.
Oh, sure, Boxer. And you can go right on having trouble with your boss, and Relita can still be practically blackmailed by the guy who's still got his eye on her.
Oh, George, stop beating yourself. There's nothing you can do about it. You said so yourself.
Yeah, sure. In fact, Otto told me that earlier, before he stumbled off to walk in the park. Said I'd waste my time forever if I tried to get back at Fofo. You can't always win, he said.
Yeah, poor Otto wasn't bright enough to get rid of Fofo.
And I came along, so he never got another chance at him. Maybe I don't mean that. I don't know. Well, on with the show.
Sure. Listen to them in there. In a couple of minutes, the fearless fraud will come galloping in with his little suitcase, opening the parade. And the people will scream and clap their hands for him and the snake with false teeth and his somersaults in front of the emir.
So we don't like the way it ends, Brooksy. Hey, there's a police car come back to meet us, I guess. Come on, let's go. Only...
What's the matter?
Otto said a couple of funny things. And it was odd, his not being willing to talk about anything after he confessed.
What?
In fact, it was funny he didn't confess earlier. The shock of finding he'd been responsible for killing his brother and all.
What are you talking about?
That policeman getting out of the car is a funny cab. Made me remember Otto's wanting to go to the park, that's all, then showing up later.
Mr. Valentine, this guy's from the park.
Yeah, so I noticed. City Park Zoo.
We need help fast. Along about closing time, somebody broke into the snake house at the zoo. And, buddy, our snakes aren't amateurs. Our biggest cobra is missing.
You have just heard The Fearless Clown, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, and the music was by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo present the new adventures of Sherlock Holmes, starring Nigel Bruce as Dr. Watson and Tom Conway as Sherlock Holmes. Now for our weekly visit to the famous chronicler of Sherlock Holmes, our good friend, Dr. Watson. Well, Dr. Watson, how are you this evening?
Oh, in the best of spirits, Mr. Bell. Thank you. And you?
Never better, thank you. And am I correct in deducing that faded old newspaper lying upon your desk has something to do with the story you're going to tell us tonight?
Indeed, Mr. Bell. Here you are. The London Times of September the 4th, 1903. Take a look at this.
Judges summing up to jury interrupted. Sensational solution by Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, I think that you will find it equally sensational, Mr. Bell. It's one of Holmes's most dramatic cases. But first, you want a word with our listeners. Go ahead. Well, I light up the pipe.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Men, in summer when you go without your hat, does your hair get dry, wild, and unruly looking? After a swim, does it feel sticky and stringy? Then remember, Kreml Hair Tonic keeps dry, wild, sun-baked hair looking perfectly groomed throughout the hottest, stickiest day, as if your barber had just combed it. You see, Kreml contains a special combination of hair grooming ingredients which is found in no other hair tonic. This wonderful, natural-looking hairdressing has just enough light oil to keep hair neatly groomed with an attractive, healthy-looking luster. Yet Kreml never leaves the hair looking or feeling greasy or sticky. Kreml always looks and feels so clean on both hair and scalp. It leaves the scalp feeling so cool, so refreshed and alive. Be sure to try it, men. Kreml, Kreml Hair Tonic. And now that I see you've got your pipe drawing to your satisfaction, Dr. Watson, how about the story you promised?
Well, Holmes and I had just returned from a long-anticipated holiday in Scotland. Mrs. Hudson greeted us with the news that a lady was at that moment awaiting us in our rooms. And as we opened the door...
Oh, Mr. Holmes, at last, thank heaven.
I beg your
You
pardon.
must save him. He didn't do it. I know he didn't. And they'll hang him. They'll hang him. No one in the world but you can help him now.
Now, my dear madam, you must control yourself. I can't possibly help you until I know your problem.
Oh, you must excuse me.
Here, my dear. You drink this. It'll make you feel better.
Oh, thank you. I've been waiting for you, Mr. Holmes, praying for your return for days. You left no forwarding address.
I know. Dr. Watson and I had promised ourselves a real holiday.
I'm Edith Fairmont. Evidently, that name means nothing to you. You haven't seen the newspapers?
No, not for 4 weeks, thank heaven.
Compose yourself, madam, and tell us what has brought you here. And remember that we know nothing beyond the obvious facts that you are in great distress and, from your peril, recently widowed.
Well, I shall try to give you a clear account, Mr. Holmes. You're my one remaining hope. Some 10 years ago, I married Augustus Fairmont, a marriage which, I frankly admit, was forwarded more by my parents than by any wishes of mine. I was then only 18. Augustus was more than 20 years older than I. He was a diamond importer, and a very successful one. Our marriage was perhaps not an ideally happy one. But for 10 years, I did my best to be a good wife to Augustus.
No, my dear. Just
please continue,
Mrs.
Mrs. Fairmont.
About a year ago, my husband took into partnership with him a young man of 32, Charles Rossiter. During the ensuing months, Charles and I fell in love, Mr. Holmes. But I assure you that both my self-respect and Charles's high sense of honor kept us from anything more than a declaration of that love. Oh, I beg you to believe that I'm telling you the entire truth.
I'm sure you realize, Mrs. Fairmont, that that is the only thing to do.
Yes, of course.
Charles wanted to discuss our problem with my husband, but I persuaded him to let me approach Augustus. But the result was as I had anticipated. Afterward, I met Charles for tea, as we'd agreed, to tell him what had happened.
Edith, my dear, I thought you'd never get here.
It was difficult, Charles, even more difficult than we expected. I hate to tell you this, my dearest.
You don't have to tell me. I knew as soon as I saw you.
Augustus refused even to discuss the possibility of giving me a divorce. You know how violent his temper is. He really frightened me.
I wish you'd let me speak to him.
I'm glad I didn't. His hatred for you is great enough as it is.
But how can he want to hold you tied to him in marriage knowing that you love me? I should think that any decent man...
Evidently you don't know Augustus very well. He has an almost abnormal sense of possession. Whatever belongs to him, he'll keep, no matter what the cost.
Very well, then. We've tried to do the right thing. Since he won't give you a divorce, there's only one thing left. Leave him. You and I will go to America or the continent and make a new life there for ourselves.
I can't, Charles. You know that I love you, but we could never find happiness in that sort of life. I want to be your wife, Charles, to have children. And since that's denied us, we must stop seeing each other. I shall always love you, dear.
Edith, you can't go out of my life like that.
There's no other way. Goodbye, my darling. That was the last meeting I had with Charles, Mr. Holmes.
I see. Go on, Mrs. Fairmont.
Well, my husband and Charles were, under the circumstances, equally anxious to dissolve their partnership. They agreed to make a final trip to Amsterdam to complete a transaction which they'd previously arranged, after which the business was to be dissolved.
How long ago was this?
A little more than a month ago. The day before they left, my husband, telling me that he was unable to find the revolver which he always carried when transporting valuable shipments of diamonds, asked me to buy him a new one. I did so, and he took it with him when he sailed. 2 days later, having completed their business in Amsterdam, Charles and my husband started back to England aboard the night boat from Flushing. My husband had with him over 10,000 pounds worth of unset diamonds which they'd purchased.
I assume, Mrs. Fairmont, that this part of your narrative is all hearsay.
What I'm telling you now, I've learned from the police. Charles and my husband had adjoining cabins on the boat. It was a foggy night in the North Sea, and about midnight, a German gentleman in the cabin adjoining my husband's, on the other side from Charles's, heard the sounds of a violent quarrel between Charles and Augustus.
Stewart! Yes, Mr. Smith? What can I do for you? Listen to that bellowing in there. Is this a cattle boat? How can I sleep with such a verfluchte noise going on?
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. The gentleman do seem a bit agitated, like. I'll knock on the door. I'm sorry, sir, but there's been a complaint from some of the passengers regarding the noise.
Oh, all right. There you are, Mr. Smith. If there's any more disturbance, just ring for me.
If there's any more disturbance, I go to the captain. For an hour now I have been trying to get to sleep.
What was that?
That was a shot, you Dummkopf. Come.
It's locked.
Well, break it down.
Oh, good heavens.
That man is dead. Dead as a doornail.
It's Augustus. What's happened?
You ask what has happened? With that man dead on the floor and you in the doorway between your cabins? Here, Stuart, get the captain. I'll watch this murder until you come back.
There, Mrs. Fairmont. I can understand what a strain it must be for you to tell all this. Let me get you some aromatic...
Oh, I'm all right, Dr. Watson. Thank you.
Your husband had died instantly, Mrs. Fairmont?
So the police said, Mr. Holmes. Apparently, the revolver had been fired at very close range, directly into his head. They said he must have fallen dead on the instant.
And the revolver?
Well, it was gone, Mr. Holmes. The porthole which gave onto the sea was wide open. The police, of course, say that Charles threw the revolver out of the porthole after shooting Augustus. The bullet was a .32 caliber, the same as the one I had purchased at my husband's request.
And what has Mr. Charles Rossiter to say?
Well, what is there for him to say?
Oh, quiet, Watson.
Oh, I don't blame you for thinking that Charles is guilty, Dr. Watson. Everyone in the world thinks so. But I know that he isn't. He has sworn to me that it's a complete mystery to him, and I believe him. If I didn't believe him, there'd be nothing left to live for.
The police arrested him, of course.
Oh, naturally. He goes to trial at the Old Bailey tomorrow. Oh, Mr. Holmes, you must save him. You must. You're my only hope. No one else can do it. Say that you will.
I cannot promise that, Mrs. Fairmont. I'll undertake the case, but you must understand that anything I discover, even though it may be evidence damning to Mr. Rossiter, will be turned over to the police.
That's all I ask. I know he's innocent, and I have faith that you'll prove it.
I beg you not to indulge in any false hopes, Mrs. Fairmont. I shall do my best to uncover the truth, but we have little time at our disposal. You omitted to mention what had happened to the diamonds. Were they found on your husband's person?
Oh, I almost forgot. They seemed so unimportant. The diamonds were missing, Mr. Holmes.
Huh? Missing? Oh. How do you account for that?
The police think that Charles was going to steal them, and that suddenly realizing the impossibility of the idea, he threw both them and the revolver out of the porthole.
Odd. Well, with the trial starting tomorrow, Mrs. Fairmont, Watson and I have much to do. Our first task must be a complete examination of the police records of the case. I know you'll excuse us if we hurry off, Mrs. Fairmont. Our first call must be on Mr. Charles Rossiter in prison.
And as heaven's my witness, Mr. Holmes, I've told you and Dr. Watson everything I know.
You say that you and your late partner had taken out business insurance on each other's lives?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, to the extent of £25,000 apiece.
£25,000 apiece? I say that makes it look even worse, Holmes, huh?
Unfortunately, yes. One more question, Mr. Rossiter. After the quarrel on the boat, when the steward had knocked and requested silence, you went back into your own cabin. Is that correct?
It is, Mr. Holmes.
And according to you, you heard the sound of a shot from Fairmont's cabin a moment later. How much time would you say had elapsed?
Oh, a very short interval, not more than 15 seconds at the outside.
Thank you. Well, Mr. Rossiter, I'll do what I can, but...
Oh, I know it's hopeless. I wouldn't believe the story myself if I heard it from someone else. Tell me, Dr. Watson, you're a medical man. Could I conceivably have had a lapse of memory? Could I have shot Fairmont without knowing anything about it?
Well, it seems to me almost inconceivable. I never heard of a case of amnesia or loss of memory that began and ended all in the space of a couple of minutes.
Well, come on, Watson. We must be going.
Mr. Holmes, do you think there's any chance?
Keep up your courage, Mr. Rossiter. There's always a chance. Water.
I say, Holmes, I grant you that Mrs. Fairmont's a lovely woman and that young Rossiter had a lot of provocation. But why did you tell him that there was a chance? It hardly seems cricket to me.
I told him that there was a chance, Watson, for the excellent reason that there is.
Chance of what?
Of acquitting Rossiter of a crime which he very obviously did not commit.
What do you mean to say?
Come along, Watson. We've no time to stand about arguing. Rossiter's trial opens tomorrow morning. And if we're to secure the evidence we need, you and I have our work cut out for us.
Evidence? Evidence of what?
Evidence to convince a jury. The sequence of events is obvious, but it'll require a continuous chain of proof to convince a jury of Rossiter's innocence.
Innocence? On my soul, Holmes, I think you must be mad. Prosecution has an absolutely clear-cut case, and you go on practicing about Rossiter's innocence. If Rossiter didn't shoot Augustus Fairmont, somebody must have.
Somebody did, Watson. And a devilishly clever plot he invented, too. But if we're to save Rossiter from hanging, it's up to us to prove it.
In just a moment, we'll find out if Sherlock Holmes is able to prove it. Men, on hot, sticky summer days, your hair needs extra special care. And when you buy a hair tonic, why not buy one that does lots more than keep your hair looking handsome? Why not get your money's worth and buy Kreml hair tonic? No other hair tonic keeps the hair more neatly groomed and attractive looking. Kreml gives hair such a handsome, clean-cut appearance. It keeps the hair perfectly groomed throughout the hottest, stickiest day. It never looks or feels greasy or sticky. In addition, Kreml is simply great to lubricate a dry scalp. At the same time, it removes itchy, loose dandruff and leaves the scalp feeling so clean, refreshed, and alive. No wonder Kreml is preferred among America's most prosperous men. Buy a bottle of Kreml at any drug counter. Ask for an application at your barber shop. Use this highly specialized hair tonic daily for better groomed hair, a more hygienic scalp. Kreml, Kreml hair tonic. Now, Dr. Watson, what steps did you and Sherlock Holmes take next to prove Rossiter's innocence?
Well, Holmes and I hurried to the offices of Fairmont and Rossiter in Hatton Gardens. Assisted by Fairmont's chief clerk, a little dried-up wisp of a man, we spent the next hour in an intensive study of Fairmont's old checkbook stubs.
There's no question of it, Watson. These regular payments, month after month, to Mademoiselle Elaine Dufour can only mean one thing.
Oh, I don't see why. She might have been an old nurse of his or something.
Really, Watson.
Huh?
One does not pay one's old nurse £50 a month over a period of years.
Oh, perhaps you're right.
Thank heaven we found Mademoiselle Dufour's address.
Why?
Because you're leaving for Paris tonight.
Paris?
And I want you to bring back Mademoiselle Dufour no matter what means you use to persuade her.
Oh, really, Holmes? What are you going to do? Be doing while I'm off on this wild goose chase?
I have a few things to look into, Watson. Quite a few things. And you performed the post-mortem yourself, Dr. Macpherson?
I did, Mr. Holmes. And I'm prepared to stake my professional reputation that Augustus Fairmont would have been dead within a year, no matter what had been done. That disease had progressed too far for surgeries to have been any use whatsoever.
You told the police this, of course.
Oh, naturally. They weren't interested. All they cared about was the bullet which finished the fellow off. Of course, you understand, Mr. Holmes, that after the police had finished, this cabin was all straightened up. New carpet on the floor, everything ship-shape.
Quite. And Mr. Fairmont's body was lying right here. Is that right, Stewart?
It was indeed, sir, and a fair turn he gave me, with half his head blown off.
And this cabin and the adjoining one, occupied by Mr. Rossiter, are identical in every way?
Yes, sir.
Ah, I'd hoped to find something like this.
Well, what's that, sir?
Take a good look at this, Stewart. I may need your evidence in court. This rather deep nick here in the lower part of the brass rim of the porthole.
Oh, I see the nick all right, sir, but I'm blasted if I can make
Just tell me one thing. After the tragedy, was any heavy object missing from Mr. Fairmont's cabin? Something heavy but fairly small?
That's a queer thing, sir, now that you come to mention it. I reported to the chief steward that the heavy glass water bottle was gone when the police let me straighten up the cabin. But I didn't think nothing of it at the time, so that maybe it got smashed in all the confusion.
Thank you, Steward. Thank you very much indeed.
And you ask me to
back to England with you, Dr. Watson?
Yeah, I do indeed, Mademoiselle Dufour.
To go into court and tell everything? I know nothing about your English laws. Perhaps I render myself liable to prosecution. All this for the sake of a man whom I have never seen.
Not only for his sake, mademoiselle, but also for the sake of the woman who loves him. And, most important of all, for the sake of right and justice. To save a man from hanging for a crime that he did not commit. There's no way in which I can force you to come with me. I can only most earnestly beg you to do what we both know is the right thing.
And in the final analysis, members of the jury, I must remind you that the decision as to Charles Rossiter's guilt or innocence rests solely with you. Under the law, my province as judge is merely to assist you in reaching a just verdict. And this I have endeavored to do by summing up for you the evidence to which we have been listening during these last 3 days. The prosecution has endeavored to prove to you that this man, who has not denied his love for Mrs. Fairmont, knew that they could never be together so long as her husband should live. You have heard the evidence of their quarrel on the boat, of the shooting, and of the scene found by Mr. Schmidt, the steward, and the other witnesses when the door to the cabin was broken down. You have heard the suggestion of premeditation in the purchase of the weapon by Mrs. Fairmont, a weapon which, though missing, was of identical caliber with the bullet which killed her husband. You have heard the prisoner's protestations of innocence and his own inability to offer any logical explanation of the tragedy. Under these circumstances...
My lord, I beg leave to interrupt.
Well, Sir Aubrey, what is it you want to say?
During the entire trial, my lord, my client and I have put our hopes in an investigation being conducted by the eminent criminologist, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Mr. Holmes has just arrived in court, together with his colleague, Dr. Watson, who has brought with him from Paris a witness whose evidence is vital to the defense. I respectfully beg your lordship's permission, and that of the prosecution, to allow Mr. Holmes to tell us what he has discovered.
It is most irregular, Sir Aubrey, but the primary concern of this court is that justice be done. In view of Mr. Sherlock Holmes' distinguished record and many services to the law, I see no objection to granting your request.
Thank you, my lord. I assure you that we would not have waited till so late in this trial to present our evidence had it not been for the fact that Dr. Watson has only at this moment arrived from Paris, escorting a lady who is the final link in that chain of evidence.
Proceed, Mr. Holmes.
The late Augustus Fairmont, married to a woman more than 20 years his junior, was a man with a very great sense of possession. Whether or not he loved his wife, he was determined that no one else should have her. And when his wife freely and honestly confronted him with her admission that she loved another man, Fairmont could think of nothing but revenge.
I'm willing to allow you a fair amount of latitude, Mr. Holmes, but this seems to have no bearing on the case.
With your lordship's permission, I hope to establish its bearing in just a moment. I have here in court Dr. Macpherson, who conducted the post-mortem upon the late Mr. Fairmont. Dr. Macpherson will testify that Augustus Fairmont was suffering from an incurable disease which would unquestionably have killed him within another year.
Silence! Silence in the court!
Also in court and ready to testify is Sir Edward Penrose of Harley Street, to whom Augustus Fairmont went for an opinion just a little more than 6 weeks ago. Sir Edward informed Fairmont, who had never before suspected the presence of this disease, that he would be lucky if he lived for 6 months, and that there was nothing to be done. Now, Fairmont faced with the knowledge that he would die, probably painfully and lingeringly, within a few months at most. And the bitterness of this knowledge must have been increased 100-fold by the realization that his death would remove the last barrier to the wedding of these two people who loved each other.
Bravo, Holmes. Quiet in the court. Oh, sir.
Then Augustus Fairmont evolved in his twisted mind a perfect plot. He would die, not lingeringly and painfully, but instantly. And in dying, he would make sure that Charles Rossiter, the man he hated, would be hanged for his murder. With his partner, Rossiter, Fairmont sailed to Amsterdam. But when he had purchased some 10,000 pounds worth of diamonds, the thought crossed his mind of making a final provision for the woman whom, for many years, he'd been seeing in France. She's here now, due to Dr. Watson. And I will ask her to rise. Mademoiselle Dufour, is it not true that Mr. Fairmont provided for you during the last 6 or 7 years, and that he visited you frequently during his trips to the continent?
That is correct, Mr. Holmes.
Now, will you please tell the court what you received in the mail from Mr. Fairmont the day after you read of his death?
I received a package containing a small fortune in unset diamonds, together with a letter from Auguste, saying that I would not hear from him again, that I should make no inquiries concerning him, and that these diamonds would provide me with sufficient funds for the rest of my life.
Thank you very much, Mademoiselle Dufour.
Quiet. Quiet in the courtroom.
I think that will be all.
Oh, magnificent, my dear. I'm very, very proud of you. Well done. Very well done.
Provided for the woman with whom he had so long a friendship. He did this with the knowledge that he was to die that very night. On board the boat, he purposely entered into a noisy argument with young Rossiter, an argument which ended with the steward knocking on the door. A moment later, Rossiter returned to his own cabin and shut the communicating door. The instant he had done so, Fairmont took from its place of concealment the revolver which, with studied malice, he had caused his wife to buy. This revolver Fairmont had previously prepared for what he was about to do by tying a stout string from its trigger guard to the heavy glass water bottle he had taken from his cabin wall. It was the work of but a moment, after Rossiter had closed the door, to suspend the heavy bottle outside the porthole which gave directly upon the sea. Then Fairmont raised the revolver to his head and pulled the trigger. As he fell dead, the revolver, released from his hand, was pulled sharply up and out of the porthole by the heavy weight of the bottle. It hit the edge of the porthole, nicking the brass rim, and then disappeared forever into the depths of the North Sea.
Unless this demonstration is stopped instantly, I shall have the courtroom cleared.
My lad, in view of the evidence offered by Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the Crown withdraws its charge against Charles Rossiter.
Oh, great work, Holmes. Great work. You brought it off, old man.
I never could have, Watson, if you hadn't been persuasive enough to get Mademoiselle Dufour here in time.
Very good to say so, boy. Ah, look. Here comes Mrs. Fairmont.
Oh, God bless you, Mr. Holmes. And you too, Dr. Watson. Oh, I've got to kiss you both.
Oh, very nice of you. Upon my word, that's the nicest fee we've ever had.
Now, friends, our guest star, one of the greatest authorities on feminine beauty, that king of glamour, John Robert Powers. And you know, Mr. Powers is famous for his $1 million Powers models. Gorgeous girls you often see on magazine covers, in the movies, in exclusive fashion shows. Ladies and gentlemen, by special transcription, Mr. John Robert Powers.
Good evening, friends. I have a little surprise for you this evening, as I brought along one of my most attractive Powers girls of all times, Ellen Allardyce. And perhaps we can get Ellen to tell us how she keeps her hair so bright and shining. Will you, Ellen?
I owe all that to you, Mr. Powers. Do you remember how you told me to always wash my hair with Kreml shampoo?
I certainly do, Ellen. I tell all my Powers girls to use Kreml shampoo. I'm thoroughly convinced that no other shampoo leaves the hair more radiant with such natural, brilliant luster. And Kreml shampoo keeps it that way for days.
What I like about Kreml shampoo is that it never dries the hair.
That's right, Ellen, because Kreml shampoo has a built-in oil base. This oil base actually helps keep the hair from becoming dry and brittle.
I know it. Kreml shampoo always leaves the hair so much silkier with a lovely natural satin sheen. And I love the way Kreml shampoo whips up just lots and lots of luxuriant active foam, even in the hardest water.
Ellen, I think every girl owes it to herself to try Kreml shampoo. I feel certain she'll be in for one of the greatest beauty thrills of her life. Because, without a doubt, in all my years spent in helping women become more attractive, I've never come across a more beautifying shampoo than Kreml shampoo.
Many, many thanks to you, Mr. Powers, and to your very lovely Powers model, Miss Ellen Allardyce. Now, Dr. Watson, what about next week?
Well, now, let me see. Next week, in answer to many requests, I think I shall tell you about the most gruesome and most horrifying experience that Holmes and I ever had. It concerns the frightening happenings at Stoke Moran, the home of Dr. Grimesby Roylott, and tells how Holmes solved the mystery of the death of one of Dr. Roylott's two daughters and prevented the murder of the other. I call it The Adventure of the Speckled Band.
Tonight's new Sherlock Holmes adventure was suggested by an incident in Sir Arthur Conan Doyle's story, The Problem of Thor Bridge. Nigel Bruce appeared by permission of Universal International Pictures. Tom Conway through the courtesy of Eagle Lion Pictures. The Sherlock Holmes series is produced by Tom McKnight, with original music composed and conducted by Alex Steinert. This is Joseph Bell speaking for Kreml Hair Tonic and Kreml Shampoo, inviting you to be with us next week at this same time, when Dr. Watson will tell us about the adventure of the Speckled Band. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make the new road-rated 76 gasoline and the new Triton Motor Oil Union Oil Company present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. As the great clouds of fog roll in, the tall buildings of the San Francisco skyline gradually become giant bulwarks in the mist. Most businessmen are at dinner now in the world-famous restaurants of the city. But the light shining in a window of the Russ Building shows that Private Detective Michael Shayne is an exception. As he struggles with the necktie he's going to wear this evening, he munches a sandwich brought to him by lovely Phyllis Knight.
Hey, Phil.
Yes?
Here, help me with this tie, Angel, will you? I can't do a thing with it.
Why do I have to work for a detective? If you were anybody else in San Francisco, your tie would be tied, and we'd be at dinner at Jack's or Vanessi's or Lupo's or... Oh, let me at that tie.
Now, Angel, you know very well I said I'd take you to dinner, but you want to make the first act at the gear eating, and... Just a minute, honey, just a minute. Make the knot a little tighter, will you, please?
Glad to. This, my uncultured employer, is the fashionable way to tie a tie. It's known as the Windsor knot.
Oh, yeah? Well, make mine smaller anyhow.
Oh.
I'm not a member of your artist colony yet.
All right. How's that, better?
Oh, that's perfect, Angel. Like you.
Oh. Do you know how long it is since you said something nice like that?
Well, not to change the subject, but that letter on your desk. Who's it from?
Which one?
Oh, the one written with the very fancy hand.
Oh, that. It's from some poet who wants my opinion of his work. I've never heard of him before.
So you're still the uncrowned queen of the artist, aren't you? How is his poetry?
Well, confidentially, it... No, don't answer it, Mike, please.
It might be important, Angel.
Well, that's just it. We'll miss the play, Mike, and you promised
I'm
me.
sorry, Angel. Hello?
That's you, Mike?
Oh, yeah. What's new, Inspector?
Oh, no, the inspector.
What do you know about a guy named Van Allen Haven?
Oh, nothing. Why?
I'm out on a case. He's a murder suspect.
I see. So you just naturally assumed that I knew him.
No, not quite. There's a note on his desk. It says Phyllis Knight, Russ Building, San Francisco.
Oh? What did you say his name was?
Van Allen Haven.
Oh, that's quite a name. Just a minute. Say, honey, did you ever hear of a guy called Van Allen Haven?
Yeah, certainly. He's the poet that wrote that letter.
Oh, that accounts for it. Inspector, we don't know him, but he wrote to Phil for a criticism of his poems. Say, maybe we'd better drop over.
Oh, Mike.
You're sure you don't know more than you're telling me, Mike?
Well, sure, I'm sure. We never met the guy, but he wrote to Phil. You know, she's got a rep in those poetry circles.
Okay. Come on over. It's that apartment house at Leavenworth and Jewel. It's on Russian Hill.
I'll be right there. Well, come on, Angel. Let's go see how the other half kill. Well, here we are, right on top of Russian Hill.
Yeah, the view's almost as good as from your apartment, Mike.
But different, Angel. Well, come on. Let's see what the fuss is all about.
3 guesses which building it is.
Yeah. Gee, looks like the whole police force is out.
Hi there, Mike.
Oh, hello, Sarge.
Hi. Go right in.
Oh, thanks, Sergeant. The inspector inside?
Yes, sir. He's expecting you. And Miss Knight.
Hello, Sergeant.
Okay, Doc, you can have the body removed anytime. I'm through with it now. Oh, there you are, kids. What kept you?
Well, Mike had trouble with his necktie, Inspector. You know, as far as ties are concerned, he's still living in the Middle Ages.
Oh, don't mind her. She's prejudiced.
Well, come on, kids. We got a lot to do.
Okay, Inspector, okay. Give us a quick rundown.
Look over there at the foot of the stairs. The corpse you see all huddled up is what's left of Robert Freeman. Know him?
Nope.
I didn't think you would.
What happened to him, Inspector?
Coroner says he was shot in the back while coming down these stairs. He died instantly and fell to the bottom.
Any suspects?
It's an apartment house, Mike. Theoretically, everybody in the building is a suspect. We sent them all back to their own apartments, and we'll question them there.
How about the gun?
So far, we haven't found a thing.
Well, anyone here report the incident?
Yeah, one of the tenants, Miss Rambo, phoned us. I got right over.
Well, what's your opinion, Inspector?
Well, Phil, from the angle at which the bullet entered the body, the killer must have been standing at the head of the stairs. I assume he or she then stepped back into an apartment after firing.
Probably into a front apartment.
Look at the top of the staircase now. You see those 2 doors?
Yeah?
The occupants of both those apartments would have had a better chance to get out of sight after the killing.
I see.
Who lives in them, Inspector?
Well, Phil, here's the list. The one on the right is listed to the deceased and his wife. The left one, let's see. Joseph Bauer, pianist.
May I see that list, Inspector?
Yeah, here, Mike.
Where did the gal live who reported the killing, Mike?
It shows Elaine Rambo on the first floor.
That's right.
Jones, Schmidt, Haven. Oh, here's Van Allen Haven. Lives on the main floor, too.
Yeah, right across from the base of the stairs where we found the body.
And it was in his apartment that you found the note with my name on it.
Yeah, and he's really a poet, all right. Never stops reciting his stuff.
Really? Is he any good?
You can't prove it by me, Phil.
Well, come on, let's have a look at these apartments upstairs, Inspector.
Okay, come on, fellas.
Let's try the 2 at the head of the stairs first.
Yeah, that's what I had in mind, Mike.
Not much of an apartment house, is it?
No.
What do you mean, Angel?
Well, look at these dirty stairs. Dust, sawdust, everything.
Yeah. Hey, where's the piano music coming from?
Seems to be the one on the left.
Yeah, that's listed to a pianist, isn't it?
Yeah, Joseph Bauer. And here it is. Pretty good, isn't it?
Yes, and pretty excited, too.
What do you mean, Phil?
Well, I'm no expert, but even I can play Rachmaninoff's Prelude in C-sharp minor without missing that G-sharp note every time, you know.
He must be a callous sort of guy. Anybody who'd play piano right after a murder.
I guess he didn't hear us, Mike.
Mike, look at the crack under the door. There's no light.
Well, he must have cat's eyes to play in the dark.
Well, he's apparently going to ignore us. Let's try the door, Mike.
And it's pitch black.
Can't seem to find the light switch.
You won't find it over there.
Who are you?
Do not reach for your gun. I've taken the precaution of having my own cover the 3 of you.
You can get away with this.
I appear to be at present, do I not? Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Bauer, Joseph Bauer. And you are...
Inspector of Homicide.
Your credentials, please?
Look, you. Aren't you a little silly playing games in the dark? You couldn't see my badge if I showed it to you.
Try it and see, Inspector.
Here it is, Owl Eyes.
Yes, I can see it plainly. Thank you. I'll turn on the lights.
All right. Let me have that gun.
I have no gun, my friend, but I must take every precaution, especially when I hold such information as I do about the Freeman murder.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures. The body of Robert Freeman was discovered at the foot of a staircase in his apartment house. He was shot in the back, apparently from the second-floor landing. Mike, Phyllis, and the inspector have started interviewing the tenants on the second floor, and we find them now with an eccentric pianist called Joseph Bauer.
All right. Out with it, Bauer. What information do you have about the killing?
I will tell you, but you must promise to protect me from any revenge on the part of the murderer.
No harm will come to you.
You can trust the inspector, Mr. Bauer.
You understand that a man in my position has to be careful. There are many who are envious of my great talent.
Yes, Bauer. The information.
When I saw Robert Freeman lying dead, I knew he had been killed by Mrs. Freeman.
By Mrs. Freeman? Why?
The deceased and his widow had been arguing.
Is that all?
Is this not a revelation to you?
Oh, for heaven.
How do you know, Bauer?
I was practicing this afternoon, and I heard them talking. You know, I sometimes practice for many hours in one day.
You were saying?
Oh, yes. Well, I was playing the piano, and I heard their voices, quietly at first, and then they became louder and more violent.
Could you make out what they were saying?
Not at first, but as they grew louder, I heard Mrs. Freeman say, "If you don't stop, I'll kill you both."
Kill you both? Do you know who she meant by both?
I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Mm-hmm. Bauer, where were you when Freeman was killed?
I was a block or so away. I'd gone out to buy some cigarettes. When I entered the building, I saw everyone gathered around the body.
Anyone see you come in the building?
There was quite a crowd when I arrived. I don't know if I was noticed or not.
All right, Bauer. I want you to remain in your apartment. We may want to question you again later.
Say, Phil, what are you doing?
Huh? Oh, I'm just looking at Mr. Bauer's telephone pad. What do these represent, Mr. Bauer?
Nothing. I often scribble when I'm on the telephone.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like the initials E.R.
It is nothing of the kind. I'm what you call a doodler. Nothing more.
Okay, Inspector. You ready?
Yeah, Mike.
And now, if you do not object, I'll go on with my music.
That's all right. Go right ahead.
Oh, do not stop, my goodly friend. Play your music to the end.
Ah, Mr. Haven, I am delighted to see you. Permit me to introduce one of the foremost poets in the country, Mr. Van Allen Haven, Inspector of Homicide, and I assume his assistant.
Miss Knight and Mr. Shane.
How do you do?
Hello.
Have I the honor of addressing Miss Phyllis Knight, who has assisted so many an artist in his plight?
Oh, that's charming. I did receive a letter from you, Mr. Haven.
What a happy happenstance meeting you this way. You read my poem?
Not yet, Mr. Haven, I'm sorry.
Mr. Haven, you live on the first floor?
Yes. Right over there you will find my lair.
The first apartment across the stair?
Oh, quite, Inspector, quite.
Where were you when the murder occurred?
Composing verse in my abode. I always say, for every man some troubles lurk, unless he's busy in his work.
Did you hear the shot?
Ah, yes, I did. The fatal shot.
You went into the hall at once?
Sir, I write poetry. I do not have the heart of lions like my heroes. I but opened the door barely ajar and peeked out. When the crowd gathered, I walked boldly forward.
Yes, Mr. Haven, you knew the deceased?
No. Some months ago, however, I permitted him to read some of my poetry. He didn't like it.
I see.
I wonder if you'd let us use your apartment as a sort of headquarters while we're here. We have to conduct a little investigation, and your apartment would be handy, you see.
My good inspector, say no more. My place is yours, however poor.
Well, thank you.
Here's the key. And since Mr. Bauer's music brought me to this room, I think I'll stay for a while, if you will play.
Certainly, Mr. Haven.
Thank you, Mr. Bauer.
Well, Inspector, what do you think of our two geniuses?
If you ask me, they're crazy as loons.
That Haven character. I've never heard such poetry in my life.
Well, I think we'd better see Mrs. Freeman now and get her story.
Say, Inspector, why don't you have this Miss Rambo here at the same time?
Not while we're questioning Mrs. Freeman, Mike.
Well, I have a reason. Look, Inspector, since the deceased was shot in the back as he was going downstairs, the murderer must have been standing behind him on the stairs or at the head of the staircase.
Well?
I see. With Mrs. Freeman at the top and Miss Rambo at the bottom, one of them must have seen the murderer.
Right.
Unless one of them is lying.
Well, that's why I think it would be interesting to have them both here to check each other's stories.
All right, Mike, we'll try it. Oh, Sergeant.
Yes, Inspector?
Bring down Mrs. Freeman and Miss Rambo.
Right.
Hey, what are you two up to over there?
Say, did you see these?
What are they?
Well, they're miniatures, Inspector.
Huh?
Look at them, handmade carvings of all sorts of things.
No end to Van Allen Haven's talents, huh? What do you make them out of?
Well, some of it's balsa. Some is heavier. Looks like teak.
Yeah. Here's one of Fisherman's Wharf, complete with boats, sidewalk vendors, and everything.
And look at these tools. Everything from a brace and bit
Say, wait a minute, Inspector. Huh? You notice anything unusual about this?
No, except they're small tools, neatly arranged.
Yeah, all but the brace and bit.
That's just what I mean. Each tool is in its place in that wall bracket except this one brace and bit.
Yes, Haven is too neat and precise to leave a tool like that lying carelessly about. It could fall and break the bit.
Unless he'd used it and was in a rush. Oh, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Not necessarily, no, but I just...
Come in.
Miss Rambo and Mrs. Freeman, Inspector.
All right, Sergeant. Please sit down, ladies. This is Mr. Shane and Miss Knight. Mrs. Freeman, Miss Rambo.
How do you do?
Hi.
Now, Mrs. Freeman, we'll start with you. Will you please tell us just what happened?
Well, I'll try. It's been a terrible shock.
I understand.
Well, Bob came home late, as usual. I was reading in bed. He sat on the bed, and we talked for a while. Then the doorbell rang, and Bob went down to answer it.
Mrs. Freeman, you mean your husband left the apartment?
Yes. At this time of night, the door downstairs is locked, and you have to go right down to admit anyone.
I see. And then?
Then I heard the shot. I ran out to the head of the stairs and saw Bob lying at the bottom. He was all in a heap.
And then what happened?
And the others started coming out of their apartments.
Whom do you mean by the others, Mrs. Freeman? Just exactly who did you see first?
What? Miss Rambo appeared at the bottom first, I believe.
That's right. I saw you at the top right after the shot was fired.
Then who came out?
Well, I think Mr. Haven came out of his apartment next.
How about the pianist, Mr. Bauer? Did you see him?
Yes, he was there too, I believe.
Did he enter the building?
Well, he may have. I didn't notice.
Now, look, Mrs. Freeman, this is important. You saw all these people on the first floor?
Yes.
None of them came from the second floor and past you?
No. It was several minutes later before anyone came out of their apartments upstairs.
Now, Miss Rambo, I believe you were the one who called the police.
Yeah, I seen nobody else was going to do nothing, so I took over. I just dialed 0 and said, give me the cops.
When did you do this? As soon as you heard the shot?
No, when I heard the shot, I hot-footed out of my joint as fast as I could. Then I seen Freeman lying there and Mrs. Freeman standing upstairs.
Did you see anyone else? Anyone at all?
No.
You sure?
Sure, I'm sure. Well, the next guy to show was Haven, who come running out of his apartment.
And then?
Well, then a lot of people started showing up from all the apartments.
Did you see anyone upstairs except Mrs. Freeman?
No, not at first.
Was there anyone else on the staircase or inside at all when you first ran out?
No.
Mrs. Freeman, we have testimony that you and your husband had been arguing. The fact that you threatened to kill him. Is that true?
Well, I may have said something like that, Inspector. But I didn't mean it. I loved Bob.
Then will you tell us why you were arguing?
Bob had been staying away from home often.
Uh-huh.
He said he was working, but I knew it wasn't true.
Do you know whom he was seeing, Mrs. Freeman?
Yes.
It'll be better if you tell us.
No, I can't.
She's a showgirl, Mrs. Freeman, isn't she?
Well,
She lives in this building. As a matter of fact, she's in this room right now. It's Elaine Rambo, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, kids, it's just too simple.
What do you mean, Inspector?
Well, if the bullet was fired from upstairs and all the suspects except Mrs. Freeman were downstairs, it leaves only her, doesn't it?
Yeah. And her husband being in love with Elaine Rambo supplies the motive.
But you don't believe she did it, Inspector, do you?
No, Mike? I don't think she did.
Neither do I.
Oh, now, wait a minute, you two. You know, we aren't getting anyplace. If everybody but Mrs. Freeman is in the clear, and you don't believe she did it, well, we're up against a stone wall.
That's what it looks like.
Oh, maybe not. Now, look. Here are two women. One at the head of the staircase and one at the bottom. Between them, a man is shot as he comes down the stairs. Now, if Mrs. Freeman had done it, Miss Rambo would have seen the gun. And Rambo couldn't have done it, or the bullet would have entered the body from the front.
So?
So the bullet must have been fired from some other point.
Mike, you're right. Come on, kids. This calls for an examination of the staircase.
We'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures in a few moments. Robert Freeman has been murdered on the interior stairway of his apartment house. As we rejoin Mike, Phil, and the inspector, they're examining the staircase with Mike and Phil on one end and the inspector on the other.
You find anything up at your end, Inspector?
Not yet, Mike. You?
No.
You two certainly look cute, bending over and tapping those stairs.
Well, you look kind of cute yourself, Angel.
Mike, Phil, I'll come up here.
What'd you find?
What is it? Would you find anything?
Look at this step.
Huh?
Right there.
Two holes. Both plugged up.
Yeah. Here, wait a minute. I've got long fingernails. Let me try to get them out.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Yeah. It's no use. They're in too solid.
Well, here, let me try to push them in.
Here's my penknife. Use it, Mike.
Okay. There. Well, I guess we know where they landed.
In the closet under the staircase. Come on.
Yeah. That's where all the sawdust you noticed came from, Phil.
Yeah?
Be careful, be careful. Here, I'll open it.
There are the plugs and two shafts of light made by those two holes.
Yeah. They were bored in the riser of the step, about halfway between the two floors.
Yeah, but why two holes?
One to see through and one to shoot through when the victim was in range.
So the murderer rang Freeman's doorbell from downstairs, as Mrs. Freeman said, then waited in the closet for him to come down. When he got about halfway down the stairs, he was in range of this hole, and he got it in the back. Then the killer plugged the holes and waited for a crowd to gather. When it did, he slipped quietly out of the closet.
And joined the crowd. Well, that's the way it happened, all right.
Okay, Mike. Now we know how it was done, but we're not sure who did it.
No, and our picture has changed completely, too. Before, we thought that everyone on the main floor was innocent, and now...
Now they're the ones who could have done it, and Mrs. Freeman is the only one who couldn't possibly have done it.
Right. All right. Now, who have we got? Joseph Bauer, Van Allen Haven, and Elaine Rambo.
No, I think we can eliminate Elaine Rambo, Inspector. If she and Freeman were seeing each other, she'd have no reason to kill him. Besides, I can't see any woman boring holes in the staircase to kill a man.
No, but you could see a man doing it, couldn't you?
Yeah. A man handy with tools. And that would account for his leaving the brace and bit around.
Yes, but you'd never get a conviction on that little evidence.
No, you're right, Mike. It's not enough. We're stymied.
Sounds like Mr. Bauer is stymied, too. And by Mr. Rachmaninoff.
Yeah.
What do you mean, Angel?
Well, he can't be deliberately trying to miss that G-sharp note. No, it doesn't make sense. He plays too well.
Huh? Say, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look, Inspector.
What?
Let's try this, huh? We'll switch off all the lights. Have Mrs. Freeman stand where she did at the top of the stairs. Have Elaine Rambo stand at the bottom. Have Bauer at his piano. And have Haven bring his brace and bit. I've got a hunch we'll get ourselves a nice little confession. Oh, that's beautiful, Mr. Bowers. Beautiful. But right now, I would like to hear you play the C-sharp minor.
See? The Rachmaninoff?
Mm-hmm, that's right.
Oh, but
Play it, Mr. Bauer, or Miss Knight will.
Very well.
Often play the piano in the dark, don't you, Mr. Bauer? Like you were when we first interrupted you.
I need no light to see music.
That's right. But you do need light to see sawdust. Switch on the lights, Inspector. You see, Mr. Bauer? After killing Freeman and leaving the crowd that gathered around his body, you returned here and began playing in the dark. But you didn't notice the sawdust fall from your sleeve into the keyboard. Most of it right under this G-sharp, which doesn't play, as Phil pointed out.
That's not true.
When Phyllis found the scribbling on your phone pad, your hand had been tipped already, Mr. Bauer. This just clinches it.
It's not true, I tell you. It's not true.
Bauer, you're a dead duck. Would you like to go down to headquarters and have the sawdust under your fingernails analyzed? We both know they'd match the sawdust on Haven's brace and bit over there. Why don't you give up?
All right. All right, I did it.
Well, Inspector, I guess there won't be any problem about satisfying the DA, will there?
Michael. You think we could still catch the last act of the Geary?
Oh, could be. But it would take a couple of detectives to figure out what we've missed.
What's the matter with us? Seriously, Mike, there are just two things I can't figure out. First, why didn't Bauer fix that key on the piano?
Well, he didn't have time, Angel. You get sawdust underneath a key, and you've got to practically tear the keyboard apart to get at it.
Well, that's right. Secondly, why did Bauer kill Freeman?
Well, Angel, Bauer was in love with Elaine Rambo. He knew she was seeing Freeman, so in his distorted imagination, he figured that getting rid of Freeman would give him a better chance.
Oh, so when I found the initials ER on his telephone pad, you realized that they stood for Elaine Rambo.
Yep. You see, darling, he just couldn't get her off his mind.
Just like you can't get me off your mind. Huh?
Yes, Angel. Just like.
For a solid hour of exciting mystery dramas, listen every Monday on these same stations at 8 o'clock to Michael Shane, followed immediately by the case book of Gregory Hood. Michael Shane, Private Detective, stars Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis with Joe Forte as the inspector. The sergeant was played by Charlie Lund. Tonight's story was written by Robert Webster Light and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. And this is Ben Alexander saying good night for the people who make the new road-rated 76 gasoline and the new Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Golly, Jerry, what was that?
That was me, lady.
Who's you?
Freeze, mister. Don't turn around and don't move a muscle. Because if you even breathe, I'll blow you right through the wall.
Mr. and Mrs. North, starring Joseph Curtin and Alice Frost. Listen as Pam and Jerry solve the mystery, Death in the Dark. While the Norths are peacefully asleep in their Greenwich Village apartment, two men are working feverishly in a warehouse on the east side just before dawn. One of them holds a flashlight, while the other applies a large metal bar to the hinges of a heavy black safe.
coming, kid. She'll be popping in a minute.
Need any help?
No, I can make it all by myself. There she goes. I'll give you that can opener. The spring are good.
It won't take much longer, will it, Lenny? I mean...
Take it easy, kid. Can't rush this kind of a job. Put some of those tools away if you want to keep your hands busy. I'll be through in about 10 seconds.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
I thought I heard somebody coming.
Quit being so jumpy. That was me.
No, it wasn't. It's the watchman. He's coming.
Quick, douse the light. Now get over by that door and smack him as he comes in. Got a belly, ain't you?
Yeah.
Well, give it to him good. Watch it now. He's coming.
Who's in there? Come on, answer me. Who's in there? I'm warning you now. If there's anybody in here, I'm gonna... Oh.
Okay, kid. Now we have to work fast. Get this box out of here and take it down to the car. There's dough in it.
What about him?
Never mind the watchman. Just do like I tell you. Get the dough out. I'll clean up around here and meet you downstairs in 5 minutes.
Okay. I'll be waiting for you in the car.
Yeah, sure. Little punk. Never take him on the job again.
Oh. My head.
Stay where you are, mister. Keep your mouth shut. I don't like watchmen.
You were in here all the time.
I said to keep your mouth shut.
You won't get away with this. You won't get out of here alive.
I won't, huh? I'll get out of here alive, all right. Only you're going out in a basket.
Homicide, Lieutenant Wigan speaking. No, not yet, Sarge. Oh, not a thing. Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. North are in my office. Okay, I'll get back to you later. That murder last night has got the whole department in an uproar.
That watchman's murder on the east side?
Mm-hmm. They dropped it in my lap at about 6 o'clock this morning, and I haven't been able to come up with a thing except this.
Well, what's that, Bill?
The murder weapon. The guy that cracked that safe last night used this on the watchman and then forgot to take it with him.
What is it, Bill? A sash weight?
No, it's part of a sectional jimmy.
What in the world is a sectional jimmy?
Oh, have you ever seen one?
Oh.
It's a tool that's made for burglars. It's like a crowbar, only it splits up into 3 sections so it can be carried in a grip without being seen.
Huh. I never knew there were tools that were specially made for burglars.
Oh, there's plenty of them. And they aren't easy to come by either. This one was made by a pro.
Do you know who made it?
Well, Pam, I'm not sure, but I got a pretty good idea. It's got the same markings and workmanship as a jimmy we picked up about 2 years ago. Belonged to a thug named Newsel.
A safecracker?
One of the best.
Well, then that should make things easy, Bill. If you know who made this jimmy, all you have to do is arrest him, and you got the murderer.
Well, it isn't as easy as that, Pam. The man who made this jimmy didn't rob that safe last night.
How do you know?
Because I sent him to jail about 6 months ago.
Well, then he's gotten out. That's it, Bill. This Newsel man has broken out of prison.
He couldn't have, Pam.
Why not?
Because I sent him up for murder. He was electrocuted the day before yesterday.
Get away from that window, kid, and sit down, will you? I want to pay you off and send you home to your mother.
I ain't got no mother, you know that.
A joke. I was making a joke. What's the matter with you, kid? You got no sense of humor?
Well, I don't know anymore after what happened last night.
Oh, forget it, will you? It's all over.
It's not all over for me, Lenny. Don't you understand? He's dead. The guy's dead. He won't walk no more. He won't speak to anybody. He won't ever see his family again.
How do you know he's got one?
I read it in the paper. He's got a sister. He's got 2 kids.
Ah, will you shut up? I'm sick and tired of you whining all the time.
I can't help it, Lenny. I can't help thinking about him. Poor old guy. I keep seeing him lying there. I can still hear him moaning when he went down.
Why did you hit him so hard?
I didn't. I just tapped him on the side of the head like I showed you this afternoon.
That was some tap. Paper says skull was broken in 2 places.
But I didn't do it, honest, Lenny. You know I wouldn't kill anybody. I just wanted to be a big shot, go along with you on a big job. I didn't want to kill anybody.
Frank, you get off that one note and start picking up your money. You got $600 coming to you.
I don't want it. Don't you see? I'd go crazy if I had that dough. I'd give myself up.
Cut it out, Frankie.
Give myself up? Yeah, that's what I do. What are you doing?
You've got to behave, kid.
No more, please, no more.
All right, then. Hang on to yourself. You start cracking up, we'll both be in the soup.
I'm sorry, Lenny.
You ought to be. Remember, next time you start losing your head, I'll knock it right off.
Darling, you do know where you're taking us, I presume.
Why, of course, Jerry. I got the address with Bill.
Whose address?
Mrs. Musel's.
And who is Mrs. Newsel?
Don't you remember, dear? The man who made that sectional Jimmy.
He's Mrs. Newsel?
No, dear. He's the one who went to the electric chair. Mrs. Newsel is his widow.
And what do you expect to find out from her?
Oh, whatever we can, if she's willing to talk. And if she's real talky, she might tell us something about that Jimmy that was used last night.
How would she know?
Well, her husband made it, didn't he? Maybe she knows who he sold it to.
Say, that's an idea. Only I doubt if Mrs. Newsel will do any talking to people like us.
Oh, we don't have to be like us. Oh, we can be two other people.
Who?
Two thugs from Detroit. We're safecrackers, and we need a new set of tools.
Oh, so naturally we went to her.
Naturally. Come on, Jerry. We're in the market for a sectional Jimmy. All right, dear, that's enough ringing. If anybody's home, they certainly will. Oh.
Yeah? What is it?
Mrs. Newsel?
Who wants to know? You an insurance man?
Oh, me? That's a good one. Tell her who I am, Sadie.
Tell her yourself. It was your idea coming here.
Coming here for what?
Look, honey, my name is Fegan, Muggsy Fegan. This is my tomato.
Pleased to meet you.
What do you want?
Well, ain't you going to leave us in or something? Your husband's an old buddy of mine. We done time together.
My husband is dead.
Yeah, I know. We heard the sad news yesterday.
And it happened so sudden. We didn't get a chance to send flowers.
What do you want, mister?
We just done a hot job in Detroit, and we had to pull out fast. So we dropped our can openers in the ditch.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, we can't do nothing without no can openers, so we thought you might fix us up.
Are you kidding? I don't handle any of that stuff.
Don't you even have a couple of odds and ends lying around the house?
Not a thing. I got rid of all my husband's junk a year ago.
Where? Who'd you sell it to?
Nobody.
You must have sold it someplace, because one of them sectional Jimmies was used on a job last night.
Yeah, that warehouse job.
On the east side, where that watchman was killed?
That's right. The police found a hunk of that Jimmy right next to the body.
How do you know?
We get around.
Well, start getting. You know too much for me.
Now, wait a second, honey. The police get around, too, you know. And if you ain't going to be friendly about this, I might just take a notion to call them up.
Beat it.
Oh, look, baby, I got to know where we can find
Beat it, I said.
Well, I didn't know you was going to say it with a gun. Come on, Sadie.
Yeah.
We'll get that Jimmy in the 5 and 10.
Yeah?
Hello? Lenny?
Who's this?
What are you so careful about? This is an old pal of yours, Flo Newsom.
Well, how are you, Flo?
Crying my eyes out.
On account of the old man frying?
On account of you never get around to see me anymore, Lenny.
Well, I've been kind of busy lately.
So I heard. I understand you were kind of busy last night on the east side. I want to see you, Lenny. When you coming over?
What did you say about last night?
You want me to talk about it on the phone?
Well, no.
Then when are you coming over?
Right away. So you think I'm in trouble, huh?
Well, what do you think, Lenny? Did you ever hear of a guy named Muggsy Fegan?
Nope.
Neither did I. That guy was a phony if I ever saw one. And so was that dame.
Well, what are you worried about? They can't prove nothing about that Jimmy.
They can prove my husband made it. And if they start snooping around, they might find out I gave it to you.
Who's going to tell them? You?
I might.
You wouldn't do a thing like that, honey. After all, I'm an old flame of yours.
You're an old flame of a lot of people.
But you're the only one that counts, baby.
Sure. I count up to about $5,000, Lenny.
What are you talking about?
$5,000. That's what I want to keep my mouth shut.
Your mouth can be shut for a lot less than that, baby.
Is that a threat or a promise?
How do you want to take it?
In cash.
I'm not talking about the money. I'm talking about you. If you don't watch your step, there'll be another funeral in the family.
I think you're bluffing, Lenny.
I'm not bluffing. You're asking for the moon.
And you're going to pay it. This ain't just a safe-cracking job, Lenny. There's a murder rap that goes with it.
Not for me, there ain't. The kid done the murder.
I still say $5,000. By tomorrow morning. Or the phones start ringing.
Okay, baby. You'll get it. You'll get just what you're looking for.
Homicide, Lieutenant Wigan speaking.
Hello, Bill? This is us. We're in a phone booth uptown.
Both of you?
Pam, you're all over my shoe. Never mind, I'm talking. Oh, are you there, Bill?
Yes, ready and waiting.
Well, you won't have to wait much longer. We've practically got the case all solved.
Fine. Where do I send the wagon?
Oh, now, don't be facetious, Bill. You remember that Mrs. Newsom?
Yes, roughly.
Well, we've been watching her apartment ever since we were over there this afternoon.
Get to the point, dear.
This is the point, Jerry.
What is the point?
That we were watching her apartment. Oh, and about a half hour ago, a big thug went in there and came out again.
He stayed about 20 minutes, Bill.
Jerry, please.
And when he came out, he was plenty mad.
But that isn't all, Bill. We followed him back to his apartment.
And?
Well, there isn't any and yet. We called because we didn't know what to do.
I'll tell you what to do. Go home.
Oh, now, Bill.
You're wasting your time, Pam. Just because you happen to see a thug go into somebody's apartment is no
But it wasn't just somebody's apartment. It was hers. And if this thug is the one who used her crowbar...
Jimmy.
Well, what difference does it make as long as we know his name?
It's Gorman, Bill. Lenny Gorman. That mean anything to you?
No, but I'll check on it.
Well, you don't sound very excited, Bill.
Well, frankly, Pam, I'm not turning handsprings.
All right. If that's the way you feel about our leads, we just won't call you anymore.
Oh, well, now, Pam,
Goodbye, Bill.
Pam, Oh.
Who is it?
Me, Lenny. Frank.
Wait a second. Okay, kid, come on in.
What'd you call me for, Lenny? What's up?
Sit down, kid.
Well, what is it? Something's wrong, isn't there? They got a lead on us. They found out about something.
Will you sit down? I'll tell you all about it.
Well, go ahead and tell me. What are you waiting for?
For you to calm down. Now, listen, kid. I know how you feel about what happened last night. If I was in your spot, I'd be the same way. It's a rough deal killing a man.
What do you mean?
Homicide. It's a rough deal. When you're young like you got a chance of beating a larceny rap at all kinds of angles. Not with murder. They give you the seat for that, whether you're young or old.
Lenny, what are you doing to me? What are you trying to tell me?
I'm trying to give it to you gradual, kid, so you'll understand what I'm driving at. Now, you got work to do.
Work? You want me for another job?
Something like that.
I won't do it. I'm all through. Do you hear? I won't do it.
You'll have to do this job, kid, whether you want to or not. Unless you're ready to go to the chair.
Why? What's happened?
Somebody found out about you. Somebody that feels like talking to the cops.
Who?
A dame. Besides me, she's the only one in the world that knows you killed that watchman. You gotta take care of her before it's too late.
I don't get you. Take care of her how?
Show you how. With a brand new .45.
Lenny, you're just kidding, ain't you? You don't really want me to kill somebody?
You gotta kill this dame. She wants $1 million for keeping her mouth shut, and you can't pay it. Don't you get me? She'll tip the cops.
Why? What's she got against me?
Nothing. That's just it. Nothing. If you don't cough up $5,000, she sends you to the chair, just like that.
I don't care. I don't care.
Do you know what it's like, Frankie? When you're up there in the death house, I mean? You think you got it bad now. Wait till they start getting you ready for that chair.
Getting you ready?
Sure. They got to get you ready, kid. They got to shave your head and the hair in your legs. While they're doing it, there's a priest in your cell saying prayers.
I don't want a priest.
You will then, Frankie. You'll want a priest then more than ever. Because you'll know what you're going into. You'll know that there's something waiting for you at the end of that hall. And once you sit down in that, you're never going to get up again. You're never going to see nobody. You're never going to even breathe except that one last time when they give you the juice and it squeezes out of you. It hits you like a bomb, kid. If you wasn't strapped in that chair, well, you'd bounce all over the place. Is that what you want, Frankie? Is that what you want to go through?
No, no.
All right, then. Take this gun and do like I tell you.
Well, don't blame it on me, Jerry. Blame it on Bill. If he had had the decency to come over here when we called him, we wouldn't have to be doing this.
Well, we don't have to do it anyhow, Pam. After all, there's nobody forcing us to sneak into Lenny's apartment. Well, I've got this window practically open now. Yeah, there she comes. Do you want to go first, or shall I?
I'll go, dear. Just give me a boost.
Right. Is enough?
Fine. I can make it now. Can you?
I don't know why not. Yeah, there we are.
Oh, I can't see in here.
Yeah, here, take my leather.
Thanks, darling.
See anything now?
Not very much. Is this the living room or the bedroom?
Yeah, I think it's both.
Well, you look through the dresser, Jerry.
All right.
I'm going to try that closet. If this Lenny man robbed that safe last night, maybe we'll find the money.
I haven't found any money yet. All I see in here is winter underwear.
Well, the closet's practically empty. No, it isn't. Jerry, come here.
I found something?
I'll say I found something. Look at this.
What is it?
Don't you see what it is? It's the other two pieces of that sectional jimmy. Now, if we can only prove that they all fit together... Oh, guys, what was that?
That was me, lady.
Oh.
Don't turn around. Just stay right where you are and don't move. Because if you even breathe, I'll blow you right through the wall.
Come in, kid. Come on in.
Thanks.
So Lenny didn't come with the money himself. He sent you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's a lucky thing he sent it with somebody, because I wasn't bluffing.
No, ma'am.
All right, son, where is it? Let me count it.
Yes, ma'am. I got it right here in my pocket.
Well, give it to me. Don't stand there. Put that gun down.
I can't. I gotta do it.
Don't be a sap, kid. If he told you...
No, don't come any nearer. I gotta do it.
You don't? There ain't a reason in the world...
Please don't say no more. Please. I don't want to hear you. I don't want to know you.
But you just can't kill...
No more. If you say another word,
Stop it, kid. Don't pull it.
Hey, what's the idea of frisking us, Lenny? We ain't got no guns.
Well, I'm just making sure, mister. When I find somebody going through my apartment, I like to be careful. Now, what's the idea?
No idea. We just blew in from Detroit, and we're looking for some burglar tools.
In my closet? Come on, open up, sister. Ain't you the two phonies who was over to see Mrs. Noozle?
Phonies? Ain't you never heard of Muggsy Fegan?
Look, wise guy, ain't got time for fooling around. Who are you? What's your racket?
I'm telling you, safe cracking.
Okay, you asked for it. Now come with me.
Where are we going?
Come with me, I said. I'll tell you all about it.
Jerry's going to take us for a ride.
No talking, see? Just open that front door and get a move on.
Okay, we're moving.
Then move. Straight down the hall and out the back.
Just a minute, Lenny.
Huh?
Here, I'll take that gun for you. Yeah, stay where you are, Lenny. I'm a police officer.
Bill, how'd you get here?
Well, you told me where you were, didn't you? I pay attention to phone calls.
But you weren't going to pay...
Well, I happened to look up Lenny Gorman's record, and it interested me. Especially the part about safe cracking.
What are you talking about? You ain't got nothing on me.
Well, we have. Bill, he's got the other parts of that sectional jimmy right in his closet.
You're cuckoo.
Take it easy, Lenny. Mrs. Newsel might be able to give us some information about that.
Yeah? I don't think Mrs. Newsel will do any talking.
Well, we'll see about that. Come along, all of you. I sent some of my men over to her apartment, and I want to find out what they picked up. easy now. Just try to take it easy, Mrs. Newsel.
I'll get the doctor, Bill.
No, wait. The doctor's busy with that Frankie kid.
Gollies, what happened in here?
That's what I'd like to know.
You're the one that made him do it. You sent him here to kill me.
Who?
That Sherman kid, Frankie Sherman. He had the gun right up against me.
No, Mrs. Newsel. You got to get hold of yourself.
Can't help it. Was so close I thought I was dead.
Well, what happened?
The cops, they got him in the shoulder before he could pull the trigger. There was one of them at the door and another one on the fire escape.
Riley, Haynes, where are you?
In here with the kid. You want me, Lieutenant?
No, stay where you are. I'll be in a second.
Well, we were just coming out anyway. The kid's going to be okay.
Good.
Yeah, I'm going to be fine. Why didn't you finish me off and be done with it?
Watch what you say, kid. They'll use it against you.
What do I care? They got enough against me now to put me in the electric...
Shut up, you sap.
Quiet, you. Let the kid talk.
What do you want me to say? I tried to kill her and I couldn't make it.
Why, Frankie? Why did you try to kill Mrs. Newsom?
Don't answer that. You got a right to have a lawyer.
Keep out of this, Lenny. You can have a lawyer anytime he wants one.
What good is a lawyer? He can't do nothing for me, not where it hurts inside. Look, I killed a man. There ain't a lawyer in the world that can make him live again.
You killed him?
Last night in the warehouse, I killed a watchman.
Frankie!
He was coming in while we were cracking the safe, and I hit him with a blackjack.
Well, I didn't have nothing to do with it. I wasn't anywhere near him.
Weren't you?
No. I was standing over by the safe. He's the one that killed him.
You better study up on your law, Lenny.
What are you talking about? You can't pull me in on a murder rap. I didn't even touch him.
I'm not so sure about that, Lenny. What happened after Frankie killed the watchman?
Well, nothing happened. We just grabbed the dough and beat it.
Wait a second, Lenny. We didn't grab the dough. I took it down to the car myself. You came down later.
I thought so.
Who cares what you think?
I do, Lenny, because I've been thinking the same thing myself. Now, according to the autopsy report, that watchman was killed with a heavy bar of steel, part of a sectional jimmy, not with an ordinary blackjack.
Not with a blackjack. You mean
I mean he was struck several times, heavy blows with a big steel bar.
But I only hit him once. I only hit him on the side of the head. Lenny.
What do you want?
You did it, Lenny. You killed him yourself after I was out of there. You killed him and you made me think I did it.
Go on, you're crazy.
You did. You killed him. You almost got me to kill her.
Look out.
I won't look out, you lousy dope.
Hey, stop it, kid. Stop it.
Now let me go. Let me choke the life out of him.
Hands off, I said. You don't have to get even with him, Frankie. The state will get even for you.
Say, Pam,
Yes, dear?
whatever happened to that piggy bank I had up here on my dresser?
Piggy bank?
Now, you know I've been dropping quarters and halves into that thing for a long time.
Oh, when did you miss it, Jerry?
Right after we got finished with all that safe-cracking business last night.
Oh.
Say, you didn't happen to get an idea and break into it, did you?
Well, as a matter of fact, Jerry, when the laundryman came this morning...
Oh, I see.
But I was going to put the money back, dear.
Mhm.
That's why I hid the bank. I didn't want you to discover it. Until
Say no more, darling. I understand everything, except for one point.
What?
Well, that piggy bank doesn't open until the whole thing's full. How in the world did you get the money out?
Oh, that was easy, Jerry. I used the sectional jimmy.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell means mystery, adventure.
Nero Wolf's office. Archie Goodwin speaking. You want Mr. Wolf to what?
Mr. Wolf will do nothing of the sort, Archie. Mr. Wolf is thirsty.
Hold on for a moment. The bottle opener's in the left-hand drawer of your desk.
Thank you, Archie.
Mr. Wolf, I've got a man named Denby on the phone. He wants you to umpire a card game.
Man is insane.
He's offering a fee.
The answer is no. I know nothing of card games, nor do I wish to learn.
Okay. Well, the answer's no, Mr. Denby. Sure, I'll ask him again. After he finishes the beer he's working on. Goodbye.
People appall me. The fantasies they indulge in. Bah, what on earth made that maniac think I might consent to preside at a card game?
Well, seems he expects one of the players to be death.
ladies and gentlemen, it's the bulkiest, balkiest, smartest, and most unpredictable detective in the world. That chair-born genius, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Mr. Wolfe would not attend, but the card game went on anyway. At the home of a Mr. Stephen Denby.
Jean?
Yes?
LaCosta? Mr. Piper? I think we're ready to begin, eh?
I'm ready.
Yes, Jean. You always are.
How I like that remark, I'll have to decide later on.
Yeah, please do. LaCosta?
It's all right with me.
And Mr. Piper?
I brought a deck.
No, as host, I shall supply the cards.
Before we play, I examine them, yes?
Of course. Here you are. Chuck?
Yeah, Mr. Denby?
You will remain outside the door until called. No one is to enter this room under any circumstances.
Got it.
LaCosta?
The cards look all right.
Thank you. Now then, shall we make things absolutely clear?
You mean, should you make a speech? I don't mind.
But make it short, huh?
I shall. The four of us seated at this table are joint owners of the Candy Club, a rather successful institution devoted to the sale of food, liquor, entertainment...
And the gambling.
And games of chance. For some time now, we have all resented sharing the profits. Some of us have attempted to buy out the others.
Denby, you needn't babble on. No one wants to sell. We know that.
True, Mr. Piper. Which is the reason for this little game of cards. One hand shall be dealt to each of us. A hand at poker. Whoever wins gets the club. The others retire as gracefully as they can. Agreed?
That's why we're here.
Agreed. Very well. The cards are shuffled. I'll place them in the center of the table. LaCosta, would you like to...
I cut.
Good.
If nobody minds, I'll cut them, too. After Mr. LaCosta.
Nobody minds? Happy now, Mr. Piper?
Let's get going, huh?
Very well. Unless Jean would care to...
Oh, thanks. We're all crooks here, which sort of cancels out any funny business with a card.
Very well. We shall all draw a card in turn until 5 cards are drawn by each player. Shall we start, Jean?
Sure.
LaCosta?
Okay.
Mr. Piper?
Yes, of course.
And myself. We just keep going in rotation.
This is fun.
Fun? No. There's too much money which rides on these cards.
That's what makes it fun.
Would you mind keeping quiet? I'm nervous.
We all are, one way or another. I think we all have our 5 cards now.
We all got them.
Very well, then. In the same order that the cards were dealt. Jean?
A pair of 3s.
LaCosta?
Nothing.
Mr. Piper?
Kings. 2.
The lights!
Piper. What?
Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Hey, I don't like to seem stuffy, mister, but will you take your elbow out of my back?
I'd be delighted to, Mr. Goodwin, but it's not my elbow.
I don't care if it's your tibia maximus. Just take it away.
Chuck wouldn't like that.
Well, we have company. Mind if I look around? Keep
right on walking, pal.
Well, that would be Chuck behind me, huh? And you are...
My name is Denby. You may remember it.
Oh, yeah. You phoned a couple of hours ago about a card game. Now, look, just what is your boy poking in my back?
I think it's a 38.
You're not sure?
It might be a 45.
Chuck, is it loaded?
Make a funny move, pal, and you'll find out the hard way.
Yo, wait a minute. It's just a passing curiosity. Where are we going?
My car. Get in.
If you insist. I guess you do. Okay.
I'll drive, Chuck.
The car bulletproof?
No, that's hardly necessary. Chuck shoots first.
Well, that's a saving, I guess. The only thing is, I hadn't figured on taking a ride. I told Mr. Wolf I was going for a walk. He disapproved,
You're
but...
going for a ride.
Isn't that a little corny?
Now, there's a minor difference. Usually the guest, shall we say, is killed at the conclusion of the ride. In this
Let's
case...
not make the difference too minor. Huh?
You will survive the ride. It's what comes afterwards that might kill you. You see, Mr. Goodwin, my friends and I have a little mystery to solve.
You want me to solve it?
No. We want Mr. Wolf to solve it. In order to do so, he must leave his house and come to mine. He has to in order to find the solution quickly.
Why?
Neither my friends nor myself have any desire to improve our acquaintance with the police. Therefore, we want the mystery solved before the police are even called in. Hence our need for Mr. Wolf. Hence our detaining you.
Detaining is a pretty word in the circumstances.
Now, this is my home, Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, well, I don't like the architecture. I think I'll stay out. Get
going, pal.
On second thought, Mr. Denby, what makes you think Mr. Wolf is going to leave his house and come here?
You. Unless he does so, he will lose you. Forever. The door, Chuck.
Okay.
Mr. Goodwin, may I introduce you to my associates in business and in poker? To your right, Mr. Lacasto, a charming but impulsive fellow.
Hello.
He's only the stooge. Where's the fat fellow?
In time, Lacasto. The lovely lady whose back is to you is Jean. Jean something or other. She's always changing her name.
Hello.
Hello.
And the gentleman facing you is Mr. Piper.
How do you do? Is he exclusive or just... Hey, he's wearing his red carnation a little low, isn't he? Over his heart. Except that's no carnation.
That, Mr. Goodwin, is blood. Lifeblood.
Archie. Oh, Barry's always taking walks. Come in. The door's unlocked.
Are you... Yeah, you're Wolf.
Having made a magnificent discovery, suppose you remove your hat?
No, come on.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Denby wants to see you.
Mr. Danby can see me here.
Here ain't where he wants to see you.
Here, at the risk of minor monotony, is where he'll have to see me.
Don't you want your boy Goodwin to keep on living?
No one has ever been able to discourage him.
Mr. Denby will.
Ah, Archie's in custody?
No, in Mr. Denby's house under a gun.
I don't have to believe that.
Take a look at this.
Wallet. Archie's wallet. I shall accompany you. And permit me to warn you that if Mr. Goodwin has been harmed, nothing short of murder will satisfy me.
It's getting late. Wolf isn't here yet. Maybe he doesn't worry about you, Goodwin.
Well, he could have been delayed. Maybe an orchid needed a pollen transfusion or something. Besides, only the good die young.
Then you must be very, very good, Archie.
That remark I didn't care for.
We sit here and wait for the fat one, but in the meanwhile, the police...
The police will come when we notify them.
But they will not like the delay we make to notify them. I say we waste time. I say the fat one will not risk coming.
You say entirely too much.
Is that so? Maybe I kill you myself.
Picasso, put that gun away.
Yes, darling Archie should have a chance to live. Not long if Wolf doesn't come.
Stop looking so pleased.
Are you afraid to die, Archie?
Yeah, well, I'm not looking forward to it. It's so final. Besides, I didn't eat a hearty dinner, and... Oh, the Marines have landed.
Who is it?
Chuck, with Nero Wolf.
Let him in. Shut the door, Chuck. Stay outside.
Archie?
Hello, Mr. Wolf. Oh, am I glad to see you.
I regret I cannot say the same thing. But I asked you, why couldn't you stay at home instead of taking those confounded walks? I warned you it'd be dangerous.
Yeah, but Mr. Wolf, it wasn't the fresh air that got me. It was Denby.
Mr. Wolf, I knew you wouldn't come here without some sort of pressure. I thought the method I used would be most effective.
Would you really have killed Archie if I hadn't come?
I would have had no choice. I would have been stuck with a witness to an unsolved murder.
Suppose I cannot solve it.
I should be forced to apply the same logic to two witnesses.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Wolf, you really came here to save my life, huh?
Nonsense. I came here for a fee, Mr. Denby.
I have a check for $1,000 already made out.
Clear it up. You forget. I left my home. I traveled unprotected through the streets of the city, exposed to motor accidents, to fresh air, too. You offer me $1,000.
Will $2,500 do?
Barely. Archie, will you take the check? Now, I presume you want me to find who killed the gentleman at the table, the one facing me, huh?
His name is Mr. Piper.
The name is no importance. Will you all sit at the table in the same position you were at the time of the shooting?
Of course. Jean? Picasso?
Good. Now for a look at the wound. The lights, I should imagine, went out for a while when the shooting occurred.
They went out?
Yes. Of the three of you at the table, which one had the best motive for the murder?
We all have the same motive. The club.
Helpful. There was no one else in the room at the time?
No one.
The door?
Locked, with Chuck on guard outside of it.
So much for that. The windows, I notice, are closed. They were closed when the murder took place?
They were closed.
The window panes are all unbroken, which eliminates the possibility of the shot being fired from outside of them, unless one of them was raised and lowered.
That wouldn't have been possible. The windows are secured by catches.
Archie, will you check that?
Okay, Mr. Wolf.
I shall for the moment assume that the windows are neither lying nor untrustworthy. Does anyone remember anything unusual occurring at the time of the shooting?
Well, someone whispered Piper just before the shot.
Indeed. You all heard that whisper?
We heard it.
Man's voice or woman?
Well, I can't say. A whisper doesn't reveal much of anything.
Windows weren't open, Mr. Wolf.
Which leads to...
The fact that it had to be one of us in this room. But which one, Mr. Wolf?
The murder weapon. Ah, yes. Has it been moved?
Nobody touched it. It's laying on the floor where it was dropped.
Interesting. If you look closely, you would observe two oil spots staining the rug between the revolver and the lady's chair, indicating... who sat at the right of Mr. Piper?
I did. Why?
Mr. Denby.
Yes?
If I were you, I would turn Mr. Lecasto over to the police.
You are a liar.
I warned you about that gun, Lecasto.
Was it necessary to shoot Mr. Lecasto?
In the arm, yes. He was reaching for a gun. He'll live, however, till the police take him away. What do I tell them?
You could point out the angle of the wound. As you notice, Mr. Denby, the bullet entered Mr. Piper's heart from the right.
Yes, so it did. Therefore, whoever sat to his right, well, that was Lecasto.
Archie, you have the check?
I have it.
We may as well leave.
Mr. Wolf, you're sure Lecasto shot Piper?
I have indicated the evidence. The rest will be up to the jury. Come, Archie.
Uh-huh. Jean.
Yes, Archie?
Now that my life expectancy has increased, what are you doing tomorrow night?
Archie?
I got a scram.
Lancaster 7583.
I'll be ringing your bell. Oh, Mr. Denby, you better do something about Lucasto's arm or he won't live to be executed. You see, the executioner likes them warm before he chills them. The old homestead looks very nice, Mr. Wolf.
Yes, Archie. You should stay in it more often.
Yeah, but you never get to meet babes like Jean that way.
You never get kidnapped either. Nor would I have had to leave my home in order to rescue you.
Well, you earned a nice fee, fast.
Indeed?
You seem doubtful about it.
Positive, Archie. I know. I have not as yet earned my fee.
Huh? You mean Denby might not turn Lucasto over to the cops?
Of course he will. The trouble is, you see, Lecasto did not murder Piper.
No? He just thought a bullet in the heart might be good for Piper's rheumatism, huh?
As it happens, Piper suffered from asthma. That's beside the point.
Fine. Mr. Wolf, I'm going to take it for granted that you know who did kill Piper. I'm also going to take it for granted that you won't tell me until you're ready. But why turn Lucasto over to the police?
Two reasons, Archie. First, I had no proof against the real killer. Secondly, we had to supply a scapegoat in order to be permitted to leave the Danby home. You were unarmed, helpless.
Go ahead, rub it in.
Nonsense. It was an interesting problem. I enjoyed it.
It was, huh? Well, to me, it's still in the present tenses. Which reminds me, as old Dr. Tidmouse said, there's always a future tense. And in that future tense, Jean.
No, Archie.
Oh, Mr. Wolf, stop. That girl's got a love for blood that appeals to the ghoul in me. Besides, did you notice what she does to her dress?
Archie, I was merely about to say that I have no objections to your dallying with the girl.
Oh, I don't believe it. My ears need overhauling.
I objected only to the future tense. Why not call her now?
Yeah, well, I won't pretend I understand this sudden enthusiasm on your part about my love life. Probably there's some foul, scheming motive at the bottom of it. But who am I to look a gift horse in the mouth? Now, let's see. Her number was,
Lancaster 7583, of course.
This is the most beautiful bar and grill I've ever seen, Archie.
Drank, you mean?
What?
Never mind, never mind.
All right. Archie, did anybody tell you you were beautiful, too?
Well, a girl here and there has mentioned it.
Oh, were they liars?
Tell me, Jean, how did you ever get into the gambling den racket?
Because I'm a crook?
Well, I suspected that, but,
I want another drink.
you've had enough.
I want another drink, and when Jean wants another drink, no gentleman who is a gentleman...
Jean, get down.
Oh, let me go. I don't want to climb under the table.
You'll stay under here until the barrage stops. I guess the war's over. All right, Jean, get up.
No, now I'm here. I like it. I'm going to stay here for months and months.
Jean, do you realize that somebody just tried to kill you?
And I thought you had such a nice, honest face.
No, not me. Somebody out in the street. I don't know why, but Mr. Wolf will. Come on, pull yourself together and let's go see him.
The nice fat man? All right, I like him.
You do? Why?
Because he'd make such a big corpse.
Is that you, Archie?
Plus Jean.
What made you think I wanted her here?
She's one of your fans. She thinks you'd make a lovely corpse.
What was the reason for bringing her here?
She was shot at. Did you expect her to be?
I expected her to be killed. That's why I sent you to her.
Didn't occur to you I might be killed, too?
It did. I was willing to take the chance.
You were willing? Oh, Mr. Wolf, Jean's a little under the weather.
Splendid. In vino veritas.
Watch your language.
I mean, the people in their cups often tell the truth. A proverb of some antiquity. Who shot at you tonight, Jean?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't see.
Has it occurred to you that you might just as easily have murdered Piper as not?
But Lucasto killed Piper. You said so yourself.
I lied. Furthermore, why the attack on you if Lucasto was the murderer?
Well, I don't know.
Did you also not know that Lucasto escaped from jail earlier this evening?
You're making that up.
Why should I? Mr. Denby turned him over to the police, but Lucasto managed to get away before being jailed.
That's not cricket.
Incidentally, Mr. Denby will be joining us at any moment. I expected you to bring Jean, Archie. Therefore, with the exception of Mr. Piper, who is resting in the morgue, and Mr. Lucasto, who is at large, we shall have all the participants in the card game. With them, perhaps we can deal a new hand, Archie?
Okay. Maybe it's the morgue to tell us Piper escaped. Oh, wrong again. Come in, Mr. Denby.
Mr. Wolf, I'm upset. I heard over the radio about Lucasto's escape. He'll try to kill us all.
Why?
Well, because we can testify that he murdered Piper.
True.
I beg your pardon?
Lucasto did not kill Piper.
But you said that he did.
The only evidence against Lucasto was the angle of the entrance of the bullet that lodged in his heart. May I remind you of the whisper you all heard in the darkness preceding Piper's death?
The whisper that said Piper?
Precisely. We must assume, then, that Piper turned his body in the direction of the whisper. Therefore, the angle of the wound would be wrong for Lucasto, but the correct one for...
Whoever sat opposite Piper.
I sat opposite him. But that doesn't mean I killed him.
Wait, you must have.
Once he turned, the bullet must have come from opposite him. Only possible way. That means you, Jean.
No. No, it's a frame.
May I interrupt for a moment? Mr. Denby, if our present analysis is correct, it must have been you who whispered to Piper. Did you?
I hadn't thought about it before, but...
Denby, you're lying.
No, he's not lying. Continue, Mr. Denby.
Well, when the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me, and that's when he was shot.
Archie, you've taken all this down.
In my prettier shorthand, Mr. Wolf.
Good.
I don't know why you're doing this, Denby. Maybe you think if I take the rap, you'll get the club. But remember, Lucasto's still free. He's gunning for all of us. But it'll be you. Especially you he'll want. Maybe you can talk a jury into sending me up for something I didn't do, but you won't live to gloat about it.
Oh, shut up, Jean. You killed Piper and...
Who's that?
This is, of course, the murderer of Mr. Piper. No comments? Archie, the door, if you please.
But you said I was the one who...
What kind of idiocy is this?
Archie, I said the door.
Okay, but shall I ask him in or sock him?
You will act as the situation demands.
Yes, sir. But for once, I'd like to know what the situation is.
Raise him, Goodwin, and keep him that way. Now back up into the living room.
I don't back up good. My gears...
You want it here?
Never mind. I'll strip a gear.
Archie, what are you doing?
Just what the situation demands, backing up. In case your knowledge of armaments has failed you, our little friend Chuck here is pointing a .38 revolver at me.
Won't save him from the chair.
Maybe not. But it could give me quite a pain in the stomach.
Chuck, what do you think you're doing?
You double-crossing louse.
Gentlemen, if you
So
please.
you thought you'd run to the fat dick and pin it all on me, huh, Denby?
You don't know what you're talking about. We haven't even mentioned you.
You sure of that, huh? Then why did Wolf phone me and tell me you were about to sing?
Wolf phoned you?
Yeah. Said you were getting ready to feed me to the electrician up the river.
Oh, he was making a stab in the dark, Chuck. Trying to start something.
That's so, Wolf?
Archie, will you read Chuck your notes about Mr. Denby's statement regarding the whisper?
Well, that doesn't mean... It could be misunderstood.
Read me the notes, Goodwin.
Here it is, I quote. When the lights went out, I wanted to tell Piper something. He turned to me
That's
and...
all I need to hear.
Chuck.
You were selling me out after hiring me to knock off Piper.
You dumb gunman. Now you've given Wolf what he wants, a confession. I was trying to pin it on Jean.
That's what you say now. It's kind of late, though. Too late for you.
No.
Goodbye, Mr. Denby. Nice shooting, Chuck.
Stay put, Goodwin. The rest of you, I'm leaving.
The police wouldn't approve. But let me have your gun. Huh?
Wise guy. You know something? I've been thinking.
Can you think?
If I was to knock off you and Goodwin, me and Jean could split the club between us and nobody'd ever know who killed Piper.
Very whimsical, Chuck, but if you don't mind...
Archie, don't be an idiot.
Well, if I have to get shot, I prefer it to happen when I'm moving forward.
Archie.
Okay, come and get it, Goodwin. March right up nice and easy and take it.
I'm coming. Would somebody mind telling me why I don't fall down?
Phooey.
I've been shot. Well, that's not the way to talk to a man who's just been... Hey, Chuck is lying down.
Is he dead?
Well, there's been a mistake. I didn't shoot him. He shot me.
Archie, stop blabbering. Neither of you shot the other. As a matter of fact...
I shot the chap.
Lucasto.
Lucasto, Archie?
Well, I thought he escaped.
No, I'm not crazy. I do not escape. The fat one, he phones the police to tell them how I'm innocent.
Yes, I had the police announce the escape, however, for reasons of, shall I say, strategy?
Well, on account of there are no bullet holes in me, you can say whatever you like, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Archie. That announcement helped heighten the tension our murderers were under.
And then they explode. The fat one, he says to me, Lucasto, wait in the next room. Watch careful. Maybe there's trouble. I watch. And now? Now there's no more trouble.
Well, the place looks a lot tidier now with all those bodies removed, huh?
Indeed. Archie,
I'll get you the bottle of beer. But first, make with an explanation.
The case was crystal clear, Archie.
Maybe, but I'm no crystal gazer. Sure, I know. Denby had things arranged in advance with Chuck in case anybody held a better hand than his own. Piper did. So Denby whispered to Piper after kicking the light switch and set him up for a shot by Chuck from the doorway. The angle would provide evidence against Lucasto.
True. However, we had only Denby's word for it and Chuck's that the door was locked.
All right. We know, but you knew before Denby and Chuck blew up. How?
The oil spots on the rug, Archie?
Well, they only showed the gun had bounced when the murderer threw it away. Spattered oil, very well-kept gun.
They showed more than that. Where were those spots in relation to the gun? Think back, Archie.
Spots in relation... Oh, sure. They were between the gun and the door.
Therefore, the gun must have been thrown from the door. Bounced twice, staining the rug before reaching its final destination.
Ah, I get it now. That told you who'd fired the gun. But there wasn't proof enough, so you set up a nice atmosphere of suspicion and had the boys give each other away. All right, Mr. Wolf, you're a genius, and you may have your beer.
Thank you, Archie.
As for me, I'm not a genius, but I remember a phone number. So if you'll excuse me, Mr. Wolf.
You're excused, Archie.
Thanks.
But before you call that number, may I remind you that Jean is a girl of macabre tastes who appeals to the ghoul in you.
Sure you may, but why bother?
In order to be able to warn you that a ghoul and his money are soon parted. Good night, Archie.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program. In the cast were Gerald Moore as Archie Goodwin, and Betty Lou Gerson, Jay Novello, Howard McNear, Barney Phillips, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Calculated Risk. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, 2 great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick, you say it couldn't have been either an accident or suicide?
No, Patsy, it couldn't.
But Kirby says Mr. Briggs was alone in his study at the time.
I know it sounds impossible, Patsy, but somehow I believe he's telling the truth.
But who fired the gun that killed Briggs? Oh, that's really the $64 question.
No, Patsy. If the newspapers are right about Briggs' estate, that's the $4 million question.
Today, the exciting news in household cleansers is new post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite. Try it yourself. See if it doesn't clean in less time with less rubbing than any other cleanser you've ever used. For here's the first real cleanser improvement since the introduction of seismotite. It's activated seismotite, and it gives new post-war Old Dutch cleanser a new fast action, new almost effortless ease, a new snow-white appearance. So why put up with ordinary, out-of-date cleansers? Instead, switch to new post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite. See for yourself how it gives you new speed, new ease in all your cleaning. Get new post-war Old Dutch cleanser tomorrow in the same familiar package. Now for the case of the Devil's Left Eye. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Lucky Bristol is a very polite individual. In fact, his first rule for success in running a gambling house is always be polite to the customers. As for his second rule, well, Lucky is in his private office now, politely explaining it to one of the said customers.
The way I figure it, Mr. Willard, what's the use of winning if you can't collect? And so I make it a rule to always collect.
Well, how much do I owe you, Lucky?
Better than 50 grand. More than I ever let anybody gyp me out of.
Well, you know, Lucky, those are gambling debts. Legally, you can't collect a cent on them.
100% correct, Mr. Willard. So when I run into a welcher, I have to use methods that aren't so legal.
If you're threatening me...
Why, I wouldn't harm a hair of your head, Mr. Willard. But you could meet up with an accident, couldn't you?
What do you mean?
Oh, a couple of broken legs, maybe. It could even be a fatal accident. In fact, I'm willing to bet that's what it would be.
Lucky, you gotta give me time. I'll be able to pay you every cent if you'll only wait.
Wait? How long?
Well, my Uncle Jonathan has millions. I'm his only heir. If you'll just be patient...
You mean wait till the old man kicks off? He might outlive the two of us.
But if anything happens to me, you'll never get your money.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe it'd be better if your uncle met up with an accident, huh?
You don't mean that...
I don't mean anything. Why don't you ask the old boy to loan you the money?
Well, I'll try, but...
That's right. You try. Try hard enough, and maybe there won't have to be any accidents. Well, Mr. Willard, it was over a week ago you said you were going to ask your uncle to loan you the money. How about it?
I've begged him a dozen times to let me have the money, but he won't.
That's too bad, isn't it?
Look, Lucky, I'm going to Lake Placid for the weekend, but I'll ask him again on Monday. So if you'll only wait until then...
I've waited a long time now, Mr. Willard. From now on, I'm making no promises.
Mr. Jonathan Briggs' residence?
Hello, Kirby. I'd like to speak to my uncle.
Oh, yes, Mr. Harry. Just a moment, sir. He's in the study. I'll put your call through to him there. Hello?
Hello, Uncle Jonathan. This is Harry.
Oh, I thought you were up at Lake Placid.
That's where I'm calling from. I was worried about your cold.
I don't believe it. You knew very well that I'm so much better. The doctor said I could get up today.
But, Uncle, you've been in bed for the past week, and I naturally...
Yes. What you really called about was that money, wasn't it?
Well, Kirby can't hear you, can he?
What's the matter with you? You know I'm always alone in my study at this time of day.
Well, yes, Uncle Jonathan, I did want to talk to you about the money.
Well, you can save your breath. I won't give you one single solitary red cent.
But, Uncle Jonathan,
Not a penny, and that's final. If you...
Uncle Jonathan. Uncle Jonathan.
Yes, sir. I'm Nick Carter. This is my secretary, Miss Bowen.
How do you do?
Sergeant Matheson of the homicide squad asked me to come up here and take a look around.
Oh, yes, sir. Won't you come in?
Thank you.
The study is this way, sir.
You're Kirby, Mr. Briggs' houseman, aren't you?
Yes, sir. It was I who found the body after the accident. This is Mr. Briggs' study.
Why, it's like a room in a medieval castle.
That's what it is, miss. Mr. Briggs bought the entire room from the owners of McLennan Castle in Scotland and brought it over to America piece by piece.
Even the wall paneling? And that huge stained glass window across the room there?
Everything, sir.
How unusual to find a room like this in a big city apartment.
Yes, miss. The city and town photographed it last year for their October issue.
Oh, Nick. Look at this magnificent antique cabinet here by the door.
That's a highboy, miss.
And look at those old guns on the wall beside the highboy.
Mr. Briggs collected antique firearms, miss.
Golly.
Here is the one that caused the accident.
An old flintlock musket.
Yes, sir.
Well, it certainly is a clumsy-looking thing.
But just about as deadly at close range as a sawed-off shotgun.
Why do they call it a flintlock?
Well, you see, Patsy, the hammer holds this bit of flint.
Yes, I can see it.
First you have to cock it. And then when the trigger is pulled, the hammer falls, and the flint strikes against this piece of steel here and causes a spark.
Then what?
See this little hollow here?
Uh-huh.
That's called a firing pan. Holds a small amount of powder. That powder is ignited by the spark, and that sets off the real charge inside the gun barrel, causing the gun to be fired.
Well, if you have to go through all that preparation to make the gun shoot, how could it go off by accident?
That's what Matty was wondering, and that's why he asked me to take a look. Suppose you tell me just what happened, Kirby.
Well, sir, Mr. Briggs was in his study, as he always was at that time of day.
Early this afternoon, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. The clock had just struck 2:30 when Mr. Harry called from Lake Placid. He wanted to talk to his uncle, so I pushed the button for the buzzer in the study. And when I heard Mr. Briggs pick up the phone, I hung up.
How long after that did you hear the shot?
Not more than a minute or two, sir. I rushed in here and found Mr. Briggs in that chair behind the desk, dead. The gun was lying on the floor over there.
On the floor, huh?
Yes, sir.
Kirby, are you sure there wasn't anyone else in the room with Mr. Briggs?
Well, there couldn't possibly have been, sir. You can see there's no place to hide in here, and there's only one door. I was right outside, and no one could have got past me.
Well, how about that stained glass window? Does it open onto a terrace?
No, miss. Outside, there's a sheer drop of 23 stories.
Oh.
And it's the only window in the room, too.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess the next thing is to talk with Mr. Briggs' nephew.
Oh, Mr. Harry hasn't arrived home from Lake Placid yet, sir. I expect him at 10 tomorrow morning.
I see. All right, then, you can expect me at 11.
Lucky, what's the idea of phoning me here at the apartment?
That was a nice, convenient little accident your uncle had, wasn't it, Willard? Convenient for both of us.
Look, Lucky, I can't talk to you now. I just got in from Lake Placid an hour ago, and there's some people waiting for me in the study.
You call me back?
Yes, of course. Goodbye. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Carter. I was in my workroom.
Workroom? In an apartment like this?
Well, I make a hobby of astronomy, and I have a little place fixed up where I can build my own telescope.
Sounds very technical.
Well, it is, rather. Of course, I can't grind my own lenses, but I have them made to my specifications and then do the rest of the work myself. Well, I suppose you want to know about Uncle Jonathan.
Shall I leave, sir?
No, that's all right, Kirby. Keep on with your work. Need any help with that ladder?
Oh, no, thank you, sir. I can manage. I'm all through except cleaning the stained glass window. I'll do the outside first.
The outside? My goodness, how do you get at it?
Oh, it's very simple, miss. Mr. Briggs had the window mounted on a special frame so that it swings into the room. You see?
Oh.
Very neat arrangement.
It's a beautiful window, Mr. Willard.
I've always thought so. As you can see, it represents Satan being cast out of heaven.
Well, Mr. Willard, about your uncle's accident.
I'm afraid there isn't much I can tell you. I was talking to him by a long distance when I heard the shot. Then a moment later, Kirby picked up the phone and told me what happened.
How do you think it happened?
Well, it seems pretty obvious to me. The gun fell off the wall and was discharged by the jar when it hit the floor.
You mean to say that a gun like that hung on the wall loaded?
It never was loaded, as far as I know. That's the part I don't understand.
Oh, Nick, did you call Scubby before you left the office?
Oh, darn it. I forgot all about it. I better call him right now.
There's a phone in the living room if you want to use it.
Well, thanks. Better come along, Patsy, in case he wants any of those figures you have for him.
Right, Nick.
Good gracious.
Well, what's the matter, Kirby? Something wrong with the window?
Yes, Mr. Harry. Something very odd.
What is it, Kirby?
Satan's left eye. It's...
Kirby, look out! What happened? It's Kirby.
Oh, Nick, look at the ladder. It's half out the window.
He lost his balance. I tried to grab him, but it was too late. He fell. 23 stories down to the street.
From the antique stained glass window, the evil face of Satan seems to leer triumphantly down into the room where violent death has struck twice within 24 hours. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Here's what is new about new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. It's made with activated seismotite. New post-war Old Dutch Cleanser cuts grease on contact. Your eyes will open wide at the rubbing you save as activated seismotite, found only in new post-war Old Dutch, cleans away dirt and stains with new miracle-like speed. Yes, and there's new, almost effortless ease to cleaning with new post-war Old Dutch, for it cleans, polishes with a new gliding action that's utterly different, amazingly smooth. Snowy white, it rinses away quickly, leaves no sediment. So try it, compare it. See if new post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite doesn't clean in less time with less rubbing than any other cleanser you've ever used. Now back to the case of the Devil's Left Eye. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. A room transplanted from a medieval Scottish castle to the tower apartment of a Manhattan skyscraper has been the scene of two apparently accidental deaths. 2 hours have passed since the second tragedy, and Nick and Patsy, on their way back to Nick's office, have stopped in front of a small shop.
I never saw this place before. Giuseppe Serino, second-hand books and magazines.
Giuseppe's quite a character. You'll like him.
Oh?
Ah, Nick. Come sta, my friend.
Hello.
Long time I no see, eh?
How are you, Giuseppe?
Sta bene, grazie.
Good. This is Giuseppe Serino, Patsy. Giuseppe, Miss Bowen.
I am very happy to meet you, Senorina.
Hello, Giuseppe.
Giuseppe used to be in vaudeville.
Oh?
See. When I am not so fat like this, we play all the big time. 4 flying Sorinos. Tumblers extraordinaire.
Oh.
Giuseppe, I wonder if you have a copy of City and Town for October of last year.
Sure. Back this way. We got them all.
All right. Nick, is that the issue of City and Town that Kirby said contained a picture of the Briggs study?
Mm-hmm. How's business, Giuseppe?
She's no good. Everybody, she's got too much money. Can afford the new magazine. No one's old magazine.
Well, if you'd like to pick up some extra cash, I've got a job for you.
Well, no, I take.
Fine.
October 1946, you want, eh?
Yes, that's right.
Here she is. Almost like new.
That's it, Giuseppe. Thanks.
Is the picture there, Nick?
Hey, just a minute. Oh, yes. Here it is.
In color, too. Oh, the stained glass window certainly shows up well.
Yes, and here's what I was looking for.
What?
The gun. That 17th century flintlock. I knew it couldn't have fallen from the wall beside the highboy and landed where it did.
Why, it's on the highboy in the picture.
And I'll bet that's where it was when it killed Jonathan Briggs.
Yeah, but even if it was there, Nick, that doesn't explain how it could go off by itself.
No, you're right there. But it may prove that Willard was lying about where the gun was. And with Giuseppe's help, I may be able to learn how the second so-called accident happened.
What kind of job do you like for me to do, Nick?
Something that's right in your line, Giuseppe. A little tumbling.
Oh, I'm not so sure. It's a long time now since I do very hard stunts.
Well, this one won't be hard, Giuseppe. We can do it right in my office. And it's easy. As easy as falling off a ladder.
It's a hard work for fat men like me.
Oh, Nick, you've made him fall off that ladder a dozen times. First you have him lean to the left until he gets off his balance. Then you have him lean to the right.
Yes, and every time he and the ladder fall in opposite directions.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, Patsy, if Kirby had been leaning away from the window opening, he'd have fallen inside the room. And the ladder would have fallen across the sill the way we found it.
But Kirby didn't fall inside. He fell outside.
Then he wasn't leaning away from the opening. If he'd been leaning toward the opening, he would have fallen outside, and the ladder would have fallen inside the room.
But why?
That's what Giuseppe's been proving for me. When you fall off a ladder, your feet instinctively push it away from you in the opposite direction. But suppose it happened this way. You're not hurt, are you, Giuseppe?
No. But what's the big idea? Push the ladder when I'm no look.
Sorry, Giuseppe. I had to prove my point. You see, Patsy? When I pushed, Giuseppe and the ladder both fell in the same direction, just as Kirby and the ladder did this morning.
What? Oh. You mean you think Willard pushed Kirby out the window?
From what we've seen here, I think he did.
But this test of yours isn't proof that he killed Kirby.
No, but when you add this to the fact that he was probably lying about the gun hanging on the wall, Mr. Willard appears to be a very suspicious character as far as I'm concerned.
But Nick Willard was in Lake Placid. He couldn't pull the trigger of the gun by remote control.
No, he couldn't. But he could have, shall we say, made arrangements.
What kind of arrangements?
Come on, Betsy. We're going to take another look at Jonathan Briggs' study. Maybe that will answer your question. Lucky for us, the police sealed this room up right after Kirby was killed. If there's any evidence here, nobody's had a chance to destroy it.
Mm-hmm. Even the stepladder's still here.
Fortunately for us. I need that to get where I'm going.
To get where you're going?
Yep.
Where's that?
I want to take a look at the top of the highboy. There.
Be careful that you don't fall, Nick.
I won't. Now, let's see.
What are you looking for, Nick?
Uh-huh. Just as I thought. Climb up here beside me and I'll show you.
Oh, it better be good, Nick. I don't like ladders.
It is good. See here?
Oh, what a shame. That beautiful finish is all scratched up.
Yes. That must be where the gun rested. And here's a dent in the wood paneling near where the butt of the gun must have been.
Meaning what?
When the gun went off, the recoil threw it back against the wall where the dent is.
Uh-huh.
And it bounced off the highboy onto the floor.
Hmm.
Gun like this would have to have quite a kick.
Well, what do you suppose those books are doing up here?
The butt of the gun were propped up on those books, and the muzzle were resting on the edge where these scratches are. Where would the gun be pointing?
What? Right at that chair where Mr. Briggs was sitting when he was shot.
Mm-hmm. You begin to see how he was killed?
Oh, yes. And at such a short distance, it couldn't have missed.
Right.
But how was the gun set off? You still don't know that.
I think I do. See these burn places here?
Yes, they look like cigarette burns. But nobody could lay a cigarette down up here. It's too high.
Patsy, take a look at the face of Satan in the stained glass window there across the room. See anything strange about it?
No. No, it's pretty badly warped, but that's just age, isn't it?
Look at his eyes.
Why, they don't match.
Exactly.
Oh.
The right one is yellow, and the left one is white. Now, do you remember what time Mr. Briggs was killed?
About 2:30, Kirby said.
Right. And about 2:30 tomorrow, I think we can put this case in the file marked Case Closed.
Why did you insist on my meeting you here in the study at this time, Mr. Carter? I had an appointment for 2 o'clock with a friend.
This is more important, Willard. Sit there behind the desk, please.
All right, but what is this all about?
Now, everything is just the way it was 2 days ago. You're sitting where your uncle was when he was shot. And the gun is back on the highboy, loaded and primed.
What?
On the highboy, Willard. Not on the wall where you said it was. And it's pointed directly at the chair where you sit.
Well, I'm getting out of here.
Sit back in that chair.
But the gun, if it should go off.
It would kill you just as it did your uncle. But there's no flint in the hammer this time, so it can't possibly go off. Can it, Willard?
I won't stay here.
You'll stay in that chair if I have to hold you there. What time is it, Patsy?
2:29.
Carter, let me out of here. In a minute or two, it'll be too late.
You're in no danger, Willard. The gun can't go off by itself. Or can it?
For the love of heaven, look at Satan's left eye. In a few seconds.
So you know about that left eye. You put it there, didn't you?
Why,
And you phoned your uncle at exactly 2:31 the next day to be sure he'd be sitting in that chair at the right time, didn't you?
I don't know what you mean.
You'd better know what I mean if you want to get out of that chair, and you better talk fast.
Yes, I did it, but...
How about Kirby?
He noticed the eye. I had to do something quick before he had a chance to tell you.
So you pushed him through the open window?
Carter, let me out of this chair. It's after 2:30 now.
Oh, don't worry. The gun isn't loaded.
Isn't loaded?
Now that we have the truth from you, nothing's going to happen.
That's where you're wrong, my friend.
Lucky.
Things are going to happen right now. Don't move, Carter. This gun of mine doesn't have to wait for the sun.
Lucky Bristol stands in the doorway, his revolver aimed at Nick, and it looks as though Jonathan Briggs' study may be the scene of still another killing. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Ladies, the next time you're faced with a sink full of greasy pots and pans, simply do this. Use new post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite. See if it doesn't clean in less time with less rubbing than any other cleanser you've ever used. Notice how amazingly fast it cuts grease. Thanks to activated seismotite, it cleans away both dirt and stains in hard or soft water. Thrill to the new, almost effortless ease in cleaning with new post-war Old Dutch. It cleans and polishes with a smooth, gliding action that means less work, less rubbing. It's utterly different, so try it, compare it. See for yourself how new post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite gives you new speed, new ease in all your cleaning. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Devil's Left Eye. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. Harry Willard has confessed to the murder of his uncle, Jonathan Briggs. But before Nick can take him to the police, Lucky Bristol, the gambler, appears in the doorway, a revolver in his hand.
Well, well. Lucky Bristol. How do you fit into this picture, Lucky?
I'm just protecting a little investment of mine, Mr. Carter. Mr. Willard here owes me $100,000.
100? It's only 50,000.
It's 100,000 now, Mr. Willard. Or do you want me to tell Mr. Carter he can put his hands down?
No, 100's all right.
And cheap at half the price. When you didn't show up at my place at 2 o'clock, I came up here to see why.
Well, you found out. Now what?
Now nothing. I'm leaving.
Well, what about them? They know about Uncle Jonathan.
Well, if I were you, I'd make sure they didn't tell anybody.
You mean I've got to...
I don't know what you're going to do. I won't be here. But before I go, you better get Carter's gun to do it with.
Yes, of course.
Don't try anything, Carter. I'm still protecting my investment.
Don't worry. I know when I'm licked.
Okay, Lucky. I got Carter's gun.
Okay. I'll send a couple of my boys around late tonight in case there's anything you want carried out of the building and left someplace. So long.
You going to let this man make a fool of you, Willard?
What do you mean?
You think we've got to be killed to protect your secret, don't you?
Why, of course.
How about Lucky?
I don't kill you.
How about Lucky? You going to let him walk out of here knowing enough about you to send you to the chair?
Smart guy, aren't you, Carter?
Yes, he is smart, Lucky. I never thought of that.
Why, you poor sap.
Keep your hands away from your pocket, Lucky.
You cheap little punk, if you think you can get away with anything like this. Duck, Patsy! I told you I'd get you.
Oh, nice work, Nick. Let them shoot it out with each other, then you shoot the winner's gun out of his hand.
Where'd you get that gun, Carter? I thought Willard...
Didn't occur to Willard that the gun he took wasn't the only one I had. I carry this one in a shoulder holster for just such emergencies.
You're a lucky stiff, Carter.
I may be lucky, but I'm no stiff. All right, Willard. You can get up off the floor now.
I'm shot, Carter. Hurt bad.
You live. It's only your shoulder.
Here's your gun back, Nick. Willard is all through with it.
Thanks, Patsy. Better call the police ambulance for Willard. And tell Matty to send along the hurry-up wagon for his pal.
Right away, Nick.
They may ride down to headquarters separately, but they'll end up in the same place when they answer for their crimes.
Nick, when are you going to explain what's been going on? I don't understand it at all.
I didn't want to try to explain until I could show you a little experiment.
Huh?
Patsy, when you were a little girl, didn't you ever set a piece of paper on fire by focusing the sun's rays on it with a magnifying glass?
Sure, all kids do that. So what?
So you can set off gunpowder the same way. And that's just what Willard did.
Go on, I'm listening.
Willard replaced Satan's left eye in the stained glass window with a special lens he'd had made. A lens that would focus the sun's rays right on the powder in the firing pan of the old flintlock.
He fired the gun that way? Well, I'll be darned.
It was the charged spots on the top of the highboy that gave him away. You see, he had to experiment for several days at the same time in the afternoon to be sure that he had the lens set in the window at exactly the right angle.
Golly, that must have been pretty complicated. Figuring the angle of the sun, the right kind of lens, the right time of day, and everything.
It was, even for an amateur astronomer like Willard. But fortunately, his uncle was sick in bed for a week, and Willard was able to use the study undisturbed.
So he was able to set the gun, go to Lake Placid 300 miles away, and then call his uncle on the phone at just the right time so he'd be sitting at his desk when the gun went off.
Right. Now you know as much about it as I do.
Oh, well. I knew Satan was dangerous, and I've heard of the evil eye. But I never expected to see a stained glass Satan with an eye evil enough to kill a man. Oh, that's really something.
And now, Nick, about the case that new post-war Old Dutch cleanser is going to have for us next week. Does it get off to a pretty exciting start?
Well, it was exciting enough for Patsy and me. It began when we found a dead man lying on the floor in the middle of my office.
And before it was over, we spent most of the night tramping around in an old deserted cemetery.
That sounds exciting enough for anybody. What do you call it, Nick?
I call it the case of the graveyard gunman.
Attention homemakers. Now you don't need a mixing bowl to color margarine. The sensational new Delrich Easy Color Pack margarine ends mixing bowl mess. With Delrich, the margarine and color berry are both inside a sealed plastic bag. You simply pinch the berry, then gently knead the bag. And Delrich quickly blends to a luscious golden color inside the bag. And listen, the delicious country sweet flavor and freshness of Delrich are sealed in. It's truly America's finest margarine. Ask for the new Delrich Easy Color Pack margarine tomorrow. Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the Night Beat for the Chicago Star. Only tonight it was too hot to cover anything, and I mean anything. It was too hot for wife killings, gangland murders, and such nonsense. Nobody had energy for much more than to wave a soggy newspaper back and forth in front of his face. And the standard reply to the standard question, what's cooking, was a dull me. Around 10 o'clock, with no story in sight, I checked in with the office, and the switchbird girl sounded like the last rose of last summer, but she managed to inform me that Mr. Baker, the night editor, wanted words with me. As she wearily connected me, I dug out my handkerchief and blotted the back of my neck.
Stone?
Yeah?
Climb in your old jalopy and take her right out to the insane asylum.
Have they got air conditioning?
No, I'm serious. There's a report that a half a dozen police cars are parked near the entrance. I called to check, but the switchboard doesn't answer. Beat it out there, Randy.
I headed for the outskirts of town, and soon I was approaching my destination. I guess the way the world's been spinning around, a lot of people are getting lost in the fog because this place was really big. Half a dozen huge buildings spread out across acres of green land and a mighty high fence running all the way around. But even while I was still blocks away, I knew something was wrong. Because though it was only around 10 o'clock, in all those buildings there wasn't one light burning. I drove up to the gate, and yep, there were police cars, and the police sergeant with a red flashlight signaled me to a stop.
What's your business, cousin?
I'm a newspaper man, Randy Stone of the Star.
They're not buying any newspapers tonight. Got all the newspapers they need.
Oh, fine. Now you and your flashlight step aside, and I'll go on in.
No one goes in, no one goes out. Orders, cousin.
Now you get on that gate phone, cousin, and tell the superintendent the press is pounding at the walls. And if I don't get in, I'm going back to town and invent a story. When I start inventing, sometimes I just never stop.
Well, I
Go
don't...
ahead, cousin. When the Sarge hung up the phone, he swung open the gates and waved me in with his pretty red flashlight, saying that I was to go right on to the administration building. As I drove up the curved roadway, I saw little shafts of light moving through the darkness all over the place, but still no lights anyplace else. I parked in front of the administration building and was met by a man also carrying a flashlight.
McManus is my name, the public relations officer.
Oh, what's going on here?
It's rather embarrassing, you know. I'm quite sure they'll find him any minute now.
Find who?
The superintendent thinks it would be best if you talk to Fogarty.
Oh.
This way, please. Right in here. The first aid room.
Hey, easy, Doc, easy with the head.
This chap, having his head bandaged. Fogarty, this is Mr. Stone, a newspaper reporter.
But I thought...
Well, the superintendent feels it's pointless to try and hide the facts any longer.
Oh. They caught Captain Bob yet?
They expect to any moment.
I take it one of the inmates has escaped.
Oh, no, not really. He's still on the grounds. That's what we don't want. No alarming story about an escaped maniac.
Maniac, yeah. Hey, Doc, easy with a bandage.
Hard to work with just a flashlight.
Captain Bob, that kills me, absolutely kills me. He's the unofficial mayor of this place, a real veteran. Once he even applied for hash marks at service stores. And then to blow his top like this. Hey, easy, Doc, will you?
Almost finished.
A huge man with the mind of a child. A gentle giant, you might say. Gentle.
What caused the blow-up?
What caused it?
Yeah.
That's a reasonable question. We took away his brown sugar.
His which?
He kept it in his footlocker for his oatmeal. Well, they were afraid of roaches, you know, so they kept asking him to turn it in. And today they got tired of him ignoring them. So they sent me around for it. He was all by himself in a ward, this giant of a man, sitting on his bed in his gym shoes and his red bathrobe. Captain Bob. Captain Bob.
That was splendid. That was splendid. Wasn't that splendid, Fogarty?
Yeah, sure. Now listen.
You know, it's all in the diaphragm. It's right down here, the diaphragm, you see. How many times did I tell him? Enrico, if you only breathe properly and forgot the chicken.
Open your footlocker, Captain.
And why?
The brown sugar. It's got to go.
Roll gently.
Okay.
Sweet
Okay, I'll open it myself.
Hold it. Down goes the lid. Now, goodbye, Mr. Fogarty.
Look, I got my orders. Stop that racket, will you? They gave me orders to take that sugar.
Repeat that slowly, Mr. Fogarty.
I said they gave me orders.
They gave you orders. They again. They know that brown sugar is the very essence of my power, so they must take it away from me.
Now, come on, Captain Bob.
How long ago was it that they decided I could no longer have my fine gold leaf tobacco plug? And wasn't it only last year that they made me shave my beard? Walt used to say to me, Walt Whitman, that is, sure, mine's a decent sort of beard, but yours, Captain Bob, why, yours is pure silk. And they made me shave it.
Cap, you're getting all excited. It's too hot to get excited.
I've sat back. I've bided my time. I've waited, and now I wait no longer.
Cap,
hands
relax.
off of me, Fogarty.
Cap, sit down.
No.
Look, don't make me use the nightstick. I never used it yet. I never want to.
Yeah, but I want to. Now, give it to me.
Now, look out. Get away from me.
The nightstick.
No.
You must. You must. Their hour is struck. Their hour is struck.
Their hour has struck. That's the last thing in the world I heard. Then I woke up down here. I understand he's really raised Cain, broke into the power station, banged up the generator. Captain Bob. It just don't figure.
Well, I don't suppose that one guy with a nightstick is going to do too much damage.
Well, it's not quite that simple.
No?
He took the nightstick and overpowered an armed guard. And now he has a gun.
Oh, fine.
And that's why we've gone to such great lengths to protect the place. I'll answer it.
This they that he speaks of, he must mean the authorities here. Is that it?
Oh, I don't think so. At least he hasn't tried to harm any of them. And with that gun, he could do a pretty good job.
Well, then who is the they?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I see.
That was one of the guards. The superintendent saw your car and raised the roof.
Well, he told me I could come in.
Yes, but not the car. He wants nothing on the grounds that could possibly be used by Captain Bob for an escape. He wants you to remove the car immediately. You can park it in the parking area outside the wall.
I went on out and started driving back down the road to the gate. The little groups with flashlights were still scattered all about hunting for Captain Bob. But who was Captain Bob hunting for? My friend, the police sergeant, was still at the gate with his little red flashlight, again signaling me to stop.
You again, cousin?
Yeah, I'm just going to park the car. Be right back.
What's that supposed to be? Good news? Well, go on.
I passed the squad car scattered all over the place. The parking area was just ahead, and I started turning into it. I suddenly felt a metallic pressure on my neck, the barrel of a gun.
Just keep going down the highway, my boy, and everything will be Jim Dandy.
I could see him in the rear-view mirror, bright eyes under shaggy gray brows, a bald head and a full pink face, and even bigger than they had described him. Yes, I had myself a first-class passenger, the one and only Captain Bob.
Oh, isn't it a mortal sin the way old Captain Bob twisted him all around his little finger?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, mental power. You know, 10 ounces of brain tissue can move mountains, dry oceans, fill the sky with fire.
Yeah, 10 ounces, sure, but me, I'm stuck with about half a gram falling for a gag like that. Where'd you call from?
One of the other officers, keeping my voice very low, very official. The superintendent insists that the car be moved at once. I used to say to Ellen, the famous actress Ellen Drew, you know.
Uh-huh.
Ellen, you must always remember, live the part. If you're supposed to be an oyster stew, then become an oyster stew. Make it so real that people get heartburn. Captain Bob, she would reply in that sweet, gentle voice, what would I do without you?
Well, that's very interesting. Now that you've outsmarted all the guards, what's the next step?
To ruthlessly hunt down and exterminate humanity's greatest enemy.
Which is who?
Well, they.
They?
Well, who else? Those scavengers, those ravagers. I really don't care about myself. I've lived my years. I'm an old man. Heavy with honor and with time. Aristophanes.
Uh-huh.
Of course, you know, I'm quite insane.
No.
Oh, yes. So it doesn't matter about me. It's the others. Oh, what they have done to poor suffering humanity. I've heard the talk. Oh, yes, surely I have. You know, of course, I can hear quite distinctly for a distance of some 2,300 miles.
Really?
Oh, certainly, with the proper atmospheric conditions.
Ah.
And very often, late at night, I lie there in my bed listening to the people talking in, San Francisco and Houston and Memphis and upper New York State and such places.
Uh-huh.
And what do I hear? They are causing prices to rise sky high. They buy more than they need. They hoard in their basements. They patronize the black market. They are so selfish, so thoughtless, they may bring on inflation and wipe out the savings and pensions of millions of innocent people. That's what I hear.
I see.
And this I hear. They certainly elect some shabby politicians. But what can you expect? Most of the time, they don't even bother to vote. If they don't use some judgment, they'll wreck the country. They again, you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Yes, and I hear talk about war, too. They fell asleep again. If they don't wake up and prepare, civilization itself will go under, and they'll be to blame. They do this and they do that. All the evil and suffering in the world, they are responsible for. Well, Then isn't it all rather simple? Old Captain Bob's going to do the world one final service. He's going to find these they and shoot them down like dogs.
That sounds like a reasonable idea.
Yes, of course. Of course. I saw your sign on your license plate. You're a newspaper man. Huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, then you must know where they live. You'll be able to bring me to them, huh?
Well, I suppose so, but it might take a long time, Cap.
Oh, you better not take any longer than from now till 7 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Why?
Well, I have to be back at the asylum by then for breakfast.
I see.
Mrs. Turner, the cook, she takes great pains preparing the oatmeal to my complete satisfaction.
Oh, well, in that case.
Why are you turning the car around?
Well, if that's all the time we got, let's call it off for tonight and get an early start tomorrow evening, say around 6.
I see. Now you've decided to trick Captain Bob.
No, not at all, but if you're expected for breakfast...
Pull over to the curb.
I'm not trying to trick you.
At the present angle of my gun, the bullet should enter your skull at the basal juncture. You will lose consciousness within 1 second, be dead within 3.
Okay. You talked me into it.
All right, now turn off the engine.
Yep.
Oh, it was a mistake to tell you I was insane. Now you think I'm a harmless old fool, don't you?
Not at all.
Oh, of course you do, but I'm not harmless, sir. I need your help, so I suppose I must convince you that I'll not hesitate to use this gun if you force me.
I believe you.
Oh, no, of course you don't. A strange weapon, is it not? A chunk of ore twisted into a vulgar shape, yet it's made man supreme.
Oh, now, come on, put down the gun, Captain. Shooting me won't help you.
Who said anything about you, my boy? Observe.
Look, pointing it at your hand. Don't! Well, you've torn away half your finger.
That's all right. I have others.
Let me use this handkerchief as a tourniquet.
No trickery.
No trickery. Now, come on, here. Okay. Now, I've got to pull it tight. All right now. That's better. What a thing to do.
Now, you understand how serious I am about this.
Yeah.
Obviously, if I can use the gun on myself, I wouldn't hesitate to use the gun on you. If I felt you were trying to fool me.
Obviously.
So take me into the city. And let's hunt the rascals down.
Yeah.
One thing more, sir.
Yeah?
There can be trickery by omission. If you think you can drive me around in meaningless circles, well, let me hasten to assure you that if we haven't found them by breakfast, well, then I know you fooled me. And I will kill you.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Tonight, your dial is set for adventure with Inspector Thorne and Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. This evening, actor Carl Weber comes to the NBC microphone as the fast-moving police investigator known as Inspector Thorne. Then later, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, brings you the hard-hitting story of the poisoned sandwich murder case. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
It was after 1 o'clock, and I was driving through the Chicago streets, block after deserted block. The neon that never went to sleep, still shouting its multicolored messages to empty sidewalks. And past long rows of warehouses, wearily leaning one against the other, and through narrow cobblestone streets. Driving purposefully like I had nothing but jumbo-sized plans, while actually I didn't even have a small pocket-sized idea. And Captain Bob in the back seat with his gun, growing more impatient all the time. And now it was almost 2 a.m. And in my mind's eye, I saw the good cook, what's-her-name, sleeping soundly and just a few hours away from starting the captain's oatmeal. And now we were getting close to the loop. I turned off Ashland Avenue to cross the bridge spanning the Chicago River. And at the other side of the bridge, I saw a most wonderful sight. 2 police cars blocking the way, their red warning lights blinking angrily.
Turn around quickly, my boy.
And suddenly in the rear view mirror, I saw still another police car swing in behind us. We were caught on the bridge, trapped like a butterfly on a half-dozen spears of light. Well, now what, Captain Bob?
I'm turning the matter over in my mind.
That you, Stone?
Right.
All right. Close in slowly, men.
Mr. Stone, tell them how comfortable this gun feels against your head.
Yeah. Lieutenant, take it easy. Captain Bob has sort of got me covered.
Captain Bob, can you hear me?
Can I hear him? I've heard Brisbane, Australia on a very calm night. Can I hear him?
You hear me, Captain Bob?
He hears you, but he's not impressed. Cap, what do you want them to do?
Clear off the bridge so we can get on with our chore. It's getting late.
Look, Cap, I'm going to be frank with you. And if you want to pull the trigger, well, my insurance is paid up.
Well, what is it, my boy?
I don't have any idea where they may be. Oh, it's true. But you take the lieutenant now, it's his job to know those things. I bet he could tell us where they are just like that.
All right. Call him over and ask him.
No. We can't do it that way. If he knows that you want to find out about they just to kill them, why, he'll never tell us.
Well, why not, for goodness sakes?
Well, he just won't. He's a funny guy.
So?
Well, so let me go over and talk to him. You know, con him around, wheedle it out of him.
You think you can, my boy?
Yes, I think so. I've known him for many years. He's not very bright.
Oh, I could tell that from his voice. He does all his talking from his jowls.
So I'll go over and ask him, huh?
You wouldn't be fooling an old man with a sore finger.
Scout's honor, Captain.
All right, call that young policeman over there, the one that's leaning on the fender of the squad car.
Oh, him? Oh, him. He's an old cousin of mine.
Yeah, call him over if you want to talk to the lieutenant.
All right. Hey, Sarge.
Me?
Yeah, come on over.
Are you nuts or something?
Send him over, Lieutenant.
Sergeant, go on. Cousin, the minute I saw you tonight, I knew I'd have been better off with typhoid.
Both of us.
Now, I tell you what I'd like for you to do, young man. You just lean your head in through the window.
What is this?
Do what he says. I've got to go talk to the lieutenant.
Now we take the gun from Mr. Stone's head and place it against yours.
Hey.
All right, Mr. Stone, go to your conference. The dashboard clock says 7 minutes after 2. If you've not returned by 10 minutes after 2, this unfortunate young man will meet with sudden disaster.
Stone, I don't like this.
No one could blame you, cousin. I started walking across the bridge to the lieutenant's patrol car. A long string of coal barges were slithering slowly by on the greasy waters far below. Now, whatever unknown radar wakens people out of a sound sleep and sends them running to disaster was already at work. Both ends of the bridge were lined with the curious, and most of the police officers were busy keeping them at a distance. Lieutenant Boyle stood beside his squad car. Lieutenant, tell me, how did you find out that he was with me?
Sergeant, after you left to park your car and didn't come back, he started wondering. Checked and found it'd been a phony call. It added up. We've been trying to corner you all night. What are you going to do with that character?
Well, we've got one problem, and it's how to make him use up those bullets in his gun.
Yeah.
Well, now, look, I got a crazy thought. It might work. If it doesn't, well, it's my funeral, and as the little joke goes, that's not a figure of speech.
All right, what is it?
You know where the Riverview is?
Yeah, that amusement park on the west side?
Yeah.
What are we going to do, ride the merry-go-round?
Everything is closed up this time of the night, but see if you can get him to cooperate with you. Captain Bob is looking for something he calls they. Don't ask me to go into that. There's no time. But if we work this...
Welcome back, my boy.
Yeah.
I was telling this lad here that those barges reminded me of my river days on the Mississippi. He seemed distinctly uninterested.
I can't imagine why.
All right, now point the gun at him.
You're right in the old basal junction. That's it.
Cousin, I was really sweating you out.
Believe me, I was tempted to start walking.
Yeah. Well, goodbye now.
Did you get the information, my boy?
Well, you know something? You ought to circle this date with a red pencil, Cap.
What?
This is your lucky night.
Oh?
They are all together under one roof, having a meeting.
Oh, doubtlessly plotting some new devilment.
Sure, but I know exactly where they are.
Oh, this is grand news. Well, the police are leaving.
Well, sure. I told them you were going to go back to the institution like a good, solid citizen.
And so I shall, when I'm finished. But now, to the task ahead.
Yeah, to the task ahead. It was 2:45 a.m. when we pulled up before the darkened amusement park. The Ferris wheels silhouetted against the dark sky and the empty seats creaking just a little as though worn out from generations of screaming children. The towering wooden structure of the super bobs, dipping and rising gracefully in the night. And the fun house and the merry-go-round and the tunnel of love all sealed up. A wilderness of potential joy, but now very quiet and painfully lonely. An amusement park where no one was being amused. We walked down the boardwalk, Captain Bob gun in hand, and Randy Stone heart in mouth.
A strange place for they to be meeting, my boy.
Well, wouldn't they pick such a place knowing that no one would ever think of looking for them here?
Well, of course. Oh, the treachery of them.
It's just ahead now. That little building, there.
Yes. Oh, the dream of a lifetime reaching fruition.
It's all boarded up, but you can see the lights gleaming through the cracks.
Yes.
Now, here is what you've got to remember, Cap.
Huh?
There'll be many, many of them. They're all armed and they're on guard.
I do not fear.
No, but you want to get as many as you can.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Okay, now keep your voice down. Now, you've got to start shooting the instant you go through that door and keep shooting as fast as you can.
Yes.
That is, if you can shoot fast.
Well, trust me. You will not be able to separate the sound of the shots.
All right. Good luck.
My boy. Thank you. Will you shake my hand?
Of course.
You've been a loyal ally. The time will come when children will sing folk songs in your honor. Your statue will stand in public parks.
Yeah. Now, look, I'm going to tear open the door and you rush in and start shooting.
Yes.
Ready, set, go. After that, things happened rapidly. The park, which had seemed so empty now, suddenly filled with police all running toward me. And behind them came the swarms of citizens again, coming in all directions, attracted by the shots.
Good work, Stone. Get the door open, boys. Bring them out.
Through the open door, I looked in on the House of Mirrors. Most of the mirrors were shattered now, just bits of glass hanging from the walls. And Captain Bob, the empty gun hanging limply in his hand, still looking at the wreckage, dazedly realizing at last that he'd been shooting at his own reflections.
Come on, old-timer, let's get going.
Easy with him, boy.
Yeah.
That's it, easy.
And now the entrance to the House of Mirrors was jammed with people craning their necks for a look.
Step aside, give us room, come on.
Move aside, folks. It's all over. Go on home. Come on now, one side.
And while the police tried to clear a path through the crowd, for a moment or so, Captain Bob and I stood face to face.
So you tricked me after all, my boy. It's a cruel blow. Captain Bob didn't expect that of you.
Come on, all of you. Move when I tell you. One side.
Okay, Cap. Let's go.
You tricked me. You shouldn't have done that to me, my boy. You just don't understand.
And then he was gone. He was back home in plenty of time for his oatmeal, without brown sugar. But even after they took old Captain Bob away, somehow the people still hung around the doorway of the House of Mirrors just in case there might be something else to see. Their faces reflected endlessly in the broken mirrors. All kinds of faces. Fat, lean, bright, dull, high, and cheekbones, low cheekbones, square chins, no chins, white faces, black faces, endless faces. Millions of faces reflected again and again and again in the mirrors. And gradually it dawned on me that perhaps I hadn't tricked Captain Bob after all. I guess I had brought him to the right place. Because, of course, there's no big mystery about it. These were the they, all right. That's us, all of us. But if they are responsible for the bad, they are also responsible for the good. Actually, when you got right down to it, to end all the injustices that so angered Captain Bob, they need learn only one thing more, that they are the children of God, and that each of them is his brother's keeper. Wow, what a night. One copy boy, one ice bag, and 2 aspirins, huh?
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by Larry Marcus with music by Robert Armbruster. The part of Cap was played by Bill Conrad. Others in tonight's cast were Paul Dubove, Howard McNear, Frank Gersel, and Jeff Corey. Frank Lovejoy can currently be seen starring in Warner Brothers' Force of Arms. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. There's plenty of fun in store for you tomorrow night with Inside Bob and Ray. Bob Elliott and Ray Goulding, the newest comedy team in radio, bring you the light satire and nonsense sketches designed to display their many vocal impressions and impersonations. Hear Inside Bob and Ray Saturday evening for one full fun-filled hour on NBC. Join Inspector Thorne next on NBC.
Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency, a beauty on the boulevard, a bearcat in the brush.
Oh, now, really?
Fatty?
I'm sorry I called.
Well, I'm not Lieutenant Levinson. Your voice always reminds me of strained boulders.
Look, Rick, you want a job?
I refuse to clean up after Otis. Just got to quit feeding him in the office.
I've got a guy down there in the tomb.
Well, give him some embalming fluid, wrap him in 12 yards of first aid bandage, put a dog at his feet, and call the museum.
What?
They'll never know the difference. Just an old mummy you ran into when you were out trying to dig up a date.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Well, what's on your mind?
This is not exactly official, but I've got a guy down here that I'm holding for the team in. He's screaming that he wants a private detective.
A con? Oh, come on, Walt.
He's got money.
Money? Well, why do you drag out these conversations? I could have been down there by now. Money. According to Webster, any particular form or denomination of coin or paper which is lawfully current. According to Diamond, that which makes his little heart go pity-pat and his landlord send voodoo death warnings. Actually, I have certain rules about the people I take money from. First, they've got to have it. Second, they've got to be people. I closed my office and headed for the 5th Precinct, where Fatty Levinson, the guiding stomach of the homicide department, showed me down to the tombs where he introduced me to my potential client, a Mr. Charles Johnson, who was sitting in his cell looking very unhappy.
Got a visitor, Mr. Johnson. The detective? Yes, this is Mr. Diamond. Go on in, Rick. Yell when you're done.
Right. Thanks, Walt.
Sure.
Sit down, Mr. Diamond.
What's your trouble, Johnson?
I've been framed.
Sure.
I was convicted of passing counterfeit money.
But you didn't pass it.
Oh, certainly, I passed it all right, but I didn't know I was passing it.
Oh. Well, then you better tell me the whole thing.
Well, it's very simple. For some time, I had evidently been passing bad money. The merchants with whom my wife and I trade told the police that someone had given them counterfeit bills. According to the police, I was finally spotted as the passer. They followed me for several days, and they say I passed bad bills on 6 different occasions.
And you think you've been framed?
Mr. Diamond, I have no access to counterfeit money. I'm retired, and I live more than comfortably. I have a great deal of money, Mr. Diamond. Why would I want to pass counterfeit bills?
Maybe you hate spending the good stuff.
Someone who could have replaced my spending money with the bad bills did so. They even found the counterfeit bills in my safe at home.
What about your wife?
She was arrested with me. She passed some of the bills, and if we hadn't had a good lawyer, she would have been convicted also.
Well, how do you get her off?
According to the officers, I was the one who gave her the counterfeit bills. There's some law about that.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't do it of her own free will.
This lawyer handled your case, too?
He's my personal lawyer. Been with me for years.
Well, Mr. Johnson, I'd say you were in a tough spot.
But I'm innocent.
Where do you keep your personal cash?
Mostly in the safe.
How much?
2,000 or 3,000 at all times.
Don't pay your bills by check?
Never have. Like to pay everything in cash. I'm known for it. Will you try to help me?
For $100 a day in expenses.
I have turned over all my money to my wife to be handled by my lawyer.
Now, which one do I see?
John Forbes, my lawyer. I've already conferred with him. He'll be expecting you. Just tell him you're the detective I hired.
The lawyer's address was across town, 554 East 52nd Street, a tall building in the middle of the block, office 511, blonde secretary 52, age 24. I was shown into a richly furnished room, complete with heavy wood paneling and something else in high heels that made me forget the blonde.
You're the detective Mr. Johnson has hired?
That's right. Richard P. Diamond, when you get around to writing it on a check.
This is Mr. Johnson's wife. Mrs. Johnson, Mr. Diamond.
How do you do, Mr. Diamond?
How do you do?
What is your fee, Mr. Diamond?
$100 a day in expenses. Do you think your husband is guilty, Mrs. Johnson?
Of course not. He didn't know he was passing that money.
How do you think he got the bad bills in his safe?
I can't imagine.
How about you, Mr. Forbes? Do you think that Mr. Johnson knew he was passing the counterfeit money?
Certainly not.
Do you have any theories about it?
You're the detective, Mr. Diamond, and quite an expensive one.
Yeah, I'm a pig. The kind of case you really love. No clues, and no one knew anything. I spent the next hour throwing questions at Forbes and Mrs. Johnson. Result, 0. Forbes had been a member of the State Bar for 10 years, handled some big accounts. Mrs. Johnson had met her husband in Florida 3 years before. About 15 years younger, but completely happy. But there was one little thing that kept nagging at me. According to Forbes, Johnson had a cool $1 million, and that took me right back to the reason I'd gotten interested. Why would a man like that pass phony bills? I got a substantial retainer and checked back with Walt.
Rick, I got an idea. Maybe Johnson wanted his wife out of the way, so he tried to frame her by giving her the bad money, hoping she'd get caught. Instead, he got caught. The gag backfired.
So he slipped it to her in plain sight of everyone.
Well, it's possible.
At this point, anything's possible. By the way, did you find out anything about those counterfeit bills?
Yeah, I checked with the Treasury men. They told me that during the trial they identified the work. The engraving was done by Leon Fisher.
Ooh, one of the best counterfeiters in the business a long time ago. Is he in or out of prison?
He's out. You remember when we sent him up the last time?
Oh, do I? I was playing stickball in knickers the last time Fisher went up the river.
It was only 15 years ago, Peter Pan.
Okay, so I date myself.
He's been out for 10 years.
I remembered now. Happy, Methuselah? Say, wasn't Fisher picked up once after he got out for trying to pass some more of the stuff?
Yeah, 10 years ago, but got off. Not enough evidence then. But the Treasury Department's looking for him now.
Oh, thanks, Walt.
You still think you can do something for your client?
I don't know, but I did just have a thought. If Johnson kept passing his stuff for a week or so, he must have been pretty stupid not to recognize it.
You don't remember Fisher very well. He was a real artist. His stuff could fool the U.S. Treasury unless they examined the paper.
Well, now I had one lead. An old-time counterfeiter named Leon Fisher. Swell lead. Even the Treasury Department didn't know where to find him. But in my business, I could use a couple of gimmicks the team men couldn't. I left the phone booth and headed for the Lower East Side, and a gentleman known for his dubious ability with a paintbrush and his gifts of underworld knowledge, providing the price was right.
Yes, who is knocking, please?
Vladimir?
But there must be some mistake. The name is Mabel.
Oh, stop making like a floor Dora girl. It's Diamond.
The detective?
Well, certainly. Open up.
Who you're working for?
It's not your landlord.
Greenblatt, the butcher?
You don't even know him.
Know him, schmo him. Do I owe him?
No.
Comrade.
Now, I need some information, Vladimir.
I could paint your portrait while we talk. For you, a magnificent oil painting of your wonderful face. Eesh. Only $50.
I haven't got time.
A quick charcoal, $25?
No.
Hand-painted ties? A small statue of a snowbound Cossack, stolen personally from the Tsar's private collection.
No.
Cheap.
Where can I find Leon Fisher?
You can't afford the snowbound Cossack and you are interested in Leon Fisher?
Fisher fits my collection.
Wasn't he somewhat of an artist himself?
$20.
A fellow artist.
30.
Probably starving, like myself.
40.
Such a talent not to be really appreciated.
50. Last price.
Last price?
You know me pretty well by now.
60.
Goodbye, Vladimir.
Wait. He's living in an old shack on 14 River Street. Goes under by the name Peters.
Peters the artist?
Peters the peasant. $50, please. And I promise you no part of it will ever reach Northern Korea.
Headed for 14 River Street and to Mr. Leon Fisher, alias one Mr. Peters. The first lead in the whole mess, but very likely to have nothing at all to do with my client, Mr. Johnson. 14 River Street was just as Vladimir had described it, and a little more so. An old shack, all right. Very possibly the oldest, also the dirtiest on the river.
Yeah?
Your name, Peters?
Yeah.
Mind if I come in?
Yeah, you smell like a cop.
Well, if I was, I'd have called you Fisher.
Come on in. Sit down.
Thanks.
What's on your mind?
Some money.
Oh, you sure came to the right place, but we don't open until 10 o'clock in the morning. Got a time block on the vault.
The Treasury Department is looking for you.
What?
Some of your portraits of our presidents have found their way back into circulation.
I don't know what you're talking about.
They got the plates when they sent you up the last time 15 years ago, but they never got the money. Remember?
I still don't know what you're talking about.
15 years might make a guy think the heat's off.
Get out of here.
You know a man named Johnson?
I don't know anybody you know or anything about money or plates. Now, beat it.
I can make a quick call to the team, man.
You got the wrong boy. Beat it.
Boy? Let me tell you something. I was playing stickball with... Oh, forget it. He was Fisher, all right. No doubt about it. But I didn't have enough information or the authority to sweat it out of him. It was getting dark when I left and headed for a phone, keeping an eye on the shack in case Fisher decided to skip. I was halfway down the block when I heard it. Oh, no. The shot had come from the direction of Fisher's shack, so I took off like an overstimulated cabby. Suicide? Didn't figure. Fisher was lying in the middle of the floor. The slug had caught him high in the chest, and he was dying fast. Suicide? Not a bit. No time to wait around and get mixed up with a lot of questions about Fisher's death I couldn't answer anyway, so I called Walt and gave him the story. A fast cab and $1.80 later, I was going through the morgue files in my favorite newspaper.
Here's some more stuff on Leon Fisher, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks, Charlie, but I think I found what I want.
Yeah?
Yeah, right here. The last time they picked him up, got off clean as a whistle.
Yeah. Says they caught him passing a counterfeit bill. The witnesses say they saw another man giving it to him.
According to this, the other man was a two-bit hood wanted for everything in the books. He went to prison denying he ever gave Fisher the bills, but there were witnesses.
Pretty smart lawyer to get Fisher off when he was a known counterfeiter. Even if witnesses did say they saw another hood slipping the money. Very smart lawyer.
Fisher was shot with a .32, Rick. Slugs and ballistics now. The killer didn't leave any footprints because of that rocky shoreline behind the shack.
Well, now we know from Fisher before he died that the killer was the one who took the counterfeit money.
You said Fisher told you he was forced to give up the money. The killer must have had something on Fisher.
I found something in newspaper mortgage that might interest you, Walt. The last time Fisher was sent to trial for passing counterfeit money, he got off.
That's right.
You know how he got off?
No, I can't remember exactly.
Had a good lawyer. The lawyer used a loophole in the law, had witnesses who swore someone else gave Fisher the bad bill.
Hey, that's the same gimmick Johnson's lawyer used to get the wife off.
Same gimmick, same lawyer.
What?
Now, the lawyer who represented Fisher 10 years ago was a struggling criminal attorney named Forbes, John Forbes. Now representing Johnson, the man you've got locked up downstairs.
Well, if he fixed that witness 10 years ago for Fisher, that could be the club he used to make Fisher give him the old counterfeit money.
Well, he could have followed me, seen me go in to see Fisher, listened outside, and killed him after I left.
I'll have him picked up.
No, wait a minute. Where's your motive?
Well, he's now handling Johnson's money, $1 million. That's motive enough to frame anyone.
Yeah, but two things throw that out. Forbes is supposedly a very successful lawyer, and he only controls Johnson's money through his wife.
Well, maybe she's in on it with him.
That's a possibility. Either that or there's a way for Forbes to get the money without her knowing it.
Could be.
Now, first we got to find out how he handles Mrs. Johnson's money, and then we've got to find out if he really is as successful as he appears.
I still think we better have a talk with Mr. Johnson.
You know, I think you're right.
Have you found out anything, Mr. Diamond?
Got some pretty good hunches, Johnson. Tell me, how does the arrangement work with your money concerning your lawyer and your wife?
Mr. Forbes gives my wife whatever money he considers necessary, according to his judgment.
Do you trust his judgment, Mr. Johnson?
Of course.
Financially successful?
Of course. Just my yearly retainer alone would help him to live quite comfortably.
No bad investments?
Not that I know of.
When he gives your wife the money, can he just write a check or make a withdrawal?
Not without my wife's counter-signature.
Where did you meet your wife?
In Florida, 3 years ago.
Your wife and Forbes are very good friends?
Well, the very best. Oh, now, wait a minute. You don't think...
I don't know. But I'll let you know if I come up with something. I was getting close. Forbes knew Fisher, the counterfeiter. Very possibly knew he had the counterfeit money stashed under the old shack. He'd gotten Fisher off 10 years before, and he could have framed the case and forced Fisher to give him the counterfeit on the strength of it. The countersigned checks almost definitely showed the wife to be in on it, but I still needed a motive. The one thing I had to prove, that Forbes was not as successful as he was supposed to have been, and that he needed cash, and also that Mrs. Johnson wanted to frame her husband and help Forbes. It was 8 o'clock when Walt and I piled into the squad car and headed for the home of John Forbes. At 8:30, we parked across the street a half a block away. At 9:15, we spotted Forbes leaving by his front door. We followed him east across town, where he pulled up in front of 705 East 46th Street and went in. 10 minutes to 10, he came out again, but this time he wasn't alone. On his arm, still looking very interesting in high heels and topped off with an ermine wrap,
Mrs. Johnson.
Yeah, $1 million and that. Makes a guy wonder about that old adage, crime doesn't pay. 10 o'clock and on the outskirts of town heading across the river for Jersey. Walt uncomfortable about leaving his territory, but interested enough to keep on tailing. 10:30 and we pulled up in front of a big building in Jersey.
They're going in.
Yeah, Carlos Droca's country club. Dinner with a side order of roulette. Good place for any guy to lose his money.
They're taking a table in the supper room.
And a gambling room in the back. Maybe they just need some energy.
Look, Forbes is getting up.
Face the bar. He's headed this way.
Yeah. Hey, he's headed for Droca's office.
Yeah. I know Droca pretty well. Did him a favor once. When Forbes comes out, I think I'll go in.
Well, it's good to see you again, Ricky. Good you come around and pay me a visit. How you been, huh?
All right, Droca. Haven't got much time.
Oh, business, huh? I was hoping you'd stick around, play the wheel. Who knows, you might win something.
On your wheel?
Well, that's why you might win something, because it's my wheel.
You want to do me a favor?
You done me a couple. I don't forget.
The guy who was just in here, John Forbes.
I can't knock him off for you, Ricky. He's too good a customer.
Good customer loses a lot, huh?
Yeah. Forbes one of the best customers I got.
Pays up?
Yeah, most of the time.
Never got to a point where he couldn't?
Only once I had to put the pressure on him. Only once.
Oh, I see. But he paid up.
Yeah. I gave him 60 days.
How much was it, and when did he pay it?
$15,000, and he paid it 10 minutes ago. He's going to lose some more.
One more question. Did he give you check or cash?
Cash. You know something, Ricky? What would guys like me do if there weren't guys like that around, huh?
With guys like you around, there'll always be guys like that around.
Goodbye, Ricky.
Goodbye. Having a little snort, Fatty?
You did it again. You always do it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Tell me, if Forbes and Mrs. Johnson still in the gambling room?
Yeah.
No, we were right. Forbes has been losing his money to Droka.
Oh, there's the motive. Let's pick them up.
No, wait. I want to nail him for sure on the Fisher killing. If we pick them both up now, they'll have time to think about it, get the story straight.
Well, what do you want to do?
We'll work on Mrs. Johnson, but let her alone until the bank's open.
Why until the bank's open?
Well, Forbes paid Droka $15,000 in cash. I want to see if Mrs. Johnson cashed a check for that amount. If she did, we'll pick her up, but not Forbes. I want him to think he's safe until we break down Mrs. Johnson. See you tomorrow, Fatty.
Right.
Morning, Walt.
Hi, Rick. I got Mrs. Johnson in the other room, and she's screaming for her lawyer.
What about the bank?
You were right. Otis called in about 5 minutes ago. The bank cashed a check yesterday morning signed by Forbes and Mrs. Johnson for $15,000.
How about Forbes?
Had Collins watching him all night. He'll pick him up when we need him.
Okay. Let's go to work on Mrs. Johnson.
Okay. Otis,
Yeah, Lieutenant.
bring in Mrs. Johnson.
Right, Lieutenant.
You just gonna come right out and accuse her of it?
No. Just a little friendly chat.
Mrs. Johnson, Lieutenant.
Come in, Miss
What's the
Johnson.
meaning of this, Lieutenant?
How are you this morning, Mrs. Johnson?
None of your business. I demand to know what right
Have
you
a seat.
Not until I have an explanation.
Have a nice time last night, Mrs. Johnson?
Why, yes, I had a wonderful time. My attorney, Mr. Forbes, took me to dinner. Anything wrong with that?
Went to Jersey, didn't you?
I understand you followed me.
Nice place, Trucker's Restaurant.
I see. Yes, a very nice place, Mr. Diamond.
Win anything gambling?
I lost. Are you going to arrest me for gambling?
How'd Mr. Forbes make out?
He won a little, but I don't see what business
Won
that
a
is.
little, huh? Oh, for him, that's a change.
What do you mean?
Well, according to Droka, Mr. Forbes has been losing heavily for some time.
I wouldn't know. What Mr. Forbes does with his money is not my concern.
He paid Droka a $15,000 gambling debt last night.
Did he?
I understand you cashed a check for that amount yesterday morning.
All right, what about it?
You have the combination to your husband's safe?
Of course, that's where I keep my jewelry.
Does Mr. Forbes?
I don't think so. That is, I don't know.
Nice-looking guy, Forbes.
Mr. Diamond, I don't know what you're getting at, but this is absurd.
Until last night, Forbes was too broke to pay off his debt to Droka.
All right, supposing I gave Mr. Forbes the money. Is there anything wrong with that?
I don't know. Wonder what your husband would say.
It was a loan.
Excuse me.
You know something,
Yeah?
Mrs. Johnson? We think your husband was framed. We think someone put phony bills in his safe so he'd get caught
Yeah,
passing
right.
them.
Right. Rick.
Excuse me, Mrs. Johnson.
McCarthy's been tailing Forbes. Says Forbes just purchased a ticket to Rio.
One ticket?
Yeah. If he's on such a gravy train, why pull out alone?
Maybe he got more than the $15,000. Mrs. Johnson, we think John Forbes framed your husband so he could get money out of you.
That's utterly ridiculous.
And for a while, we thought you were in on it because the checks had to be co-signed.
Well, I hope you've changed your mind.
Oh, I guess we have to. Why would Forbes leave for South America if he was planning on getting money from you?
Leave?
One ticket for Rio.
I don't believe you.
Oh, check if you want to.
Well, it doesn't make any difference to me. When's he leaving?
He already has.
No. No, he couldn't.
Why not? Just a trip, probably. He'll be back.
He couldn't be. All right, Mr. Diamond. I signed over a power of attorney this morning so he could liquidate $500,000 in negotiable securities. I was supposed to be on that plane with him.
Let's go pick him up.
Pick him up? I thought you said he'd already left.
Oh, shame on me for fibbing. I guess I just isn't going to go to heaven. Come on, Walt.
Yes?
Mind if we come in, Forbes?
Oh, the private detective.
And Lieutenant Levinson.
We've met.
Well, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I'm very busy.
Oh, packing, eh? Well, Rio's nice this time of year.
Yes. Well, come in if you like.
Just go right ahead. We won't bother you.
All right, boys. What's on your minds?
Well, we just had a talk with Mrs. Johnson. She told us everything.
What do you mean, everything?
She's a little unhappy about you skipping with those securities.
Oh? You don't mind if I finish my packing?
Well, go right ahead. But we really couldn't see our way clear to letting you take a trip if you had those securities.
No?
Makes it look like you might have framed Johnson for his money.
What did you do? Make his wife fall in love with you and then talk her into it?
I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
How about Leon Fisher, the counterfeiter you cleared back in 39?
I haven't seen him since then.
We better take a look in that bag.
No, Lieutenant. Hold it right there.
Put it down, Forbes. You can't get both of us.
I don't think you're willing to take a chance on it.
We're 10 feet apart. You try for the lieutenant, I go for my gun.
And if I try for you?
Walt. Okay.
Awful close.
Yeah. What's in the bag?
I'll take a look. See how Forbes is. Well, well. Securities and a bundle of dough. All counterfeit. I guess he figured he'd get unloaded if things got tough. Now, how is he?
Dead. But don't worry about it, Walt. A guy like Forbes spent his time figuring out so many crooked angles for other people. Sooner or later, he had to trip over one and break his own neck.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Lisa. You'll have to include me out tonight, Angel. Army Intelligence is sending me to Sicily. That's right. The island off the coast of Italy. Seems some boy down there is running wild with a knife, and they hope I might offer just the kind of proposition he might like to take a stab at.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you the transcribed Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the Rolling Stones.
Anyone who thinks hide and seek is strictly for kids ought to take a look at Mario Gentili. Mario's been playing the game for years, and very successfully, too. But then look what he'll do not to be caught. 24 hours ago, he was in Naples, where he grabbed the night boat for Palermo, Sicily. And while the ship plowed through the Straits of Messina, Mario made like a butterfly. When he emerged from his cocoon, his brown hair was dyed black and his mustache was gone. 6 hours later, the new Mario was relaxing in a furnished room off the Via Vittorio Emanuele in Palermo. But even the best of us have to be it once in a while. And if you believe in sound effects, this may be Mario's turn now.
Who is it?
It's Eda, Mario.
Who?
Eda Casalini.
Un momento.
Oh, my darling.
No, stop it, Edda.
Oh, forgive me. But it's been so long.
Who told you I was in Palermo?
No one.
Then how did you find out?
Every night I watched the boat from Naples, hoping someday you would return. Tonight my wish was granted.
How did you recognize me?
It would take more than dyed hair to fool a woman in love. Oh, Mario, why did you leave me?
Because I had business to attend.
There was not another woman?
No.
You lie. I saw a girl with you that morning you left.
She was a business associate.
I'll kill her if I ever see her again.
Don't be a fool. Now get out.
No, I did not mean it, Mario. Give me one more chance.
Will you behave?
I swear on my father's grave.
All right.
You won't regret it, darling. If there is anything I can do.
There is. Can you get in touch with Bianca Naldi for me?
Is she the one?
You are talking like a fool. I must see Bianca.
Mario.
Open up, Gentile.
There is no one here by that name.
We know better. This is the place.
You idiot. You led them here.
Oh, darling, I was most careful.
You might as well surrender, Mario. We have the building surrounded.
Listen, Edda. There is a staircase in the kitchen. It leads to the roof.
I will not go without you.
You will do as I say.
Oh.
If anyone asks you, you've been hanging wash up there. Now hurry.
When will I see you?
Sooner than you think. Now go.
Arrivederci.
Arrivederci.
This is your last chance, Gentile. Are you going to open this door? Or shall I have my men break it down?
That won't be necessary, Tenente.
All right, Sergeante. Take 3 men. Search the place.
Sì, Lieutenant. Andiamo, ragazzi.
What is the meaning of this?
May I see your papers, please?
My papers? Of course. But I assure you that your superior officer will...
Yes?
I seem to have mislaid them.
I submit you never had them to begin with. What is your name?
Mario Gentile.
It was not always so, was it? You were once known as Mario Toselli.
You are insane.
But you know who Mario Toselli is?
I have no idea.
Well, if you will be kind enough to accompany me to the Palazzo Chiaramonte, I will be only too happy to enlighten you. After you, signore?
Tenente, forgive me if I seem ungrateful for your hospitality, but I've been here for 3 hours, and I've yet to learn the charges against me.
Patience is a great virtue, Mario. You should cultivate it. As it happens, we are waiting for an American.
An American?
A gentleman named Michael Waring. Perhaps you have heard of him?
No.
A distinguished personality. He was once a private investigator in the United States called the Falcon. A very colorful name, no?
No.
A matter of taste. Today he is with American intelligence.
It is of no interest to me.
Well, I am sure you will be of interest to Senor Waring. You see, avanti.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Michael, my good friend.
How are you, Emilio?
Better now, as I regard your countenance. I did not expect you till noon.
Well, I flew over as soon as I got your message.
It aroused your curiosity.
No end. What's it all about?
First, I should like you to meet Mario Gentile. Mario, this is Signor Waring.
I am delighted.
Well, I'm not. Look, Lieutenant, you didn't bring me all the way from Rome to meet him.
Well, you are familiar with his reputation.
Yeah, he's an organizer for the Communist Party.
That does not arouse your interest?
No, the party isn't outlawed in Italy.
But suppose I told you in an earlier day he had another name. Prior to 1945, he was known as Mario Toselli.
Toselli?
You'll recognize it.
Sure, the Allied War Crimes Commission has been looking for him for years. They've got a rope necktie they'd like to try on him for size.
This is absurd. I never even heard of the man.
And you're the only one in Italy who hasn't. Toselli organized the Squadra d'Azione and the Milizia Volontaria Fascisti. They were Mussolini's personal strong-arm squad.
And think of it, Michael. Today we are honored by the presence of its founder.
You are mistaken.
Well, what were you doing in 1945?
I was fighting with the partisans near Genoa.
Who was your commander?
You will not find any record for him. We were a small group.
And prior to 45?
I was in France.
Doing what?
That is my own affair. But I tell you, I'm not Toselli.
Well, that should be easy enough to check. Lieutenant, didn't Toselli come from Messina?
Si.
Well, I'll take him there first thing in the morning. In the meantime, can you put him away on ice? I'd hate for him to spoil after all these years.
Halt! Who goes there?
It is only me, Your Honor. I wish to see the prisoner, Mario Gentili.
It is not permitted.
I have written authorization from Lieutenant Balbo.
Let me see.
You are holding it upside down. Can't you read?
Do you take me for an illiterate? Of course I can. This is most strange. I was instructed that the
You
prisoner...
question the authority of the tenente?
Of course not. What do you have in that basket?
Some food for my cousin. See? A bottle of wine and some cheese.
All right.
Edda.
How are you, Mario?
How in the name of...
The lieutenant was most kind.
You may have 5 minutes.
We are most grateful, Your Honor.
I warn you not to create any disturbance.
How did you manage this?
I had a pass.
A pass?
It was most official looking. Now there's a great artist.
You should not have taken the chance. They will discover the forgery in a minute.
A minute is all I require. I brought you some food, Mario. See? Your favorite wine. My mother prepared especially for you. She hopes you will drink her health. Careful.
There is a stiletto in here.
It may be thin, but it's made of the finest steel.
Good.
Now you know how much I love you.
Oh, there was never any doubt in my mind.
You'll be able to use it?
Yes, indeed. Tomorrow I'll leave by railroad with the Signor Waring for Messina. And this may be just the thing to relieve the monotony of the trip. Very good, very good. My thanks to your very dear mother.
What time have you got, Sergeant?
It lacks 10 minutes of 1 o'clock, Signor Waring.
How's our friend Mario doing?
He's asleep. Shall I waken him?
No, there's plenty of time. I wonder if they got anything to read on this train.
I saw a vendor in the next car.
Well, now, if this were the super chief, all I'd have to do is buzz.
If you would like me...
no, thanks. I'll do it myself. Keep an eye on Sleeping Beauty.
You may rest easy, Signor. Sergeant Giovanni Martelli has never betrayed a trust.
Okay, Paisan. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
I trust you slept well, Comrade Mario.
Huh?
One observing you would think you had not a care in the world.
I haven't, if you overlook these handcuffs. Would you happen to have a cigarette?
Oh, si.
Grazie. You know, Sergeant, you are a very good fellow. You know, you made a very definite impression on my cousin.
Your cousin?
The young lady who visited me in my cell yesterday. She thought you were very handsome.
She did?
Yes.
She's a most attractive female herself.
Hey. Would you like her address?
Very much.
She lives at numero 300 via 47. Well, why don't you write it down?
I will remember it. You said Treshend...
You cannot drive, huh?
My schooling was interrupted at a tender age.
Si capisce. It's very understandable. If you will remove the handcuffs, I will be very glad to do it for you.
What?
No, come, Sergeant. Certainly you have no fear of me. A well-proportioned man like yourself. That was the first thing Edna noticed about you. Even that uniform couldn't hide those muscles.
Hard work does it.
Well?
It is out of the question.
Oh, of course. You are afraid of the American senor, eh?
Sergeant Giovanni fears no one. Stick out your hand.
Many thanks, my friend.
Hurry. Write it down before Senor Waring returns.
It will be a pleasure. I believe I had a pen in my pocket. Oh, yes.
Hey, where did you get the knife?
You're mistaken. There's a pen. Here. You can feel the point.
Mario?
Yes, Sergeant. Yes, indeed. I'm sorry it had to be you. I would have preferred it if it were Sergeant Waring. Arrivederci, Sergeante. I fear we shall never meet again.
You and your children can expect to live long thanks largely to better medicine and surgery. But you could expect to live even longer were it not for the danger of automobile accidents. If driver education could be taught in all of our schools instead of only a third of them, it might someday help to save the life of your own son or daughter. Remember in your own automobile to drive as though your life depends on it. It does. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, that's Sicily for you, the land of hot tempers and cold steel. And when I got back to my compartment on the train, I found Mario Gentili was gone. But the good sergeant was still waiting. He was huddled on the floor, the blood pouring from half a dozen wounds. Yeah, Giovanni had reached the end of the line. But I had a hunch the big attraction for Mario was in Palermo, where we all started. So I headed back for the Hotel Rodolfo to await further developments. And they weren't long in coming.
Excuse me, please. I'm looking for the Signor Michael Waring.
Oh, come in.
My card, Signor?
Cesare del Lavoro.
Si. It was suggested by the Lieutenant Balbo that I see you.
Well, sit down.
Grazie, Signor.
You care to join me?
Later, perhaps.
All right, what can I do for you, del Lavoro?
You have it within your power to save my life.
Huh?
You had in your custody yesterday a man who has called himself Mario Gentile. That was not his right name.
How would you know?
Because I have known him since 1934. In those days, he was known as Mario Toselli.
You sure of that?
Positive. We were almost inseparable.
I see.
I assure you, Signor, I was not a fascist. I knew Toselli purely in a social way. He was in love with a woman named Margherita Pecci. I took her away.
Let me get this straight.
She honored me by becoming my wife.
Oh. And how did Toselli take that?
Oh, most badly. He swore to kill us both. It was only by going to France that we managed to escape his vengeance.
Mm-hmm. And you think...
He returned to Palermo to keep his oath. For myself, I do not care, Signor, but Margherita...
does she know Mario is in Palermo?
All Sicily knows. The papers have carried little else. It was her idea I consult the Carabinieri.
Well, where's your wife now?
Well, she waits for me at Laura's hotel.
Laura?
Laura Reynolds. She's an old friend of Margherita.
What does she look like?
Well, she's most attractive.
No. I mean, is she a blonde, a brunette?
Well, why?
Well, a woman visited Mario Gentili in his cell before he escaped, and we've got a hunch she supplied the stiletto.
Oh, it could not be Laura.
Why not?
Well, she's an American.
Oh, I see. All right, tell your wife not to worry, del Lavoro. Not that that will stop her, but I promise you we'll do everything we can.
Quattro, cinque. Is the clock right, Laura?
No, it's a couple of minutes slow, Margarita.
But Cesare promised to call by 4. Something must have happened to him.
Maybe he was hit by a car.
How can you say such things?
It's real easy.
You never liked my husband.
I never liked spinach either, so what does that prove? As far as Cesare
I
is
will not
concerned...
permit you to say another word against him.
Margarita,
I
all
refuse to listen. Ever since... That must be Cesare now.
Come in.
I trust you ladies will excuse me, but I am searching for the Signora de Lavoro.
I am Margarita de Lavoro.
I kiss your hand, Signora. I recognize you immediately from your husband's description. I am Antonio Lombardi.
Antonio Lombardi?
Did Cesare not call and advise you I was to drive you home?
No.
That is most strange.
That is the understatement of the week.
Non capisco?
Oh, forgive me, Signor Lombardi. This is my old friend, Laura Reynolds.
Delighted.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Why didn't Cesare come here himself?
With the problem at hand, he thought it best not to take chances.
What about...
It has all been taken care of. Shall we go?
Yes, of course. Goodbye, Laura.
Margarita, wait a minute.
No, sorry, dear. I do not wish to keep Cesare waiting.
Well, call me the minute you get home. I've got the strangest feeling...
Your concern does you credit, Signorina. But you need not worry. Rest assured, I shall take care of her properly. Arrivederci.
Signor Lombardi.
Si?
Did you not say we were to meet Cesare at home?
Did I?
Yes.
Then so be it. I would never think to contradict a lady.
But this is not the way to Via Toledo. We are going south. There is the marina. The sea is over there.
Well, miracles never cease. I would have sworn.
What are you stopping here for?
For this.
It's gone.
You must understand, my dear. I bear no grievance against you personally, but my employer...
Who is your employer?
Would you care to venture a guess?
No, I don't have to. I know.
Let go, you fool! Let go before... Why must you women always be so difficult?
Is that you, Margarita?
No, it's Mike Waring.
Oh, just a moment. Oh, Signor Waring, this is a surprise. Please come in.
Thanks.
I'm so sorry my wife is not here to meet you. She would be most honored.
Look, De Lavoro, there's something I've got to tell you. I just came from Lieutenant Balbo's office.
He has apprehended Mario Gentile, huh?
No, not yet.
But then what is it? But tell me, Signor, what is it?
It's about your wife.
Something has happened to her.
Yes.
Well, where is she? Where is she? You must take me to her at once.
Wouldn't do any good.
Oh, no.
I'm afraid it's yes.
He kept his promise.
Uh-huh. I feel kind of helpless, De Lavoro, but if there's anything I can do...
No, Signor, no one can help me. If you will be so kind as to leave me now, I would like to be alone for a while.
Well, that's the story, Miss Reynolds. The Carabinieri found a body an hour ago. Naturally, I thought you should know.
Oh, I had a feeling when I saw that man. Couldn't you trace him through the car?
You tell me how.
Well, I watched them from the window as they walked out. His car was parked right across the street.
It wasn't the Blue Nash.
How did you know?
A tourist reported it stolen early this afternoon. Now, getting back to this Antonio Lombardi, what did he look like?
Well, he was about 5'5", dark hair, dapper.
You're sure it wasn't Mario Gentile?
No, I'm positive. I've seen Gentile's picture.
Then he must have been an old comrade doing Mario a favor.
Then why did he say Cesare sent him?
Well, you don't think your friend Margarita would have gone with him if he admitted he came from Mario?
Oh, why didn't Cesare call the way he promised?
Because when he left me, he went into a huddle with Lieutenant Balbo at the Palazzo Caramonte.
Well, I still think it's strange.
Well, that's your privilege. How long have you known De Lavoro?
I met him at Cannes a year ago.
And his wife?
I met her at the same time.
That's funny. I had an idea you and Margarita were practically sorority sisters.
You know, I don't think I like your attitude.
I don't blame you. I don't like it myself. You mind if I use your phone?
Go right ahead.
Thanks.
I hope that's a local call.
It is. I'd like to see how De Lavoro is getting along. Got a feeling I shouldn't have left him.
Hello?
De Lavoro?
Who is this?
Mike Waring.
Oh, in the name of heaven, Signor, where are you? I have been searching all over Palermo for you.
Why, what's up?
I just heard from Mario Gentile.
When?
Not more than 5 minutes ago. He said now that he had disposed of Margarita, it was my turn.
Well, listen, De Lavoro. I'm going to hang up. As soon as I do, I want you to call Lieutenant Balbo.
Does not matter anymore, senor. I just wish to thank you for all that you do.
Hello. Hello. De Lavoro.
What's the trouble?
Well, you call it, Angel. But from where I'm sitting, it sounds like murder. Let's hope I'm wrong.
He doesn't answer.
You didn't really expect him to. All right, get out of the way.
What are you going to do?
Put my foot through the panel.
There ought to be an easier way.
Well, there is, but this is more fun, Laura. Yeah, that ought to do it. Now, let's see if I can reach the lock from here. Entree, madame.
Thank you. Now what?
Well, don't you notice anything unusual?
Well, what do you expect me to do, scream?
I had my hopes.
Well, I'm sorry if I disappointed you.
Now, that's what I call a double take.
He isn't dead.
No. See if there's any brandy around.
You think he should have it?
No, but I could stand a drink.
Senor Waring.
Now, don't talk.
You got here a little late.
Well, don't you worry, De Lavoro. You're going to be fine.
Oh, you cannot fool me, senor.
No, I mean it. It's practically a scratch.
But it burns.
Well, that's to be expected. Was it Mario Gentili?
I couldn't say for sure. I did not see his face.
Now, wait a second. What's this in the corner?
Huh?
Well, what do you know?
Oh, it is a gun.
Yep, it's what it is. A German Mauser. You know, it looks kind of familiar.
Is it the same weapon that was used
I wouldn't
on...
be surprised. You got a handkerchief?
Here.
I finally managed to locate some brandy.
Nice work, Angel. Give him a shot.
What about you?
I'll take a rain check. Right now, I want to see Lieutenant Balbo. With a little luck, I think we can wrap this up.
My friend, much as it pains me to disagree with you, you are wrong. Mario Gentile is not within 50 miles of Palermo.
Then who took that shot at De Lavoro?
The same assassin who killed his wife.
No, I doubt it, Lieutenant. If a man is motivated by revenge, he'll want to do some of the trigger pulling himself. Otherwise, why did he come back to Sicily in the first place?
That is a very good question.
We got a million good questions. What we need is a couple of answers. You think your ballistics department is through checking the gun?
We shall see. Sergente, tenente Balbo qui. Ha finito con l'arma? Vabbè. Che interessante. Bravo, grazie tante, sergente.
Oh, what did he say?
The gun was of German manufacture. It was a Mauser.
Oh, tell me something I don't know. What about fingerprints?
Not a one.
We expected that. I don't suppose they were able to run down the serial number.
On the contrary, Michael. There they were most successful.
Huh?
The gun was purchased 2 weeks ago in Naples.
In Naples?
And you will die when you hear the name of the man who bought it.
Oh, don't tell me.
Yes, it was purchased by an American named Michael Waring.
Oh, no.
You are upset? And I thought you would be delighted by the news. I guess there is no pleasing some people.
We all shudder and shake our heads sadly over the catastrophes we hear about. The floods, explosions, and other accidents which take 5 or more lives. We wonder if it could happen to us, too. Well, there is one type of catastrophe to which most of us are exposed many times every day if we drive or ride on the highways. It's the head-on collision between 2 motor vehicles. It means almost certain death or injury to the drivers and passengers of those vehicles involved. Take a lesson from the fatality figures and drive as though your life depends on it. It does. And now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
Well, there's one thing you can say about cops the world over. They all get the same look on their faces when they're pleased. And Lieutenant Balbo was wearing that look now. And no wonder. Here I'd been needling him about Mario Gentili, and it turns out the gun that killed Margarita de Lavoro belonged to me. A most revolting development.
Well, my friend, what have you got to say for yourself?
Oh, very little. No wonder that gun looked familiar. Mario must have stolen it from my hotel room. But I was right about one thing. He's in Palermo.
So it would appear.
If there was one link we could find in the chain. Say, how far do your records go back on Gentili?
As Gentile, only till 1950, when he came to Sicily as an organizer for the Communist Party.
And you have no idea what he did before then?
Only theories.
But you don't know for sure.
No one does.
Well, that's where you're wrong, Lieutenant. I know one thing now about our mystery man.
What?
How to trap him. And maybe Senor de Lavoro will be kind enough to furnish the bait. Let's ask him anyway.
Senor Waring, I do not like this idea. I do not like it at all.
Look, de Lavoro, either you have confidence in me or you don't.
Well, I don't know about him, but I don't.
Well, that's not too important, Laura. You're just part of the scenery.
But I do not understand this business. It seems to me that I'm what you call a target.
That's exactly what you are. Don't you see? It's our only chance of grabbing Mario. By this time, he knows he didn't kill you this afternoon. Well, if he's a man of his word...
He'll return.
That's what we're figuring on.
But if he kills me...
Not a chance. Lieutenant Balbo's got the place surrounded.
Not entirely, Signore.
What?
You will oblige me by raising your hands.
You're the doctor.
Listen, Gentile.
Ah, Signor del Lavoro, I believe.
Yes, yes.
You know, you have taken the name of Mario Gentile in vain. Naturally, I am displeased.
I can explain everything.
But why? Explanations are so boring.
Well, you're just going to stand there, Waring?
What else can I do?
He's right, Signorina. You see, I am a man with a purpose. I do not intend to be frustrated. All right, del Lavoro. If you have anything to say, now is the time.
In heaven's name, have mercy. Waring, I beg you.
Stay where you are, Signore.
I swear, Gentile, I did not mean any harm. I did not think it would matter to you.
It matters a great deal. Tell them the truth.
I never saw this man before in my life.
What?
Continue.
He was not responsible for Margarita's murder. I was. I hired the assassin.
Mascalzone!
Oh!
Mike.
It's all right, Angel.
It's all right.
Nothing wrong with him. He just fainted.
But that bullet...
It was a blank. Right, Paisan?
Uh-huh.
I don't get it.
Allow me to introduce myself, Signorina. I am Sergente Achille Bresci.
Sergeant Bresci?
Yeah, he's one of Lieutenant Balbo's boys. You did a beautiful job of acting, Achille.
So what good is it? With my luck, Signore, I'll wager Rossellini wasn't even listening.
Well, Mike, maybe I'm thick, but I've got to admit that I still don't get it.
Oh, it isn't difficult, Laura. It all comes down to the fact that De Lavoro hired that man to murder his wife.
Yes, but how did Mario Gentili figure in this?
He didn't.
I don't understand.
Well, you see, when Mario escaped, it gave De Lavoro the bright idea. The papers had played up Mario as a man of mystery. Nobody knew anything about his background. So De Lavoro spread the story that Mario came to Sicily for the purpose of killing him and Margarita.
Oh, yes, but she knew the truth.
Sure, but no one had a chance to ask her. She was murdered before either Balbo or myself could see her.
Well, then, the shot we heard over the phone while De Lavoro was talking to you...
Was self-inflicted.
Oh, you're guessing all this.
Well, that's why we had to bait a trap. And when De Lavoro mistook Achille Bresci for Mario Gentili, that clinched it.
You know, you're pretty clever.
You ought to see me do card tricks sometime.
I'd love to.
All right, I'll show you one of my favorites. Now, let's pretend you're a woman and I'm a man, and we're all alone on the marina facing the sea.
And then what happens?
Well, that's what makes this such a wonderful trick, Angel. Even I don't know how it's going to turn out.
The Case of the Gorgeous Greek. The Case of the Gorgeous Greek. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that when Greece gets too hot, somebody is bound to catch the devil. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced and transcribed by Bernard L. Schubert, written by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Joan Allison as Laura. This program came from New York. This is Fred Collins speaking.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
You've all heard the expression, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. In case it slipped your mind, a fellow by the name of Virgil said that some 2,000 years ago. But as far as George Valentine is concerned, he could just as well said it today. Want to know why? Well, suppose you listen to our Let George Do It adventure entitled Deal Me Out, and I'll deal you in.
Dear Mr. Valentines, now's your chance to be rich. I am a stranger in town and you should take me. Percentage, cost plus, straight commission of the goods, I will pay whatever you like, whatever. And why? Because 5 private detectives I am hiring. With what? No satisfactions. Mr. Valentines, a young friend of mine is having a most desperate situation. And if you can give satisfactions, then I deal you in. The riches are yours. Knowing you like that sort of thing, I remain as ever yours, Ambrose Acropolis.
Knowing you like that sort of thing?
For the young lady, yes. Money will mean something beautiful. For a man, it is different. To him, it is only like bread and butter, or blood, maybe.
Okay, philosopher, but you still haven't told me what kind of trouble this friend of yours is in.
Now, isn't that foolish? Would I need you if I knew?
Yeah, but
I
you
am
still...
in town to visit. I am a happy man. I like other people to be happy. How should I know? He won't see me. He is afraid. He avoids his friends. He runs around in alleys with his coat pulled up and his mouth full of mumbling.
Sounds a little peculiar.
Oh, no. Do not misconceive. A nicer, sweeter, more innocent boy could not be imagined. In other places, we have spent many happy evenings together. But something has happened to suddenly change him. Why? What? I would not be a friend if I did not cock my ear to the ground and scratch my head, would I?
Contortionist, huh? Okay, what's his name?
I have his picture here. And the name is like a haircut. Bob Sprague. Sprague is his last name. And you can remember that by a sprig of parsley.
Never mind, I got it. Bob Sprague. Now, where do I find this poor man in trouble?
Oh, no, he's not poor. Oh, my, no, indeed.
Oh, rich, like you are?
I'll bet he doesn't wear such pretty spats or striped pants.
You like them, eh? So do I. I always wear... You are laughing at me.
Oh, no, really.
No, not you, lady. You, sport. You think I am lying, perhaps, eh? You think I would not know a trouble what I saw?
Take it easy. I didn't say anything.
Ambrose Acropolis will show you what he means. When in doubt, deal a hand of Jack Sorbet.
Hey, let go. What is...
Come on. Goodbye, young lady.
But, Mr. Acropolis...
So me, I will deal you in with Jackson, Higby, and whoever. Let a whole quartet of lawyers convince you.
But, Mr. Jackson, the name Bob Sprague means something to you, doesn't it?
Well, just the nephew of a friend of mine, that's all. Why?
Why? I will take over here the explanations how it began. There is something wrong about this boy, and it is only my desire to contact him.
Yes, of course. But Bob is out of town just now, I think. In fact, I'm quite sure he is.
Out of town? But his friends did
and
not
there's
say...
certainly nothing wrong with him. However, I'll tell you what I'll do. If you want to send him a note or a letter, you may drop it off here, and I'll see that it gets forwarded to the right place. Be glad to.
Uh-huh. Why not just give us his address?
Well, I don't know it, naturally. Just that he's away somewhere, that's all. Now, really, gentlemen, I'm very busy.
Mr. Jackson, permit me to tell you that a young friend of Bobby's has made from you a liar. To me, he is swearing poor Bob Sprague, with his coat turned up, sneaks into the Afton Hotel here in town every morning.
Oh, get out of here.
Well, how could that be? What is going on here?
Go someplace else. Call other people liars. Get out of here.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Well, Valentines?
Okay, sport, I'm in. What's the name of that hotel again? Blow gently, sweet after.
What? What's the matter with you?
Oh, nothing. I just say that to myself every time I have a glass of beer here at the hotel this time of morning.
Oh. I'm not insulted. Just sitting here, waiting for the first race at High Live.
Uh-huh. Who's the bookie, bartender?
Didn't you know?
Well, I'm a little new here. Say, your name's Bob Sprague, isn't it? Hey, wait a minute. I just asked, that's all.
Look, what do you want?
Now, listen, I never heard of you until 1 second ago. I asked you the same question a guy down the bar asked me about you, that's all.
What?
Sit down. He's looking at us.
Oh.
What's the matter, anyway? You must be popular or something. No sooner had I walked in this place than this guy walked up and asked if I knew you. Then he asked the bartender. The bartender looked at you, but then looked away quick and said no.
Bartender's a nice guy.
Well, I thought maybe I could help with something. You see?
Wait a minute.
Well, hello, fellas. You mind if I join you?
Sorry, private club.
Well, that's the way it goes, doesn't it? Man doesn't make new friends without getting blackballed once or twice.
What's your problem?
There's what's wrong with the world. People don't say, what's your happiness? They say, what's the matter? Here, you're going to have one with me now, both of you. Hey, bartender, say, either one of you fellas just happen to know a fella named Bob Sprague?
Now, what's going on in this town? You asked me that just about 2 minutes ago.
Oh, so I did. My mistake. But that's the way it goes, isn't it? No, it's on me, bartender.
Here, kid. What? My key. I got a room upstairs. Hey, you, whatever your name is.
Al. Name's Al. Didn't I tell you?
No. And you didn't ask me if I was Bob Sprague either.
Look, I'm getting out of here. Thanks, man.
Sure, see you later.
Hey, now, wait a minute, both of you. You mean you're old Bob?
Sure, why not? Me, not him. But my mother called me Robert.
Well, holy smoke. Think of that.
Uh-huh. So what do you want with me?
Just get out of my way, that's all, buddy.
But I thought you wanted to see me.
It's too early for games. Where's that guy going?
Oh, I don't see anybody.
You're no more Sprague than I am. Get off my toes.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean
Get out of my way.
Hey, wait a minute. No offense. If you want to know where the kid's going, just ask.
What?
Sure. I don't mind telling you. I got a room upstairs. Kid's meeting me there, 612. I just slipped him the key.
Huh. What kind of a sucker do you think I am? So he's headed for the street, huh? Thanks for nothing.
Don't mention it, sucker. Hey, kid. Bob.
Oh, hi. Get rid of him?
Yeah, pushover.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Who is he? Called himself Al, but he didn't...
I don't know. I've never even seen him before. Just another strong man, I suppose.
Brother, you're sure popular. Now, look, let's have it. What are you afraid of? What are you hiding from?
$40,000.
What? Hey, look, I don't get it. Well, come on. You're in trouble. Dodging somebody like mad. Your friends all covering up for you.
Ah, sure. Don't know why I shouldn't tell you. You see, it's like this. Well,
go on.
Somebody outside.
Well, hello, everybody.
What in the name of...
So you have got him at last. George Valentine's, you are a genius.
I might have known. There was no baggage in the room or anything. Look, get out of my way.
Bob, wait.
Bobby, my boy, my old
so
friend.
Long, fatso.
Kid, wait. What's the idea?
You lousy double-crosser.
Wait. Stop him, Valentine.
No. Let him go.
What? He's in trouble. He will get away. Get him.
Yeah. There we are. That's better.
Valentine's, what has come over you? Why did you hold me?
Oh, shut up, Acropolis. Find Bob Sprague. He's in danger. He's hiding from someone. Oh, brother, what a sap I am. The guy he's hiding from is you.
Please, don't look at me like that. I am an innocent man.
Sure. Hiring people right and left to go after the poor guy.
What I promised you with God, didn't I?
Oh, yeah, sure. Percentage, cost plus, straight commission of the goods. Why didn't I catch on earlier? $40,000. What is it you're trying to do? Shake him down?
No, please. I am honest. We are friends, Bobby and me. We spend many happy evenings together at poker. He lost.
Ah, so that's it. A nice kid welching on a gambling debt, and you're the gambler.
Valentine's, once in a while to be a gambler is a tragic thing. The government says you must pay income tax, but the laws will not let you collect your debts. And when your debtors run away from you...
Oh, my heart's bleeding for you.
No, wait, this boy is good for it. His uncle is rich.
So you wanted me to strong-arm for you, huh?
What, only for a cut?
Okay, so here goes.
No! Yeah.
I guess that deals me out, doesn't it?
George, where on earth have you been?
Getting a bad taste out of my mouth.
What?
Yeah. Well, there's a movie on down the
And
street.
what did you do with Mr. Acropolis? It's been hours since you two left.
Oh, skip it. I'm all through with that. What's the matter?
The police just phoned. I've been trying to reach you.
Police?
They want you out at the house of Bob Sprague's uncle. That's where the other phone call came.
Which phone call?
The one from the man who said he'd kidnapped Bob Sprague.
What?
And unless his uncle paid $40,000, Bob would be murdered.
Oh, that does it. Do I care? Angel, I dealt myself out of that three-ring circus once.
George,
I'm not...
listen. The butler who took the call said the man tried to disguise his voice, but he did give his name.
Ambrose Acropolis?
No, George Valentine's.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
And now, back to George Valentine. Deal me out. Only if your name is George Valentine, you always seem to get dealt right back in. A man named Ambrose Acropolis asked you to help him find a friend named Bob Sprague. And it wasn't until after you found him that you realized why. Acropolis is a gambler trying to collect what he calls an honest debt. The only trouble is now someone has collected Sprague himself. Yes, he's been kidnapped. By whom? Someone calling himself George Valentine's.
Ambrose Acropolis. He's using my name, and he's the one you want.
No, we just put out an alarm and find him, and it's all over. Simple like that.
Well, why not, Johnson? What's wrong with that?
You haven't met the uncle yet. Here, in here.
Bob Sprague's uncle, the guy with the dough?
He certainly has a fancy house.
Well, what's wrong with him?
You'll see. Mind if we come in?
Lieutenant Johnson, come around here. Come around here.
Well, I noticed you there on the patio.
Wait. How do you like this, eh? Butler just brought in the package. First one I ever owned in my life.
Well, where's the yacht? Mr. Dougal, this is Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine.
Hello.
Pleasure indeed.
Hi.
Can't own the costume without the yacht, eh?
It's a very becoming cap.
Oh, now you know it isn't, but thanks. That's what I'm hoping my wife will say.
Your wife?
Wife-to-be. Getting married in a few days. Why not? You think I'm too old, I suppose. Well, of course I am, but there's no
Oh,
fool
wait a minute, Mr. Dougal. What is all this? You're Bob Sprague's uncle, aren't you?
Huh? Not my fault.
Well, aren't we here to find out about this kidnapping message you received?
I'm afraid that's a problem for the police, not for me.
What's that?
See what I told you, Valentine?
Now, why don't we all sit down and have a drink?
In other words, you're not even worried? Is that right? Only, what kind of a message did they give you?
My butler took it over the phone. The voice said somebody had better show up at a certain address with $40,000 in cash. The lieutenant's got all that.
Well?
Otherwise, they'd kill Bob.
Yes, that's right. Now, sit down. We'll all have that drink.
Well, what's so funny?
Oh, Bob's been in scrapes all his life, just like his father. And I've been silly enough to keep hauling him out. Keep pulling him off the railroad tracks before the trains cut him in two.
Uh-huh. Obviously, you don't like your nephew very much.
Don't like him? I hate him. He's a blasted nuisance. Gambling all the time. And I've finally grown up enough to realize that I owe him nothing. Peace, it's wonderful.
And so you won't pay the $40,000 that they asked?
Look, I'm going to be married. I'm going to have a wife. I'm going to buy a yacht. And as far as I'm concerned, Bob can save himself from the buzzsaw. I'm not going to.
Okay, then. Neither am I.
But you will, won't you, Lieutenant? That's your job.
Play it safe. We'll need money. Acropolis isn't going to sucker for any cut-up newspaper.
Well, then take up a collection. Pass the hat. Or maybe you should just sit out this hand. They won't kill him. What good would it do them? See what I mean? Forget it. Have a good time. Let's everybody just deal ourselves out.
Valentine Dougal's right. I've got a job to do.
Oh, his uncle can't mean those things he said, Lieutenant.
I don't care if he does, Angel. It's Acropolis I want to find.
Sure. Who likes to be made a sucker? Think how this is going to look in the newspaper. George Valentine's. Kidnapper or patsy?
Yeah, sure. Sergeant, have any luck tracing our fat friend?
Says they picked up about 10 trails on Acropolis, but none of them... No, I'll get that. Oh, no? Yeah, that's right. What? You did?
Who did what?
Yeah, I got it. Sure, right away. He's dead.
Huh?
Bob Sprague? Oh, no.
Wrong guess.
Acropolis. Where'd they find him?
No. That was the lawyer Jackson just called. Well, don't just stand there. Dougal's dead.
Two shots, huh?
Yeah. After Dougal put up a pretty good fight.
Somebody came in through the patio just the same way we did, I guess.
And all this poor guy could think of was about getting married and buying a yacht. Yeah, makes no sense.
Johnson. There's a perfectly simple reason for this guy being killed, and it ties right in with the rest of it, too. Mr. Jackson? Oh, Sergeant, has the lawyer...
Yes, right here.
May I see you a second, please?
Well, it isn't the inquisitive young man.
Sure, we've met before. Now, I want $40,000.
I beg your pardon.
Well, Dougal's dead, so his money can't be his anymore. And if it wasn't married yet, I suppose his nephew still gets it. Check?
Well, yes, Bob Sprague inherits, but
and Bob is being held prisoner somewhere for $40,000.
But it's ridiculous to pay that. Dougal called me earlier and asked my opinion. I told him the same thing. That's what I was coming out here to talk about when I found him. Bob has been in these scrapes too often before.
You also think we ought to just let Bob be killed?
Well, but they wouldn't do that. It's ridiculous. They wouldn't dare to... Well...
Yeah, somebody killed Dougal fast enough. Now, look, there's no time to waste. I want $40,000 in cash. Just give me those instructions on how and where I pay the money, Johnson.
You, George?
Sure. Here I go again, drawing another hand. Because you see, Mr. Jackson, this is the only way we can find out who's holding the kid. It's also the only way we can find out who murdered his uncle.
George, that's the address, but the place looks so empty.
Just stay out of sight, Angel, and see if I bounce out. If I do, then you'll know it's not.
But you don't expect to see anyone. You're just supposed to leave the money here.
Yeah, well, I don't know what's going to happen, but it won't work with a lot of police watching. I know that.
Oh, George, wait a minute.
So long, Angel. Anybody home? All right, where do you want the money? Well, what do I do? Just drop it on the floor and then... No, you don't. Your aim's bad, Buster. Drop that blackjack. Yeah, that's better. You think I'd walk in here without a gun?
Don't shoot again. You hurt me and Bob Sprague will be killed.
Hey, where have I heard you before? Let's get a little light in this mausoleum. Well, the laughing boy at the Afton bar. Al, isn't it?
No, don't that beat all. It's a small world, ain't it?
Who are you working for?
You got the gun, but I got the boy. Let's not waste time.
All right. Want to count the cash?
Oh, me? Oh, no. Who wants to count money?
Oh, it's all there, all right.
Oh, boy. Why work for a living, huh, pal? 5, 6, 7, 30, 35, 40. Now, there's a head of lettuce. I didn't even know they made them that big.
Not so fast, Buster. It goes back in the envelope, and I keep it.
Well, now, look. We got to go through that again.
I keep it until you show me the kid. Unharmed.
Can't be done. Put up an awful fight. He's got an awful black eye. All right. Don't get anxious. But you know what'll happen if you try anything fancy.
Sure. You'll get shot.
Now, don't be like that. After all, this isn't a regular kidnapping. A debt's a debt, that's all. Come on, my car's outside. After you.
Oh, no, thanks.
Have it your own way. But I told you I'd bring you down here. There's nothing to be suspicious about.
Drop the gun.
Okay. Regular parade, isn't it?
Sure. You're going to play bass horn.
Take it easy.
Or should we see if he makes noises like a cymbal?
Cut it out.
No, leave him alone. I'll take the gun. Thanks.
Where'd you get the gorilla boy, Al?
Relax, I tell you. You're among friends.
Then stop picking my pocket.
Debt's a debt, that's all. There we are, 40 G.
Okay, where's the kid? I suppose he's no more here than he
That's
was...
the trouble with everybody nowadays. No good faith. You see what I mean? Let him out, Louis.
What?
Oh, boss, he's a good boy. Ain't caused no trouble. Sure plays lousy poker, though. All right, Dopey, wake up.
What do you want? Oh, it's you again.
Hello, kid. I wasn't sure I'd find you.
Play hearts and flowers.
Now, look, this time I'm legitimate. I'm from your uncle.
Oh, try again. Will you? I'd rather be locked up.
We're going to turn you loose, Playboy. Matinee's over.
Wait a minute. You mean that old skinflint threw away his fancy blonde, his yachting cap long enough to cough up? I don't believe it.
Here's the dough.
I still don't believe it.
It's your dough, not your uncle's.
What?
Yeah. Mr. Dougal's dead.
He's dead. Oh, now, look, he was...
Come on, Louie. So long, son.
Hey, come on back here.
Stop it. Look out, kid. All right, let them go. They got their money. They're just hired hands.
Look, what's it all about? What's been happening? Who hired them?
Same guy who murdered your uncle.
Valentine's, tell Lieutenant Johnson how harmless I am.
All right, I'll let go of you, but just be quiet.
For Acropolis, I doubt if it's possible.
But you are my friend. Valentine's, you are my friend.
Did you check his voice on the telephone?
Sure, I checked it.
What's the matter, Johnson? Not him, huh?
Me? Why should I phone to anybody? Why should I be involved with kidnappers?
Shut up. So it wasn't him on the phone. What difference does it make? One of his hired hands spoke the piece, that's all.
Okay. I left Brooksy out here with Bob.
Valentine's, come back here. Don't leave me in this pickle of stew. Valentine's!
Why not? It's all over. It's finished.
What's that?
Well, all except the hard work. But you've already got the lead, Lieutenant.
Yeah, what's that? What lead? What are you talking about?
Oh, hello, Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Valentine, Jackson here seems to think that Acropolis...
Oh, sure. Everybody's thinking, but skip it, will you? Now, why would Acropolis want my name used? Why would he hire me in the first place if he intended to stage a kidnapping? As I remember, he even tried to get a few other detectives to help him chase down Bob here.
I'm a lawyer. I prefer to think logically, if you don't mind. Acropolis is the one the debt was owed to, isn't he?
Sure, and that's how the murder ties in.
Why, of course. He discovered that Dougal wasn't going to pay up, so he killed Dougal in order to make the boy able to pay. You went through it yourself. It worked. That's what happened.
Are you all through? Okay, listen. Acropolis here is all noise. He blunders around so much he couldn't even collect his own debt.
Be careful of the words, please.
Sport, you hired me to find Bob Sprague. All right, I did. But all the fuss certainly provided a good opportunity for somebody else to blame this all on you. And that's why my name was used, to link it to you, Acropolis.
Now, see here, that doesn't make any sense.
But for some reason, I was called Valentine's.
Yes, but that's the way he pronounced it.
Yeah, and the simplest explanation for that extra S is that certain people today must have actually thought that was my name. Well, on the phone, it could have been Al or Louis or the person who hired them. But it was the latter who only heard my name once, and in Acropolis's lovely voice.
I don't get you.
Oh, yes, you do, Bob. Up in that hotel room. He walked in and called me George Valentine's, and you must have thought that was my name.
Now, see here.
What's the matter, Mr. Jackson? Don't you think it makes sense that Bob here should have taken advantage of his own predicament to get his uncle's money before the old boy was married and cut him off?
Look, I was a prisoner at the time of the murder.
Oh, no, you weren't. Sure, Al put on a show for everybody in the hotel this morning. Who's Bob Sprague? Didn't know you. Big menace chasing you.
You're crazy.
And he carried through the act just fine. After all, why not? I suppose his cut is the $40,000 he walked off with.
But that's not true. He had me locked in a room. I don't know what he said,
They didn't
but...
make the mistake you did. And I don't just mean that Valentine's business either. Because I don't wear a yachting cap.
What?
Yeah. And neither did your uncle until today. He told us. Package just came before we saw him. After you'd been, quote, kidnapped, unquote. Okay, Johnson, it's all yours. Just get him to explain how he could mention that yachting cap to me when he'd never even seen it. Except, of course, while he was killing his uncle.
Why, you dirty meddler.
Sing it sweet, Buster. Sing it sweet. Come on, Brooksy.
But, George, Mr. Acropolis
No,
here...
no, we're not leaving him. Come on, gambler. Let's see what kind of cards we can deal.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
But 40,000. Now I will never get my $40,000.
Of course you won't. You can't collect it legally, and I certainly don't know how else you could get it from a man who's being tried for murder.
You sound so sorry for me.
There is an understatement.
How many times must I explain to you my honesty?
Oh, cut it out, sport. You're not bright, that's all. Maybe you beat Bob Sprague at cards, but he almost got even by hanging this whole mess on you.
Valentine's, we will not speak of it anymore. The pleasure of this meeting has been yours.
And for the last time, my name is not Valentine.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Please? Now we are friends. Of course. I will call you Georges.
Why, that's stupid.
Oh, George, let him go. I think it's kind of cute. George is George.
You have just heard Deal Me Out, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Our detective friend Mike Shayne solves most of his cases by a combination of clues, shrewd thinking, and daring action. But he's also a great student of criminal files and case histories of famous crimes. This morning, Mike is at his desk, deep in study of the latest exploit of another well-known detective, Mr. Dick Tracy, when suddenly Mike's useful and very ornamental associate, Phyllis Knight, opens the office door.
Mike.
Huh? Yes, Angel?
Hide that funny paper. There's a client in the waiting room.
Oh, just when I was getting to the...
Come on.
Okay, show him in.
Mr. Shayne will see you now, Mr. Carter. This is Mr. Shayne, Mr. Nelson Carter.
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Carter. Won't you sit down, sir?
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Shayne, I'll have to be very brief. I'm an attorney, and I'm on my way to see a client. It's about him, about Mr. Dixon, that I've come here.
Mm-hmm, I see.
The situation is so fantastic, really. I'm afraid Mr. Dixon's life is in peril. I fear for him, I really do.
Is it a case that the police department should handle, Mr. Carter?
Well, no. I don't see how the... Mr. Shayne, 3 days ago, when Gregory Dixon walked into my office, I screamed in terror. I almost fainted.
Fainted? But
yes.
What?
2 months ago, we had buried Mr. Dixon.
Oh, you had buried Mr... What?
Yes. Oh, yes, it was a perfectly proper funeral. Well, I thought I was seeing his ghost. We'd received word that Mr. Dixon was killed in an accident down in Mexico, in Yucatan. Imagine my consternation. Here he walked into my office while I'm administrating his estate.
Uh-huh, that would make anybody do nip-ups.
Yet you say you buried him.
Oh, it was a mistake, a horrible mistake.
Oh.
Somebody died in Yucatan. They thought it was Mr. Dixon. The coffin was shipped to Mr. Dixon's cousin. We held the funeral, and I was appointed administrator of the estate.
But, just a minute, sir. You started off by telling us Mr. Dixon's life is in danger.
Yes. His heirs have received his bequests. Now, they'll have to refund the money. And, well, with all respect for Mr. Dixon's relatives, I must say several of them are extremely unsavory.
Well, that's no reason for thinking that they will try to kill him.
Well, I think there's every danger they will, Mr. Shayne. One of his cousins came into my office yesterday. He was absolutely furious because he was cheated out of his inheritance. He asked me about Mr. Dixon's health and how long I thought he might live and so on.
You want us to protect your client?
Yes. Now, I'm going out to his house right now. I'd like you to come along and talk to Mr. Dixon.
Well, I would rather prevent a murder than solve one.
Then you will come with me?
Yes, Mr. Carter, we will.
well, Carter, you're an old worrywart. A good attorney, but an old worrywart.
Now, Mr. Dixon, you don't appreciate the serious danger which you're in.
Do you, Mr. Shane and Miss Knight, feel that I am a man about to be murdered?
Well, we really don't know, sir. You see,
I can understand Carter's feelings. He doesn't want to have to probate your will a second time. Every time you die, you make more work for the poor man.
Clarence, then you heard.
As I was coming in from the garden. I'm Clarence Fisher, Mr. Dixon's cousin.
How do you do, Mr. Fisher?
Of course, Carter may be right. I'm worth considerably more to you, Clarence, dead than alive. I can talk like that to Clarence. He's got a fine sense of humor. Not like his cousin Howard. Howard is sober as a judge with a toothache.
Assuming Mr. Dixon's life is in danger, who would be the most likely suspect?
Why, several. Before I left the office, I made a list of Mr. Dixon's beneficiaries. Well, if you care to read it now,
Thank you, sir. Clarence Fisher.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, yes. Bequest $10,000. Howard Connell, $20,000. William A. Wilkinson, $25,000, and a farm at Redwood City. Various charities, $200,000. I see.
Apparently, Mr. Carter's modesty made him omit his own bequest to the tune of $25,000.
Well, but after all, surely I couldn't be a suspect.
You know, there's one thing which puzzles me and which none of you gentlemen has explained. Mr. Dixon is here alive and well. But who is buried out in the cemetery?
You know, I've wondered about that myself. You see, when I was down in Yucatan, I fell ill of a fever. I'm still about 30 pounds underweight. It ruined my eyes, and I had to get glasses. But that's beside the point. When I got up from my sickbed, I found my wallet had been stolen. So had most of my papers. I assumed the thief was later killed.
Suppose somebody down in Yucatan received orders to kill Mr. Dixon. Suppose the person who did the killing or ordered the killing now realizes that a mistake was made.
Yes, he may try again.
That's a grave thought, and no pun intended.
May I ask who received the coffin here?
Mr. Dixon's cousin, Howard Connell. Actually, the body was not buried. It was interred in the mausoleum. We followed the instructions in Mr. Dixon's will.
Say, you brought up a good point, Phyllis. If we could find out whose body's in that coffin, it just might be a clue. We might even find out if the man had been murdered.
Yeah, and if it were murder, we would know definitely that Mr. Dixon is in real danger.
Well, then I suggest you have the body exhumed, if that's possible.
It is possible, Mr. Dixon. I'll ask the Inspector of Homicide to use his influence with the coroner's office. Sometimes dead men tell very interesting tales.
You know that I can think of a lot of things I'd rather do, Mike Shane, than visit a mausoleum.
Yes, but we'll make it as short as possible, Angel. Now, let's see. According to the superintendent, it should be down this next corridor.
All right.
Hello.
Ooh.
It's a shame, Miss Knight.
Oh, hello there, Coroner.
Mike, I'd like to know what's going on around here.
What's wrong?
Take a look in the coffin.
There's no body in it.
You're right, Angel. Nothing but gunny sacks and granite rocks.
Mike Shane and Phyllis have dropped in at police headquarters to talk over their problem with the inspector. With them is Nelson Carter, their client's attorney.
The whole situation is completely screwy, Inspector. A man is reported dead. His coffin arrives from Mexico. He has a funeral. His property's divided. 2 months later, the fella turns up alive and kicking.
And his coffin is filled with gunny sacks and granite rocks.
It's a new one on me, kids. Unless this Gregory Dix will think he was dead.
Well, then why would he come back at all, Inspector? He almost lost all his money and property.
Well, I don't see you need worry, Mike. Dixon is alive. There's no corpse in the coffin. Nobody's dead.
No, but it's got our curiosity up, Inspector. You know, Mike and I do handle other cases besides murder. This time we've drawn a completely wacky mystery.
Well, you can make light of it, Miss Knight. But since finding that empty coffin, I'm more convinced than ever that there's something diabolical afoot.
All right. Diabolical what?
It's only 3 days since anybody knew Mr. Dixon was still alive. Several of the heirs would stop at almost nothing to hold on to their inheritances.
You said that before, Mr. Carter. Now, let's see. You gave me a list of the bequests. Which man stormed into your office yesterday?
The one who wanted to know how long you thought Dixon might live?
Yes, that was Wilkinson. William A. Wilkinson.
Oh, yes. He's listed here for $25,000 on a farm near Redwood City.
He's living there right now. He was furious because he'll have to turn the farm back to Mr. Dixon.
And then this Howard Connell, he's down for $20,000. What about him?
A cousin of Mr. Dixon. He gambles, plays the horses, will do anything to keep out of work, and can't hold a job anyway.
Well, I suppose we might interview those men, though I don't know what we could ask them. No crime's been committed.
Well, you won't be able to get hold of Howard Connell. He left for New York after Mr. Dixon's funeral.
Well, we might start him with a little talk with Clarence Fisher, the cousin we met in Dixon's house.
If I were doing it, Mike, I know where I'd begin.
Yeah? Where, Inspector?
Well, you say Cousin Wilkinson lives on a farm near Redwood City.
Yes?
Well, it's a very pleasant sunny day outside, and twice as pleasant down country. I know a tidy little inn on King's Road west of Redwood City. They serve swell hamburgers, and there's a cute little Irish waitress with a green apron.
Ah, say no more, Inspector. Say no more. You've sold us one trip to Redwood City.
If you don't mind, Mr. Shane, we'll sit and talk under this apple tree. Got to keep my eye on Alec, the hired hand. Laziest man you ever seen.
Whatever you wish, Mr. Wilkinson.
Oh, an old-fashioned hammock. That's for me, Mike.
Yes, sir, when I got Carter's letter about Dixon being alive, I couldn't believe my eyes, so to speak. Sort of upset my plans for the future. By the way, it's sort of a warmish day. You folks like a drink?
You, Phil?
Huh? Not now, thanks. Maybe some water later on.
Oh, we'll make it apple cider. Water here doesn't taste right to me. Dixon just got done putting in pipe water. Bricked up the old well over there and went modern on it, so to speak. What'd you folks say you came down here about?
We didn't say, sir. Mr. Carter seems to think Mr. Dixon's in some sort of danger. Now, we'd like to ask you if he has any enemies who might...
Carter? I told that lawyer yesterday. Well, I guess maybe he repeated it to you, Mr. Shane. You can see this is a very nice little farm, and I was expecting to make myself a piece of money off it, so to speak. Handing it back to Dixon now is going to hurt like pulling eye teeth, so to speak.
Maybe you could buy it back from Mr. Dixon. Did he make much use of the farm?
Oh, spent all of his weekends down here, and I haven't got the cash to buy it from him.
Mr. Wilkinson, you say that Dixon bricked up the water well?
Yes, he did it a couple of months ago. Left it in an unsightly mess. Alec cleaned it up for me, dug a new rose garden, and shoveled the dirt down in the well.
Quite a number of stones missing from the coping around the well.
Oh, Mike, I know what you're driving at.
Yeah. You and I, Angel, have seen those stones before. The identical size and shape in a coffin in a mausoleum. Water, I've broken through.
Mike? Mike, can you hear me? Mike, have you found anything?
Yeah, plenty. A body.
Jiminy Christmas, Mr. Wilkinson. This is bad. Awful bad.
Oh, stop your jawing, Alec. You make me nervous.
Mr. Wilkinson, do you know whose body this is?
Of course not. How do you suppose I could tell?
Mike, there's a ring on one of his fingers.
Yeah, I see it. A gold ring. The band's in the shape of a snake.
There, let me look at it.
Mean anything to you, sir?
No.
This hole in his head means something to me. He was murdered.
Mike, we better get hold of the inspector.
Yeah. Yes, we're heading back to San Francisco and pick up the inspector, and then...
Yeah?
Then we're going to have another talk with Mr. Dixon.
Say, when I suggested that you kids take a little run down country, I didn't expect you to come tearing back to me with a body.
No, and now that we found it, the question is, whose body is it?
Yes, and until we know that answer, we're not going to spill the news to Dixon. Remember that, Angel.
All right.
We've got to tiptoe very cautiously.
There's Dixon, out in the garden talking to Mr. Fisher.
Yes. Look, Inspector, if you don't mind, I'll do most of the questioning.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to approach Dixon downwind.
Suits me.
Shane, Miss Knight. I was wondering what had become of you.
We brought along a friend of ours, Mr. Dixon, the inspector of homicide.
Inspector of Homicide?
Yes, you see, if anybody should succeed in killing you, this is the man who will lose his sleep over.
Well, glad to know you, Inspector. And may your slumbers be unbroken. This is my cousin, Clarence Fisher.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do?
Suppose we go into the house so we can sit down.
Okay, sir. Mr. Dixon, we just got back from a little drive down to Redwood City. We talked with another of your cousins, William Wilkinson.
That's so? Hates to give up the farm, doesn't he?
Oh, very much. He's put in a new rose garden. We noticed that the old water well behind the house has been bricked up.
Oh, really? Wilkinson changing things around to suit, huh?
Then you didn't fill in the well yourself?
Me? Why, no. Why should I?
Mr. Dixon.
Yes?
Did you have any people visit you down on your farm from the past few months?
Oh, a few. Howard Connell, Clarence here, Wilkinson, old Fuss Budget Carter, and a few others.
I see. Well, sir, if I'm to properly protect you, I'd like to know what those people look like. Do you have any photographs?
Photographs by the hundreds. I've got a scrapbook of snapshots. It's right over there on the wicker table. This what you want?
Oh, that's perfect.
How about this group picture here?
Oh, that's me wearing the straw hat.
Really?
Girl's Joan Brooks. The man behind, I can't remember his name.
No, I can't either. Some chap who was on his way to Canada. The last fellow on the far right is Howard Connell.
Howard Connell. He's the cousin who's gone to New York, isn't he?
That's right. Last time I saw Howard was when he drove me to the airport when I went to Mexico.
Does he live in San Francisco?
Right next door. I'm living in his house till he gets back.
And when will that be?
Well, I can't say. He left for New York right after Dixon's, funeral. The last letter I got from him didn't mention when he'd be back.
He was one of the beneficiaries under Mr. Dixon's will. I should think he would stay here in town.
Oh, not Howard. He's always on the move. No telling where he is now.
Here's another photo of you in the scrapbook, Mr. Dixon. A close-up. You're wearing a large, rather peculiar-looking ring.
Why, yes. I lost that ring some time ago.
Lost it? Have you any idea where?
Why, no. It just slipped off my finger one day. No idea where I lost it. But I don't see what that matters.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Well, thanks very much for letting us see the pictures, Mr. Dixon, and now we'll be running along.
Oh, but Mr. Shane, you were hired to protect me. You're always running off somewhere.
We're working on the case, sir, I assure you. In fact, we're going to police headquarters right now, just on your account. Now, this is the way I dope it out, Inspector. Check me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
First of all, we may be up against a colossal conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
The attorney Carter comes to Phyllis and me and says Dixon's life is in danger. Because Dixon was reported dead and now turns up alive, and his heirs hate to part with their ill-gotten gains.
Then we find that Dixon's funeral was a fake.
Yeah.
We find his coffin filled with stones from Dixon's own water well, and we find a murdered man hidden inside the well.
And that murdered man, Inspector, I'm convinced is the real Gregory Dixon. The fellow who says he's Dixon is an imposter.
Yeah, I know what you base that on, Mike. The fact that the ring in the dead man's finger is the same ring we saw in Dixon's photograph.
Correct.
But perhaps the ring really was lost, and the person who later found the ring is the man you hauled out of the well.
Well, that's possible, Inspector, but I'd like to go one step further. I'll say that the man who calls himself Gregory Dixon is actually Howard Connell, Dixon's cousin and beneficiary.
I was beginning to suspect that myself. Connell very conveniently disappears on a trip to New York. Nobody knows exactly where he is or when he's coming back.
But Dixon's relative ought to be able to recognize the fake, unless they're all in on the deal, too.
That may be, too. But there was a strong family resemblance between Dixon and Connell. Mm-hmm. I noticed it in those photographs.
Mm-hmm. That's why the story about Dixon falling ill, losing 30 pounds, having to put on glasses. An alibi in case anybody began to suspect.
Okay. But who killed Dixon, Phil? Who threw his body down the well and bricked it up? Both Wilkinson and Connell denied they closed the well. Yes, Sergeant.
Mr. Shane's call to Redwood City's waiting, sir.
Thanks. Take it on this phone, Mike.
Thanks, Inspector. Hello? Hello, Alec?
Calling me, Mr. Shane?
Yes, I want to ask you a question, Alec. How long have you worked for Mr. Wilkinson?
Why, about a month or so. Mr. Wilkinson hired me when he took over the farm.
And when you were making the new rose garden for him, Alec, did you dump all that dirt down the well?
Yes, sir. The well was bricked up anyway. I didn't see no harm.
That's all I wanted to know. Thank you, Alec. Well, Wilkinson told us the truth.
Yeah?
The well was bricked up when he got the farm.
Well, then Dixon, I mean Connell lied to us.
Practically everything he told us was a lie, Angel. Well, Inspector, what do you say?
You make out a pretty strong case, Mike, but we don't have any real proof that Howard Connell killed Dixon and then took his place.
Don't worry, we'll get the proof.
Okay, I'll take your word for it, Mike. Let's go out and pick up Connell.
Mr. Carter.
Mr. Shane, Inspector, I just telephoned for you.
Phoned? Why? What for?
The very thing I hired Shane to prevent. It's happened.
What are you talking about? You don't mean to tell me...
Yes, I do mean to tell you. Mr. Dixon is dead.
At the home of the late Gregory Dixon, Mike Shane, Phyllis, and the inspector have found another body. The body of the man whom they were about to arrest. The dead man lies sprawled in the bushes directly beneath an open window on the second floor.
Well, I don't understand.
He fell from the window. We heard him fall.
Mr. Wilkinson, what are you doing in San Francisco?
I just got here from Redwood City. Carter and I came out to talk to him.
Inspector, take a look at the man's head.
Yeah, I see. A deep gash in the back of the skull.
He must have hit his head on a rock.
Hold on. Here's something else. A revolver in his coat pocket and a sheet of paper.
It's a note. A typewritten note.
To the authorities. I cannot go on. You know the truth by now. I killed Gregory Dixon. Then a typewritten signature. Howard Connell.
Connell. Then it's true. I can't believe it.
Good heavens. So he committed suicide.
All right, suppose you all tell us what happened. Starting with you, Mr. Fisher.
Well, I was next door in my house. Wilkinson and Carter rang my doorbell and asked if Connell had gone out.
Yes, we'd been pounding on his door and got no answer.
Yes, I was sure he was in, so I came over with them and let them into the house with my key. Wilkinson was all excited. He said he had some terrible news. He said the real Gregory Dixon was dead, and we'd all been tricked.
How did you know that, Mr. Wilkinson?
Yes, we just discovered that for ourselves, but you never told us.
Well, when I saw that body from the well and the ring on his finger, I recognized it.
You told us it meant nothing to you.
I know. I just couldn't believe it. I wanted time to think it out. Then I drove up to the city and told Carter.
I thought Wilkinson was crazy. I phoned Connell, and told him we were coming right out. I still couldn't believe it. That's why I jumped all over you, Mr. Shane, for letting the man get killed. I didn't know it was suicide and that he was a fake. Believe me, I didn't.
But to get on, what happened after you three were in the house?
Well, Wilkinson was trying to tell me his discovery, and Carter was arguing with him. Connell wasn't downstairs, so I went up and called him. He shouted from the bedroom that he'd be down in a minute, and I went back to the living room and started asking Wilkinson questions. He told me about the ring.
Yes, and we kept waiting and waiting. The living room windows were open, and I complained about the cold wind blowing in. Fisher went over and started to close the windows. He shouted, and we heard Connell crash to the ground.
I saw the body falling past the window. Connell must have known he was trapped. He couldn't face us.
Those open windows on the second floor, are they in Connell's bedroom?
Yes.
Now, let me get this straight. All three of you men were in the room when Connell fell?
Yes, sir.
Right.
That's right.
Okay. Now, if you gentlemen don't mind, I'll ask you to step indoors for a few minutes. We want to examine the ground around here before you trample all over everything.
Oh, yes, all right.
All right, kids. I know what you're thinking.
Yes. One or more or all three of them are lying.
Mm-hmm.
It was not suicide. It was deliberate murder.
Right, Mike. That bedroom window is less than 20 feet from the ground. 10 to 1, that fall wouldn't kill a man.
If Connell was really planning suicide, he wouldn't take that chance. He'd do it properly.
Right.
And he wouldn't be so cagey about writing his signature on the note on the typewriter.
Well, I can't believe he got that deep gash in the back of his skull from hitting one of these rocks. Well, they're not much bigger than pebbles.
If you ask me, Angel, that gash was made by the butt of his revolver. One terrific blow. Then the gun was stuck in his pocket.
Kids, I'm worried. We know it's murder, but hang it, with those three guys swearing they were all in the room together, we're going to have a devil of a time proving a case against any one of them.
Yes, but remember the old rule, Inspector. When all suspects have alibis, none of them have alibis. We've just got to get in and do some good head work.
Well, while you're about it, maybe you can explain one thing to me.
Huh? Explain what, Phil?
Look, these rose vines. Rambling rose vines cover the whole side of this house, clear up to the roof, you see? And yet when you look at Connell's suit, there isn't a single tear or a snag. There's not even a broken rose petal on his clothes.
Well, that could be because he jumped or was thrown clear of the vines.
Well, then how could his body fall right against the foundations of the house?
Wait a minute. The upstairs windows and the downstairs windows both open outwards. That's it, Angel. You've hit it.
You're darn right she's hit it.
Absolutely, Inspector. Now we've got some business indoors.
He was killed.
Murder?
Why, that's impossible, Mr. Shane. We were all here in the living room. We all saw the body fall.
Of course you saw it fall, but Howard Connell was already dead.
And he did not fall from the second floor.
He did not fall?
I'll show you what happened, gentlemen. Now, when you three men were here in the living room, these windows were open. They were open outwards. The body was laid across the tops of both halves of the window.
When Mr. Wilkinson complained of the cold, Mr. Fisher closed the windows. That took the support away from the body, and you saw Connell fall past the window.
Why, that's idiotic. I'd have seen the body.
You did see it, Mr. Fisher. You put it there. You killed Connell with the butt of that revolver.
You murdered him because you had helped Connell impersonate Dixon. You were in the deal with him.
No, he tricked me, too.
No, Mr. Fisher. You told us that you'd gotten a letter from Howard Connell in New York. Connell never went to New York. He was right here.
All right, I admit it. I killed Connell when I discovered he'd murdered Dixon. He murdered my cousin.
That sounds like a very lame attempt to plead the unwritten law. But that was not your reason. You killed Connell because you knew we were closing in on him. You knew Connell couldn't take it. You knew Connell would confess and that he would tie the noose around your neck, too. But I'm afraid that you've done a perfect job of that yourself, Mr. Fisher. Well, how about it, Inspector? Why so quiet, Angel? What are you thinking about?
Oh, I was just thinking about that whole fantastic scheme. What a cockeyed motive.
Yeah, but it almost worked, Phil. Connell and his cousin Fisher saw a way to get a hold of all of Dixon's money, instead of just the amounts he intended to leave them in his will.
First, they had to kill Dixon, get his estate distributed, then bring Dixon back to life. All the heirs and beneficiaries would then have to return their bequests to him.
Oh, and Connell and Fisher would have the whole estate for themselves. Well, I've heard of killing a man for his money, but never bringing him back to life to get his inheritance.
When I see a case like that, I'm almost glad I haven't got any money. Poor but honest and alive.
Money is the root of all evil. I'll still take plenty of the root.
The correct quotation, honey, is the love of money is the root of all evil.
Oh.
Yes, it's the love that causes the trouble.
Oh, love. Well, I'll take plenty of that, too.
Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for Union Oil Company and reminding you once again to get your application for your Union Oil credit card this week. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
NBC presents Frank Lovejoy in Night Beat. Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star.
Behind the business suit respectability of the big city lies another world, a world of other standards and other laws. It's the rich world of chance. Rich for all but the suckers on the outside. Your choices are many. Backroom roulette, nickel and dime policy slips sold on many a corner, and upstairs poker clubs for the tuxedo trade. For all its profit, feeding the public urge to get rich on a spin is a tough business. The men who run it live steady and die hard. The most recent boss of Operation Wager, Sligo, Joe Sligo, wanted in New York for extortion, in Illinois for murder. But all the Chicago authorities knew about him was his business philosophy, pay up or die. I was just straightening up everything preparatory to a night on the town when I remembered I'd left a story lead on my editor's desk. I walked upstairs and along the corridor toward his office when I heard steps behind me. I turned around. It was Charlie Robbins, who worked in accounting. And when he got to me, he grabbed my arm.
Randy, boy, I'm glad I caught you.
What's up?
I got to talk to you. It's important.
Must be.
Let's go downstairs to the coffee shop, huh?
Well, as soon as I pick up some copy.
No, there isn't time, Randy. Come on.
I knew what it was before he told me. It had happened before. Charlie was a family man and a hard worker. A guy with a future, they said. His only trouble was he liked the rattle of dice, and once Charlie started losing, which was most of the time, he'd throw every cent he had to the wolves and then start playing on his credit rating. Charlie's ventures at the tables hadn't leaked through to his boss as yet, only because his friends had kept him out of trouble with cash loans. We crowded into a back booth at the cafe, and I made up my mind I was going to let Charlie sweat this one out alone.
Gee, I'm glad I ran into you, Randy. I don't know what I'd have done if I hadn't run into you.
Well, the answer is no, Charlie.
Listen, Randy, this is the last time, I swear.
Every time I bail you out, you only get in deeper.
The last time, so help me, Randy, the last time.
That's been the story for 2 years, Charlie. What do you let yourself get in so deep for?
I don't know what it is. It's something that gets you. Every time I go in there saying, I don't care whether I win or lose. I'm just doing it for the fun of it. That's what I say. Then I start to drop some dough. It's like I'm drowning. I got to get back. Then it's all gone, and I come out of it, and there's the guy with my money. I want to reach across and grab it back. And then I remember I lost it. And I got to go home.
Can't stay away from it, huh, Charlie?
No.
Well, what about next time?
There won't be a next time, Randy, I swear. Look, Randy, I wouldn't ask you for the money, not if it was just another $50 to some guy in the club, but this is serious.
Isn't it always?
Yeah, I guess. But this is really serious. Randy, this guy, he told me if I don't have the money by tonight, see, I'm in deep to him. Not like the other times, deeper.
How much deeper?
I'm to him for $3,000.
$3,000?
Yeah.
Oh, Charlie, you're talking to the wrong guy.
What do I do, Randy? He said if I didn't have the money...
Who said?
Phil, his name is. He's Sligo's right-hand man.
Sligo? Joe Sligo?
Yeah.
You know Sligo?
No, and I don't care if I never meet him. Randy, what am I going to do?
$3,000. You got yourself in a lot of trouble.
You know lots of people, Randy. Look. Let's say I took a loan. Now, I make $75 a week. Say I took out a loan for $3,000 and paid it back over a period of, say, 2 years.
Who are you kidding? You're loaned up to your neck.
Yeah, but I'd pay this one off first.
$3,000. A wife, a couple of kids.
Don't lecture me.
I got half a mind to let them do what they want to you, Charlie. Maybe you have a right to throw your own dough into the lake. That's your business. As far as your family is concerned, that's their business if they put up with this routine. But when you come to me for dough, that's my business. My good sense says I'll be supporting the city poker club for the next couple of years.
You're right. You're right. I got no business coming to you for money. I got myself into it. I got to pay for it. Forget it, Randy. I'm sorry I brought it up.
Sit down. Sit down. $3,000.
The reason I was thinking about a personal loan from somebody, I wouldn't have to tell them about my other obligations. A loan company, a bank, I wouldn't have a chance. They want to know about the people you owe and maybe collateral.
Oh, hold on now. Come on, take it easy. Here, take a cigarette.
Thanks. What did they do, Randy?
I don't know.
They'll kill me, won't they?
You never can tell.
I've been in debt to them for 6 months.
I can't figure how they let you play that long.
I told Phil I was getting some money from San Francisco. This Phil, he knows me. I always managed to pay up before, so he gave me credit. But 6 months.
Yeah, he's a little crazy, too.
Oh, well, I told him a good story.
I'll bet.
If he goes to Sligo tonight and tells them about it...
All the guys to get mixed up with, Sligo. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Randy?
Charlie, look, you say he wants the money tonight.
Tonight. Got to be tonight.
You're not going to get $3,000 cash from anybody I know. It's 11:30 now. What time do you have to have the money?
He said be at the club at 4 a.m., the latest. That's when they close up.
The police are looking for Sligo. You know that.
Yeah, I know that.
They've been looking for him for months. They're not even sure he's in Chicago.
Look, I'm not getting involved in any...
You're already involved up to here. Now, the police want Sligo. Without Sligo, you don't owe $3,000.
No. Count me out.
Okay, forget it. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do.
They'd kill me if they found out I was the one who turned him in.
You know where Sligo is, Charlie?
I didn't say that. I just said that...
How could you turn him in if you didn't know where he was? You know where Sligo is, don't you?
No, I don't know where he is.
You're never going to get a hold of $3,000 tonight.
I got to.
Never. Not a chance in a million. Get that through your head, Charlie. You'll never get a hold of that money tonight.
All right.
You know the ropes. You know the operation. Sligo can't afford to have debtors wandering around. A debtor broadcasts a debt. If people find out Sligo's getting lenient, you know what happens. Credit goes to pieces. Collection is rough stuff, Charlie. It's only one way Sligo can make good a bad debt. And that's with a gun.
You're trying to scare me.
That's exactly what I'm trying to do.
I'll get the money if I have to...
Oh, sit down. Don't be a fool. That's not the answer.
There's $50,000 up there in the safe. I've got the key to the office.
Why didn't you take it before?
I thought of it. You think I didn't think of it?
But you didn't take it.
All day I handled this stuff. We made up the payroll today. All I had to do was
You didn't take it, and that's what counts. And you're not going to take it now. Now, sit down. Now, listen to me, Charlie. You came to me for help. Now, if I'm going to help you, you've got to tell me everything, and on the level. Otherwise, I won't lift a finger.
I told you everything.
Do you know where Joe Sligo is? Now, answer me.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
But I'm not...
There's $3,000. Now, is it possible to make arrangements to give it to him personally and instead of handling it through this,
Phil, no, not possible.
Why not?
Because it's not, that's all. What's this all about?
A trap, a setup.
Are you crazy?
It's safer than walking home past those dark alleys, Charlie.
What would it be? I mean, what kind of a setup?
Well, that we'd have to talk to the police about.
And if something went wrong?
You'd be no worse off than you are. What do you say?
I need a drink. Let's get out of here.
Across the street was a little bar. Blue lights and soft music. We sat down. I bought Charlie something to settle his nerves. He gulped it down, made a face, and then fell to dipping the bottom of his glass in the wet spot on the bar. I asked him if it was all settled, if he'd go through with it. He didn't answer me. I got up, called Lieutenant Peterson, told him where to meet me. In 15 minutes, the three of us, Charlie, the lieutenant, and I, were sitting in a back booth making our plans.
4 o'clock, huh?
That's what he said, didn't you, Charlie?
Did you say 4 o'clock, Charlie? Come on, Charlie, snap out of it. Look at me. Did you say 4 o'clock?
4 o'clock, yeah.
What's the address?
He's got friends. They'll get me. If he doesn't get me, his friends will.
If everything goes right, you'll be okay. If it misses, you're in trouble. Just make sure it doesn't miss. That's the way to play it safe.
Either you get Sligo or Sligo gets you, Charlie. It's as simple as that.
I'm not going through with it.
Well, you said...
I never said I would.
What's the address, Charlie?
I'm not getting myself killed.
He'll do it, Lieutenant. He'll do it. Charlie, now what's the address? We haven't got much time. It's 1:30.
I've got $3,000, marked bills. It's right here in my pocket. It's the only way you'll ever beat him. Now, come on. What's the address?
Blanchard Hotel, 307.
We'll do it this way. You go upstairs, give him the money. Not before 4 o'clock. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand. Not before 4 o'clock.
That's right. At 4:05, get out of here.
And if I can't? What if I can't get out of there?
It won't matter. We'll have the place covered from a place across the street, from the door, from the room adjacent.
They'll hold me hostage.
The best way to ensure your safety is to do what you're told.
I can't do it. I can't do it, Lieutenant.
Why can't you?
They'll hold me.
Charlie, look. What's going to happen if you don't have the money?
Oh, don't tell me again. I know it.
It's very easy if you remember what to do. You hand them the cash.
Why do I have to be in there? It's the Blanchard Hotel, 307, 4 o'clock. Why do I have to be in there?
You tell me.
Well, maybe you don't. Do you, Charlie?
I'm supposed to pick up the key at the desk and wait for them upstairs. If I don't pick up the key, if I'm not in the room, they don't come in.
Well, maybe just pick up the key and then...
They'll be watching from down the hall, they said.
Here's the money, Charlie. I'm depending on you. Stay with him, Stone. I've got to get busy. It's going to be all right, Charlie. At 4:30, you'll be home in bed, and you won't owe anybody anything.
I'm scared.
Take care of him, Stone. See you at 4:05.
Well, let's get out of here. What do you say?
Yeah. Maybe they're watching. Every minute, maybe they've got their eye on me. Maybe they saw me with the police.
Maybe.
If they did...
No turning back now, Charlie.
What if I told him everything? What if I get him up there and tell him the whole deal?
Now, there's a great idea. Tell him I brought the cops right to his door. He'll love you for that.
Why me? Why does it have to be me?
Because you're the guy in trouble.
Look, I got a family, a wife and 2 kids.
A little late for that.
I got to call her.
After it's all over.
Yeah. I guess you're right.
Nice evening.
Yeah. Nice evening and a great story. It's going to be a great story, isn't it, Randy? Great story.
It's a great story either way, but it's a better story with a happy ending. The people buy more papers that way.
I can't get out of it, can I? Well, maybe I can. I could make a break for it. Meet him, hand him the money, and beat it.
$3,000, except that it's marked. Marked money leaves a trail like neon. He may not like you handing him that kind of money.
What time is it?
It's 1:55, about 2 more hours.
Hello, Charlie. How are you? Remember me?
Phil.
Yeah, Phil. How you been? You're looking great. Hey, let's go down to the place. I'll buy you a drink. What do you say?
Hey, that's a great idea. Come on, Charlie. Let's go get a drink.
Just Charlie.
Well, just Charlie.
Yeah.
Charlie and I have a couple of things to do tonight.
Oh, yeah?
Doll, huh, Charlie?
There's a car across the street. Get going.
Better do as he says, Charlie.
You, too.
Where's the party?
Don't get funny, mister. People have a way of getting killed.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. A child with cerebral palsy has only half a chance. Won't you give him the other half? He needs costly, highly specialized care. He needs to learn to walk and talk. He needs to learn things everyone else takes for granted. But does he get them? He gets less than half because the care just isn't there. Right now, the tragic truth is that 92 out of every 100 persons with cerebral palsy must struggle along without any care at all. Give them a chance to lead useful, active lives. Give them a chance to become self-sufficient. That's all they ask, just a fair chance. You can help them lead active, useful lives by supporting cerebral palsy, care of your local postmaster. Remember, a child with cerebral palsy has only half a chance. Won't you give him the other half? And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
It was 2:00. 2 hours early for the setup. Maybe the lieutenant was having us watched. Maybe, but the chances were slim. The best guess was Charlie and I were on our own until 4:05. The Blanchard Hotel was a crummy dump near the railroad tracks. We went inside and went upstairs to 307. Phil unlocked the door and we went in. There was nothing to do but play for time. We sat down, and through the window I could hear a switch engine doing its chores. I looked at Charlie. He was white, his eyes big with terror. Phil sat near the door smoking. We watched until 3:45. Then the door opened and closed quickly. It was Sligo, 15 minutes early. He was a big man with an ample bubble of paunch under his gabardine and a white, broad-brimmed hat and 4 or 5 extra chins packed between his jaw and his collar. His pinpoint eyes and Pat's smile were all business and cash on the line.
Well, do me a favor, pull down the blinds. I don't want the nosy neighbors peeking in.
Blinds, right.
Close the window. It's dusty.
Window, right.
What'd you bring this other one for?
I had to, Sligo. He and Charlie. I thought maybe Charlie tipped or something.
You tip anything, Charlie?
Me? Not me, Sligo.
I'm just a friend.
You gave me till 4:00.
Phil, you got the money?
He's got it. He was in the back booth of a bar. I saw the 3 of them. I watched them just like you said, Sligo. He got the money from some guy.
What guy?
Some guy, I don't know.
A personal loan from a friend.
I didn't ask you.
That's all I know about it, Sligo.
What's your name, you?
Stone, Randy Stone, Chicago Star.
Newspaper reporter. That's fine, Phil. A newspaper, man. Let's bring the whole city in on this deal. What'd he say?
I was scared he knew something, Sligo. I thought that...
Every time you think, I end up in trouble.
You gave me till 4:00.
You got the money now. What's the difference?
Collateral.
What collateral?
He promised the guy he borrowed the money from to give him a note on his house.
I had to mortgage the homestead, eh, Charlie? That's tough.
He said he'd have the note by 3:30 tonight.
Well, that's too bad, Charlie.
You gave me till 4:00.
Do me a big favor. Shut up. Phil, give me a cigar.
A cigar, you bet. Here.
Tell me, Stone, what kind of reporter are you? You go out and get the news, or you a fella out to change the world?
A little of both.
Seems to me I read something of yours sometime.
That's always nice to hear.
About a man getting sent up for murder. How it was that he got mixed up in it, right? Phil, do me a favor, sit down. Pacing makes me nervous, didn't I tell you?
Oh, sorry.
People in this room, they're the only ones know I'm in town. The only ones in the world. Now, when information like this gets out, like through a mouthy slob like Charlie here, I can get in lots of trouble.
Must be a big payoff, Sligo.
Good enough. A thing like this record, I don't let get away so easy.
I get your point.
You like to gamble, Mr. Stone. You think it's naughty, huh?
Well, gambling? I don't know.
Yeah, well, let me tell you something, Mr. Stone. Gambling is a good way to get out your hate. That's why people gamble, not to get rich. You gamble your money, it's like a knife. And you gamble, can I stick that knife in that fellow, or will he stick his knife in me, huh?
Sligo, listen.
Shut up. You're an onion head. I'm talking with a man got some sense. You sit there, you listen, try to learn something, onion head. Stone, what I say, that's right, huh?
There's some truth in it.
Yeah, you bet. I'll tell you something else, Stone. Everybody gambles. Everybody. You step down off a curb, you gamble. You bet your life. That's what you do. Every time you step off a curb, you say, I bet my life a car don't come along and hit me. That's gambling, huh? Ain't it, Stone?
That's gambling.
Okay, Charlie, let's have the money. Here, Phil. Count it later. I don't think Charlie's a double-crosser. He hasn't got the nerve. Phil, Put it away.
Yeah, all right.
Phil, not naked. Put it in an envelope. I told you to bring an envelope.
I got it.
What time is it, Phil?
3:40 about.
Not about. What time?
3:38.
Let's get out of here.
Like to take a little bet of mine, Sligo?
You got a bet? Sure. What kind of bet?
I'll bet you Charlie and I never lived to walk out of here.
You're a pretty smart fella, Stone. I like smart fellas. Sorry, gotta be that way. I can't let you blabber now, can I?
That wouldn't be safe.
That's right. Wouldn't be safe.
Just how big a gambler are you?
I've been at it a lot of years.
Gambling? Big boys like you don't gamble.
Not unless it's for big stakes. Big enough to enjoy.
What's the biggest loot you ever took, Sligo?
100,000, one roll of the dice.
Peanuts.
100,000, that's peanuts, huh?
I'll bet you more than that.
More than 100,000?
I'll bet you our lives.
Your lives, huh?
Come on, Sligo, let's get out of here.
Shut up, Phil. Go on, make your proposition, Stone.
One hand of draw poker.
For your life.
For my life and Charlie's. There's a gamble for you, Sligo. Or are you strictly a sure thing better?
A gamble is a gamble, Mr. Stone. If I gamble for your life, what do I get out of it? I got your life right now. I don't gamble for what I already got.
One hand of draw poker, Sligo. If you win the kill. If you lose, we get out of here. 100% safe.
It's a crazy bet. I get nothing out of it.
I'll leave $10,000 for you in a checking box at Grand Central Station. Now, that's my bet. That's what you win. $10,000, Sligo. Our lives are worth more than that.
Only to you. Besides, what do you get 10,000?
I'll get it.
If you don't?
You know where to find me.
Come on, Sligo.
Shut up, Phil.
The stakes too high for you?
It's a lousy bet. I'll take it.
Let's not kid around, Sligo.
I told you to shut up, didn't I? You gotta pardon him, Stone. He's no gambler. You and me, we got gambling in the blood, huh? Charlie, what about you? You like the deal?
What do you say, Charlie?
Look at him. He can't say a word. Scared, eh, Charlie? You scared? Phil, the cards.
Sorry.
Sorry? What do you mean, sorry?
Not your cards, not my cards. A new deck.
Who buys the deck?
I do.
Get the cops, maybe? No soap, Stone. I thought there was some...
Phil can come with me. There's a counter open in the lobby.
Phil, go with him.
I don't like it.
Don't have to like it. Go with him. I'll be waiting for you, Stone.
Come on, Phil. Phil and I went downstairs. I walked slowly, using up the seconds. We bought a deck of cards. I put them in my pocket. And Phil and I went back upstairs. I looked at my watch. 3:55. When we walked into the room, there was the night table dragged out in the center of the room, 2 chairs on each side. Charlie was sitting in the corner, his face white and the sweat pouring down the flesh of his throat. Sligo was all smiles. He was having the time of his life. We sat down. I put the unopened pack of cards on the table right in the middle. Sligo picked it up, turned it slowly around in his hand, and then he put it down again, and he nodded. The game was on. One hand, draw poker. The stakes, our lives.
You open the pack, Stone. I trust you.
Thanks.
Nice and shiny, huh, Phil?
I don't like it.
That's because you're stupid. Cut for deal, Stone.
Cut for deal.
You first.
After you.
Okay. Queen.
Pretty good.
Your turn.
All right. 10, your deal.
No, please, no.
Shut them up, Phil.
Yeah.
No, hold it. Let him watch. If he makes too much noise, give it to him, but good. But I like when he watches.
Deal.
A 5-card draw, that's what you said.
5-card draw, that's right.
Fine. Looks funny, no money on the table.
It's a nice pot.
Phil, put 10,000 in the middle of the table. Looks good there.
Right.
How many, Stone?
3.
3? Got a pair, huh?
Maybe.
You got a pair.
Shut up, punk.
Let him alone, Phil. Let him cry.
3 cards, Sligo.
3 cards. I'll take 1. Okay, Stone. What do you got?
You first, Sligo.
I called you.
You first.
The rules of the game.
Let's see him, Sligo.
Queens over 10s.
That's pretty good.
Come on, Stone. Let's see that hand.
Okay. 3, 10, ace. Ace.
Put up your hands, Sligo.
Cops, you dirty double cross.
Gotta get out of here.
Stay where you are.
Our lives against yours, Sligo. It was a fair bet.
Fair bet, yeah. Let's see that card.
But the last card? Sure.
Ace of diamonds.
3 aces, Sligo. Beats 2 pair anytime. Yeah, Joe Sligo, gambler, got fat on his own odds. The cards were always stacked, and the wheel always favored the house. But when he played a straight hand of draw poker for human life, Joe Sligo just didn't have enough aces. That's because he forgot that luck and rackets don't jibe. When you're betting murder against the chair, you're up against the United States population. And you know what those odds are. 150 million to 1. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis. Tonight's story was written by David Ellis with music by Robert Armbruster. Featured in tonight's cast were Shep Menken, Jeff Corey, Hal March, and Don Diamond. Don Rickles speaking. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, are you, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, my goodness, yes. Come right in.
My name is Wolf.
Well, unofficially, so is mine. Sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, no, my pleasure. You must get a dividend from the Nylon companies. Be terrible if there was a shortage.
I'm well stocked.
Yeah. What can I do for you?
Start by calling me Edna.
Then what?
I'd like you to follow my husband.
As a detective or a replacement?
I think he's been seeing another woman.
Why? Have you been running around the house in a diving suit and swim pins?
I've always tried to keep myself attractive for my husband, Mr. Diamond.
Well, then if your husband is seeing another woman, Mrs. Wolf, it's got to be an optometrist assistant.
Well, thank you. I think you and I are going to get along just fine.
Well, now that we're all agreed, tell me some more about your husband. What makes you think there's another woman?
Usual thing. The way he's been acting. Business appointments every evening.
Nothing else?
He received a call late this afternoon. I listened in on the extension. It was a woman.
She called the house?
George was very unhappy about it, warned her never to do it again.
She give a name?
She said, "This is Nancy. I must see you here tonight at 8 o'clock.
She didn't say where here was, did she?
No, George seemed to understand. Probably her apartment.
Probably.
If he's seeing another woman, I want a divorce, Mr. Diamond.
And you need grounds.
Yes.
$100 a day in expenses, Mrs. Wolf.
Edna.
It's still $100 a day in expenses.
Here's 200. I hope that's enough of a retainer.
Oh, that'll keep me interested for quite a while. Now, tell me, what does your husband do? I mean his business.
He's in steel.
How much in?
Oh, very much. He's vice president of his company.
What does he look like?
Well, here's a picture of him.
Well, I'll start right away and see what I can find out for you, Mrs.
Edna.
Yeah. Well, look, after I found out just how unfair your husband's treating you, I might lend you my shoulder to cry on. And I'd just about have to call you Edna then, wouldn't I? By 7 o'clock, I was standing across the street from her house waiting for her wandering husband. By 7:30, a man stepped out on the sidewalk and hailed a cab. I recognized him from the photograph as George Wolfe, and I started the tale, following him east across town to an apartment house on 47th Street. By the time I got in the lobby, it was deserted. A list of names on the mailboxes showed the only girl named Nancy in the building was a Nancy Fowler. So I headed for her apartment. Her door was at the far end of the hall, and I was halfway to it when George Wolfe bounded out and ran right into me.
Let me go. Take your hands off of me.
You forgot to close the door.
Get out of my way.
What's the matter, friend? You look like you ran into a yard full of snakes.
Will you get out of my way, or must I use force?
Well, use all you like, but I think you better go back and close the door.
No.
Yes.
Stop it. You can't do this to me.
Well, I hope you aren't always this wrong.
No, please.
Now get in the room. Oh, swell. No wonder you took off like that.
I didn't kill her. I swear I didn't kill her.
Nancy Fowler?
Yes, I guess so.
You guess so?
Well, this is Miss Fowler's apartment, but I've never seen Nancy Fowler before in my life.
There was the .38 revolver lying next to the dead girl, so I took out my own gun and covered Wolfe while I called Lieutenant Levinson of homicide to get right over. Wolfe yelled, screamed, and pleaded, and even offered me a nice fat bribe. But we waited for Fatty Levinson and his squad of New York's finest. He finally arrived, but New York's finest was poorly represented.
Hello, Shamus. In trouble again, huh?
Walt, did you have to bring Otis?
I promised he hasn't used the siren in 4 days. Who's this guy?
George Wolfe. Caught him running out of the door.
Well, Mr. Wolfe, what about it?
I had nothing to do with it, but I'm not saying any more until I see my lawyer.
He was crying all over the place before you got here, Walt. Claimed he got a call from a Nancy Fowler who asked him to come up here.
That's the truth, Lieutenant. She said she had something important to tell me.
Says he never even heard of Nancy Fowler before the call.
That also is the truth. When I came to the apartment, I found her lying just as you see her.
How'd you get in the door?
She told me she'd leave it open for me to walk right in.
Bullet came out the back just below the shoulder blades, Lieutenant.
You own the gun, Mr. Wolfe?
I refuse to answer any more questions.
Okay, take him down to the car, Otis.
Come on, you.
Rick, just how did you happen to be in this building at this particular time?
Well, I was hired by that guy's wife, the tail M. He was supposed to be playing illegal footsies with a female named Nancy.
The dead girl?
Well, the wife just knew the first name was Nancy. The girl who's supposed to live here is named Nancy. Nancy Fowler. I've never seen her before. Maybe the dead girl is one and the same.
Well, I'll get an identification and have the gun checked by ballistics. In the meantime, I'm going to give this apartment a good going over.
Mind if I help?
Now, what kind of an answer do you expect to that? You will anyway.
He was so right. We started going over the apartment room by room, closets, drawers, everything. In 10 minutes, the coroner and the boys from the lab arrived, and in the bedroom, Walt found something.
Take a look at this.
Ah, a jewelry box. Hey.
Pretty expensive.
Regal Jewelers. Very classy establishment. There's a card in the box.
For my darling love, George. And the guy said he never saw her before. If this is his handwriting, he's as good as strapped in the chair.
Well, it looked as if my client, Mrs. Wolfe, had a killer for a husband. But a couple of small items still worried me. So I left Walt and went downstairs to find the switchboard operator.
Oh, you with the police?
I just left them. Tell me, dear, do you keep a list of the calls that are made through the switchboard?
Sure, it costs the tenants 10 cents a call.
May I see the list?
Yeah, I guess so. Here, handsome.
Gee, nobody's called me that since I had long blonde curls and a gold yo-yo. I looked over the list of telephone calls and found the ones made by Nancy Fowler during the past 3 or 4 days. The last call listed from her apartment had been made at 7:45 that evening to a familiar telephone number. The same number Mrs. Wolfe had given me when she left my office earlier. I left for the home of Mrs. Edna Wolfe.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Diamond, you shouldn't come here. What if my husband...
Your husband's spending the night out.
What?
In a cell, all alone.
Oh, you'd better come in. Now, what in the world are you talking about?
And it looks as if your husband killed a girl this evening.
Oh, no.
That's the way it looks.
Oh, please, sit down, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks. I caught him running out of the girl's apartment, forced him back, and found the girl shot to death on the floor.
Nancy Fowler?
Yes, I think so. It was her apartment. The police are making identification now.
Oh, it's just terrible. I wonder why he did it.
Were you here in the house at 7:30 this evening?
Well, no, I was with a friend until about 8:30.
Well, a call was made to your house from Nancy Fowler's apartment. She was charged for it, so the call was completed.
But she probably talked to George.
Your husband swears he didn't know the girl. Claims he got a phone call, and she asked him to come right over. That she had something to tell him.
He knew her all right. You remember, I told you I overheard them talking.
Your husband own a gun?
Well, yes, I believe so.
You know what caliber?
No, I don't know anything about guns.
A bracelet was found in the dead girl's apartment. The card with it was signed Love, George.
Oh, it looks pretty bad, doesn't it?
If it's his handwriting, it does.
Well, I guess he deserves it, but I'll call our lawyer and see what can be done.
I'll keep in touch, Mrs. Wolf.
I hope you will. Just because the case is finished.
Well, there are still a few things that bother me, so I'll just kind of keep looking around until I'm satisfied.
You mean you think maybe my husband didn't kill the girl?
There's an awful lot of evidence that he did, but there's still a motive to be found. You've got the grounds you wanted, so from here on in, anything I do for you or your husband will be on my own time.
Anything you do for my husband, I'll be glad to pay for.
Oh, well, now, that's real nice. Well, I'll take a run down at the precinct and let you know what the lieutenant's found out. Good night, Mrs. Wolf.
Still can't get used to Edna?
It'll take a while.
Thought you'd be in bed by now, Rick.
My landlord short-sheeted me. What did you find out, Walt?
The dead girl was Nancy Fowler.
Figured.
And George Wolf did do the killing.
His gun?
Yeah, we checked the registration. His gun, his fingerprints on it, his handwriting on the note in the jewelry case.
What does he say about the bracelet and the note?
He bought it all right. We checked. Regal Jewelers. Says it was for his wife. You expect him to say something different?
No. What's the motive?
We'll find it. Probably another man.
Here's the report on the dead girl, Lieutenant.
Well, isn't it a little late for you, Otis? Why aren't you out flying around some belfry?
He's picking on me again, Lieutenant.
Maybe you'd like me to tell him about the time I caught you sleeping in the attic hanging by your toe.
Oh, not you too, Lieutenant.
Otis, I hear you've been picking up some extra money posing for Charles Adams.
I don't have to take this. I know my rights, and I ain't no bat.
Here's something on the dead girl. She works at the Gilded Cage, a nightclub owned by Eddie Young.
Eddie Young. Well, there's a nice little fella. He'd set fire to his grandmother if he thought it was too cold in the room.
We'll have a talk with him tomorrow.
Well, I guess I better be going.
Sure. See you later.
Yeah, I could sure use some sleep.
Yeah. And, Rick, when you get over to Eddie Young's club, give him my best.
Smarty. The Gilded Cage, where Eddie Young ruled as proprietor and keeper for his flock of hired gorillas, was only about 6 blocks away, so I decided to walk it. But like always, I start in one direction and end up getting sidetracked.
Keep walking, Diamond. Don't turn around.
You caught me when I'm right in the mood.
You turn around, I shoot you.
What's the matter? Don't you want me to spot your Tony?
Over to that car.
Okay. Quit poking. Your muzzle's cold.
You drive. I'll get in the back.
Oh, I forgot my glasses. Can't see 3 feet without them.
Get in.
But I have a restricted driver's license.
You want it right here?
I can wait. Where to?
Just start driving and don't turn around.
We headed east across town with a gun pointed at my neck. I tried to get a look at the guy in the rear vision mirror, but he was sitting too far to one side. I didn't know where we were headed, but I had a pretty good hunch why we were going there.
Turn right. And take it a little slower. I don't want to have to shoot a cop.
Well, if we're headed for the river, I've seen it.
From the bottom?
Don't you think we'd better stop at a bathhouse or something?
I know a spot where you can go in, clothes and all.
Okay. But if there's anything I hate, it's getting my money wet.
Turn right again.
We were headed for a cross street. I could only turn right or left. A big warehouse was dead ahead. I eased down on the gas and we picked up speed as we neared the intersection. As I started to make the turn, I stamped down on the gas hard and at the same time threw myself toward the floorboard. His gun went off so close to my ear, I felt like my head had split wide open. Then we hit the building. We had hit the building and pushed our way halfway through the brick wall. I was still on the floor, and the motor had been shoved through the firewall and was jammed into the front seat where I had been sitting a minute before. My friend with a gun was stretched out over the top of the seat, his legs resting on the horn and his shoulders through the windshield. I sat up, rolled him off the horn. He was very dead. Before a crowd could collect, I climbed out and got to a phone, called Walt.
Are you sure you're all right, Rick?
Yeah, I can hear things better now.
They just said the other guy's dead.
Very, I recognized him, too. Gus Winkler.
Holy cow. You know who he's working for now?
No?
Eddie Young.
Oh, that's it. Well, don't pick Young up, Walt. I know a few things I haven't told you about, and this almost puts a cinch on it. I want to talk to Young, and then I'll be down to see you.
But if Young tried to have you killed...
Oh, if he did, you can't prove it. Not yet, anyway, so sit tight, and when I get there, I'll show you how to catch a killer.
You going someplace, chum?
Yeah, right through that door, chum.
That's Mr. Young's office. Maybe he don't want to see you.
Maybe he don't. He's going to be disappointed.
You ain't going in there, chum.
I see. Everybody gets disappointed sooner or later, chum.
Yeah, what... Aren't you in the wrong room?
That's what your boy outside thought. I changed his mind.
Are you sure you ain't looking for Bellevue, Shamus? You're kind of a mess.
One of your boys, Gus Winkler, tried to give me swimming lessons. He can claim his body at the morgue.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Somebody else who works for you got killed tonight, too.
Yeah, who?
Nancy Fowler.
What?
Oh, come on, Eddie. I couldn't stand it if you started crying.
Who killed her?
The police are holding a man named George Wolf. Know him?
No, I don't know him, but Nancy's talked about him a couple of times.
Hey, boss, that guy just...
Forget it, Lou.
Well, the boss...
Forget it, will you? Go on, beat it.
Okay.
You know, Shamus Lou's a pretty big boy for you to go pushing around. He's liable to stay mad.
So Nancy said she knew this George Wolf.
That's right. Ritual guy, from the way she talked, she was taking him. Good.
Where were you between 7 and 8 this evening?
Right here in this office. I got witnesses.
Oh, I'll bet you have. Okay, Eddie, I'll see you around. I left the office knowing how close I was to the whole answer and called Walt at the precinct. I told him to meet me up the block from the Gilded Cage, and 10 minutes later he pulled the squad car up the curb and I climbed in.
You find out anything?
Yeah, but I have to know one thing first. What time was Nancy Fowler killed?
Coroner's report puts it at 7:30.
Well, that ties it.
Now, would you mind telling me what it's all about?
I'll do better than that, Walt. I'll show you. But we've got to wait until Eddie Young leaves the cafe and goes home. It was around 12:30, and we settled back to wait. And with an impatient cop sitting next to me, it wasn't easy. Around 1 in the morning, a boy brought Eddie Young's convertible up in front. We watched Eddie climb in. Okay, Walt, tail him. We stayed close, following Eddie Young across town until he pulled up in front of his apartment and turned into the basement garage. Give me 5 minutes, Walt. Then come on up to Young's apartment.
Why can't I go now?
Because what I'm about to do isn't quite legal, and I couldn't stand seeing you blush. Hold it, Eddie.
Hey, what's going on?
One yell and I'll kill you.
Look. Devin. Now, put away that gun, will you? What do you want?
Let's go up to your apartment. But please believe me, Eddie. I'll do something bad if you get out of line. We rode the elevator up to Eddie's 8th floor apartment. I shoved him in the door ahead of me and then made sure there was no one else around to give me any trouble.
All right. What do you want?
Pick up that phone.
Okay, take it easy. Well, who do you want me to call?
This number and hurry. I'll tell you what to say.
Okay, I don't get this. Evergreen Street.
What's the matter? Don't you like that number, Eddie?
I don't even know the number.
Come and dial it quick.
Okay.
And when you get an answer, just say, "This is Eddie. Get right over here. I got to see you."
Oh, now look, Shamus.
You look, Eddie. I'm going to hold this barrel right between your eyes so you can see it coming if you make a mistake.
I won't make a mistake. Hello. This is Eddie. Yeah, get right over here. I got to see you. I can't talk. Goodbye. Okay, now, will you take that gun away?
You look a little worried.
What have I got to be worried about? I don't know who I was talking to. Oh.
That should be the law, Eddie.
What is this, Diamond?
I'm sorry I can't show you right now. Good night, Eddie.
Wait a minute.
Come on in, Walt.
You said 5 minutes. Holy smoke, what happened to him?
I just put him to sleep. He'll stay that way for a while.
Now, Rick, you've got to tell me what's going on.
I told you I'd show you. Now go on in the kitchen and see if you can find some ketchup.
Ketchup?
Yeah, then bring it out here and pour it all over Young.
Have you lost your mind?
Walt, I want him to make him look like he's bleeding. Now go find the ketchup or I'll just have to cut his throat. Walt found the ketchup and under protest poured it over the unconscious Eddie Young. Then I made sure the door was unlocked and we went out in the hall to wait.
Please, Rick, what is this?
It's the same way Nancy Fowler killing was framed, only she was really killed. Shh, quiet, elevator.
Okay, I'll play along with it.
Let's go, Walt. All right, hold it, Miss Wolf.
Oh, Mr. Diamond, he's dead. His hair is all covered with blood.
Why did you kill him?
Kill him? I didn't kill him. I just got here.
Who let you in?
He told me the door would be open.
I didn't know you knew Eddie Young.
Well, yes, I know him. He's an old friend.
Why? This is Lieutenant Levinson, Mrs. Wolf. He's the man who arrested your husband for the murder of Nancy Fowler.
Lieutenant, I swear I didn't kill Eddie.
Looks bad, Mrs. Wolf.
I didn't. Why would I want to kill Eddie?
So why would your husband want to kill Nancy Fowler?
I don't know. What has that got to do with this?
You told me you didn't know Nancy Fowler.
I didn't.
You know Eddie. Nancy worked for Eddie.
Well, I didn't know it. I didn't know Eddie that well.
You said a girl called your husband and said her name was Nancy.
Yes, that's right.
You told me you didn't know her last name, and yet when I came over and told you your husband had just killed a girl, you asked me if it was Nancy Fowler.
That's a lie.
You said that Nancy phoned your husband that afternoon.
She did. I swear
and
she
yet
did.
Nancy Fowler's hotel switchboard has no record of a call being made to your phone any time in the afternoon.
They made a mistake.
But at 7:45, a call was made from Nancy's apartment to your phone number.
Then she must have called my husband again.
According to the coroner's report, Nancy Fowler was dead at 7:30.
Oh,
Mrs. Wolf, I can swear your husband didn't go into that building until 8 o'clock. I was following him.
I guess it doesn't make any difference what Eddie did.
Did Eddie kill the girl?
Yes. I called my husband. I wanted to get a divorce.
And his money at the same time.
Eddie knew Nancy, so we decided she'd be the one. She let Eddie in. He made her call my husband. Then he shot her.
The gun and the bracelet. You just took them out of your husband's dresser drawer and planted them in Nancy's apartment?
Yes. I found the bracelet in the drawer with the gun. I guess my husband was going to surprise me. Eddie! Eddie is moving! Oh, Eddie, darling.
What happened?
You're hurt. You're bleeding.
Bleeding?
Stay still until we can call it.
Wait a minute, will you? Hey, what is this stuff? This isn't blood. I'm covered with ketchup.
Ketchup! Ketchup! Why, you dirty no-good! Eddie, we've been framed!
Framed?
They're all yours, Walt.
Why?
Good night, Mrs. Oh, I guess now is as good a time as any. Good night, Ed.
Yes?
Ellen?
Hmm?
It's Rick, honey.
Oh, isn't that sweet? I was just Rick, it's 4 a.m. Where are you?
Oh, I'm helping Walt close up the Gilded Cage.
Helping Walt close up the what?
The Gilded Cage. Nightclub.
I hear music.
Bud and his accordion will love you.
Are you drinking?
Honey, I'm with the police force.
What was that?
Oh, that was Walt. He said, Rick?
You stood me up this evening.
Well, I'm going to make up for it, honey. Listen. Okay, 1, 2.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and was written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. This is Bill Foreman speaking. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Iris. No, you'll have to cancel me out tonight, Angel. I'm on my way to Cairo. No, Cairo, Egypt. The land of the pharaohs. Seems someone there started a new pyramid club, and Army Intelligence wants me to find out if they're paying off in lead.
Once again, the transcribed Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the Lonely Hunter.
Well, the boy who first said there's no place like home must have had me in mind. But I never realized how much truth there was in those 5 words till Army Intelligence picked up my option and sent me flying to Egypt. And if you think I'm the only one who feels this way, you might query Vince Torrio. Mr. Torrio is a rugged-looking gent sharing a table with the character wearing the tarbush in the Cafe El Kala near the Arab quarter of Cairo. Vince is a long way from home, and obviously that's where he feels charity begins.
Go on, beat it.
Bakshish, miss.
I said beat it.
Arms for the love of Allah.
Oh, how I hate this place. For my part, they can take it and give it back to the pharaohs.
You are not very charitable to a land that granted you asylum.
Well, for my Joe Yusuf, it stinks. Where I made my mistake was not going to Italy with Lucky.
Lucky?
He's the guy I told you about, the one I used to work for. Now, there was a sport, Hussein. When we went into a club in New York, all the flunkies used to knock themselves out. My best places, too, not sores like this. Boy, would I love to see him again.
Then why did you come here?
Because I was a big schmo, that's why. Lucky would have taken me with him in a minute, but no, I had to come to Egypt. Romantic land of the Nile. Well, you watch how fast I shake the Sahara dust off my shoes when I make a score.
I gather you mean money.
That's exactly what I mean.
Then I have a proposition that might interest you. A friend of mine has 2 kilos of pure opium he would like smuggled into Morocco.
What'll he pay?
100 pounds. We could share it equally.
Include me out. I'm not taking a chance of winding up in your local flea bag for that kind of... Well, I'll be... Carol! Carol Morgan!
Beg your pardon?
What's the matter, baby? Don't you remember me, Vince Torrio?
I'm afraid you're making a mistake.
Are you kidding? I'd recognize you.
Trouble, darling?
No, Abdul. This gentleman thought I was someone else.
Yeah, I guess I did. No hard feelings?
No, of course not. Shall we go, Abdul?
Anytime you're ready, dear. I think you might enjoy seeing the Citadel. It was built by Saladin in the 12th century.
Well, that's one for the book.
The eyes play strange tricks, eh?
Huh? What'd you say, Yusuf?
You were mistaken about the young lady.
No, I wasn't. It's Carol Morgan, all right. It sure is a small world. Remember me telling you about this guy Lucky I used to work for? Well, Carol was his girl. I wonder who that character was with her.
Perhaps I can be of some assistance. He is Abdul Salim Bey.
Where'd he pick up that accent?
I believe he attended Oxford.
Loaded, huh?
If you mean wealthy, the answer is yes.
Well, what do you know? Leave it to little Carol to land on her feet. You think you could scout around and find out where she's staying?
You have an idea?
I have a couple. You know something, Yusuf? I was wrong about Egypt. This could be the land of opportunity.
Who is it?
Room service.
Just a moment, please.
Hello, Carol.
Guess I should have known.
I guess you should have. Hey, this is quite a layout. You ought to see the dump where I'm staying. I swear the flies are so
What do
thick.
you want, Vince?
Well, you might at least ask me to sit down. After all, it's been how long? 6 years since I saw you? Incidentally, what do you hear from Lucky?
Nothing.
I bet that's because he don't know where to contact you.
And he's not going to find out.
There's no reason he should. Live and let live is my motto. You mind?
What are you getting at, Vince?
Well, you were just a young kid when you met Lucky. What did you know?
Should have known better.
You're being hard on yourself, Carol. Anyone's entitled to make a mistake. You just weren't used to the big leagues.
I learned fast enough. But that's all behind me, Vince. I haven't done anything in the last 6 years I wouldn't want anyone to know about.
Does that go for the Sultan?
The Sultan?
That character you were with, the one with the fez. His name is Abdul Salim Bey, isn't it?
How did you find that out?
A friend of mine, Yusuf Ben Ali, told me. Yusuf says he's loaded.
If it's money you want.
What kind of a heel do you take me for?
Then what do you want?
You know, I always had a yen for you.
What?
Of course, I couldn't say anything while Lucky was around. But now it's different.
Let me go.
Oh, now don't tell me you've fallen for the Sultan.
I said let me go.
Hey. Okay, baby. That's the way you want it. I can play like that, too.
Ow!
I was going to be nice, but you wouldn't let me. Okay, what do you think the Sultan will say when he finds out who you are?
I wouldn't tell him.
How much dough you got?
$800?
Don't make me laugh. What about all that jewelry Lucky gave you?
I gave it back.
What do you call that rock on your finger?
That's my own.
Well, take it off. Come on, Carol, give.
Now will you get out?
Sure. But I'll be running into you again. We old friends ought to stick together. I'll be seeing you, baby.
Oh, Captain, will you slow down to about 10 knots? I don't want Miss Morgan to miss this. Look, Carol, over there. That's old Cairo. Those ruins are part of the Roman fortress of Babylon. Better pay attention to how I'm going to ask questions later.
I'm sorry, Abdul.
That's all right, darling. Now, that island we're passing is the island of Rhoda. According to our tradition, that's where Pharaoh's daughter found Moses and the bulrushes.
That's very interesting.
Is it?
What do you mean?
There's something bothering you.
Oh, you're wrong.
Whatever it is, I want you to feel you can tell me.
There's nothing to tell.
That man you met yesterday in the Café El Cala.
I told you he was mistaken. You heard him admit it.
He knew your name.
He knew nothing of the kind.
You know how I feel about you, darling.
Does that give you a license to pry into my private affairs?
I never maintained it did.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, stop needling me.
Carol.
And take that hurt look out of your eyes. It doesn't do a thing for you. Now go away and leave me alone.
Yes?
Have I the pleasure of speaking with His Excellency Abdul Salim Bey?
Who is this?
I am called Yusuf Ben Ali.
Yusuf Ben Ali?
I could not expect His Excellency to recognize the name. I am unworthy of such honor, though our paths have crossed. I was in the Café El Cala yesterday with a foreigner when His Excellency entered with the American lady.
So?
So my companion, too, came from America. His name is Vincent Dorio. If I can offer a suggestion, you might find it to your advantage to investigate the gentleman.
Why are you telling me all this, Yusuf?
As it says in the Koran, we Muslims should be helpful to one another. Who knows? Someday you may be of some small service to me. May Allah show you the way?
That you, Yusuf?
Yes?
Wait a minute. Come on.
Hello, Vince.
Who the devil are you?
You don't remember?
No.
Well, it's been a long time. The name is Waring, Mike Waring.
Oh, sure. You're that private dick they call the Falcon.
It comes back to you now?
Yeah, but I don't remember inviting you in.
Well, you just forgot your manners. What in the world ever possessed you to move into a dump like this?
I like the view.
Yeah, I bet on a clear day you can see 8 million flies. Lucky did much better for himself. I hear tell he's got a villa in Italy that's out of this world. How come you two separated when you were deported?
None of your business.
No, but it's Uncle Sam's. I'm working for him these days.
What are you babbling about?
Cigarette?
I asked you something, Waring.
Well, it's come to Uncle's attention that narcotics are being smuggled into the States by way of Egypt. We've got a hunch the traffic is being directed by Lucky from Italy.
What's that got to do with me?
Well, isn't it strange I find you in Cairo?
I'm studying to be a Muslim.
Oh. And what's Carol Morgan's reason?
Who?
Lucky's old girlfriend.
Is she here?
You mean you didn't know?
No.
It's funny. I tailed a boy to our hotel yesterday who looked exactly like you.
I look, wise guy.
Well, you can't blame me for being suspicious, Vince. With you and Carol in Cairo, it looks like the gathering of the clan.
I tell you, I haven't seen her.
Isn't that her diamond ring?
Huh?
You shouldn't leave it lying around, Vince. It's much too valuable. How come she gave it to you?
She's crazy for me.
Well, there's no accounting for taste. I guess I'll take a little ride over to the Ministry of the Interior. Like to join me?
Not on your life.
Come on, fella.
I said not on your life, and I mean it.
Now, put away that gun, Vince. You know you wouldn't use it.
Wouldn't I?
Well, yeah, I guess you would. So, in that case...
Get back.
Well, you can't hate a guy for trying.
Who can't? Personally, I can hit him like poison. Oh.
Hurry with that water, Mohammed. I believe our friend is coming too. Thank you. I'll give it to him.
Oh.
Try some of this, Mr. Waring.
What is it?
Just water, unfortunately.
Where am I? Oh.
I'm afraid your headaches are just beginning, sir.
What the devil are you talking about?
Mohammed, will you be good enough to lift the blanket? You recognize the gentleman?
It's Vince Torrio.
It was Mr. Torrio. It will probably come as no shock to you he was stabbed to death.
Who did it?
I imagine you'd be in the best position to know.
Wait a minute. Where do you get off asking these questions?
Forgive me. I should have introduced myself. My name is Abdul Salim Bey.
Oh, I thought I recognized your fez. I've seen you with Carol Morgan.
You're a friend of Miss Morgan's?
Not exactly.
Well, would you care to tell me your version of the affair here?
Why should I?
Because I found you right next to Mr. Torrio's body. And as chief assistant to the Minister of the Interior.
Oh, don't give me that. I met the chief assistant. His name is Hassan Pasha.
You must have met him a week ago.
Well, what's that got to do with anything?
Well, when King Farouk abdicated, naturally there was a shake-up in the local police. I now hold the position of chief assistant.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I'd love you to see our new headquarters. But frankly, old chap, I don't think you'll like them one bit.
Now back to the adventures of the Falcon.
They say there's nothing like travel to broaden one. And that must be true, because Egypt certainly flattened me out. And they really killed themselves to make things interesting for tourists. Look at me. After I was slugged by Vince Torrio, I come to, find Vince on the floor beside me with a knife in his back. And if that isn't enough, standing over us is a big shot in the local police named Abdul Salim Bey. Now, that's service for you.
I hate to rush you, Mr. Waring, but anytime you're ready...
Now, wait a minute, Abdul. You don't seriously believe I murdered him?
You admit quarreling with Mr. Torrio?
Yes, and he knocked me silly. So when did I have a chance to kill him? I was unconscious when you found me.
You might have been shamming.
Okay. Then riddle me this. If I was faking, why didn't I beat it before you arrived?
You probably didn't have the opportunity.
You're real anxious to pin this on me, aren't you?
That's unfair, Mr. Waring. My only motive is to see justice done.
Mm-hmm. Even if Carol Morgan is involved?
I beg your pardon.
You should. Did you know Carol and Vince Torrio were old friends?
You're lying.
I tailed her to a hotel yesterday. Suppose he was blackmailing her.
Ridiculous.
And why did she give him that diamond ring? All right, Abdul. What did you do with it?
Do with it?
There was a ring on that table when I walked in.
And you think I removed it?
Yes, I do, to protect Carol.
You're mistaken, my friend.
Oh, we'll see about that.
Just a moment, Mr. Waring. Where do you think you're going?
Over to see Carol.
No, you're not.
Oh, does this mean I'm under arrest?
I thought that was fairly obvious.
Okay, Abdul.
Who are you calling?
The American ambassador. Operator. Operator.
That won't be necessary.
Oh, may I go?
Yes. However, I must caution you.
Not to go too far away.
On the contrary, old man. You can't go far enough to please me. I shall notify your ambassador my government finds you persona non grata.
Which means?
You have 6 hours to leave Egypt.
And what about him?
Mr. Torrio? It's no problem. After all, when a man commits suicide...
Suicide? Oh, that's a hot one. I suppose he stabbed himself in the back.
Exactly.
What?
You forget. This is the mysterious Egypt. The strangest things can happen here. If I were you, old man, I'd bear that in mind. One, 5.
Hello?
Carol?
Yes?
This is Abdul.
Oh, darling, I'm so glad you called. I want to apologize.
That isn't necessary. Carol, do you love me?
You know I do.
Then you must have confidence in my judgment. There's a Michael Waring on his way over to see you.
Michael Waring?
He was formerly a private investigator in the States. At present, he's with American intelligence.
What does he want with me?
There's no reason for alarm. If he asks you if you know a Vincent Torrio, deny it.
But I don't know him.
That's fine, darling.
You just stick to that story.
Listen, Abdul.
Later, sweetheart. Right now, time is of the essence. Just remember, you never heard of Vincent Torrio.
Yes?
Hello, Carol. Remember me?
Should I?
Well, I like to think I made some kind of an impression. The name is Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course, you're that private detective they call the Falcon.
Yeah, shh, not so loud. I'm trying to live it down. May I come in?
Why not? I've got nothing to hide.
You sure?
Positive. Sit down.
Thanks.
What are you doing in Egypt?
Well, I was just about to ask you that. Lucky's in Italy, isn't he?
I wouldn't know. I haven't seen him since he was deported.
Mm-hmm. Well, what do you hear from Vince Torrio?
Who?
Well, now, don't tell me you've forgotten good old Vince.
How could I forget him when I never knew him in the first place?
He used to work for Lucky.
Lucky never mixed business with pleasure.
Just the same, you might be interested to learn that Vince was murdered.
Really? I'm sorry to hear that.
I'd imagine you'd be glad. It keeps him from spilling anything about your past to your new boyfriend.
My boyfriend?
Abdul Salim Bey.
Suppose we leave Abdul out of this.
I wish I could, but he thinks I'm the guilty critter.
Are you?
You know better, Angel.
Then who is?
Oh, I can think of several possibilities. You, for one.
I told you I didn't even know the man.
Well, it won't wash, Carol. He was up to see you yesterday.
You're mistaken.
When he walked out, he had a diamond ring that... Well, how about that?
How about what?
I see you wearing it again. Last time I saw it, Vince had it in his room.
Are you suggesting...
I'm suggesting there's only one way you could have gotten it back. You took it after you killed Vince.
Get out!
Okay, but I'll be back, if only to turn the other cheek. Take care of yourself, Angel. I wish I had time to. Yusuf Ben Ali?
Who goes there?
The friend, Salam Alakim.
Alaikum salam.
You, Yusuf?
I can be of service to you?
Yes, indeed you can. My name is Mike Waring.
Mike Waring?
Vince Torrio suggested I look you up.
You are acquainted with him?
Well, acquainted is hardly the word. We spent a nice couple of hours together this afternoon. Vince tells me you know Cairo like no one else.
Oh, he is most kind.
You familiar with the Savoy Hotel?
I was once employed there as a porter.
Oh, well, then this ought to be a steal. There's a young lady staying there named Carol Morgan. Think you could get into her room?
May I inquire for what purpose?
She's wearing a diamond ring. I'd like you to get it for me.
You are not suggesting I steal it?
Mm-hmm.
By the beard of Allah, I am offended.
Well, I'm sorry, Yusuf. Guess I got the wrong boy. Oh, if you know anyone who wants to make himself a fast £100...
You will pay £100 for the ring?
On delivery.
Please, be seated.
You're no longer offended?
How could I possibly be? You are Vincent Torrio's friend, and any friend of Mr. Torrio's is a friend of mine. It will be a pleasure to be of service to you.
Ministry of Interior.
Have I the honor of speaking with His Excellency Abdul Salim Bey?
Who is this?
Your servant, sir. Yusuf Ben Ali.
What is it, Yusuf?
I wish to prove my sincerity. 20 minutes ago, I was approached in the Café El Cala by a gentleman named Michael Waring.
Well?
He had an illegal proposition for me. He wished me to enter the hotel room of the American lady Carol Morgan and steal her ring.
Really?
He offered me £100 sterling for the task. Did I not do well in informing you?
You are most wise, Yusuf. I'll tell you what I'd like you to do. Accommodate Mr. Waring.
His Excellency does not mind?
On the contrary. His Excellency insists on it. Just advise me when the theft is successfully accomplished. May Allah aid you in your task.
Yusuf! Yusuf, over here!
Ah, Mr. Waring.
Did you get the ring?
It has been said of Yusuf Ben Ali that failure and he are strangers. Miss Morgan gave it up with scarcely a struggle.
I knew I picked the right boy. All right, let's have it.
The gentleman is forgetting something.
Huh?
I was promised £100.
Oh, yes, that's right. You were. 50, 70, 85, 100. There you are.
Oh, you are most kind. And now I am happy to complete my end of the bargain.
Come to Papa.
It is permitted to ask to what purpose you intend to put this ornament?
Yes, it is indeed. This is the little gimmick that's going to give us Vince Torrio's killer.
What?
Oh, didn't I tell you? Vince is now in the land of Osiris.
But who
That's the question of the hour. But I've got a hunch this ring will provide the answer.
I'm so happy for you, Mr. Waring.
What?
Oh, please keep your seats, gentlemen. In case you've forgotten, I'm Abdul Salim Bey.
I didn't forget.
What you failed to remember was that I gave you 6 hours to leave Cairo.
I'll get out in time.
I doubt it. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the ring you're holding is the property of Miss Carol Morgan.
How would you know that?
Elementary, old man. I gave it to her.
What?
And since I now find it in your possession, it forces me to one conclusion. You're a receiver of stolen merchandise.
Now, wait a minute. You're
Perhaps I am. Here I gave you 6 hours to leave my country, and I'm afraid we're going to have to play host to you for the next 5 to 10 years. I guess it proves even the best of us make mistakes.
Mama warned me there would be days like this, but she neglected to mention they come once a week. No, Mama wouldn't have approved. She would have hated the Cafe El Cala. She has a sinus condition, and the smoke in the joint would have played the devil with it. And it was certainly no place for her boy. When you're caught with a hot piece of ice in your hands, you can't very well insist it's a frame. But obviously, Abdul Salim Bey didn't think it was going to stop me from trying.
I suppose you'll maintain you're a victim of circumstance, Mr. Waring.
You boys are pretty cute.
Why, what in the world do you mean?
You and Yusuf cooked up this little stunt between you.
I swear on the Koran.
Oh, cut it out, Yusuf. You're breaking my heart.
Really, Mr. Waring, I'm surprised at you.
You expect me to believe this is all coincidental?
Frankly, old man, I don't care what you believe.
Well, you should. Because I had no idea this ring was stolen. I bought it in good faith.
That's most amusing.
Well, if you search him, you'll find £100 I paid him.
No doubt. But you knew the ring was Miss Morgan's property, and you hired Yusuf to secure it for you.
I wouldn't insist on that theory.
Why not?
Might prove very embarrassing to Carol. The last time I saw it was in Vince Torrio's room shortly before he was murdered. And if Yusuf here got it from Miss Morgan, you see where that takes you.
I'm afraid not.
Well, you're not looking in the right place. Suppose we adjourn to Carol's hotel room and do a little peeking there. And I hope for your sake she can stand an investigation.
I assure you, darling, there's nothing to worry about. I just want you to answer a few questions.
Suppose you let me phrase them, Abdul. Carol, you recognize this man?
No.
The lady is mistaken.
That's enough out of you, Yusuf.
Sweetheart, I promise you there's no reason to be frightened. But you must tell the truth. Do you know him? His name is Yusuf Ben Ali.
Yes, he was up here about an hour ago.
What happened?
He stole a ring.
That's all?
Yes.
Is this it?
Yes.
Take a good look, Angel. You're sure it's the same one?
Absolutely.
Well, they say a diamond is the hardest substance in the world, so let's see.
Put away that knife.
Now, don't worry, Abdul. I'm just performing a little experiment.
What the devil are you doing?
You call it.
You've marred the stone.
Mm-hmm. Then obviously it wasn't a diamond.
I don't understand.
No, but you do, don't you, Carol?
No.
You're lying. This is a paste copy of the ring Abdul gave you.
I tell you, you're wrong.
Come on, admit it. You gave the genuine article to Vince Torrio. Well, didn't you?
Yes.
Carol.
I'm sorry, Abdul.
What for? That proves you didn't kill him.
What?
Well, a killer walked off with the McCoy, and if you had it, you would have worn it instead of this phony.
Then the motive for Torrio's murder
was old-fashioned robbery. Right, Yusuf?
How would I know?
Who would know better? You walked in on Vince while I was out cold. You thought it was too good a chance to miss, so you murdered him, waltzed off with the rock, figuring I'd be blamed for both.
Oh, you are wrong by the beard.
No. There's no reason to go modest on the folks, Yusuf. You did a nice piece of work. I wouldn't think of letting anyone else take the credit.
I can't tell you how much I appreciated your assistance, Waring. I don't know what I'd have done without you.
But you'd rather,
Well, you can appreciate my position.
Oh, sure. You thought I was going to nail either you or Carol for Vince's murder.
Actually, I didn't care about myself. Though I suppose you considered me a suspect all along.
No, I didn't. If you had killed Vince and taken the ring, somewhere or other you would have arranged for Carol to get it back. The fact that she was wearing the copy proved both of you were innocent. Hey, what are we stopping here for?
Isn't this your hotel?
Well, yes.
Well, you'll have to start packing if you plan to leave Egypt within the 6 hours I gave you.
Now, wait a minute.
I hope you don't take this personally, old man, but you're such a troublemaker, I'd just as soon not have you around.
But you can't kick me out. I'm an American citizen.
Farouk was king of all Egypt.
Oh, and you did it to him.
Exactly. Bon voyage, Mr. Waring.
Johnny Dollar.
Al Turner, Johnny, over here at New Britain Mutual.
Al, it's been a long time.
Yeah, I know.
What can I do for you?
Plenty, I hope. How old are you, Johnny?
Well, next birthday I'll be 30... Huh?
30 what?
Now, why?
Well, it really doesn't make too much difference. You see, Johnny, I think it's time you entered a home for the aged.
I what?
And if you think I'm kidding, I'm not.
Okay, Al, what's the gag?
I told you, I want you over at the Mackley Rest Home.
Where's that?
Frog Mountain, New York.
Where's that?
Down along the Hudson River above Poughkeepsie near Kingston.
But, just to pay him a little visit, not to stay.
That's right.
What goes down there?
Sudden death, Johnny. Deaths.
Oh?
4 of them in a row, 3 of them insured by us.
Well, after all, if they're old folks...
That's the beneficiary of all that insurance.
Yeah?
The sole beneficiary of all the insurance on them just happens to be the Mackley Rest Home.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, Al, I'll, kind of drop in on him.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the New Britain Mutual Insurance Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Paradise Lost matter. I decided my own car would be handy to have along. As usual, the gauge said nearly empty. So, expense account item 1 is $5.20 for a tank full of gas. I drove west on 44, then cut across to Rhinebeck, then Rhine Cliff, where I took the ferry over the Hudson to the town of Kingston, New York. On Route 28, I passed through Stony Hollow, and a few miles further on, I found a sign indicating Frog Mountain. It was on a side road to the left. At one side of it overlooked the famous Ashokan Reservoir, and some pretty big fish have come out of that water. Thinking about it, I almost drove on past what was obviously a rest home for the aged, in among the trees. There was a large, very old frame house set on the side of the mountain, and sitting about on the front lawn, reading, chatting, playing cards, or just enjoying the afternoon sun were the happy-looking customers. As I stopped the car, a pleasant-looking middle-aged man walked over to me, smiled, and said...
How do you do, young man? How do you do?
Oh, how do you do? My name is Johnny Dollar.
A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Dollar. I'm Justin
Perry?
You have some elderly relative, perhaps, very dear to you, for whom you'd like to provide a quiet, comfortable retirement home.
Well, no.
Oh. Justin Perry. I'm the owner of Paradise.
Paradise?
A really appropriate name for our lovely place, don't you agree?
Well,
Just
yeah.
look at the happy faces of our guests, and you can... But then you say you don't wish to send someone to us.
Well, now, wait. This isn't the Mackley Rest Home?
Oh, no, Mr. Dollar. This is Paradise. The Mackley place is further up the road.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks very much.
Dollar, did you say?
Yes, that's right.
Edward!
Yes, Dad?
Would you like to show Mr. Dollar the way to the Mackley place?
Sure, Dad. Anything you say.
Then go ahead.
Well, if it's just up the road.
About a mile or so.
Oh, then I'm sure I'll be able to find it all right.
Whatever you say, Mr. Dollar.
Sure. Thanks a lot. A very nice spot. And some of the folks on the lawn waved cheerily as I drove on back up the road toward the mountain. I wondered if the Mackley place would be the same. It wasn't. At least, well, it was brand new, a modern ranch type of thing, built on a single level. A lot of native stone and glass, all very pretty and smart and practical, but lacking in warmth. The guests, the residents, though well-dressed and apparently wealthy, were sitting by themselves for the most part, reading or just sitting. No one seemed to notice me as I parked my car, then walked in through the door at one side marked office.
Yes. Something I can do for you?
Mr. Mackley?
Yes, that's right. Peter Mackley. And, who are you?
My name is Johnny Dollar.
Oh, yes, the insurance investigator. How are you?
Hiya.
Al Turner at the insurance company said you'd be coming along. Won't you sit down?
Oh, he did?
Yes. Just to be honest about it, I don't see why, though.
You don't, huh?
Well, now, what do you mean by that, Mr. Dollar?
Well, it's quite a layout you have here, Mr. Mackley. Must have set you back a lot of money.
Well, that's no secret.
But I suppose it's all bought and paid for.
Oh, far from it, Mr. Dollar. It'll be some years before we get our heads above water.
Even with the help of 2 or 3 nice, fat insurance legacies?
Now, look here, Dollar.
Well?
If you're referring to the fact that some people happen to die and just happen to leave some insurance to us...
Just happen to, huh?
Now, what's that mean?
Just exactly what you think it does, Mackley.
Are you trying to imply that I or anybody else...
If the shoe fits where...
Now, if you're saying that you suspect we might have murdered those old
Did
people...
I say that?
Well, that's what you meant, isn't it? You've no right coming here accusing me of something like that.
Now, look,
And what's more, you're not the police, and you have no authority around here. So just go on, get out of here.
Sorry, but I'm not leaving this place until I find out something more about how those people died.
Dollar, you're going to be sorry for this.
Is that a threat?
You take it any way you like.
Well, it may sound a bit corny, Mackley.
Now, just get out
But
of
just
here.
remember that anything you say now might be used against you.
Why, you arrogant fool.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Paradise Lost matter.
All right, Mr. Dollar. I freely admit it was too bad that 4 of the old people died here within a month and a half. It's most pathetic, most unexpected. What's more important to me is that it gives our place a black eye.
Unexpected by whom, Mr. Mackley?
By everyone, including the doctor who comes up here from Kingston to attend them and who is always on call in case of emergency.
Who is this doctor?
He's Dr. Nathan Way. He's from over in Kingston.
Just how did these 4 people die?
Well, according to their death certificates, the first one was an accident. Old Mr. Bartley slipped and fell off the corner of the porch one night while he was walking in his sleep.
Slipped or was pushed?
Now, look here, Dollar.
Okay. What about the other 3?
They were natural causes. That is, their hearts gave out.
According to the death certificates.
That's right.
But what really happened? Poison, perhaps? Something like that?
Dollar, you don't know what you're talking about.
We'll see, Mr. Mackley. Now, where'll I find this Dr. Way?
Someone mentioned my name.
Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Peter.
Doctor, this is Johnny Dollar. He's an investigator from the insurance company.
How do you do, Mr. Dollar?
Doctor?
Dollar seems to have the fantastic idea that the recent deaths here were deliberate. Yes.
What?
Yes, in order that we could benefit from the insurance, those fine old people were kind enough to leave us.
Well, now, that is rather absurd, Mr. Dollar.
Is it, Doctor? This place is up to its neck in debt.
I told you that, Dollar.
But isn't that to be expected when you consider the cost of building a fine new establishment like this?
All right.
After all, it's less than 2 years old.
Now, what did you do before this, Mackley? In some business where you could go around making contacts that would assure you plenty of wealthy, gullible customers for this racket?
Dollar.
Well?
Dollar, my wife and I have been in this business of taking care of old people ever since my parents died. That's over 15 years ago.
Yeah, where?
In Pennsylvania.
I can check on that, you know.
I know that.
Why did you pack up and come here to New York?
Tell him, Peter.
Well, for one thing, the air. The climate is much better here than it was in the coal region.
Yes. And?
Tell him, Peter.
Well, we had to close down over there.
Why?
Because our building, our facilities were considered substandard according to some new regulation.
And suddenly a lot of your patients started dying off?
No, nothing of the sort.
Peter is telling you the truth, Mr. Dollar.
You investigated, Dr. Way?
Well, no, not exactly.
I see.
But I have talked with many of these fine old people who moved from there to here, and they are intelligent, wealthy people.
Wealthy?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll bet they are.
Dollar, will you listen to me?
And it was so easy to talk a lot of them into buying a hunk of insurance and making this place the beneficiary.
Now, that's not true.
Isn't it? Then how come 3 of the 4 people who suddenly died around here?
No, it isn't true, Mr. Dollar. It was I who suggested to them, unknown to Peter, that they leave something to this rest home.
You?
And they thanked me and wondered why they hadn't thought of it before.
How many of your people are planning to leave you money, Mackley?
I don't know, Dollar. I don't know if any of them are. And what's more, I don't care. My wife and I knew the financial responsibility we were taking on in the beginning. And unless we lose our reputation, our clientele, through more of these unfortunate deaths...
Oh, sure, they're bad for business, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Exactly, Mr.
But
Dollar.
as long as the insurance money keeps rolling
Dollar,
in...
will you stop it?
No. Now, Dr. Way.
Mr. Dollar, I'm afraid these accusations...
Tell me this, Doctor. You issued the death certificates, huh?
I did. For all of them.
You made autopsies on them all, huh?
Well, good heavens, no.
Why not?
The accident in case of Mr. Bartlett was all too obviously an accident.
Was it?
As for the others, well, after all, they were well along in years.
Oh, so you gave them a quick once-over, scribbled down natural causes and let it go at that. And that's why I want those bodies exhumed and autopsies performed.
Mr. Dollar.
First, though, I'm checking up on you.
Well, by all means, do. I want you to.
Oh, I will.
Meantime, if you like, I'll drive back to Kingston and arrange for the bodies to be made available.
Yeah, you do that. I followed the doctor into Kingston, parked my stuff at a hotel, and dropped in at police headquarters where I talked with Lieutenant Art Connolly.
Dollar, I'm glad you're looking into this. Frog Mountain's a bit out of our jurisdiction, officially, that is. But I've wondered about those deaths myself.
Well, how much do you know about Peter Mackley, Lieutenant?
Well, I've thought a lot of that man ever since he came to these parts.
Oh?
Yeah, he's not the kind you might expect to be running an old folks' home, but, well, he's okay.
I see. How well do you know Dr. Way?
Well, one of the finest people we have here in Kingston. And without a doubt, the best man to make those autopsies you want.
He's connected with the department?
Yeah. And if you ask me, he'll get you results so fast it'll... Oh, now, wait a minute, Dollar. You're not thinking that Dr. Wade...
Mackley, huh?
And I'll tell you this about Pete Mackley, Dollar. It took a lot of guts for him to go to that place of his.
What do you mean by that?
I mean against some of the folks around town who were partial to Justin Perry, who runs the Paradise Home, who were afraid it might put him out of business. Mackley's place being so much nicer and modern and all.
That still doesn't mean anything, Lieutenant.
And you know, those old folks like things new and modern. And if Perry doesn't improve that place of his... Oh, yeah? Oh, hello, Doc.
Lieutenant, Mr. Dollar, I'll be able to make those autopsies tonight. When I'm finished, I'll call you at your hotel.
Sure, Doctor. You do that. I talked further with the lieutenant, but I'm afraid I didn't get much help from him. He was convinced, a little too convinced, that Peter Mackley was all right, and he spent all his time defending him. A late dinner at the hotel was item 2, $4.25. Item 3 was 35 cents for a magazine. I went up to my room, sprawled out in a big overstuffed chair, put my feet on the windowsill, and promptly went to sleep. Yeah, the combination of a big dinner and the quiet night had really got to me. Too much for my own good. He must have used a calling card to slip the lock on the door, because the first thing I remember was hearing the door close. And when the light switch went off... Huh? Who's that? What's the idea of turning off the... Oh, no, you...
And now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Oh.
Easy now, easy. Another piece of tape to hold this bandage on your head. You'll be...
Doctor.
Yeah, there you are. That's
Dr.
right.
Way.
Now, don't tell me you fell asleep and fell out of your chair and did this.
Oh, no. Listen, listen.
And here. Perhaps a drop of this medicinal brandy?
No, yeah. Oh, yeah, thanks. Hey. Hey, look, it's morning.
Yes, and I've done the autopsies.
Oh?
I knocked on your door and didn't get any answer.
Doc, listen.
But it wasn't locked, so I came on in and, what happened?
Oh, somebody sneaked in and slugged me.
Who?
Are you kidding? But come on, what about the autopsies?
Yes. Well, no question about it. Mr. Bartley's death was an accident.
But the others?
Poison. A poison that made it look like heart failure.
Okay, then. Hello. Hello.
Your order, please?
Lieutenant Art Conley at police headquarters.
I'll call you right back, sir.
Emergency, operator. This isn't... Okay.
And now, Mr. Dollar.
So, Doctor, somebody at Mackley's rest home gave them poison. So that's it.
But the only medicines those people get are the ones that I myself prescribe. And I have never prescribed even the most minute dose of sodium
Lieutenant Johnny Dollar.
I'm glad you called, Dollar. Doc told me the result of his autopsy is on his way over to see you.
Then you know.
But I still refuse to believe that Peter Mackley...
No? Then why did he come here and try to put me out of the picture?
What?
I don't know what scared him off before he could finish the job, but I'm thankful something did.
When?
Last night I was asleep.
Oh, well, then you're wrong. It wasn't Peter Mackley.
No?
Knowing that sometimes you have to suspect even your best friend on a case like this, I had Mackley here at headquarters all night. So, Dollar...
Doctor.
My prescriptions?
Yes.
I've been thinking about that. They're always made up at Pearson's drugstore by Mrs. Pearson herself.
Then she is going to have some visitors.
What?
Come along, Doc.
Thank you, Mrs. Williams, and I hope that makes you feel better. Well, Doctor, it's so early in the morning.
Mrs. Pearson, this is Johnny Dollar, special investigator.
Oh, how exciting.
Mrs. Pearson, I want to know if you stock a drug called sodium What'd you call it, Doctor?
I didn't, but it's sodium theramolicylate.
Oh.
But I doubt very much.
Yes, I do.
You do?
Old Dr. Morley, the veterinarian, used it now and then to take care of hopeless animal cases.
And you have it here now?
Yes. In one of these back shelves, I have a single bottle that I...
Hey, wait a minute.
Yes?
On that motorcycle out there with a sidecar. He pulled away from in back of this place.
Yes. He helps in the store and makes all the deliveries for me.
And he must have seen us in here. Must have seen me.
What?
He makes all the deliveries, including prescriptions for the Mackley rest home?
That's right.
Doc.
He's taking some of Dr. Wade's prescriptions up there now.
Good.
No, listen.
Now, let me find that bottle of...
Doctor, listen. That may be the answer.
That he's the delivery boy for Mrs. Pearson?
Yes.
Well, I'm afraid I
Dr.
don't...
Wade? Look here.
No, Doc, we've got to go after that kid.
Here's the bottle, Doctor. But I don't understand.
Doctor, will you listen to me?
So many of them are missing.
Unless we could... What was that, Mrs. Pearson?
Well, a lot of these sodium theramolicylate tablets are missing.
Then that's the answer, Doc. He's the answer. Come on. Have you ever tried to chase a motorcycle up a tortuous, treacherous mountain road? Well, I did. We did. And the sidecar was the only thing that kept him from running away from us. And the fact that he kept looking back, knowing we were chasing him.
No, he'll kill himself.
Looking back at us. That was his big mistake.
He'll never make that turn.
That was young Edward Perry's fatal mistake.
Edward.
He's still alive, Doc.
Here, I'll see what I can do for him. Now, Ed. Now, let's see. Now, take it easy here.
No use, Doc.
Well, we can try now. We can try. But why, Eddie?
I saw you there in the store. Saw Dollar there.
All right, just take it easy.
Knew you'd got wise that I was putting that poison in Doc's prescription.
Give him something to knock him out, Doctor.
I'm afraid there's no use. I'm afraid...
But it was Dad who...
Justin Perry.
Dad made me. said of enough people at Mackley's died off,
Now, easy, lad, easy.
they'd leave Mackley's, come to Dad's place.
Eddie,
To the
why?
paradise. We'd put Mackley out of business.
Bear his arm, Dollar.
Right, Doc.
Put Mackley out of... So long, Doc.
Doctor.
It's all over.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the courts will do. Ask me, Justin Perry murdered his son as much as though he'd done it with his own two... I don't know. Expense account total, call it $50. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Harry Bartell, Edgar Barrier, Sam Edwards, Stacey Harris, Junius Matthews, and Forrest Lewis. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Well, you all set for another visit with Valentine? Ready or not, here he comes. And is he loaded. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't mean in the true sense of the vernacular, nor is he toting a Tommy gun. He's just up to his chin in bliss. You know why? He's going on a vacation. Now, whether you think this is the proper time of year to take a vacation, or whether you think he deserves one, is of no consequence to George. He just got tired of letting George do it, and packed Brooksy and his bags into the car and took off for his favorite seaside spot. Now, at first glance, this may look a little on the dull side, but stick around. It's only the beginning.
Fish stew. George, are you sure this is the right road? It's so dark, all I can see is fog and sand.
Yeah, I know, and they're both the same color. Now, don't worry, I can tell them apart. I tell you, Brooksy, the Italians call it Giuppino, and the French call it bouillabaisse. But this stuff here tastes so much better than what they...
I know, and Miss Gallagher just calls it fish stew. You've only told me about it 10 times.
Well, now, look, everybody else in the world gets a vacation. Why can't I? At least once a year, can't we go off somewhere and
George,
have some
I'm not
fun?
complaining about a vacation. I think it's wonderful. No mysteries, no letters from people getting murdered. But, I mean, it's so silly just picking up and going someplace you happened to be once where they have fish stew.
Oh, but, Angel, you haven't tasted it yet. Besides, I wrote to her, didn't I? Still like to know why she didn't answer.
Miss Gallagher? That's right. Why look on the gloomy side? Maybe she's been poisoned on her own cooking. Darling, if I sound like a gloomy... What's the matter?
Road sign.
Oh, I guess I'd better powder my nose, hadn't I? Sandy Spit, 1 mile.
Yep, almost there. Fog's clearing a little, too.
Here comes the moon. Looks cold, doesn't it?
Sandy Spit, I don't blame you. Even the name of the place is crazy. But it's quiet. Nothing ever happens here. Nobody ever comes here.
Aren't there any tourists or summer visitors?
Not many. You've seen the roads. Just sand, fleas, and seagulls, mostly. Oh, a few artists or hermits, maybe. But I think most people are afraid of this kind of country. Too lonely. Just miles and miles of sand dunes and wind.
Yes. George, I take it all back. I think I'd like something warm and friendly, like a fish stew.
Place looks totally different, in the daytime. I mean, when the sun's out.
Well?
Oh, well, hello. I was looking
She's not in.
Yeah, I was going to say Miss Gallagher.
Well, obviously I'm not her, am I? My name's Dr. Crowell, and you can take my word for it, she's not in. Good night.
Well, you see, we're down to visit. She might not remember, but Mr. Valentine here wrote for reservations, only she didn't answer, so
I'm not surprised. Probably wouldn't answer if you were standing in the same room.
What?
She don't take in guests anymore. I'm the only one left. And the way things are going, I won't last much longer.
Well, what's happened that
Or
changed?
am I wrong? Sure. You're not here for hospitality, are you? Wasting my time, aren't I?
What on earth are you talking
Like all the rest, just nosing around. Well, I'm not going to show you no gold cup.
Gold cup?
For my money, it ought to have stayed buried another 300 years. And Gallagher along with it. Her and her big secrets and mysteries. Yes, and you, too. You should all be dead.
Now, that's what I call a fine example of seaside hospitality. I think George better give up the idea of fish stew, or he'll end up dead as a mackerel. All of which makes me think that I'd better clam up and let you hear something that's not a fish story. Now, let's see how George and Brooksy are making out. I don't think this little safari to the sea is going to turn out to be much of a vacation. And neither does Brooksy.
Nothing ever happens in Sandy Spit.
Ah, the guy's nutty.
Just
Come on.
warm fires and good food. What I want is a vacation. You know, once a year, get away from all the puzzles and excitement and mysteries.
Oh, cut it out, Angel. It doesn't mean anything. Only what did he say about a gold cup?
George.
Hey, wait a minute. Never mind. Listen.
What?
Yeah, a party going on down the street.
I thought everybody was a hermit in this town, like Dr. Crowell.
Great party. For the little woman and I, we sure appreciate it.
Sure do, Mr. Lewis. Likewise in spades. Yeah. Come along, Clyde.
Well, at least nothing so very wrong can be going on here with people that happy.
Anytime, you two, anytime. But it's your house tomorrow night, eh?
Oh, no, it's my house. Oh. It's such fun to get together, isn't it?
Yeah, night, Miss Gallagher.
Sure is. Night, Miss Gallagher. Come on,
George.
Clyde. Hold my
At least there's our Miss Gallagher.
Yeah, come on, let's... Hey, where is she?
Well, she lives back this way, so she must be coming... No, she's disappeared.
And that other couple, the big blonde and her husband, where are they now?
Well, you might have noticed where she went. An item like that
is... come on. People don't just get swallowed up in the night. There aren't any cabins or houses out this other way, but... Miss Gallagher!
Nobody here but us vacationists.
Now, wait here, Angel. She must have gone this way. I'll catch up with her. Oh, Miss Gallagher! Miss Gallagher!
Hey, what do you think you're... Oh, excuse me, Mac. Sorry.
No, my fault. I didn't see you, hiding there.
What? I don't get you. Me? Just tying a shoe, that's all. Who are you?
Well, now, take it easy. I'm just a visitor, that's all.
Yeah, let's not kid each other, Mac. My name's Mercy, see? Clyde Mercy. Mercy Carnivals. Maybe you heard the name in better days. I even used to do a muscle act myself, see? So don't bother with no double talk.
Hey, what makes you so anxious? My name's George Valentine. Just going through town, that's all.
Oh. Sure, yeah, that's the way with me, too. Yeah. Just visiting, that's all. The little wife's in training here. Long-distance swimmer, you know. That's a dead little place. Nothing ever happens. You won't have much fun. I was just on my way for a little stroll on the beach before I turn in, you know. It was a silly idea anyway, I guess. Huh? Oh, yes, there. Right here. I was just...
Did you see her?
Baby.
Did you see where she went?
Please.
Or did you pull another stupid
Baby.
thing? Oh. Hello.
Hi.
Well, let's get home, baby. Time for us to be in bed. Well, good night, Valentine. Nice to meet you.
Nothing ever happens here.
Come on, Angel. Down the beach.
Yes.
Yes, I'm Liza Gallagher. That's right.
Well, we didn't mean to scare you.
Hey, you know, the climate must make people jumpy around here. Miss Gallagher, don't you remember my name?
I was just going for a walk on the beach, but you didn't see anyone else, did you? Clyde Mercy
Look, Miss Gallagher, what's happened to this place? In the old days, people didn't go in for parties. And afterwards, they didn't go sneaking off at this time of night to go in for... Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I thought I heard... Oh, what do you know about the old days? What do you mean?
Well, I was here last year, don't you remember?
George, wait. There is somebody.
Stand still. Please don't move. Mr. Lewis. It's Todd Lewis. Don't let him see us.
The man who gave the party.
Yes, he's a sculptor. There. Now it's gone.
Uh-huh. Does he always go walking up the beach with a clam shovel at this time of night? Is that the secret? You all sneak off to dig clams?
He pretended he was going to bed. That's what he told everybody at the party.
Well, he could be going to that other house out there, that big, empty, lonesome place at the end of the point.
Oh, no, that's rented by somebody named Brown from the city. But he's only here weekends for his health. He has a bad heart, Mr. Brown does. Besides, he wouldn't notice if anybody came walking past his place up the beach.
Notice what, Miss Gallagher?
George Valentine.
What?
That's who you are. I remember now. You're the one who was sort of a detective.
Well, yes, but...
The post office sent you, didn't they? It was because I didn't report the fire.
Hey,
What's
wait
all
a minute.
This? Fire?
And now you've come to arrest me.
Miss Gallagher.
She's fainted.
Miss Gallagher, please, start at the beginning, will you? If you feel all right and I've convinced you I'm not a post office inspector.
Yeah, yes. I'll show you. The gold cup. It's a relief to tell somebody.
About a fire in the post office?
Yes, because I'm the postmistress, too, in this town. Use the back of the grocery store.
Oh, so that's it.
And there was a fire, just a little tiny one. No one else ever knew about it. But that's when I found the cup.
Go on.
I keep a sack out for people to mail things, and everybody sends packages, sends shells or paintings, or even once that Mr. Lewis sent a whole bust of General Grant, in concrete, too.
You must sell a lot of stamps.
Oh, I didn't do anything dishonest. It's just that somebody dropped a match or a cigarette, I guess, and this one package got burned, and I couldn't tell who was sending it. You know, the return address. It was all charred. But it was going to a jewelry buyer in the city. I know that because I rewrapped it and sent it on. Only pull down the blind first, will you?
Oh, here.
Now, look, if this cup was in that package you sent on, then how can you show it to us now?
Wait. There, you see? I made a cast out of it with some of Mr. Lewis's clay.
It's sort of a funny-shaped cup.
It was found someplace here on Sandy Spit. It must have been, because someone was sending it. Found it buried in the sand. They must have.
Mm-hmm. This is just like the original?
Oh, yes. You can even see the markings.
Oh, well, that's what I meant. I don't read Latin so well, but it's a good 300 years old, I guess.
Spanish. It's Spanish. I looked in a book. I mean, the design and everything. And made out of hand-carved solid gold like that. You know how much it weighed, Mr. Valentine.
Don't mind. I get the idea. A thing that size. Somebody went digging for clams or fishing for a stew and made a fortune on the haul.
And this is a vacation, George?
Oh, Brooksy, who wants to just eat on a vacation? Who knows? In the morning, you and I might do a little digging for buried treasure ourselves. Who really found that cup, Mr. Lewis?
The $64 question. Me, I'm about as subtle as a hammer. I just ask people.
And somebody's a liar?
Well, would you tell? Or would you tell where? Or would you let people follow you to the right place? Nah. You were a boy once yourself.
Okay. Some rich guy named Brown from the city owns this property. And
therefore... that bird was never out here? No. Property lines don't mean anything where treasure's concerned. Finders, keepers. Now, there, see? A guy like that. Yeah, he's my choice.
Huh, what?
Well, look, over there in the sand, taking a nap, see? Hey, come on. Let's give him a thrill.
It's that carnival guy, isn't it? Clyde Mercy?
Right.
The one with the blonde wife?
Yeah, don't talk so loud. Wind's behind us. Yeah, get around to the other side of this dune. Carnival. Clyde's a big-time failure. I don't know how he ever snagged a babe like her, but shh, easy.
Oh, brother. Not enough we got a treasure hunt. We have to play games, too.
Well, what did you come to the beach for if it's not to have a little fun? Come on. these people all take it so seriously. Here, now wait, this'll wake him up. Put it, hands up, Clyde. We want the gold in your teeth. And don't pretend you haven't found something.
Yeah. Clyde's not laughing. You didn't scare him at all. He's too dead.
Say, I wonder what inside information Clyde had on that buried treasure. Must have been pretty good to have someone rub him out for it. Or is that the way it happened? Well, let's give a listen to this first, and then maybe we'll find out.
Back to George Valentine. Sandy Spit, a place for fleas and seagulls. But if your name is George Valentine and it's your vacation, you want to go there because of Miss Gallagher's fabulous fish stew. And then, like everybody else, you get curious about the treasure, an old Spanish gold cup that someone found buried in the sand. Only now you've found something else in the sand. The body of a man, Clyde Mercy.
Murdered.
Sure. You don't need a diagram for that. Look, clamshell.
Hey, don't touch that.
All right. But it's what somebody used to smash his head with.
Yeah. Put up a little fight, though. Must have hit him several times.
I told you people took this treasure stuff too seriously.
Did Clyde hear?
Huh? Oh, sure. Worse than anybody else. Yeah, you see his wife, the blonde, she's in training for long-distance swimming or something. She'd go trotting off in a white bathing suit every morning, and the minute she was gone, this little guy'd sneak out into the dunes and start his daily prospecting. Get rich quick. Hope springs eternal. Huh.
I wouldn't be so sure. Clyde here found some gold.
What?
Yeah, his hand here, look.
Holy smoke. Hanging onto it for dear life.
That's right. Gold coin, Spanish. About the same date as that cup.
Clyde. It's such a silly name. I always yelled at him so.
Yeah, we understand, Mrs. Mercy.
No, you don't. How could you? People like us. My third husband, you know that? And when I met him, I thought he was such a silly-looking ape, gawking at me in a bathing suit.
Here, have a drink. It'll make you feel better.
I married him for his money. Do you know that? That's the funniest part. He used to own a carnival, see, and
I thought your husband was broke.
Well, he lost it, naturally. Well, he wasn't any good. And me and my big mouth, of course, I told him so and yelled at him, and he just got broker and broker.
Until all he could think about was digging for buried treasure, huh?
Sure, you got the idea. Saps. We're all just saps going around. Oh, I'm sorry. What did the sheriff say, Mr. Valentine?
Oh, nothing yet. Just that this forsaken place has a population of 73.
73, the sheriff says.
75, counting us.
You want to bet the sheriff will be a lot more interested in finding out about the treasure than who killed Clyde.
Look, Mrs. Mercy, why don't you go on home and stop?
I know. Stop crying. Clyde's dead.
If there's anything more I can do, I'd be
Of course there isn't. I'll go swimming. That's what I'll do. What do you think I am, a baby?
Oh, come on, Angel. Let's go back in and talk to Mrs. Gallagher.
No, how do I know who it is? Who cares?
There, out in the back.
Dr. Crow, wait.
Don't get in such a lather about these.
Hello, Miss Gallagher.
Oh, Mr. Valentine, he's gone. He took his bag and just ran out. I told him to wait for you.
What are you talking about?
A phone just came from Mr. Brown's house.
Brown?
Rich guy out at the point, Angel. He's sick, remember?
Oh, no. That's not what I mean. Dr. Crowell couldn't tell who the voice was, but, of course, that doesn't mean anything to him. He doesn't believe in mysteries and
Never
treasures.
mind, I get it. Brown's only home on the weekends. Yeah, I remember. So then who called the doctor and why?
The house is just up around to the right there, overlooking the beach.
Yeah, sure. Just wait a minute, will you?
What is it, George?
Hurry up, please, Mr. Valentine.
I was just looking at a piece of paper. Taxi slip, see?
Oh.
Somebody's been here, all right. Been here pretty often, too. Look, another one over here. Here's still another one.
Those those little slips they tear out of the meter.
That's right. And one of them's so fresh it isn't even damp from the salt air. Come on, step on it.
Mr. Brown doesn't put the shutters up, but the place is always locked up tight.
This path here?
Most of the time, he uses the door back here by the shed.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Lewis!
Hey, what are you doing out here?
Well, now, that's a question I was going to ask you.
Eh? Well, I'm trespassing, naturally. No, I just saw a man hurrying in here from across the dunes carrying a bag and wondered what was up.
That was Dr. Crowell.
Sure, but Miss Gallagher, you wait here with Miss Brooks, will you? Come on, Lewis.
All
right, George.
Hey, what's she so upset about this time?
I don't know. Hey, the door's open.
Uh-huh. Back way goes to the tool shed, I guess. Front doors just let sand in this country.
Yeah. Oh, but that's not all.
Yeah. Lying on the floor by the hall. Come on. Yeah, look. Doctor's kit beside him.
Oh, brother. Now, wait, don't touch him. He's not dead.
I don't see any marks on him.
Don't touch him.
Huh? Who's that?
It's Dr. Crow.
Let him lie just the way he is.
Wait a minute, doctor, but this guy on the floor, who's...
It's Mr. Brown's house, so I guess it wouldn't be too far-fetched if this guy were Mr. Brown.
Boy, genius. I don't need your help, gentlemen. The ambulance is on its way. Just telephone.
Yeah, but who hit him? Who slugged him?
Be quiet, will you? What happened, Doctor?
Heart attack.
Yeah, I was...
He'll be all right. Just needed a little shot, that's all.
Was it all right if I ask him a couple of questions?
No. I'm no specialist, but he's sick. Now go play your Captain Kidd game someplace else.
Okay. I guess he wouldn't answer the questions anyway. You know, Mr. Lewis, you seem to be around every time something happens. And you're the one that I saw out walking last night with a clam shovel.
Everybody here's got one. There's 100 of them, several in some homes. Any one of them could have been used as the murder weapon.
Oh, sure, and they all look the same.
Only, there's none here. I can't find Mr. Brown's clam shovel.
And yet there are clam buckets, the rest of the stuff. Uh-huh. There ought to be one, shouldn't there? Wait, I'll take a look at the outside lock.
Yeah, hasn't been touched. Ones in front of the house haven't been either.
Okay. So if there was a clam shovel in there and somebody wanted to use it, they'd have to have a key.
So you eliminate the mystery, don't you? It's the person with the key who used the shovel that's missing. In other words, Brown himself.
George?
Hold it, will you? Yeah, here, Angel. Did you get hold of that taxi driver?
Yes, the driver remembered all right.
Now, what's this?
Go on, Brooksy.
He says he drove Mr. Brown out just half an hour before we came.
Yoo-hoo! What did she tell you, Mr. Valentine? It's Mr. Brown who found the treasure, all right.
Mr. Brown even paid the driver not to tell anyone he was coming out here. I mean, during the times when he was supposed to be in the city. Today, George, the driver told Mr. Brown all about the excitement here. Over the murder and the treasure and everything.
Oh, simply everybody knows now.
And he said Mr. Brown suddenly looked very ill. He didn't want to talk about it. He seemed frightened.
Then he went in and had a heart attack. Well, that's it. What more do you need?
It's been him all along. Yoo-hoo! Mrs. Mercy! She's out there swimming. See?
Yeah. So Brown found the treasure. Poor little Clyde stumbled into what he was doing and...
Come here, Mrs. Mercy! Come here, quick! Mr. Brown will have to tell where the treasure is, naturally. They'll make him, and I guess all the rest of us can
Okay. We'll all be rich. It's all over with the shouting. Come on, Angel.
Yeah, George.
What did I say?
Oh, I wouldn't worry.
What's the matter?
Gold makes people do funny things. But I guess there's more than one kind of gold, isn't there?
What?
She has beautiful hair, doesn't she, Brooksy?
Oh, that Mrs. Mercy.
Yeah, that's one kind of gold. White bathing suit and all.
George, I don't understand.
And then there's another kind of gold, like Mr. Brown has, the kind in the bank.
Oh. Are you trying to say a rich man wouldn't be likely to commit crimes and then be so surreptitious if he'd found a buried treasure?
Mm-hmm. But he might be surreptitious about something else.
Mr. Valentine. Hello. Oh, there, I feel lots better. Water's wonderful.
Hello, Mrs. Mercy.
This is the only good place around here to swim, I guess, isn't it? Down here by Mr. Brown's diving platform.
Oh, sure. Do it all the time. I'm in training.
Uh-huh. Well, when a man is struck several times, when he's fighting for his life, do you think he could be greedy enough to still hang on to a piece of gold?
What's that? Oh, please don't talk about Clyde.
Why not? Your third husband, who was getting broker and broker. You left him every day, didn't you? To parade in front of the window of the man who would often leave his job to be here.
What? Say, what's eating you?
The gold coin. Clyde fought for his life. His hand would have been open. The coin would have dropped out. So somebody put it there after he was dead. And certainly that wasn't the one who found the treasure. Why put the finger on himself? So there must have been another motive.
I don't get you.
All right, take a package being burned in a post office sack. Somebody could drop a cigarette or match, and it might burn just the right part of the package. But it would be a lot easier to do the burning first, and then put it there for Miss Gallagher to find and be curious about. Again, there must be a motive.
I'm going up to the house. I think you're crazy.
Mrs. Mercy, you should have put another shovel in there, so that Mr. Brown wouldn't see his was gone and catch on to what you'd done.
Mr. Brown's not here. He's in town.
So Mr. Brown wouldn't realize what you were really like. Realize you'd murdered your husband and have a heart attack because of it.
No, I didn't. Heart attack? No, he didn't. It's not true.
Oh, lady, you give yourself away every minute, don't you? Yeah, the lady who killed her husband so she could hook a man with gold. Only, ironically enough, Mr. Brown had a heart attack.
Oh, no.
Oh, well, don't worry. He can still marry somebody, but it won't be you. Sure, that's right. He's not dead. You are, sister.
But the gold, George, that cup and the coin, the treasure.
Oh, there isn't any, Angel, don't you see? Mrs. Mercy just used it to set up a perfect murder. This is Sandy Spit, remember? Just a place for fleas and seagulls. Stick around, I'll prove it.
Well, now that we know who bumped off Clyde and why, I still have a question. When is George going to get around to having some of that fish stew he's been yapping about? This I gotta see. Just like this, you've got to hear.
More, Miss Brooks?
Doctor, don't interrupt.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Mr. Brown wasn't mixed up in it at all. It was just Mrs. Mercy. He confirmed that finally when he got over the shock of finding out what she was like. You see...
Well, go on, George.
Oh, lobster. Look at that. Pieces of lobster.
Right, young man. Whitefish, too. Oh, love whitefish.
Yeah, man. But she started the whole treasure fever with an old gold cup and a coin. Mailed the cup. Made sure Miss Gallagher would see it and spread the excitement.
Oh, dear.
Oh, Gallagher's all right. She's back on the job now. Pass the bread.
Yeah, sure. Hey, you know, the idea was a good one. With evidence of Clyde having been killed by the person who found the treasure, the police would never think of his wife as the murderess.
73 suspects. A crime blamed on greed. Sure good idea, but it didn't work.
Yeah, women should stay where they belong. Isn't that so, Liza?
Oh, now, Doctor, stop it.
At home, you mean? Yes, I think so, too. I couldn't help noticing you and Miss Gallagher, Doctor. You seem so happy now, so different from when you...
What's that? Me and who? Now, don't get any wrong notions, young lady. Valentine here, he understands. Woman's place is in the kitchen.
Sure. That's all the doc wants, Angel. You see, I do understand. I'm a fish stew man myself.
You have just heard Murder on Vacation, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Our story was by David Victor and Jackson Gillis, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
By transcription.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
that is finished. Latin.
Oh. Sam?
What's left of me, sweetheart?
Well, where are you? What happened? Who did it?
Here, everything, and what?
What?
No, I asked you first.
Sam.
Now you're making sense.
Well, did that Mr. Mortuus get in touch with you?
Demortuus nil nisi bonum.
Oh, Sam, stop it.
Second year Latin, F. Speak well of the dead.
You mean he's dead?
If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. This one ends up worse than Rigoletto. Have your extra handkerchief ready, get some organ music on the radio, and I'll be down to dictate my report on the Tears of Night caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. You know, just a little Wild Root Cream Oil in your hair can mean a world of improvement in your general appearance. Just try it and see. See how Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic grooms your hair neatly and naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose dandruff. Yes, you'll be glad to discover that just a few drops of Wild Root Cream Oil make a big difference. So if you've never tried it before, get the 25-cent Get Acquainted size and ask for it by name. Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
Many things, Eph.
But it's also kind of raw. Oh, Sam.
In time, Effie, my wounds will heal.
Oh, I'll bet that Mamie Gagan had something to do with it. I could tell when she came in here that she was going to be...
Mortuus nil nisi bonum.
Huh?
Latin, speak well of the dead, remember?
Oh,
one thing at a time, sweetheart. Let's get this over with. I want to find a doctor.
Oh, you're so brave, Sam. Carrying on in the face of your face.
Sure.
You won't be satisfied until you just die for your profession.
Yeah, well, if I do, nil nisi bonum, Effie. Nil nisi bonum.
That means?
Latin means, bony knees.
Oh.
Date, July 24, 1949, to Miss Daphne Arlington from Samuel Spade, San Francisco, license number 137596. Subject, the Tears of Night. Dear Daphne, I hope this will clear up a few things in your mind. I hope it'll let you know how you got where you are and what happened to put you there. It all has an illogical beginning, middle, and end. At 3, yesterday afternoon, my loyal secretary and confidant, Miss Effie Perrine, a doll, who has been rehearsing a Cockney play for television, flung open my office door and said,
Miss Mamie Gagan to see Mr. Spade.
I said, cooey. Miss Mamie Gagan looked everything the name implied, from her lately blonded hair to her genuine alligator shoes. I might add, she weighed in at approximately 160 and was in very good condition.
You, Spade.
I am he. Sit down, please.
Ah.
Don't you believe me?
I hate gumshoes. They all stink.
Something in your background. Perhaps as a girl. I'm just assuming that you were one.
All gumshoes are nosy. They talk too much. That's why I don't like them. Here.
For me?
Who else, stupid?
Oh. And it says, pay to the order of Samuel Spade, $100, signed Mamie Gagan, co-signed Johnny McCall. All right, is it good?
You wise guy or something? Sure it's good. I'm the treasurer. Get your hat.
In this weather?
We gonna go see Johnny.
McCall?
Yeah.
Why are we going to see Johnny?
Johnny wants you should do something for him.
What does Johnny want I should do for him?
Come on, Spade. What's the matter with you? He'll tell you.
I just love to hear you talk, Mame, that's all.
All this gassing ain't getting us nowhere. The boss is waiting. Gumshoes talk too much.
Yes, ma'am. Well, maybe we do, but ours is a lonely profession. Mamie led me to a large Cadillac parked in a no-parking zone. She tore the ticket up and ate it. We got in and charged through traffic towards Burlingame. About a half a mile this side of the main highway, we turned off to the left. And pretty soon, we were winding up a private road to a fine old colonial mansion.
There were 3 private patrolmen were guarding the entrance. They all needed shaves. They kind of nodded as we went up to the front door. Naturally enough, it didn't open, but a peep shutter did.
Yeah.
It's me, Feely. This is the private peeper the boss wants to see. Open up.
Okay.
How are you feeling, Mr. Feely?
Screw. All kinds of folks around.
This way, Spade. Mamie, I got your peeper.
Okay.
Inside. Here he is, Johnny, flat feet and all. His name's Spade.
I know. I picked him myself. Go on, beat it.
I hate gumshoes.
Boo.
I don't mind Mamie. She's kind of bitter.
Yes, she is.
We did a lousy job on her hair last time. It's all streaky.
Yeah, I noticed.
Go on, sit down.
Nice place, Johnny. Nice place. How's the growth?
Oh, ain't as good as running beer, but them days are gone. I do all right. 2 crap tables, 2 faro games, a little roulette in the living room, but I have to be careful.
You seem to have plenty of muscle outside to keep you safe and comfy.
Punks, all of them. But the best I can get nowadays, no good gunsels left. Guess they all got married and settled down or something.
All right, Johnny, it's cool and it's nice out here. You make a living, and I got a check for $100. Why?
Well, in my line, I don't generally have much use for a private eye. I don't generally like 'em.
Neither does Mamie.
But I can use one right now. Ever see this before? No? Well, it's a little bit of necklace.
Necklace case.
Called the Tears of Night or something.
Yeah?
It's worth quite a chunk of Geetus. These 4 diamonds are good stuff. Dame named Daphne Arlington left it here a week ago when she went in for a plunge at the roulette table. She left it for a standby till she raised the cash. Kind of a screwy dame. You know, a widow with a lot of money. Boyfriend named Lenny Eppich. He paints or something. Well, she sent me a check today for the 5 G's she lost, and I just want you to take this thing back to her.
That all?
Yeah, that's all. I got my dough, she gets a necklace. You're a licensed bonded investigator, insured, it's safe with you. I couldn't trust any of my punks with it, and I don't like to be seen in public, so you just take it back. It's all very simple.
Uh-huh. Now that you've told me how simple it is, suppose you give me the unexpurgated sequel. Did her check bounce?
Yep. All right. You want a drink? There wasn't any check, Sam. She called me a couple of hours ago and said if I didn't have this thing back to her by tonight, she'd call a load of cops and come out here and tear the joint apart.
Not such a screwy dame at that. You're stuck.
You telling me. If she comes with cop, I'm closed for season. I'm getting old.
Oh, you're not old, Johnny.
Feely was running the table, and I didn't know he'd taken this thing for security till we counted up.
Stupid Feely.
I should have pushed his mush in or something. Letting a dame like that make us a setup.
Well, maybe you'll do better next time.
Oh, ain't gonna be no next time, Spade. Well, here's her address. Here's the ice. Just take it to her, and I'll chalk it up to experience.
You better get yourself a new boy at that table, Johnny.
You telling me. You telling me.
Well, bye.
Lenny, I thought you'd never get here. The performance begins at 8:30, and you know how the traffic is, and if we're going to have a bite to eat... You aren't Lenny. Where's Lenny?
I don't know, Miss Arlena. I'm supposed to deliver some jewelry.
Jewelry? That would be mortuous. Mortuous.
Mortuous. Yes, but I...
What are you looking at?
Your throat.
Really? Well, really, Mr.
Spade, Sam Spade.
Well, really, Mr. Spade. I'm only waiting for Lenny to get here so we can make the first curtain, a streetcar. And we're going to be late if he doesn't get here. You can understand that, Mr. Spade.
You're going to be a little early. Streetcar doesn't open until Monday.
And I'm all ready, and he hasn't shown up. Well, good night, Mr. Spade.
Hey. The white ermine cape you were wearing and the black strapless thing needed a touch, but you had it. A diamond necklace. In fact, the Tears of Night, the same one I had in my pocket, Daphne, was hanging around your lovely neck. I rebuzzed your buzzer and knocked on your door for quite a while until it was quite evident that you were not going to open up. Under the hallway light, I snapped open the necklace case. Mortuous, you had said. And mortuous was what it said stamped inside the case. A gloomy word with a gloomy address. The White Hotel on Turk Street.
Hannibal Mortuous. At your service, sir.
If ever a man
man had the look of death. It was this one who had its name. He was older than old, cadaverous, and in his skull-like head his eyes were white. He was wearing a flannel nightshirt.
You find me a bit indisposed, Mr. Spade. The clerk at the desk said it was a matter of jewelry. Therefore, Hannibal Mortius is at your service. Now then, sir, what is so urgent?
I came to ask you about a diamond necklace. I found your name stamped on the inside here.
House of Mortius, most respected name in diamonds, as well as all the lapidary arts. Most respected. Fine jewels and the name Mortius is synonymous the world over. I am the last of 4 sons. But continue, Mr. Spade.
Well, I just want you to take a look at this.
Uh-huh. And how do you come in possession of the Tears of Night, sir?
Well, a man named Johnny McCall, who runs a gambling club, hired me to deliver it to a lady named Daphne Arlington. She lost it at the roulette table. She left it there until she could raise the cash.
Deplorable conduct on her part. Daphne Arlington, most indiscreet young lady, to be sure. I recall my interview with her when her late husband, Sidney, ordered this necklace. A lovely body, propelled by a ridiculous mind. For shame, such conduct, a gambling house, the Tears of Night, a pawn.
Well, this is real, then? It isn't phony?
Mr. Spade, I am a gemologist. The House of Mortius. Of course, it's real.
Take a good look.
When an artist creates a dazzling thing of beauty such as this, would he be so unlikely as to forget the time, the patience, the agony of his creation? See how each stone is carefully mounted to capture every single pinpoint of light. Mm-hmm. An incomparable masterpiece. An incredible money.
How much money?
On the wholesale market, about 10,000.
Arlington?
He paid 25, but he had it, as I say, incomparable.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I saw another one just like it tonight.
Ridiculous. The finest workman at best could only create a crude resemblance. This kind of work demands an artist, or an artist. But tell me, Latin in Angus herba? Huh?
My second year Latin escapes me.
Sneak in the glass. Something wrong?
Something wrong, yeah.
You were concerned for the safety of this piece. I have a small safe in my room. You may have the key if you care.
I'll take it with me. Thank you, Mr. Mortius.
My pleasure, Mr. Spade. Omnia Mortius bonum vocat est. All speak well of Mortius, of Panza. Good evening.
In the dismal lobby of the White Hotel, I asked the night clerk for some wrapping paper and 20 cents worth of stamps. It was a hunch, plus the fact that outside in the street I spotted 2 of Johnny McCall's unshaved gorillas. They were looking up at the front of the building. Mr. Mortius must have switched off his light or something because their eyes suddenly dropped and I saw them separate, one on each side of the front door. With shoulders carefully hunched, I stepped out into the lonesome night. I hoped they would think I was carrying my .38, which I was not. They didn't.
Here's the paper, Candy. You want to ask him for a match? Candy's nearsighted.
That's too bad.
This him, Ernest? Got a match, Spade?
Yeah, not so close.
Candy asked if you got a match. He's a dummy, Candy. He don't answer.
Got a match, Spade?
What did I tell you? He's a dummy.
He don't look like no dummy.
Take your hands up.
He's a dummy, all right. Ain't you, Spade? See, he's a dummy, Candy. I told him about you being nearsighted, and he wouldn't answer.
He don't talk.
Go on, smart boy. Tell Candy how sorry you are about him being nearsighted. I told you he was a dummy, Candy.
All private eyes like you.
Candy asked you a question. He wants to know if all private eyes is like you.
I don't like no dummy.
We ask questions, and he ain't told us nothing. That makes him a dummy.
Maybe we find out something if we went through his pockets.
Yeah, even a dummy's got pockets. Ain't that right, dummy? Hold him, Candy.
All right, boys. You played the scene real good, and I'll see what I can do for you.
Hey, he talked.
Yeah. Make him talk again, Candy.
Yeah.
Make him talk bigger, Candy. Bigger.
He talks real nice, but he don't say much. Think maybe he's tough, Ernest?
Yeah, maybe. Hold him up.
See? He ain't so tough.
didn't feel like talking on that quiet little street where the only noise was my face pounding on their fists. I didn't have the necklace anymore, but they had to find out the hard way. The hard way for me.
The makers of Wild Root Cream Oil are presenting the weekly Sunday adventure of Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, Sam Spade. Now, here's important news on good grooming. If you want the well-groomed look that helps you get ahead, socially and on the job, listen. Recently, thousands of people from coast to coast who bought Wild Root Cream Oil for the first time were asked, how does Wild Root Cream Oil compare with the hair tonic you previously used? The results were amazing. Better than 4 out of 5 who replied said they preferred Wild Root Cream Oil. Remember, non-alcoholic Wild Root Cream Oil contains lanolin. It grooms the hair naturally, relieves dryness, and removes loose, ugly dandruff. So if you want your hair to be more attractive than ever before, get the generous new 25-cent size of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's leading hair tonic, on sale at all drug and toilet goods counters. It's also available in larger economy bottles and the handy new tube. By the way, smart girls use Wild Root Cream Oil, too, and mothers say it's grand for training children's hair. Get Wild Root Cream Oil. Again and again, the choice of men and women and children, too. And now, back to the Tears of Night caper. Tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I remember trying to wake up a couple of times. I was dreaming that we were driving along in a giant Cadillac. Big Mamie was sitting on my lap. She was eating a diamond necklace and spitting out cherry pits, which Mr. Mortuus grabbed, looked at through his jeweler's glass, and then tossed into a roulette wheel. Then we had a blowout, and the whole car vanished with everybody screaming, "Demortuous, Demortuous." Somewhere around 7 in the a.m., I began to get a feeling. Several feelings, and all of them hurt. I had been dumped in the grass in a fairly nice neighborhood. In your neighborhood, as a matter of fact, Daphne. And 5 minutes later, I was climbing the steps to your apartment. I thought maybe you'd let me wash my face in your bathroom. Also, you seemed the logical one to question since nothing else made sense. You were sitting in a large chair. The drapes were drawn, the door was slightly open, and only the light from the hall seeped in. You had the phone on your lap. The receiver was off. My guess was right. You were looking at nothing.
Oh, Mr. Spade, it's you. You came back. You've been in an accident.
I don't think you'll need this.
Oh, yes. Well then, Mr. Spade. Well then, I suppose you've met some people tonight who know a great deal about me.
A gambler, a jeweler.
Did they tell you about Lenny Eppich?
No.
He's really a dear, Mr. Spade. Quite the nicest boy I've met since Sidney was killed in that horrible automobile accident. Sidney and I had so many things together. I do think he enjoyed being alive with me. I mean, I cried when Sidney was killed. I really did. I cried.
Miss Arlington,
I didn't know what to do. I cried. That was 3 years ago, but now I have Lenny. He's really a dear. I do think that Lenny will be a very prominent artist someday. I do. Lenny asked me to marry him tonight.
He did?
I've been very lonely since Sidney died. Lenny isn't interested in my money. Lenny has some money of his own. What is enough? I can't seem to get my tongue adjusted to my mouth. Did that ever happen to you, Mr. Spade?
Sometimes, yes.
Perhaps I should see a correctionist. I'm glad you came by again. I didn't know you were a detective the first time.
Who told you?
Why, Mr. McCall. I really can't understand money.
Please, Miss Arlington.
I know it must be strange to you, but look at them. But some people live for it, and some people die.
Please, Miss Arlington, we can't get anything done.
Look, they do look so funny. So very funny. I've seen them count money. So much money. And I really believe that is all they live for. Oh, look.
You were pointing at something across the darkened room. It took me 10 seconds to find the light switch. Stretched out on your floor, they looked funny, all right. Candy and Ernest. Both of them as dead as you can get.
Hello, darling. Darling. I've been waiting all night. I knew you'd telephone and give me your answer. I knew you'd marry me.
Your name, Lenny Eppich?
Well, yes, but I was expecting...
My name's Spade. I'm a private investigator. I'm calling from her apartment.
Daphne's?
Now, listen. There's been a couple of murders here.
Murders?
She's had quite a jolt. She's going to need you and all the help she can get to bring her out of it. I've called homicide, and it might be pretty rough for her.
I'll be right over.
Bring a doctor.
Right.
And a lawyer. I'm afraid she'll need one of those, too.
I've got a good one. We'll be there. Thanks, Mr. Spade.
He showed up about the same time the crew from homicide got there. Your fiancé's a good guy. He talked fast and urgently, as did the doctor and lawyer he brought with him, and through their combined efforts, you were removed not to police headquarters, but to the private hospital in which you are now a patient. It was obvious from the powder test that you could not have fired the .45 which ended the lives of Candy and Ernest. It was also obvious that the murders had been done elsewhere, but who had done them remained to be seen.
Spade, I've been expecting you. Come in, sir. I've been amusing myself with your chessboard. Sit down. Oh, you had a hectic night.
Yeah, your boys were pretty rough.
Candy and Ernest, two men of another world, Mr. Spade, not our world. Allow me to apologize for that action.
I want more than an apology, Mr. Mortuus. And if that's my gun, and it looks like it, it's got a hair trigger. And if you'll pardon me for saying so, your hands are a little shaky.
I underestimated you, Spade. Such an ingenious method of protecting the tears of night. Why, sir, by the simple expedient of placing it in an envelope and mailing it to yourself from my hotel lobby, you hired as guardians the entire United States Postal Service, not to mention the armed forces.
Thanks. What happens now?
We wait for the mail.
Just tell me where I'm wrong, will you, Mr. Mortuus? McCall wanted me to get caught with it. He didn't know it was real. You'd made a phony for him, only you found out it wasn't phony when I came to your place. Then there was a double cross.
If you can bear my vanity, I have invented a new word. Triple cross. It has a ring to it,
Oh. Including Mamie?
Mamie and her friends have been very valuable to me, but I must necessarily exclude them from sharing the profits.
Mamie knocked off Candy and Ernest?
Abetted by the last of the House of Mortuus.
You planted them in Daphne's place.
Mamie and I. A crude touch, I thought, but it had a purpose. I happen to know that Mrs. Arlington has for a long time been on the verge of a nervous breakdown. With two cadavers in her living room, she was very unlikely to discuss a bogus necklace with the police. And I doubt very much if she knew she was wearing the original or the imitation. Flighty girl.
That's the lousiest thing the House of Mortuus ever did. She walked in and found them.
If you had merely returned the real necklace to her, it would have been simple to make an exchange, and none of this would have been necessary. But then...
I know. You just sit here and wait for the mail.
We wait for the mail.
What about your other playmate?
I'm afraid I'll be sought for a murder or 2 or 3 this night. Mamie.
She got it, too?
Yes.
Where are the police going to find her?
Oh, in my hotel room, which I departed hastily once the room clerk had informed me of your ingenious method for protecting the necklace. I shot her there.
You work cheap.
Cheap, sir? I don't understand.
A $10,000 necklace? It's not quite a king's ransom, you know.
The tears of night are worth 5 times that. I'm afraid I misinformed you as to their value. I didn't want you to become suspicious.
You are a really horrible, terrifying old man. I suppose you think you'll get away with it.
I don't intend to get away with it. An old man, yes, but I intend to spend my remaining years.
They'll pick you up before you get to the airport.
I doubt that. I shall turn the tears of night into cash. And with a well-laden purse, I shall guarantee to elude the police over half the world. In 2 years, perhaps 3, they'll get me. But I've spent the money. And
We have a visitor.
caution, Spade. I do shoot well. Answer it, tell them to go away. I'll be right beside you. All right. Open
One side, Spade, I got a gun.
Obvious.
Mimi.
I thought I'd find you here waiting for the mail. You dirty. You didn't do such a good job on me.
Caution, my dear. I have a gun, too.
Everybody but me.
I can last long enough to let you have it.
Not so good, my dear. Your loss of blood has made you groggy.
Still good enough to...
Well.
It was almost a photo finish. He kind of leaned into the wall with a pained and amazed look on his face, then he seemed to try to walk.
Mr. Spade. Mr. Spade, sir, I believe I've been shot. I'll need a little assistance. I can't seem to hold my feet, sir. I can't seem to hold my feet. This was an awkward plan at best. Remortuus nil nisi bonum, Spade. Or if your second year Latin escapes your memory, speak well of the dead.
Period and a report.
All those people.
4 in all.
And that poor girl, Daphne. How she must have felt when she saw it. Oh, Sam.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
You poor darling.
Well, it's about time.
Now you go right home. In fact, I am going to take you home.
Yeah? Then what?
Well,
You are a registered nurse, maybe?
I...
Go type that up. I am completely well, and when you return, we shall Indian wrestle.
Certainly, sir.
And now, listen to this. Shopping note. Tonight or tomorrow, get a family-sized bottle or handy tube of Wild Root Cream Oil, America's favorite hair tonic.
Johnny Dollar.
This is Fred Porter, Johnny. Miniatures.
Miniatures?
You know those tiny paintings, portraits usually done on porcelain?
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean. But I don't think I ever heard of any Reimer collection.
There are half a dozen of them stolen from the Reimer galleries in Philadelphia. Cost us something over $20,000 insurance.
Never found them, huh?
Well, here's the thing. I just got a phone call from Wilbert Reimer. He wants to see you just as quickly as possible.
About those miniatures.
He wouldn't say, Johnny, but I'll bet on it. And he insisted that you and only you be brought in.
Funny, since I had nothing whatsoever to do with the case.
Why not, with your reputation?
But I thought you usually had a staff man
Plus
that took
the
care of.
fact that our company investigator at that time was Jerry Pitcher.
Jerry Pitcher?
Yep.
The one who was suspected of complicity in some of the cases he was supposed to be investigating?
That's the one.
Well, wasn't he suspect in that robbery?
Yeah, but neither we nor the police could ever pin anything on him. All we could do was fire him and warn the other insurance companies to look out for him.
Fred.
Yeah?
Any idea where Jerry Pitcher's operating now?
Not the least. After the Reimer episode, he simply disappeared. There was talk of his having skipped the country, but nobody was sure of it.
I wonder if Reimer's suddenly got a lead on him.
There's one way to find out.
Okay, Freddie, I'll grab the first train.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
And now, Act One of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Mono Guarantee Insurance Company, Philadelphia office. The following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Reimer collection matter.
Expense account item 1, $8.25 train fare and incidentals, Hartford to Philadelphia, PA. Item 2, 70 cents for a taxi to the Reimer Galleries over on Walnut Street. Mr. Reimer turned out to be short, slightly gray, and very, very British.
Let's go into my office, Mr. Dollar, where we can talk undisturbed.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Reimer. Well, the art business must be pretty good with a crowd like this in the store. Pardon me, miss.
In here, please.
Hey, thanks.
Well, the gallery is rather well patronized this morning, isn't it? Will you sit down, please?
Thank you.
I must say, Mr. Dollar, that I many times wished that you had been assigned to the case when these priceless miniatures that I brought to me from Europe were stolen a year ago.
Oh, how so?
Well, they were so vastly uninsured, sir. A man of your capabilities would have been able to find them for me.
Yeah, maybe.
You, instead of that Jerry Pitcher.
I understand that although nobody could prove anything, you suspected him of somehow being involved in that loss.
Oh, yes. If only because of his failure to investigate it properly. But now look here, son. This check has a direct relationship with the unusual number of people visiting the gallery this morning.
Uh-huh. This check was made out by you?
Yes. I intend to put it in the mails before the day is over.
To the Mono Guarantee Insurance Company. $4,050?
The exact amount I received for the loss of one of the miniatures, a genuine Pellegrini.
But you collected something like $20,000 in all.
On the 6th it was stolen, yes. But now, suddenly, and most mysteriously, the Pellegrini has been returned to me.
What?
And, of course, the people out there in the gallery, most of them connoisseurs, would be interested in seeing it again, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I should think so.
As a matter of fact, I've already found a buyer for it.
Who?
Mr. Charles Cunningham, one of my regular clients.
Well, just how did you happen to get this one back?
2 days ago, when I opened the place, I found it lying inside the door, on the floor, under the letter slot for the morning mail.
Just lying there?
But it was wrapped in a bit of coarse wrapping paper, the sort a greengrocer might use, and it was tied up with a piece of dirty string.
No note or anything with it?
Nothing. They're very mysterious.
But why was it returned?
Who knows?
Would you call it a pretty well-known piece, one that might easily be recognized?
Oh, definitely. And of course, there were pictures of it in the papers and of the others at the time that they were stolen.
In other words, anybody having it stood a pretty good chance of being caught if he tried to sell it.
But that does seem to be a logical conclusion, doesn't it?
Yet there's always the black market. I mean, abroad, in Paris. A lot of fine art that was stolen during the war has suddenly shown up over there.
Yes, and I understand that otherwise perfectly honest collectors haven't hesitated to purchase it. Things taken from the Louvre, from various museums in Germany, and... Hello, but Mr. Dollar, if the thief were caught smuggling the miniatures out of this country...
Yeah, I know what you mean. But now, why return these to you?
One of them, Mr. Dollar.
Okay, one of them, but why?
Well, there is, of course, one possibility.
Yeah? Like what?
If the thief himself were a connoisseur, one who would fully appreciate the value of the miniatures, well, I'm certain that he would never bring himself to simply destroy them. That is, after realizing that he couldn't very well dispose of them without being caught.
So rather than destroy them, he decided to give up and return them to you?
Well, it is a possibility, isn't it?
But he returned only one of them. And, of course, this theory of yours rules out Jerry Pitcher.
Well, yes. But it's puzzling, isn't it?
Yeah. Wait now, the paper and the string you found wrapped around it.
What?
Where are they? I'd like to see them. Well?
Oh, how utterly stupid of me.
What do you mean?
I'm afraid I threw them out with the trash, Mr. Dollar. It was taken away yesterday.
Oh, great.
You might have found fingerprints on them, mightn't you?
Yeah, and they might have given us a lead on whoever stole those things in the first place.
I'm terribly sorry. It was terribly stupid of me. My reason for sending them for you, I hoped that by finding who returned this one, you might find the rest of them.
Sure.
In which case, your insurance company, well, needless to say, I would gladly return all of the money they paid to me.
Make them pretty happy, wouldn't it?
But now...
Yeah, they might even feel like handing me a nice big fat commission.
Now I've destroyed one possible clue.
Well, there must be others, if I can dig them up.
Oh, I hope so, Mr. Dollar.
Or, of course, we could just sit here and wait for the other 5 to be returned to you.
I presume you're jesting, sir.
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Yes. So how will you proceed?
Well, I'll tell you something, Mr. Reimer.
Yes? Yes, Mr. Dollar?
I haven't the least idea.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Reimer Collection Matter.
Expense account item 2, 60 cents for a cab to Fred Porter's office at Mono Guarantee Insurance.
And it was about the stolen miniatures that Mr. Reimer sent for you.
That it was, Freddie.
Over $20,000 worth, Johnny. Well, has he some idea now about who might have taken them?
Fred, one of them, a Pellegrini, has just been returned to him.
What?
Yeah. Reimer's sending you a check in the amount your company paid him for that particular one.
Well, who returned it to him?
I don't know. He doesn't know. It was simply pushed through the letter slot in the door of the gallery. No clues, no nothing.
Johnny, whoever returned it must have been the thief. Or someone who knows the thief has contact with him. So if you can find this person, whoever brought it back, we may be able to recover the other miniatures.
Yeah. Did the police really do a job when they were stolen a year ago?
Yes, and the only suspect was that so-called investigator we'd mistakenly assigned to Reimer because he seemed to know something about art. He was familiar with Reimer's place.
That was Jerry Pitcher.
That's right. But they couldn't prove a thing against him. And after all, it was only Reimer's theory that Jerry might have been mixed up in it.
Why?
I don't know. It may have been because of the sloppy way he handled his end of the investigation. And don't forget, it was about that time we learned that Pitcher's reputation wasn't all that it might have been.
Have you got any idea where Jerry might be now?
As I told you over the phone, Johnny, there was talk that he'd skipped the country. Reason in itself to be suspicious of him, if you ask me.
I'll tell you this, Fred. If he did skip, and if he had those miniatures with him, the one place he might have gone to... Listen, mind if I use your phone?
It's right beside you. Help yourself.
Okay, thanks. Hello, operator. I want to put through a call to Paris, France.
Paris? Johnny...
Just take it easy, Freddie, and stay close to this phone so that you can hear. My call was to a strange little character whose name is de Marsac, but who calls himself a Chat Gris, the gray cat. His knowledge of the Paris underworld and everything that goes on in it is nothing short of fabulous. Yeah, because he himself is very much a part of it, of what goes on there. Not a single important work of art could ever hit the black market without his knowing about it.
How oui, Monsieur Darlin. This is your dearest friend, Le Chat Gris.
Oldest and dearest friend, huh?
But of course.
Oh, sure. Now listen to Marsac. I want some information. Maybe you can give it to me.
For a small fee, perhaps?
Perhaps.
Say, $1,000 American?
$1,000? You're out of your mind.
Oh, 500?
Maybe a couple of hundred, if it's worth anything.
Now, take it easy, Johnny.
Let me handle this. Now listen to Marsac.
Well, speak, monsieur.
Well, I'm looking for a man named Jerry Pitcher. Ever see or hear of him?
Jerry Pitcher? Oh, no, monsieur.
You're sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Then what about the Reimer collection of miniatures?
Oui.
Yeah, there's some tiny paintings on porcelain.
Yeah, but of course, they were here on the black market.
You get that?
I sure did. Go on, Johnny.
Monsieur?
When, de Marsac? When did you see them?
Well, it is important.
You kidding? Of course it is.
Then you will pay me, 400, perhaps?
200. Now when?
Oh, me. Well, 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
We when they purchased for the gallery there in the United States.
Oh, well, that's a lot of help. But who brought them for the Reimer Gallery? Who purchased them, do you know? Well?
Uh-huh. So that is the question.
That's right.
Well, then 300, perhaps? Oh, it's worth it, monsieur.
Okay, 250. Now tell me who.
Well, it was Monsieur Reimer himself.
What? Reimer himself bought them there in the black market?
Oui, monsieur.
Ah, I see.
Well, so perhaps it is really worth 400, monsieur?
No, on second thought, de Marsac, I'm afraid it doesn't mean a thing. I'll mail you a check.
Well, of course, the last time I saw it...
What? What's that? Well? Okay, 400.
There. It was 6 months ago, June.
In June?
Oui, June. At the shop of my very dear friend. Oh, that scoundrel, that terrible crook, Francois Dubesson, defense. But not for long.
What do you mean?
Because he could not sell them. They were what you call too hot.
Huh?
Because they were known to have been so recently stolen from the gallery there in America.
Too hot, huh? So whoever had them brought them back here.
You see, monsieur?
All right, de Marsac. Who was that fence that Dubosson... who was he trying to sell them for? This man Pitcher?
Oh, no, monsieur. I told you I never heard of him.
Well, who then?
Well, alas, I do not know. And with a clever man like Dubuisson, well, perhaps for you, my oldest, my dearest friend, and it might take some time and expense.
Then no bother, yet.
Well, monsieur...
Forget it. I'll send you a check. Only you can send it to him, Fred. Save putting it on my expense account.
Oh, wait a minute, Johnny. If he can find out who was trying to peddle the miniatures over there...
Oh, you underestimate Le Chagris.
What?
If he's seen them, he knows what they're worth.
So what?
By the time he got that information, you'd have to pay him $1,000, maybe $2,000.
Well, even so, Johnny, if it leads us to the thief and the other miniatures that were stolen...
Leads us to him or merely tells us who he is?
What's the difference?
And I thought you were convinced it's Jerry Pitcher.
Well, who else?
Why?
I don't know. Ask the police. Ask Reimer.
Maybe I will. Or maybe I got a better idea. Item 4, $1.50 for a taxi out to the Museum of Art, where I finally ran down one of the curators, a man by the name of Kingman.
Well, of course I know the Reimer miniatures, Mr. Dollar. Priceless. And such a shame that they've been lost to the world of art. Stolen.
Yeah.
Stolen by a fool.
How do you mean, sir?
Well, I mean the thief would never dare to try to sell them, but such well-known pieces, anyone, anywhere would recognize them, would see that he was brought to justice.
Maybe. How much would you say those 6 little paintings are worth? About?
2 or 3 years ago, not very much. But now that their history is known, well, this often happens with works of art, Mr. Dollar.
How much, Mr. Kingman?
Well, somewhere, I would say, that is, if they're ever found.
Yes?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of $200,000.
You're serious?
Well, among them is a body, for instance, and a genuine Pellegrini, yes.
A Pellegrini?
Pellegrini the Elder. And one of our wealthy collectors, Mr. Charles Cunningham, would pay almost...
Listen, do you know where I can find him?
I believe I have his address and phone number in my office.
Good. Come on.
But why all this interest, Mr. Dollar?
I'll tell you about it on the way to your office, Mr. Kingman. Item 5, 10 cents for a phone call, only to learn that Mr. Charles Cunningham was out of town for the day. So item 6, $14 even, is for a dinner, a room, and some breakfast at the Bellevue Stratford. Then early the next morning, item 7, another dime for another phone call.
Insurance investigator, did you say?
That's right, Mr. Cunningham.
Well, what can I do for you, Mr. Dollar?
Just answer one question, please. How much are you paying the Reimer Galleries for a Pellegrini miniature?
You mean the one that was stolen a year ago that has been recently recovered?
That's the one I mean. What's the price?
Oh. Well, now, I'm afraid that's something...
How much, sir?
It was a private sale, Mr. Dollar, a confidential transaction, and...
Well?
I don't know whether you realize it or not, but only recently has the value of those miniatures become...
Yeah, I know all about that. How much, Mr. Cunningham?
Now, look here.
Would you rather be hauled in as accessory to a fraud?
You mean the Pellegrini isn't genuine?
Oh, it probably is.
But you said I might be involved in a fraud.
How much?
I'm giving Reimer $20,500 for it.
Maybe you'd better call your bank and have them stop the check.
Stop the
Thank you, Mr.
check?
Cunningham. It looks as though my hunch was right.
What?
Goodbye, sir. Item 8, $1 for a taxi to Fred Porter's office. Item 9, another $1 for a cab for the 2 of us to the Reimer Galleries.
Will you please tell me what this is all about, Johnny? Have you got on the trail of Jerry Pitcher?
No, Freddie, I haven't even bothered trying. Hey, listen, do you handle all of Reimer's insurance? When are his premiums due?
Well, as a matter of fact, a rather large one, slightly overdue now.
Oh. Why didn't you tell me that?
What difference does it make?
Well, if business were good for a man like that, wouldn't he keep up his insurance payments? Wonder how much else he owes.
What are you getting at?
Plenty. Looks like we've arrived, though.
You know, you still haven't told me why we've come here to the gallery at the crack of dawn.
Yeah, buddy. Now, keep the change.
Yeah, thanks.
See, Mr. Reimer's already opened shop.
Johnny?
Come on, Fred. Well, Mr. Reimer.
Oh, Mr. Dollar, I am indeed glad to see you.
Indeed.
Indeed. Good morning, Mr. Porter.
Mr. Reimer?
Look here, Mr. Dollar, here on this table.
What?
Another of the miniatures, a Lombardi.
What?
Yes, lying on the floor under the mail slot, just like the other that was returned.
I can't believe it. Here, let me see.
No, don't touch it.
And you see, Mr. Dollar, this time I saved the string and wrapper for you.
Oh? Why? Fingerprints?
Yes, of course.
Only I doubt if we'll find any.
But you were most explicit.
Matter of fact, if you didn't wear gloves in wrapping it up, you were pretty stupid.
I beg your pardon.
Asked that I be dragged in so that nobody would suspect you, huh?
Suspect me?
Johnny, what of Jerry Pitcher?
Who knows what Jerry is, Jan? Who cares? Mr. Reimer, when was your last trip to Europe? In June, wasn't it?
I make many trips to Europe in order
In
to...
June?
Well, yes, it was. But now, look here.
Let's go back to your office. I want to look at your bank statements for the past year.
Mr. Dollar.
Or would you rather I just call in the cops?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Real honest business you've been running, huh?
Of course.
But you didn't hesitate to buy stolen, smuggled artworks on the Paris black market.
Now, look here, sir.
I suppose I should have started thinking when you told me those miniatures were considerably underinsured.
What?
Yeah, because you insured them before their true value really became known. But by the time you did know it, you'd already pulled the fake robbery, collected the insurance on them to keep your business going.
Well, I'll have a please.
You tried to sell them in Paris then, but they were too hot. That was in June. But you still needed money, didn't you?
Well, have I denied
So
that
you had to bring them back. After all, you'd only collected about $20,000 on them. And now you could sell them for $200,000 at least.
Is this true?
Pretty nice profit, even after you got through returning what you'd collected from the insurance company.
Mr. Reimer?
And how to get them back? Have them mysteriously reappear one at a time and give out that cock and bull story about the thief not daring to sell them without being caught. Well, Mr. Reimer?
Well, do you think, if I produce the others, if I write and sign a full confession, the authorities will be more gentle with me?
Son of a gun, why do they do it? Won't they ever learn? What's the matter with people, anyhow? Some people, that is. Oh, well, expense account total, including the trip back to Hartford, $35.50. And Freddie, don't forget, a nice fee on this one, as well as a check to La Chagris over there in Paris. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Harry Bartell, Ben Wright, Forrest Lewis, Junius Matthews, and Marvin Miller. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Dan Cubberly speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Johnny Dollar.
Your Continental Insurance and Trust.
Well, nice to hear from you, Ed. It's been a long time since
Johnny,
you told me.
listen.
Yeah?
I've already telephoned the airport, made a reservation.
Well, good for you. Have a happy trip.
No, Johnny.
What?
No, that reservation's for you. It's on the next flight down to New York.
For me? What for?
So hop into your car and get on out to the airport just as fast as you can. You've only got a few minutes to make that flight.
Whoa, hold on. Wait a minute.
I'll meet you there at Bradley Field, give you the address of the man in New York and all the details.
Yeah, what man?
His name is Lou Chenard. Look, Johnny, there isn't time. Get on out there to the airport.
You look, unless I know why you want me to get down and see this Lucian, whatever his name is. Well?
Sure, I'll tell you why.
Well?
Johnny, it's to prevent a murder.
Oh?
Yes. Now get going, will you?
Sure, Ed.
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Continental Insurance and Trust Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the back-to-the-back matter. The gas tank of my car was dry as a bone, so expense account item 1 is $5.30 to fill it up. Then I tore on out to Bradley Field, and sure enough, Ed Behringer was waiting for me.
Over here, Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
This plane over here.
Hi, Ed. How are you?
Here now. Here's your ticket.
Okay.
And here's Mr. Fletcher's address down in New York.
Fletcher?
Lucian R. Fletcher, head of the Fletcher Advertising Agency.
Oh, wants to buy some commercial time on my radio show?
No.
Well, he better talk to the folks at CBS.
No, Johnny, listen.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You mentioned that nasty word, murder.
He phoned me just before I called you. That agency of his is a small one, but prosperous. Up until a couple of years ago, when he took on a partner, it was practically a one-man operation.
So?
His partner's name is William Spade, Bill Spade. And what Fletcher called about was to tell me that Spade is out to murder him.
Why?
To get his hands on the advertising agency. What else? So jump onto that plane.
No, wait, Ed. If Fletcher knows this, if he's sure of it...
He's sure of it, all right. So, Johnny...
Well, then why doesn't he call in the police? Have this guy, Spade, locked up?
Spade is out of town on some business down in Philadelphia. But he's due back sometime today. There in New York.
Now, Ed, look,
Johnny, old man Fletcher isn't the kind to go off half-cocked, to come up with a false alarm. So go on down there, find out exactly what's up, do whatever's necessary to nail down his partner, and... Well, go on, Johnny. Your plane's about ready for takeoff.
Okay. As long as you're paying the freight. But now listen.
Johnny, you haven't any time.
I'll make it all right. Relax. Listen, as soon as we take off, you telephone Lieutenant Randy Singer.
Sure.
New York Police
Anything
Department, 18th Precinct, Homicide Division.
Yeah, okay.
Tell him what you just told me, and then I'm on my way.
Sure. Now get aboard before you're too late.
Sure. Item 2 on the expense account is, well, no, the ticket for the flight was already paid for, and, of course, I'd hate to be accused of padding the old expense account, or should I say getting caught. So, item 2 is a dime for a phone call as soon as I landed there in New York, and not to Mr. Fletcher's address at 614 East 52nd Street.
18th Precinct. Conroy.
Yeah, Conroy, this is Johnny Dollar. Let me talk to Lieutenant Singer.
Oh, hiya, Dollar. How's the private eye business these days?
Special investigator to you, copper.
Don't like being called a private eye, huh?
What's your guess?
And listen, us cops don't like being called cops anymore.
Yeah, so I've heard. But haven't you heard, Conroy, that a rose by any other name?
Now, what's that mean?
Well, you figure that one out. Now, will you switch me over to Randy Singer?
Afraid I can't do that.
What?
Lieutenant pulled out here about 20 minutes ago in one of the squad cars.
Oh.
Big emergency or something like aren't they all, but he'll be back.
Well, look, do you know if he got a call from up in Hartford, Connecticut a while ago?
Not that I know of. But I only come on duty about half an hour ago.
Okay.
But I know he made a lot of frantic phone calls before he took off, if that means anything.
Well, does it?
Also, he took the medico along with him.
Well, listen, Conroy, when he comes in, tell him I'll be over at 614 East 52nd Street.
614?
At the apartment of a Mr. Lucian R. Fletcher.
Now, Dollar, you...
Tell him if he can make it, I want to see him over there.
614 East 52nd.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, listen.
Gotta go now. Item 3 is 640 for a taxi at the 614. For some silly reason or other, the doorman at that snooty address hesitated about steering me out to Mr. Fletcher's apartment. That is until I flashed my credentials at him and mumbled the magic word emergency. Then I took the elevator up to the 9th floor.
Come in, Johnny. Come on in.
Huh?
Conroy phoned me. You were on your way over here. How are you, boy?
Randy. Oh, and Ed Behringer up in Hartford did call you.
Yeah, that's right. So I came on over here to see Mr. Fletcher, find out what all the excitement was about.
Well, what'd you find out?
Now, why don't you just come on into the library and see for yourself?
Sure. I will. But if you ask me, Randy's seen... Huh?
Yeah.
This is Mr. Fletcher?
That's Mr. Fletcher.
Dead.
That's right, Johnny. Dead as a doornail.
Pepsi-Cola refreshes without filling. Why? Because it's truly light.
Charlie, you're forgetting something.
Wait, Kay, there's more. Yes, ice-cold Pepsi is the delicious refreshment that goes great at a picnic or a party.
But, Charlie...
And Pepsi goes fast. People like it, so keep plenty handy. There.
Oh, you did fine, except for one thing.
Well, I mentioned lightness and how Pepsi refreshes and how fast it goes.
You left out Pepsi sociability. You know the Be Sociable song.
But, Kay, I can't sing.
I can. Listen.
Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Well, at least I can say this. Pick up an extra carton of Pepsi today.
Please do.
And now, Act Two of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yeah, Johnny, somebody came in here and finished him off with just exactly one nice, clean shot through the heart.
Uh-huh. Any sign of a struggle, Randy? Anything like that?
No, sir. So it must have been somebody that he knew that let him in here himself.
Well, I'll buy that, all right. And it kind of proves the old man was right in his fears after all.
Huh?
When, Randy? Any idea when Mr. Fletcher was murdered?
Well, I got that call from your insurance agent up in Hartford early this morning. I tried calling Mr. Fletcher at his office, but they told me he hadn't come in yet.
Yeah?
So I tried calling him here. No answer. So I grabbed Doc Snyder and came on over. When the doorman couldn't raise Mr. Fletcher on the house phone, and he was sure that Fletcher hadn't left the place, well, I borrowed the key, and the doc and I came up here.
Randy, you haven't answered my question.
Oh, according to the doc, it happened sometime very early this morning, right after midnight.
Uh-huh. I see.
Doc and a couple of boys from the lab just left.
Oh? Did they find anything, Randy? Any clues?
Not a thing to work on. All they know is that he was shot through the heart and what he was shot with. And believe me, Johnny, that bullet was placed just exactly right.
Well, now, what do you mean by that?
Well, just take a good look at this stiff, this body, I mean. Here, look here, right there.
Well, now, what under the sun is that? Some kind of a bulletproof vest?
Yeah, that's what I thought until Doc Snyder looked at it. No, Johnny, it's a kind of a corset.
Corset?
Yeah, that's right, a kind of a back support that was made for him especially, on account of some kind of sacro lumbar trouble or something.
Oh, yeah, sacrolumbar support.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, I've never seen one quite like this. This thing's almost like a suit of armor.
Sure. That's why I say it was a lucky shot. I mean, the shot had to be placed exactly right. Inch or two on either side, and one of those wide steel ribs would have bounced it off, or at least kept it from going straight into his heart.
Oh, now, wait a minute. The 38 slug packs a lot of wallop.
Yeah, only this was a little 22. But now listen.
Yeah?
That insurance man, the one who called and said you were coming on down here?
Ed Beringer.
Yeah. Well, he told me that Fletcher'd been expecting something like this.
That's right,
Yeah, he said that Fletcher made no bones about who might try.
That's right. The one man who might stand to benefit from his insurance. And somehow we have to find him.
Now, well, who's that?
Randy, in his advertising business, he had a partner.
Oh?
And it seems this partner, a man named William Spade...
Oh, wait a minute. That's probably the boys with the meat wagon. And come on to pick them up.
Okay, I'll let them in. Okay, boys, you can come.
I beg your pardon?
Who are you?
Why, my name's Spade, Bill Spade. I'm Mr. Fletcher's partner.
What's that?
So you're Bill Spade, huh?
Yes.
Well, my name is Dollar, Johnny Dollar.
The insurance investigator?
That's right.
And is that a policeman I see in there in the library? Mr. Dollar, is something wrong here?
Where have you been, Mr. Spade?
Why, I just got in from Philadelphia. I was down there on some important agency business.
Just got back, huh? When?
Well, my plane got in about half an hour ago, maybe 45 minutes. Well, here's my ticket. You can check on it.
Yeah, maybe I will. Where did you stay in Philadelphia?
At the Bellevue Stratford. But why? What's wrong around here? Where is Mr. Fletcher?
Just take it easy, Mr. Spade.
But I've got to see him on a business matter.
You do, huh?
Yes, it's very important. About a new client of ours. It has to be acted on at once.
Well, I'm afraid it's going to have to wait.
I called the office from the airport, and they said he wasn't in yet, so I came on over here. Now, where is he, and what's this all about, Mr. Dollar?
So you claim you were down in Philadelphia when your business partner was shot.
That's right. Shot? Mr. Fletcher was shot?
Real surprise.
Where is he? Let me see him.
I said take it easy.
But good heavens, Mr. Dollar.
Take it easy. And if this business matter is so all-fired important, well, hadn't you better be down at the office taking care of it?
Oh, Johnny.
Well, Mr. Spade?
Oh, yes, of course. Of course I should.
Sure you should. So why don't you just run along?
Wait.
After all, Mr. Fletcher's in no condition to run your ad agency.
That's the understatement of all time.
I can't believe it. Mr. Fletcher dead.
Oh, you can't, huh?
This is terrible. Have you any idea who could have done this to him?
Are you kidding?
What do you mean?
All right, now, Spade.
Yeah, Mr. Spade, you'd better get on down to that office of yours.
Huh?
And as soon as we can tell you anything, we will get in touch.
Believe me, if there's anything I can do, please call
Oh,
him.
now, just don't you worry about that. But get on down to the office and take over. Right ahead, Mr. Spade. I'll be in touch with you.
Very well, Mr. Dollar.
Now, what are you... What's got into you, Johnny? You're the one just got through telling me he's the one that must have killed Mr. Fletcher.
So how you going to prove it?
Well, we got no other suspect, have we? And you let him go.
Look here, this plane ticket.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw him shove it into your hand.
I knew that Spade was supposed to be in Philly, that he was due to come back here today, so when I pulled into the airport, I carefully checked the incoming flight schedule.
So what?
Oh, this flight was due in all right, and from Philadelphia. Just when he said, half or 3/4 of an hour ago.
Yeah, all right. So what? That doesn't prove he was actually on that flight.
Randy, I think he was.
That ticket could have been used by somebody else.
Well, it's easy enough to check on, but I doubt it very much.
All right. But if you're right about that, if he was down there in Philly, then your first theory about him is all wrong. How could he have murdered Mr. Fletcher?
Sounds impossible, doesn't it?
Of course. It is.
Want to bet?
That's a warning signal for all drivers. And that can be a warning signal for drowsy drivers on long, monotonous trips. You see, driving can make you drowsy no matter how much sleep you get. And driving and dozing just don't mix. Why take chances? Take no-doze, stay-awake tablets. Millions of times a year, safe no-doze keeps drivers awake and alert. Helps you bounce back so that you feel sharp, ready for any emergency. How does no-doze do it? Ask your doctor. He'll tell you that no-doze contains a safe and accurate amount of caffeine, the same refreshing stimulant you get in your coffee or tea. But safe no-doze acts faster, is handier, and more reliable. Best of all, it is not habit-forming. And no-doze is so safe, it is legally sold on a national basis without a prescription. Get no-doze, stay-awake tablets to help you stay awake and alert. It could save your life.
Now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the back-to-the-back matter.
Expense account item 4, 10 cents for a call to the Fletcher Advertising Agency.
No, sir. Mr. Spade isn't in yet.
All right, then, miss.
He telephoned that he would stop off and see Mr. Fletcher before coming in at Mr. Fletcher's apartment.
And he called you from the airport, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And probably left the door of the phone booth open so you could hear the background noise of the planes and so on.
What?
Sure. So you know he actually was calling from the airport. Be willing to swear to it.
What?
Okay, miss. Thanks very much. Item 5, 60 cents for half a dozen calls to various departments of the airline company. And finally, I managed to get hold of the gal who'd been stewardess on the flight in from Philadelphia.
Yes, kind of light sandy hair and blue eyes.
Uh-huh.
And he wore a dark brown tweed suit. Oh, and his briefcase had the initials W.S. on it.
Yeah, then it must have been Bill Spade, all right. But how come you remembered him so well out of your whole list of passengers?
Oh, how could I forget him?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, Mr. Dollar, from takeoff to landing, that whole flight was perfect. But Mr. William Spade insisted he was airsick, or on the verge of it.
Oh?
He must have pushed the call button a dozen times. Mary and I were busier with him than with all the other passengers put together.
I see.
Mary swore he was perfectly all right. That didn't keep him from pushing that button.
Yeah, almost as though he was deliberately calling attention to himself.
Yes, certainly looked that way. But why?
I think I have a pretty good idea. Thanks a lot. Spade told me he'd stayed over in Philadelphia at the Bellevue Stratford. Item 6 is $1.30 for a call down there.
Oh, that's right, sir. Mr. Spade got his key from me and went up to his room at about 10 o'clock last night.
You mean he said he was going to his room?
That's right. Then he checked out about 8 o'clock this morning.
I see.
If it means anything, he mentioned the importance of catching a plane to New York. He mentioned it several times to both me and the cashier.
I'm sure he did.
Almost like a kid about to take his first airplane ride.
Oh, maybe it was just to impress you with the time he left your hotel.
Oh? Well, what do you mean by that, sir?
Nothing. Forget it. Thanks. From the minute Spade handed me that plane ticket as an alibi, I felt sure he had murdered Mr. Fletcher. As for all his trouble to establish he'd been in Philadelphia that morning, then aboard the plane, then at the airport, well, all very clever. But where was he? What was he doing before he checked out of the Bellevue? And don't forget, it's only a short hop from Philly to New York. Oh, I knew what Spade's answer would be, that he was in his hotel room asleep. And I'm sure that no one could prove otherwise. No one, that is, except Spade himself, could prove he left that hotel during the night, gone to New York under another name, killed his partner, then got back in plenty of time to check out of the Bellevue at 8 a.m. So unless I could somehow trick him. Item 7.85 for a cab to his office.
Yes, come in, Mr. Dollar, and sit down.
Ah, all right. Thanks.
I'm sorry for the appearance of my desk, but with all that's happened and with the affairs of my new client to take care of.
Your new client?
Well, after all, with Mr. Fletcher gone.
Hey, it looks to me like you have every newspaper in town piled up here. But they wouldn't write about Mr. Fletcher unless he were dead or murdered.
What?
Tell me, how did you and Fletcher get along?
I suppose I might have expected you to ask something like that, just as a matter of routine questioning, or questioning of anyone who knew him.
Maybe.
But what did you mean by saying the papers would only print a story if he were dead?
Just let me ask the questions, huh?
Well, of course.
Well?
Mr. Fletcher and I ran this business together.
Personally, how'd you get along?
He was a very difficult person, Mr. Dollar. Created many embarrassing situations here in the office.
Embarrassing for you?
Yes. But I blame it all on the constant pain from his back. You see, he had a very serious condition, sacrolumbar.
Yes, I know that.
But I had to admire and respect him. He was a genius. Well, just look at the way he built up this agency.
Yeah. Be nice to have, wouldn't it? Especially by you. In other words, you had plenty of motive for killing him.
Yes, of course. But if you think for 1 minute...
And I'm sure you had no trouble getting hold of a key to his apartment.
Mr. Dollar...
Who knows? Maybe Mr. Fletcher gave you one. After all, his own partner.
Dollar, if this is an attempt to be facetious... Look here, it's bad enough that Mr. Fletcher is dead.
Now, that's the second time you said that.
Said what?
That Fletcher is dead.
Well, of course I... What?
Did I say that he was? Or the lieutenant there at the apartment?
You said he was shot. He must be dead.
You mentioned his back trouble.
Look here now.
I myself saw that corset he was wearing, those wide, heavy stays made of steel. Oh, you should have thought about those.
What?
Why, don't you realize what would happen if a little .22 bullet hit one of those stays? Well, why, it would bounce off it like hail off a roof. Now, a big gun, a .38. But you forgot all about that regular suit of armor he had around him.
But he fell. I saw him fall.
Sure you did.
And I thought the bullet... But if I didn't kill him, I was sure I had. I'd aimed for his heart, and when he fell... When he... Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Spade, I said if your bullet hit one of those stays.
What?
But it didn't. You killed him, all right. Fletcher is dead. And now that you've told me who did it...
Dollar, please. Listen.
You, mind if I use your phone?
Ah, it's funny how a man like that can plan a thing so carefully, carry it out so carefully, and then when he's caught, lose his head and blab all over the place. Yeah. Spade even made a grab for the little .22 pistol he'd used and had right there in his desk. Well, it'll be good as evidence. Expense account total, including a good meal and the fare back to dear old Hartford, $25.80. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Hi. Maybe you'll recall this tuneful reminder of times past. This is Dennis James with something else worth remembering. It's this. You're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. See, it's the normal, natural way to youthful regularity. The whole brand content of Kellogg's All Brand supplies your system with all the bulk-forming food that you need every day. There's only one All Brand. It's Kellogg's All Brand. So relieve irregularity from lack of bulk, as millions do, with a bowl full of Kellogg's All Brand each morning. ALL-BRAN. It's Kellogg's All Brand.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week? Well, a funny thing happens. I get called in on a case that I have no business at all trying to handle. It's way out of my line. So, of course, I turn it down. Then along comes another insurance company with another case for me to solve, kind of a dangerous one, too, and has no connection whatsoever with the one I refused. So what happens? A real double deal. Solving one case automatically brings solution to another. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey. Originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Gene Tatum, Frank Gerstle, James McCallion, Herb Vigran, Jack Edwards, and Forrest Lewis. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking. Next, the fashioning of a bizarre plan as Suspense presents Memorial Bridge on the CBS Radio Network.
Hello, folks. I'm Smokey. Here's Raymond Burr, known to millions as Perry Mason, with a special message for all Americans.
Ladies and gentlemen, if just once you had to walk the silent, desolate trail that is any trail through the black and gray dust of burned-over land, if you could see the pathetic remains of wild birds, of squirrels and rabbits, and sometimes deer that couldn't run quite fast enough, well, then I think you would be very careful with your campfire, with any outdoor fire. Dried stream beds, eroded soil, dead and dying trees. These are the price of human carelessness and thoughtlessness. Ladies and gentlemen, these things I know, because long before I became Perry Mason, I fought many fires in the forests of the Northwest, and believe me, fire uncontrolled is an awful thing.
This is WRW 590 on your dial in Albany, New York.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Greetings as always, mystery lover. Time for another visit with Valentine. I think our menu for mayhem is particularly enticing this adventure. It's called the Blue Plate Special, and it was created especially for those of you who are trying to lose a few pounds. You see, it doesn't contain a single protein or calorie, or even a vitamin for that matter. Just a couple of fat heads, which you should be able to digest very easily. Now, if you'll take your elbows off the table, I'll tell the chef to commence serving.
How much did you say?
What's that, Josh?
I said, how much did you say?
Oh, well, $1.75 is what I said, but you know me.
Yes, Sam, I know you.
Been in the family a long time, I suppose. Must have meant a good deal to your dear old mother, rest her soul.
How much, I ask you?
Of course, with you boys, it's a little different, but I want you to understand nothing would make me prouder than to do business with the Higbee family.
Never mind that old maid business of yours.
But I mean, well, what did I say? $2.50? Was that what I said? Oh, sure, Josh. I'd be glad to pay you $3.
$3 you pay me for that plate.
Oh, Josh, no.
Well, for $3, I'd break it over your head. Do you hear me?
Let me go, Josh. Please look out.
You little chip artist trying to take me for a dodo. Well, I'll break every plate in the house before you get it. And I'll break you, too.
Dear Mr. Valentine, you've got to come to Hickory Corners before something terrible happens, before I'm ruined. Mr. Valentine, I want you to steal a plate. Yours truly, Sam Ferris.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment. Now back to Let George Do It and George Valentine.
Here we are, that big place with the iron deers.
Way out in the country, isn't it, Mr. Ferris?
Why, up here, next door.
Some of these iron deers always turn out to be live dogs.
What?
Oh, but don't you worry none. They won't bother us if we walk on the gravel and make a lot of noise. That's what I always do.
Now, wait a minute, not so fast. From what you've said and from the looks of their house, these Higbee brothers practically own this part of the country, right?
Josh thinks they do. Well, they have got a pile of money, I guess.
And yet you told us he wanted to sell you a plate, of all things, to raise cash.
Oh, well, it's a farm, you see. Josh wants a new tractor, that's all. And it makes sense. That house of theirs full of heirlooms they never even look at.
But what kind of a plate?
Early to bed, early to rise. That's what it said.
A what?
Well, you see, I run a furniture store here in the corners.
Yes, we know that much.
Well, in this part of the country, a man gets to have a nose and reputation for antiques. Know what I mean? Well, some of them early chinaware, hand-painted, mottos and things on, you know the type. My gosh, they can get me $200 apiece sometimes in the city.
Only this one you looked at wasn't any good, huh?
This one I looked at was a fake. Cheap imitation you could buy for $1. But out of the kindness of my heart, I offered more than that.
You mean out of the fact you're scared to death of Josh Higbee, right?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I've been in business around here for 27 years. I got a standing, know what I mean? Well, so's Josh Higbee, but he's mean and vindictive, too. And once he starts after you, you might as well move out of here. He thinks that plate's worth $100 or more. I know it's not. But he's already telling people I'm a liar and not to be trusted, and they should take their antique business to somebody honest.
And I suppose you want me to steal that plate so you can prove to people that it is a fake, right?
You, won't do it, huh?
What do you think?
Well, of course, I didn't exactly mean steal like an ordinary thief.
I know, but it seems to me that this whole thing is nothing but a tempest in a teapot anyway, so why don't...
George, wait.
Oh.
Somebody's coming.
Oh, well, now, careful what you say. People can get killed in tempests, you know, and when Josh gets all riled up...
Well, for the land's sake, Sam, what are you doing out here?
Oh, it's you.
You think it'd be anyone else? Saw you standing out here in my front lawn. Finally thought I'd better either chase you away or ask you in. Just baking some cakes, and they're not all on order. So why don't you and your friends come in for a piece?
No. This is Miss Brooks, Mr. Valentine, Widow Parsons.
Hello, Mrs. Parsons.
Yes, cottage in the trees there. That's hers. But if you'll excuse
I know. You think you're going next door, don't you? Well, there's no one home.
Well, isn't Josh or Amos?
I heard both their cars drive out hours ago.
Oh, well, if they're gone, we'll just...
And I suppose that makes you prick up your ears, because that makes you think the coast is clear. Oh, look at him blush.
Oh, no, don't be silly.
Coast clear for what, Mrs. Parsons?
Well, to steal behind their backs. Oh, Sam, I know you're all right. But the way those two Higbees look after her, you won't have a chance. Not that I blame you any. I guess every man in the country has eyes on her, and after all, the way she primps for them.
Her?
Oh.
Whom are you talking about?
Why, that little secretary, that Doris Drury. She's spending the summer there. Didn't you know? And those two Higbees acting like 17-year-olds, and Sam here. Oh, look at him blush.
No, stop it. She don't mean anything to me.
Oh, dear. Well, I got bad news for you anyhow. She's not home either, making her weekly trip to the city, and she's not back yet. So there. Sam, you little conniver. Oh, you come all the way out here and brought your friends on a false alarm.
That blasted nosy nuisance.
No, Sam. No, I'm still interested. In fact, in the morning, I'd be only too glad to investigate this case of the plate. Yeah, there might be more to it than I thought. Well, the dog makes a lot of noise, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Hello there. Good morning.
What?
You Mr. Higby?
What? Oh, yes. What do you want?
Well, this may sound a little silly, but I want to talk about a plate.
Huh? Oh, from Sam. Oh, no. It's Josh you want. I am Amos Higby.
Oh.
I don't know where my brother is. Now, please don't bother us now. I'm sorry.
Oh, hey, wait a minute.
My brother Josh is a fine man. A fine man, you hear me? He's... No. Go away. I'm sorry.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, I don't know, Brooksy. But if Josh isn't here, it isn't him I want to see anyway. Come on.
But if there's nobody here, why go in?
That girl, Angel. She's supposed to be back from the city by now, isn't she? Well, maybe she can tell us why people get so excited about Chinaware.
The plate. It's broken. And in the hall there are others broken.
Yeah. The plate can be a pretty good murder weapon, can't it? I guess that's the secretary. And she's dead.
Now, take it easy, all of you.
Nobody's upset but you, Sheriff.
All right, hang it, I am upset. Why shouldn't I be? You, Pete.
Yeah?
Get those men out finding Josh Higby.
Okay,
What about Amos Higby? He was the one we saw coming out of the house, and the doctor says it didn't happen over an hour or two ago.
Yes, sure. But he wouldn't hurt anybody, not Amos.
Well, it was quite a fight, no matter how it happened.
Yeah, hair and curlers, bathrobe. I guess she must have come down for breakfast.
Come on, I have an idea, Sheriff.
Where are we going?
Well, it was late when this happened, wasn't it? Said so yourself, around breakfast time. Well, if there was a real fight here, what about that next-door neighbor? Isn't she supposed to be a snoop?
No, I didn't hear anything.
But, Mrs. Parsons, are you sure?
Honestly, it's too far to hear anything.
Yeah, she's right, Valentine. It is.
Skip it for a second, will you? Mrs. Parsons, those two Higby brothers both have been making eyes at their secretary, isn't that right?
No. They're really nice. It wasn't that way at all.
Of course they made eyes at her. They couldn't help it. No more than any other men around. She was somebody sent to them by their lawyers in town to help out with the books. But she didn't want to be a working girl all her life.
She was a nice girl. I talked to her several times.
Oh, Mrs. Parsons, you've sure changed your tune.
Well, what's that?
Well, I don't mean you really were critical of anybody last night.
But now there's been a murder, so everybody's perfect.
Oh, I didn't mean that. But it doesn't do any good to...
It might do some good if I pointed out your kitchen window has a nice clear view of their front door. And their front hall where the murder took place has glass across the front.
No. It won't do any good.
What won't do any good?
Mrs. Parsons, who are you afraid of?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, oh, please.
You saw it, didn't you? You saw who was in there with that girl.
Leave me alone. I've been their neighbor for 12 years. You can't make me say things.
I'm sorry, but who was it, Mrs. Parsons?
I saw him come out. I saw her. I was going to you. It's such a lovely morning.
Did you see the murder?
I heard her scream. They were alone because I saw him leave earlier for the field.
Wait a minute. Who? Which is the him that left?
It won't do any good, I tell you. You can't hear anything but a loud noise like a scream, and then I saw her fall, and then he slammed the door shut.
You've just been sitting here ever since, scared to death.
No, we'll take care of you. Don't worry. And it's good enough eyewitness for a jury, all right. Only in the circumstances. Yes, Mrs. Parsons. You still haven't told us who it was.
It's no good, I tell you. I don't know. I couldn't hear, but I could see him.
Hey. Wow. Hello, Higby.
Oh, no. No.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mrs. Parsons. I guess this is the one, huh? Amos Higby.
What's all this? My name is Josh Higby, stranger. Heard you wanted me, Sheriff, and I thought I'd better...
Wait, hold it, will you? You're the same guy we talked to out in front of your place only an hour ago. You're Amos. Yeah, you were scared and you ran away.
I'm sorry. It won't do any good.
Are you trying to make a liar out of me, stranger?
Oh, shut up, Josh. Valentine, you don't understand the circumstances, that's all. But you realize Josh and Amos are identical twins.
You are listening to Let George Do It. Our adventure will continue in just a moment.
Now, back to George Valentine. It all started over a plate. Or did it? Apparently, a visiting secretary from the city, the girl named Doris Drury, was quite a dish herself. Or at least both of the Higby brothers and every other middle-aged man in the vicinity thought so. But now Doris is dead, struck down by one of those same heavy plates. Well, for a moment, the crime looked simple. There was practically an eyewitness, and it was obviously a Higby who did it. All right, but which one? Because if your name is George Valentine, you've just learned that the Higbys are identical twins.
At least it was one of you twins. That's something.
Sure, that's something, all right, Sheriff.
Well, now, is that all you're going to say, Josh?
Don't know yet. Haven't talked to my lawyer.
All right. But in the meantime, I got to lock you up. You know that.
Well, don't apologize for it.
Mrs. Parsons says it was one of you. You heard her say that, didn't you? There on the farm, you're both dressed about the same.
I heard. Oh, laughing blabbermouth. She can't help it. Should have sicked the dogs on her the first time she borrowed a cup of sugar.
Oh, get in there.
Don't see Amos anywhere.
We'll get him, don't worry. Now, listen, Josh. I'll get your lawyer, but he's going to advise you the same as I am, that you should tell everything you remember about what happened.
So. Be glad to.
Well?
Well,
pretty sore at this furniture guy, this Sam, about one of your family's heirlooms. A plate, I think he said.
Sam's a liar. I'm no authority, but those plates, everything in the house is as good as... What's that got to do with it?
Well, you see, Josh...
Hold it, Sheriff. Let me, will you? Oh, nothing, Josh. But that girl Doris was certainly pretty.
What?
In love with Amos, I understand.
What are you trying to do? Leave her out of it.
Well, that's a little hard to do in the present situation.
This is our town, not yours, mister.
Because you'd been putting on the dog for her, too, isn't that right?
Get him out of here before...
In fact, you murdered her, didn't you?
Why, you make me...
Josh! Well, you're quite a temper. Did you kill her, Josh?
You still haven't told us anything. What time did you get up this morning, Josh? Usually out in the fields early, both of you. But which one was first?
Oh, come on, Sheriff. Let him wait for his lawyer.
Can't make a man talk, you know.
No, but you can trip him up. We better work fast before you get a permanent puzzle thrown in your lap.
Hey, where are you going?
To start at the beginning, where I came in, on a plate. Okay, Sam, how many items have we found now that are fake?
Well, now, let me see. There's the Dresden doll. That's strictly Detroit. And 3 plates out of the 10 there on the wall.
I'll go take a look through the other rooms, George.
Okay. Now, let's stick to just the stuff we saw so far, Sam.
That's all of it, I think, plus the early to bed, early to rise, and that pair over there.
What's the total value, I mean?
Of the fakes? Well, I don't get you.
Oh, yes, you do, because each one called for an imitation, right?
Well, sure, to match out the sets and
so what's
on.
the total value of the fakes if they were real?
Oh, yeah. Well, say 150 times 3. And Dresden, of course, is higher price.
Oh, just in rough figures, please.
$1,000. All told, $1,200 maybe.
Uh-huh.
But that's not enough to go killing people over. I don't get what you're driving at.
Don't you? Sam, maybe the reason Josh was mad at you the other day was because he really had no idea there were imitations in here.
George, look at this.
Ah, yeah, Brooksy?
How much do you suppose this one's worth?
What's that, a package?
Yeah, all neatly wrapped up.
It's almost a shame to open it.
Let me see. Where'd you find it?
It was in this suitcase under the stairs.
Oh, wait a minute. Take a look at this, Sam.
Another plate. It's a real one, all right.
It is, huh? And the initials on the suitcase are D.D.
George, Doris Drury.
Oh, say, she used to make trips every week to the city for the Higbees.
Yeah, I know. All begins to fall into place, doesn't it?
Of course. She took things back and forth all the time.
Well, her trips were for business.
I mean, the Higbees wouldn't have known the difference. And she could have picked up imitations to replace things with.
That's the idea.
She was killed, but it was a crime of passion, a fight. Sam here started the ball rolling. He got Josh all upset. Josh told Amos. And if one of them found out what Doris was doing...
Yeah, that's right. It'd be a pretty big blow. Especially to a middle-aged guy who thought he was the reason for lowered eyelashes from a good-looking young woman.
And then he finds out she was stealing, and not even large amounts. It would... George, are the police all through here?
What do you mean?
Well, they were out of the house even before we came back, but just now I felt a draft behind me.
Must be from the back hall.
I'm getting out of here.
Somebody's back there.
I don't want any part of this.
Listen.
Come on.
Be careful, Valentine.
Why? There's only one person that can be. All right, Amos, come on.
Get out of my way.
Oh, no, you don't, Buster.
Look out.
Amos the gentle one, huh? Well, maybe this'll work.
No, I don't know.
Don't know what? Come on, what's your story going to be?
No, I won't tell you anything.
But you were hiding here, and earlier you ran away.
Your brother's already accused you of the murder, you know.
What? What did you say?
Sure, he said you were the one...
No. I don't want to hear it. I won't tell you anything.
Very good. Very fine. At least we got both of them, haven't we?
Well, Sheriff, I tried one bluff on Amos, but it didn't work.
Don't worry. I'll keep them separate, all right. And I suppose sooner or later we can cross-check and break down their stories.
We hope.
County attorney's going to kill me if I hand it to him this way. It's going to be one for King Solomon.
Mm-hmm. Twins are identical in appearance. One of them committed murder. The other one is keeping quiet to protect him.
And keeping quiet so neither one can be tried for first-degree murder. Holy smoke, you can't hang 2 men when only one did it. What's the court going to do? End up by saying they both aided and abetted a criminal? Lawyers could argue till doomsday.
Uh-huh. Hey, Sheriff, would you trust me?
No. Oh, I don't know. What do you mean?
I always wanted to play King Solomon.
Why? Because he had 1,000 wives?
No, never mind. Just give me those keys, will you?
Give you what?
Your cell keys. Then meet me back out at the Higbees. Don't worry, your Deputy Pete can tag me.
Now, look, I want those guys kept apart. The only way we're ever going to saw this twin act in half
You
is...
want the murder solved, don't you? Okay, let's throw a little party. Sit here, Josh. I'll be right back.
Why not? my own driveway, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. Come on, Brooksy.
George, are you sure you know what you're doing?
I want to get Mrs. Parsons.
I'll get her. You stay there and watch.
Just a second. Hey, Pete.
Yeah, right behind you, Mr. Valentine.
Come on over here, please, will you?
What about Amos here? I can't leave him alone.
Come on, I said. Step on it.
Well, okay. Guess the sheriff's in the house already, but... Hey, that's Sam over there.
Yeah, both of you. Come on, step on it.
George, you can't even see the cars from here, let alone the Higbees.
Hey, listen. There was a car door. They're getting together. Say, look, I better...
Still, will you? I know this is all against police practice, but there's a reason.
Mr. Valentine?
Yeah, Mrs. Parsons. Over here. Come on out. I want you to take a look at something.
I'm sorry. I got a job. Those two backstairs there, my supposed to take...
Hey, wait. They're handcuffed, aren't they? Oh, for the love of... Bring her over, Brooksy.
George, no, look. The Higbees aren't in the car. Where are they?
Hey, stop you guys!
Sam. There's one of them after Sam.
Oh, get away from me!
Sheriff! George, help him!
Hey, you!
Did you see how Josh came at me, Mr. Valentine?
You put Mrs. Parsons up to it, you sniveling little wars.
Both of you, will you?
What is all this?
Mrs. Parsons, can you tell these two men apart?
Oh, I'm so sorry, Amos. Of course I can. Josh, I didn't mean
All right,
to.
now take it easy, please. I can tell them apart myself now. But you couldn't at a distance, I know that.
Well, it's true. Josh may be a bit more aggressive than I am.
Sure, Amos. And Josh jumped for Sam because Sam put Mrs. Parsons up to something.
He what?
Hey, now, looky here.
But I think the boys will talk now, Sheriff. How about it, Josh?
Did you mean, did I kill her? No, I didn't.
I don't believe that.
See what I mean, Sheriff? Easy way out of a riddle. How about you, Amos?
She was a very sweet girl. Why would I kill her?
Oh, I'm so glad. I told you I didn't want to say anything, but... No, I still saw what I did.
Sure. We're just as bad off as we were, Mrs. Parsons. But at least we know now that the Higbees kept quiet because they hadn't checked with each other yet.
Now, wait a minute.
Sam, get over there and stand beside them.
Huh?
You heard me.
He's about our size. Now, Dolly, I know you've known us for years, but you could have been mistaken about us.
Hold it, all of you, please. I'm afraid this is pretty simple. There were a couple of tip-offs. I didn't think they were strong enough, but I guess they are. Josh, your secretary made weekly trips to the city, didn't she?
Huh? Well, that's right. You see, we got a lot of holdings and investments.
But last night she came back from the city. So if she were stealing some of that authentic china, she'd scarcely wrap one up and leave it in her suitcase until next week's trip.
Hey, that's right.
In other words, somebody planted that there after the police left the house. So we'd think Doris was a thief. So we get the wrong idea about motive.
What's all this? Stealing plates? I don't even know what you're talking
Take it
about.
easy, Josh. Take it easy. You couldn't have done it anyway. You were in jail. Besides, it was too neatly wrapped.
What's that?
Well, I couldn't wrap a plate that neatly. I doubt if any man could.
Mr. Valentine,
Except a dealer in those things?
Now, wait a minute.
I know, Amos. I thought of that. But there's another clue. Same type. Mrs. Parsons, you bake cakes on order, don't you? So I guess you haven't too much money.
She's all right, Mr. Valentine.
And you've lived here for years, been in and out of the Higbee's house. You could have stolen a few things, couldn't you? Not much, but enough to help out.
I saw somebody out the window. I was at my kitchen window.
Nobody else out here but you and the Higbee brothers. So you grabbed at the straw of being a witness.
I was
And it might have worked, too. Only this was a real crime of passion, wasn't it? The pretty young thing from the city, sure, primping and getting all the eyes.
She was awful.
Oh, no, she wasn't. But the Higbees have a lot of money. And I guess she might have had her cap set for one of them. Anyway, she'd be rough competition for a middle-aged widow.
No.
Well, what happened? She decide you were a nuisance? She find out about the plates and threatened to tell the Higbees?
No, she didn't. And she wasn't any good for them.
Oh, cut it out, lady. The girl had come downstairs to talk to somebody. Josh and Amos always went out to work early. She came down in a bathrobe with curlers in her hair. Well, did you ever see a woman who was trying to make an impression come downstairs with curlers in her hair, looking like a mop, to meet a man?
Oh, George, that poor Mrs. Parsons.
Well, she committed murder, didn't she, Angel? So come on, let's get out of here. We can figure the rest on the way home.
Back to the conclusion of our Let George Do It adventure in just a moment.
you how it happened, I guess.
Yeah, sure. Living next door for years and years. Probably considered the Higbee brothers her private property. Hoped to marry one of them. Then along came Alana Turner.
The only thing I don't understand is why Mrs. Parsons would steal from them.
Well, considered their property hers, too, I guess. Jumping on a gun on what she hoped for the future, maybe. Wasn't much through the years, but she probably...
She must have been panic-stricken when the girl found out about it. You know, George, sometimes you're very brilliant. All those feminine-type clues, wrapping packages, curlers and hair.
That surprise you? Tell you a secret, Angel. I spent a good many years observing women.
Imagine.
Oh, but you should have caught on to that business.
No, not I. I've spent all my time observing men.
Oh. We ought to get together sometime.
Now there, Fred. There's an observation.
You have just heard Blue Plate Special, another Let George Do It adventure. Robert Bailey was starred as George Valentine, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make the new 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. There may be many drawbacks to the life of a private detective, but boredom is not among them. At least not for Mike Shayne. This evening is no exception. At this moment, Mike and his fetching associate, Phyllis Knight, are hurrying through the entrance hall of one of the luxurious homes of San Francisco's Marina District. And the reason for their haste? A hurry-up call from the Inspector of Homicide himself.
Mike? Well, you sure got here on the double.
Oh, you asked us to, Inspector.
And just why you ask us is still a mystery.
Because, Mike, I wanted to learn what you know about John N. Crowder.
John N. Crowder? I never heard of him.
You didn't? How about you, Phil?
The only Crowder I know is the kid who sat behind me in 7th grade, and his name was Wilbur.
Okay, I want to show you kids something. The body is in that room there. But we'll get to that later.
Whose body?
What body?
John N. Crowder's body. This is his home. He's been murdered.
Well, people all dressed up as if it were a party,
It was a party, Phil. Mike, you see this telephone stand here and that scratch pad beside the phone?
Oh, I see what's bothering you.
Yeah, and that scratch pad is your phone number.
I can't explain it, Inspector. Crowder didn't phone me. All my calls the past couple of days have been from people I know.
That doesn't look like a man's handwriting to me. Did Mr. Crowder have a wife?
He was a bachelor, Phil. Just a minute. Miss Whitcomb.
Yes?
Miss Whitcomb, this is Mr. Shayne and Miss Knight. Janet Whitcomb is Mr. Crowder's ward.
How do you do?
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Miss Whitcomb. Do you happen to know how this phone number, my phone number, got on this scratch pad?
Why, yes. Uncle John, that's what I called Mr. Crowder, was looking through the classified directory this afternoon. He asked me to jot down that number.
Did he tell you why he wanted it? Why he wanted to call a private detective?
A private detective?
Uh-huh.
No, he didn't.
Well, what about the murder itself? Anybody know what happened?
As I've gotten the story, Mike, they were having a party tonight. At 8 o'clock, before most of the guests arrived, Mr. Crowder excused himself and went into the library to listen to the radio.
Uncle John always insisted on listening to this one broadcast, The Days of 49. So when we heard several gunshots, we just thought they were part of the radio show.
Several gunshots?
Yeah, Mike, but one of them was the real thing.
Who found the body?
Miss Whitcomb here.
I Well, when the program was over, he didn't come out of the library. I went to call him. I opened the door. Oh, why? Why? How could anybody?
Please, you mustn't. You've been so brave through all of this.
This is Lee Strayhorn, her fiancé.
Uh-huh. And the other gentleman?
Richard Russell, madam. Where are the other guests?
There aren't any. I told the sergeant to turn the others away at the front door.
Was this radio program Mr. Crowder listened to a 15-minute or half-hour show?
15 minutes.
And after Mr. Crowder went into the library to listen to it, where were you three people?
Well, I hadn't gotten here yet, Mr. Shane. When I walked in, I found Janet in hysterics, and Charlie Lung, the houseboy, was trying to quiet her.
Mm-hmm.
Janet is a high-strung girl, and, well, at first I thought she was upset about something she'd spilled on her dress. Then I saw Mr. Crowder, and I took one look and telephoned the police.
As for me, gentlemen, I was here in the living room talking to Oliver. Oliver left, and then in a few minutes I heard Janet shriek.
Who is Oliver? Another servant?
No. Mr. Oliver is one of Mr. Crowder's clients. Mr. Crowder was an investment counselor, and he handled Mr. Oliver's stocks and bonds for him.
Nobody told me about Oliver before. I didn't know anybody had left the house.
I guess you'd better round him up, Inspector. And now, how about you, Miss Whitcomb? Where were you while Mr. Crowder was listening to the radio?
I was upstairs. I'd spilled something on my dress and was cleaning it. When I came downstairs, the program was over.
What about the servants?
I checked, Phil. They were all in the kitchen or the butler's pantry or the dining room.
Oh. Did Mr. Crowder have any known enemies?
Oh, no.
Inspector, I'm sure I never talked to a John N. Crowder. So how about letting me have a look at the body?
I was just going to suggest it, Mike.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Couple of chairs overturned, the drapery pulled down. There must have been quite a fight.
Which makes me doubt these people when they say that they heard nothing unusual. Oh, the body's on the other side of the desk, Mike.
Oh. Man about 50. No, Inspector, no, I've never seen this man before.
Shot through the heart. Well, the gun was fired at close range, Mike, if those powder burns on his shirt mean anything.
I've found one interesting clue.
Huh?
I've kept my mouth shut about it so far. Take a look at this blood on the rug.
Mm-hmm. Right in the middle of the blood, a spot of clean rug.
Mm-hmm.
In the shape of a dollar mark.
I know what that is.
Yeah?
It was made by one of those money clips. You know, Mike, you carry one in your pocket for dollar bills.
Yeah, the killer dropped it and then picked it up in order not to leave a clue, or so he thought.
Well, I'm still wondering, why did Crowder have my phone number? Why did he want to call me?
And when he had the number, why didn't he call you? They said Crowder had no enemies, yet somebody must have had a motive to kill him.
Just a minute, Inspector. Maybe I can give you a hint.
Yeah, Mike? What?
Look around the room very carefully.
Well, what about it? Oh, you mean those two overturned chairs?
The walls, Inspector. The paintings on the walls. A painting of Carmel by the sea in particular.
You're right, Mike. The painting is crooked.
Not only crooked, but it stands out from the wall.
Yes, and I'll bet behind the painting there's a wall safe.
Well, I'll push the painting to one side. So... And there we are.
It's unlocked.
Now, let's see what's inside the safe, if anything.
Kids, this desk lamp is the only light in the room, isn't it?
Huh?
Yeah?
Yeah, why?
Because I'm going to turn it out. Somebody is about to come in through that French window.
We'll return to the adventures of Michael Shane in just a moment. If you like to feel your car surge ahead with quick power when you press down on the accelerator, try using the new 76 gasoline. You'll find that with a tank full of the new 76, your car will respond instantly to the throttle, take hills with the easy lift of a soaring bird. That's because the new 76 is power-packed with components of 100-octane gasoline, the fighting fuel Union Oil Company refineries produce for the air forces. Furthermore, the new post-war 76 has been blended under scientific control to produce a fuel which will give you the full horsepower of your engine regardless of make. It's no wonder motorists are saying that old cars perform like new with 76. So try a tank full of this powerful post-war gasoline and then watch the way your car surges ahead with new life and power. You can get the powerful new 76 gasoline at any Union Oil Minuteman station. Just look for the sign of the big orange and blue 76. And while you're in, ask the Minuteman for your Union Oil credit card application. On the library floor lies the murdered body of John Crowder, And on the sun porch outside, Phyllis has seen a prowler. Mike and the inspector step to the French window. And then suddenly...
All right, mister, hands in the air.
What in place?
Come here, come inside.
That's what I've been trying to do. The police at the front door wouldn't let me in.
Okay, turn on the light, Phil.
All right, now, who are you and why the peeping Tom act?
I was not peeping. I came around the side of the house to see if someone would let me in. That flatfoot at the front door said Crowder had been murdered.
There's the evidence on the floor.
Yeah. Shot through the heart. Blood on the carpet. Who did it?
That's what we're trying to find out. And also your name.
Oliver, see? Bert Oliver.
Oh, you're the man who was here earlier. Why'd you leave the house?
Why not? No murder had been committed then. I walked across the street to my house.
Well, Mr. Oliver, why did you go home?
Because I forgot my present for Janet.
And when did you last see Mr. Crowder alive?
He came into the library to listen to a radio program. I was talking to that social butterfly, Richard Russell. I stepped into the library here for a moment, finished some business with Crowder, and then left.
What kind of business?
Investment business, stocks, bonds. Do I have to draw a diagram for you?
When you were talking with Mr. Crowder, was the radio on?
Full blast.
And when you came back, the sergeant wouldn't let you in the house, so you came around onto the porch.
Yes, I already said that.
Why were you so anxious to get inside, Mr. Oliver? People generally give a murder a wide berth.
Oh, for Pete's sake, I'm a good friend of Crowder and Janet. I wanted to help her.
Why should Janet need your help?
Because she won't get any from that fiancé of hers. That's reason enough. Crowder should have stuck by his guns. He should have forbidden the marriage.
Inspector, I think we should ask Mr. Oliver to relax in the other room for a while and let us talk to Janet.
Right. If you please, Mr. Oliver. Miss Whitcomb, would you step in here a moment, please?
Oh, Mr. Oliver.
Don't let them frighten you, Janet.
You wanted something?
Just a small point, Miss Whitcomb. Now, Mr. Crowder was to be your guardian, I believe, until you are 21?
Yes.
I suppose that means you have some money?
From my parents.
Was it very much?
Several $100,000.
Mm-hmm. And you were having some trouble with Mr. Crowder?
About your money?
Oh, no, not that. He was a fine man. He was perfectly honest. He had money of his own.
Then you didn't get Mr. Shane's telephone number from the directory yourself?
Oh, no.
But you were having trouble with Mr. Crowder.
There's no need to be frightened, Miss Whitcomb.
Uncle John didn't understand. He wouldn't understand.
Now, please, Miss Whitcomb.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. You told Oliver to go in the other room and relax. Now, suppose you sit down and relax a while. I'll talk to Janet.
He's dead. What does it matter now?
We're just trying to help you, Janet. The more we know about Mr. Crowder, the easier it may be for us to find his murderer. Now, you can see that, can't you?
Yes.
Of course you can. Now, you were having some difficulty with your guardian. You can tell me what it was.
Uncle Johnny didn't want me to marry Lee. He said Lee was no good. I told him he was wrong. I told him I wouldn't let him run my life any longer. I'd leave home. I love Lee, and he loves me. I'm going to marry him. Nobody can stop me now. Nobody.
How long have you been engaged to Lee?
2 weeks. Uncle Johnny was mad about it, but he never said another word about Lee.
Mm-hmm. And that's all the trouble you ever had with Mr. Crowder?
Yes. Can I go now?
I guess so, Miss Whitcomb. Thank you.
Well, what do you think, kids?
I don't know, Phil. The girl is so dramatic about everything. If Crowder didn't make an objection to the marriage for the past 2 weeks, I don't see why she's so excited.
Uh-huh. Well, before we have another interruption, I want to examine that wall safe. Safe is hardly as big as the inside of a hat box.
One small tin box. Empty.
One packet of currency marked $2,500.
Oh, that's odd. If it was burglary, why did the killer leave the money?
Well, he might have been scared off before he saw it or even overlooked it in his hurry.
Yeah, but we don't know what was in the safe originally, Mike. We can't tell what was stolen.
If Crowder was a good businessman, he must have kept an inventory of its contents.
And if he was a cautious businessman, he would not keep the inventory right inside the safe.
No. How about this desk here?
Inspector.
Huh? Oh, what is it, Mr. Russell?
I noticed that Janet is very upset. I thought maybe I ought to tell you that she used to quarrel with Crowder all the time. He didn't want her to get married.
Yes, Janet told us all about it, Mr. Russell.
Oh. Well, I just thought you'd like to know. Find anything in the desk?
Mr. Russell, we're very busy, so if you don't mind...
Oh, all right. I just thought you'd like to know.
That's a nosy character.
Well, here we are, Inspector. The inventory to the safe.
Swell, Mike.
Let's see now. Cash, $2,500. Well, that checks. Then one package, Charlie Lung.
It's a houseboy.
Yeah, but no findy package. Next, $21,000 bonds. PM and ORR.
Abbreviation for railroad bonds, probably.
Yeah, and said bonds are also missing. Now, the last person known to have been in this library with Crowder was Mr. Oliver.
Yes, Oliver said he had some business with Crowder about stocks and bonds.
After which Oliver walked across the street to his house.
If he paid Crowder for those bonds, I didn't find the check in the safe.
And I searched Crowder's body. He had just a small amount of money in his wallet. Mike, you know what we're going to do?
Yes, Inspector. We're going across the street and search Mr. Oliver's house for those bonds.
Mike. Oh, Mike.
Yes, Inspector.
I've looked all through Oliver's desk. You find anything?
No luck. I searched the whole living room. I thought there might be another wall safe.
And I checked upstairs. If Mr. Oliver's servants were home tonight, we might get them to tell us where he keeps his valuables.
Mike, you think Oliver would still be carrying those bonds on him?
Oh, it'd be pretty risky.
Uh-oh. Hey, do we dare answer it?
I'll take a gamble. Hello?
Hello. Oliver speaking. Is this the inspector or Mr. Shane?
Well, it's Shane, Mr. Oliver. How did you know we were here?
Russell saw you. You're looking for those bonds.
Well, we were just checking.
You haven't found the bonds yet. I tucked them in Webster's Unabridged Dictionary. It's on the table, right behind the phone.
Dictionary on the table. Yeah. Mr. Oliver, those bonds belong to Mr. Crowder. How did you
I bought them tonight. I told you I had business with Crowder.
You didn't give him a check in payment?
Of course I didn't give him a check. Crowder always sends me a monthly statement. My credit is A1. When you leave the house, please turn off the lights.
Oh, how do you like that? Russell saw us come in here.
Oliver hid the bonds inside the dictionary?
Yeah, Phil, here they are.
Oliver was so straightforward about it all. Yet he might be trying to beat us to the punch.
Yeah.
Now what? I'll talk to him this time, Mike. The inspector speaking.
Inspector, this is the sergeant. They told me I could reach you at this number.
Yeah? What is it, Sergeant?
That Chinese houseboy, sir.
Uh-huh.
I saw him sneak out of the house. I trailed him clear down to a shop in Chinatown. He's up to something.
Oh? Where are you now?
In the chop suey place on Grant Avenue. I can watch the shop from here.
Okay, Sergeant. Keep your eye on it. We'll meet you there in 10 minutes.
I followed him into this building, Inspector, and up those stairs to the second floor.
And then where?
He went in the first door at the top of the stairs.
Please, Angel, watch those heels. You sound like a dray horse going up a ladder.
Don't be personal, Mr. Shane.
Oh, there. That's the door right ahead, sir.
The transom's open. Listen.
Talking Chinese.
Think we better knock, Mike?
Will you come in, gentlemen, and miss? Listening through closed door is like cotton in one's ear.
Well, you see, we were just... yeah.
I am Yin Hao, dealer in Oriental imports. I believe you already know my friend, Mr. Charlie Lung.
Yes, we wanted to talk to him.
Obviously. That is why you followed him from Mr. Crowder's.
As Inspector of Homicide, I gave orders that no one was to leave that house. Yet Charlie Lung sneaks off.
Why did you run away, Charlie? Please, Charlie.
My friend, Charlie Lung, came to me with a problem of ethics, a delicate matter of conflicting loyalties.
So?
Mr. Lung is in possession of an object. You of the police would call it a clue.
I see.
His problem is whether to produce the clue or to hide it.
He'd better produce it or I'll have to arrest him.
Even the honest man casts a crooked shadow. Unhappily, Mr. Lung tells me the object belongs to Miss Whitcomb. You can, of course, appreciate his distress.
If Miss Whitcomb is innocent, I promise no harm will come to her.
Why, yes, this clue may solve the whole murder.
Trong nào xin chỉ biết nói cái gì có lắm. Bởi vì xin nấu nào càng hâm mà còn không cầm lấy.
My friend Mr. Long say that upon the basis of your promise that no harm will come to Miss Whitcomb, I may give you the object. It is this.
A silver money clip. The dollar mark.
Charlie, where did you find it?
Oh, after Missy Cly, I find it on the floor in the blood. I take it. Now, what you do?
We're going back to the house and talk to Miss Whitcomb.
And you, Mr. Lung, are coming with us.
I'm sorry, Inspector, but I just had to lie down for a while.
Uh-huh.
I don't feel at all well.
She really is sick. I've been sitting here in the bedroom talking to her.
Lee, would you mind stepping outside? We have something we'd like to show Janet in private.
Well, yes, of course.
Janet, do you own a silver money clip?
The sort you carry in your purse to hold dollar bills, Janet.
Yes.
Is this it?
Why, I must have dropped it.
Janet, Charlie Lung, the houseboy, found it beside Mr. Crowder's body in a pool of blood.
Oh, no. No, it can't be.
Now, Janet.
I didn't have my purse with me. What are you trying to do to me?
Inspector.
Yeah?
Mr. Shane.
Yes?
Could you come here a moment?
Why, certainly.
Phil, you stay here with Janet.
All right.
No, you make a mistake. It's your mind. It's your mind.
It's Charlie Lung.
What's wrong, Sergeant?
I caught this houseboy hiding a bundle under his mattress, sir. This bundle of money. $17,000.
Holy Harry.
It belonged to me. It's your mind.
Where would you get $17,000?
Oh, Charlie Long, very rich man. I make it save with 15 years. I say we go back by and by China to die. Mr. Crowder, he keep money in his safe for me.
Then it was you who went into his safe tonight.
No, sir.
Huh?
Me, I ask you, Mr. Crowder, for my money tonight. Mr. Crowder go to safe and take out the money, and he give it to me.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures. If you have to drive in traffic very much nowadays, you've probably noticed the extra congestion on the road. Now, we don't say that driving with the new 76 gasoline will eliminate traffic problems, but we do say it'll make your driving a lot more pleasant by putting new power under your foot. Even the oldest cars step out with renewed energy when you put in the new 76. That's because the new 76 is power-packed with components of wartime aviation gasoline, the fighting fuel Union Oil Company refineries produce for their air forces. Furthermore, the new post-war 76 has been blended under scientific control to produce a fuel which will give you the full horsepower of your engine, regardless of make. It's no wonder motorists are talking about the way their cars perform with the new 76. Try a tankful of this powerful new gasoline, and then watch the way your car surges ahead with new life. You can get the new Super 76 gasoline at any Union Oil Minuteman station. Just look for the sign of the big orange and blue 76. Thank you. In answer to Janet's piercing scream and Phyllis's call for help, Mike Shane and the inspector dash into Janet's bedroom.
Phil, Janet, what's the matter? What happened?
The window. I saw two arms reach through the window. He wanted to kill me.
Who wanted to kill you?
I don't know. I couldn't see.
Phil, did you see it?
No. I was in Janet's dressing room.
Let's check what's outside the window. Uh-huh. Balcony. Runs the full length of the house.
Janet, was that you screaming?
Oh, Lee.
Who makes it you? You all right?
What the blazes is going on in this house?
Somebody was being murdered.
Quiet, please.
Quickly now, we want to know where all of you people were during the past 3 minutes. Lee?
Well, I was in the dining room.
Mr. Oliver?
In the hall below. I was starting up the stairs when I heard the commotion.
Mr. Russell?
In the living room. Seems I am always in the living room when something happens.
And Charlie Lung was outside the door with the inspector and me.
Janet, you're certain that you saw somebody?
Oh, yes. I almost died of fear.
Phil, were you out of the room?
Naturally. Janet told me she was certain that the clip found in the library was not hers, that her clip was in her purse, so I was looking for her purse.
And did you find it?
Yes, it's in the dressing room.
Let's go take a look at it.
Here, this is the clip.
Uh-huh. And comparing it with the one Charles Lung
Oh,
found?
it looks just the same, only a trifle smaller.
Phil,
Yeah,
do you think Janet really saw somebody, or was she faking it?
I've been wondering myself. I don't know, Mike. If I'd been in the room with her, it wouldn't have been...
Mr. Shane.
Yes, Mr. Russell.
Oliver says he was below in the hall when the screams came. Well, I was in the living room looking out into the hall, and I didn't see him.
Perhaps not, but I did. I saw him starting up the staircase.
Oh. You may be more helpful, Mr. Russell, if you'll return to the bedroom with us.
Gentlemen, do any of you own a silver money clip in the design of a dollar mark?
No, I've never owned one.
I'm sorry to contradict you, but one of you did own such a clip. A brand new one.
How can you make a statement like that, sir?
Because the clip which I'm holding in my hand is of highly polished silver. It has not been in contact with the loose change in a man's pocket because it bears no scratches. It is brand new.
Janet, Miss Whitcomb,
What?
would you mind turning around, please? Oh, a little more into the light.
You mean like this?
That's it. Have you worn that same dress all evening?
Why, yes. I cleaned the spot just before I discovered Uncle John.
Mm-hmm. Inspector.
Yeah?
Angel, will you step out into the hall with me, please?
All right, Smarty. What's all the mystery?
You heard Janet earlier this evening. She said she had cleaned that dress just before finding Crowder's body.
Yeah.
Sure, Mike, but what about it?
What about it? Come with me.
Where?
Downstairs and outdoors. I think we'd better search one of those cars in the driveway. Not just any car, but a car.
You were right, Mike. Here it is. It was hidden under the seat.
Colt, .38 revolver. One chamber fired. That does it. All right, Inspector, I think we're ready for our murderer.
That's what I said. This gun I hold in my hand killed Mr. Crowder.
Inspector, I've never owned a gun in my life.
The same goes for me. The last time I used a gun was skeet shooting.
Very well. No one has come forward to claim his gun, so we'll give him another chance. Janet, when we were first talking to you tonight, do you remember somebody else mentioned that you had a spot on your dress?
I don't remember.
Perhaps not, but I do very distinctly.
Maybe I can refresh your memory by telling you what happened. The murderer parked his car down the street a couple of blocks. He walked here to the house, then sneaked around in back and watched the living room window.
He saw Janet spill something on her dress, and then Mr. Crowder excuse himself and go into the library to listen to his favorite radio
The
program.
killer knew the program would last 15 minutes. While Crowder was at the radio, the man opened the French window and sneaked up on Crowder. At the last second, Crowder discovered him. They struggled.
And in the struggle, the man's silver money clip dropped to the floor.
The man fired and Crowder fell. The killer stepped outside the French window and closed it. He ran back to his car, got in, and drove up to the house. Then, very casually, walked in the front door just after Janet had discovered the body.
But that's when Lee came in.
Yes, Janet, your fiancé. And he tried to kill you a few moments ago when he thought you were beginning to suspect him.
Don't believe him, Janet. It's crazy.
You told us that when you walked into the house, you didn't know Mr. Crowder was dead. You said you thought Janet was upset because of the spot on her dress. But Janet had already been upstairs and cleaned her dress. The spot was gone.
You saw the spot on her dress when you looked through the library window.
Why, that isn't what I said.
Oh, yes, it is, Strayhorn. We found this gun in your car with one chamber fired.
All right, arrest me. You won't get anywhere. No jury will convict me on evidence like that. The murderer planted the gun in my car.
Lee, have you ever heard of the paraffin test?
No.
Well, the police coat a man's fingers with paraffin. If he has recently fired a gun, the paraffin will show the powder marks. Are you willing to take that test? All right, Inspector. I think the look on Lee's face is proof enough.
Kids, I'm sorry my wife is down country again. She'd love to fix these eggs herself.
Well, we're sorry, too, Inspector. You know, your house seems empty without us.
Yes, it certainly does. Not to change the subject, Inspector, but I've been wondering. Lee Strayhorn seemed awfully cocksure that a jury wouldn't convict him. Do you think he has a chance?
Not a chance, Phil. Tomorrow we'll check every jewelry store in town and find which one sold Lee that silver money clip. That'll cinch it.
And we can prove his motive. Mr. Crowder knew Lee was thorough no-good. Oh, Crowder allowed Janet to become engaged to Lee, but he was going to sidetrack a marriage.
I suppose that's why Crowder had your phone number. He was going to ask you to look up Lee's background.
And Lee guessed what was in the wind. He wasn't going to let anything stop him from marrying Janet's money, not even murder.
Say, Angel. Why the dreamy expression?
I was just looking out at the lights in the Golden Gate Bridge and wondering.
Oh, about what?
Wondering why Janet didn't see through Lee. Her eyes must have been blind.
When your heart's on fire, smoke gets in your eyes.
That has a special point for you, Phil.
For me?
The way you're looking at Mike right now, I'd say clang, clang, 3-alarm fire.
Oh,
why, Inspector?
Tune in again next week at 8 o'clock for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as the inspector. The Chinese characters were portrayed by Charlie Lung. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for Union Oil Company and reminding you once again to get your application for your Union Oil credit card this week. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Tonight, we again present the famous Mr. Chameleon of Central Police Headquarters in his famous cases of crime and murder. Mr. Chameleon, as you know, is the famous and dreaded detective who frequently uses a disguise to track down a killer. A disguise which at all times is recognized by the audience. Tonight, we give you Mr. Chameleon in The Custody of the Child Murder Case. A New York City courtroom is a solemn place. And to Janet Drew, this particular courtroom is like something in a nightmare. For as she stands side by side with her ex-husband, Donald Drew, she hears the judge saying,
Donald Drew, I award the complete custody of your son to you, instead of to his mother, Janet Drew.
Oh, no. No, you can't do that.
I base this decision, Mrs. Drew, on the facts which have been fully presented to this court. The evidence was all against you, Mrs. Drew. I have no choice but to award full custody of your child to his father.
Thank you, Judge.
No, wait. Wait, this isn't right. Judge, you can't take my son away from me. I love him.
You should have thought of that sooner, Mrs. Drew. Your son is 4 years old. According to the evidence, you are unfit to be the mother of any child.
But the evidence was faked. My husband Donald faked it. Those things they told about me, they were lies.
You had plenty of opportunity during the trial, Mrs. Drew, to refute the evidence. You didn't, however, which seems to me to prove the evidence is true.
But it isn't. Judge, you don't understand. I have a greater reason than any that's been presented to want this child. For Donald has no right to him. He is not Donald Drew's legitimate child.
What?
Yes, now the truth is out.
Order, please. Mrs. Drew, this is a very serious statement. I hope you know what you're saying.
I do.
Then why didn't you mention this fact before? Why didn't you bring it up during the trial that your boy is not Donald Drew's legitimate child?
Because it's not true, Your Honor.
It's a desperate lie. She knows the boy is mine, but she won't stop at anything. She'd rather injure my son's good name than let him go.
You're lying, Donald.
Isn't the very fact that she would do such a thing? Isn't that final proof, Judge, that all the evidence against the character, that it was all true? She's not fit to touch my boy.
No! Donald, before I let you get away with this, I'll kill you. I'll kill you!
That's enough, Mrs. Drew. The decision of this court is final, and you must accept it. And in the future, if I were you, I wouldn't be so quick to threaten people.
The following morning at Central Police Headquarters, Mr. Chameleon, the great detective, is summoned to the commissioner's office. And as he enters the room, he says to the commissioner,
"Well, you caught me just as I was going out, Commissioner. What's up? Something interesting?"
It looks that way, Chameleon. I want you to take Detective Dave Arnold and go immediately to the Donald Drew home on Park Avenue.
Donald Drew?
Yes. Murder's been committed there.
So, she did it. Janet Drew killed her husband just as she threatened to yesterday in court.
No, Chameleon, for once you're wrong. It was Janet Drew who was murdered.
Not her ex-husband?
No, not the father who received the custody of that child, but the mother, Janet. Her body was discovered this morning in the library of the Drew home. So go to it, Chameleon. And if you ask me, this is going to be a real twister of a murder case.
And so, a short time later, we find Mr. Chameleon kneeling beside the lifeless body of Janet Drew. And he is saying to Donald Drew, who stands dazedly beside him,
"Well, whoever strangled her, Mr. Drew, approached her from behind. See, the way the scarf is knotted around her throat shows us that."
Yes, but who? Who, Mr. Chameleon? For all our terrible differences, Janet was once my wife. This is a frightful shock to me.
Yes, I can well believe that, Mr. Drew. Well, there's no need for us to stay here. Let's step into this room here. Your study?
Yes. It was a frightful shock for Janet's sister, too. Her sister Mildred, who lives with us. She's nearly prostrated, Mr. Chameleon.
Do you mean that even after your divorce, Janet Drew's sister continued to live in this house?
I suppose that does seem odd, but Mildred's been our housekeeper for several years. And I needed someone to run this house, quite apart from Etta Hilton, my son's governess.
Yes. Well, you really do have quite a household, don't you, Mr. Drew? Tell me about your ex-wife. When did you last see her?
Last night, Mr. Chameleon, about 9 o'clock. Janet came storming in here in a perfect frenzy.
Mm-hmm. What'd you have to say?
Oh, the usual hysterical threats. She said she'd kill me for having dragged her through the courts.
For having dragged her through the courts, Mr. Drew?
Yes. She said she'd never live down the disgrace. She went on, getting more hysterical every minute.
Were you alone with her at the time?
Yes, I was. Though I have a feeling Etta Hilton, the governess, was listening in the hall.
Mm-hmm. And your sister-in-law?
Oh, Mildred's a very discreet woman. She kept out of sight. Well, finally, I couldn't take any more of it, and I walked out of the library and left Janet there.
And that was the last time that you saw her alive?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Where did you go, Mr. Drew, after you left the library?
Upstairs to my room, where I bolted the door. Janet was in such a state I was frankly afraid of her.
Whereas she was the one who had reason to be afraid, because later she was murdered. Mr. Drew, who discovered your ex-wife's body?
Etta Hilton, the governess.
Well, I'd like to question the governess and also your sister-in-law.
Mildred?
Yes, Mr. Drew, will you ask her to come here to the library, please?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chameleon.
Dave?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon, right here. What do you make of that bird, anyway? Do you think he murdered his ex-wife?
Well, I have no idea. I noticed one thing extremely odd. Donald Drew said that the murdered woman was furious with him because he dragged her through the courts. Whereas the thing that must have really enraged Janet Drew was the fact that she had lost the custody of her child. Yet Donald Drew failed to mention that at all.
Mr. Chameleon, Janet's sister.
Oh, come in, Miss Lois.
Mr. Chameleon,
What I have to say is very... Mr. Chameleon, what I have to say is very brief and to the point. I know nothing whatsoever about my poor sister's murder, except I'm convinced that Donald, my brother-in-law, couldn't have done it.
Who else was in the house beside you and Donald Drew and Etta Hilton, the governess?
No one. But it could have been a prowler, couldn't it? Someone who'd broken into the house?
Perhaps. Miss Lewis, you've had a lot of tragedy in your life, haven't you? I remember reading in the papers, several years ago, that your fiancé, a prominent diplomat, was killed in England.
That's right, Mr. Chameleon. I first went to live with Janet and Donald after that. Janet was in England at the time. She was very good to me.
Yet you testified against your sister in court, didn't you?
I had to, Mr. Chameleon. Nearly killed me to do it, but Janet was not a fit mother for her child. There's such a thing as right and wrong, and I had to put that first.
Well, I'd say that you had very rigid moral standards, Miss Lois.
I do. Some people might call me prudish, but nevertheless I believe in high moral standards.
Does Etta Hilton?
I beg your pardon?
Tell me something about your nephew's governess.
I prefer not to, Mr. Chameleon. She can speak for herself. Though most men are so busy looking at her, they fail to hear what she says.
Come in.
Mr. Chameleon, I'm Etta Hilton. I understand you sent for me.
Oh, really, Miss Hilton? Oh, that's very interesting. Since I didn't send for you...
She was probably afraid that I'd be saying something against him.
Why, Mildred, that's not kind.
But it's true, isn't it, Etta?
Ladies, please. No time for personal quarrels. Miss Lewis, thank you very much.
You mean you're through questioning me, Mr. Chameleon?
For the time being, yes.
Very well. I'm sure you'd much prefer to question Etta alone.
Miss Hilton, I noticed that you and Mildred call each other by your first names.
Yes, we do, Mr. Chameleon. We all went to school together. Janet, Mildred, and I in England.
In England? Where were you at the time that Janet and Donald Drew's child was born? The boy was born in England, wasn't he?
Yes, and that's where I was. My father had left me penniless. That's how I happened to go to work in Janet's home in Bournemouth as governess.
I see. What sort of person was the murdered woman, Janet Drew?
Oh, very gay and fun-loving. So different from her sister Mildred. I mean, Mildred's always been very prim and prudish.
And you're the one who discovered Janet Drew's body?
Yes. Still makes me ill to think about it. But, Mr. Chameleon, Donald Drew couldn't possibly have done it. Oh, I heard them quarrel. Janet was hysterical because she was dragged through the courts. But Donald couldn't have caused her death. Mr. Chameleon, you're so silent. What are you thinking?
You're a very beautiful girl, Miss Hilton. You're disturbingly beautiful.
Oh, good gracious, is that all? I thought you'd solve this murder case.
No. But I may be one step closer. Dave, where is Donald Drew?
I just saw him in the hall, Mr. Chameleon.
I'd like to speak to him. Thank you very much, Miss Hilton. Mr. Drew.
Oh, yes, Mr. Chameleon. Are you making any progress?
Mr. Drew, will you please tell me why no one, not even you, has mentioned the fact that Janet Drew, your murdered ex-wife, must have been wild with rage not because you dragged her through the courts, but because she'd lost the custody of her child to you.
Well,
And furthermore, she said in court only yesterday that you were not the father of the child. Do you think I hadn't read about that?
Of course not, Mr. Chameleon, but Janet was lying.
Oh, was she? Are you sure it might not have been another man's child? You any idea at all who the father might have been?
I'm the father of my son. Janet was lying. She was simply desperate.
I wonder. It's possible, too, that when she cried out in court, that was the first time that you had learned that you weren't the father. Is that so, Mr. Drew?
In other words, Mr. Chameleon, you think I murdered Janet because I just learned that she'd been unfaithful.
Also, Mr. Drew, by saying such a thing, she cast a shadow over the child. You must have hated that, too. You know, if I were you, I'd plead self-defense.
What?
I'd plead self-defense. Everyone knows that she threatened to kill you.
No. This is a trick to make me behave as if I were guilty, and I'm not guilty.
Mr. Drew...
Your efforts to trap me won't work. I suppose I can't order a police officer out of my house, but at least I don't have to stand here and take it any longer. Good day, Mr. Chameleon.
Shall I bring him back, Mr. Chameleon?
No, Dave, let him go. Well, at least I provoked Donald Drew into an emotional outburst.
Yeah, but what does it all add up to? Not one of them has really given us anything to work on.
No. We've simply learned that Mildred Lewis, the murdered woman's sister, is a rigidly moral woman, and that Etta Hilton, the governess, is a very pretty woman, and that Donald Drew... Dave.
What's the matter, Mr. Chameleon?
Maybe the dead woman, Janet Drew, can help us more than anyone.
Oh, how?
Come along. We're going to look up the statement that she made in court yesterday. I want to see the exact wording of that statement.
But what for?
Because, Dave, I think I remember something. It seems to me that Janet Drew, when she cried out in court, she didn't say that Donald Drew wasn't the father of the child.
Sure she did. I read it in the papers.
No, Dave. I'm under the impression that she said that Donald Drew wasn't the legitimate father of the child. Now, if I'm right, if that's what Janet Drew said, then that throws a strange and sinister light on this murder case.
Mr. Chameleon and the custody of the child murder case continues in just a moment. And now back to Mr. Chameleon and the custody of the child murder case. The brutal murder of Janet Drew poses many new questions about her sordid divorce from Donald Drew and her desperate fight to keep the custody of the child. And now at Central Police Headquarters, we find Mr. Chameleon at his office with Detective Dave Arnold. And Mr. Chameleon is saying...
I was right, Dave. I was right. When Janet Drew launched into that tirade in court yesterday, her exact words were... Donald Drew is not the legitimate father of the child.
Still, in her excitement, Mr. Chameleon, she might have misspoken.
Yes, maybe. But on the other hand, Dave, she might have meant that the child was Donald Drew's illegitimate child.
Then who is the mother?
Dave, Etta Hilton, the governess, was in England at the time the child was born. Beautiful girl. Exceptionally beautiful. Anyway, I've sent for both her and Mildred Lewis, the murdered woman's sister. Send Miss Lewis in first, please, Dave.
Well, Mr. Chameleon, there's only one thing.
Yes?
Maybe I'm just soft because Etta Hilton is so pretty, but, you know, that sister Mildred Lewis may not be fair about her.
But you mean because she's so, prim and proper?
Well, sure. And I also got the feeling Mildred Lewis was kind of sweet on Donald Drew, her brother-in-law. I don't know, just the way she spoke his name, but maybe I'm nuts.
No, on the contrary, Dave. That may be a very valuable observation. Yes, let's talk to Mildred Lewis and see what happens.
Will you come in, please, Miss Lewis?
Yes, certainly. Good morning, Mr. Chameleon.
Good morning, Miss Lewis. Sit down, please. Miss Lewis, who's the mother of Donald Drew's child?
What was that?
I think you heard me, Miss Lewis. Your murdered sister Janet declared in court yesterday that Donald Drew wasn't the legitimate father of the child, meaning that he was the father, but the child is illegitimate. Janet Drew was not its mother. She only adopted him as her own.
Oh, Mr. Chameleon, you must be out of your mind. This is perfectly shocking. Why, of course the child's legitimate.
Your murdered sister said otherwise.
Janet was frantic. Either that or you misunderstood her meaning.
No, on the contrary, Miss Lewis. I understood. Who is the mother of Donald Drew's child?
Mr. Chameleon, I just can't go on with this conversation. This whole thing's been a horror to me. My sister Janet and I come from a respectable family with definite ideas of right and wrong, and this whole ugly mess has been more than I can bear.
You testified in court, however, that your sister Janet was immoral, not a fit mother.
I had to, so that the child would have a chance to grow up decently. But just the same, in my heart, I loved my sister. Now she's dead. In the name of heaven, Mr. Chameleon, can't we let her rest in peace?
Be no rest for any of us till we find a murderer, Miss Lewis. What about the child's governess, Etta Hilton?
What about her?
Well, has there been anything between her and Donald Drew?
It's fantastic to claim that Janet wasn't the mother.
Has there ever been anything between Etta Hilton and Donald Drew?
There might have been, yes, Mr. Chameleon. I've suspected it for years, but I've never been sure.
Well, apparently only your dead sister really knew the truth about the situation. Well, I'll see what Etta Hilton has to say about it.
Mr. Chameleon, you're not going to tell her what I just said.
Well, I must, Miss Lewis. Miss Hilton, you come in, please.
Yes, Mr. Chameleon.
Miss Hilton, I have a theory that Janet Drew was not the mother of the child for whose custody she fought. Donald Drew was the father, but someone else was the mother.
But that's ridiculous. Mildred, that is ridiculous, isn't it?
I think so, Etta.
Also, Miss Hilton, I must tell you that Mildred Lewis here is very much afraid that there was some emotional relationship between you and her brother-in-law, Donald Drew.
Etta, I told Mr. Chameleon I wasn't sure, that I only suspected there was something between you and Donald, and it might have been my imagination.
Well, Miss Hilton, what do you have to say to that?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing, Mr. Chameleon.
Oh, come on now, Miss Hilton. You must have something to say. Maybe it was Mildred Lewis that Donald Drew was in love with.
Detective Arnold, I'm a governess in that home, that's all. It was not my business to know anything about the personal affairs of the family.
It's my business to know, Miss Hilton. Janet Drew was murdered.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chameleon. I can tell you nothing.
Good girl, Etta. Mr. Chameleon tried to trap us, but he failed.
Not entirely, Miss Lewis.
You failed, and you know it. Come along, Etta. That is, if you've finished questioning us, Mr. Chameleon.
For the time being, yes. Again, thank you for your help, Miss Lewis.
For their help? What kind of help were those two, Mr. Chameleon?
Don't rub it in, Dave. Miss Lewis was quite right when she said that I'd failed. It's interesting I failed to trick Donald Drew, too. Tremendous amount of strength and willpower in all three of them.
Well, at least you've learned that.
Yes, that's true. Dave, I'm going to cable Bournemouth, England. Try to learn the facts of that child's birth. And meanwhile, I think the testimony about the murdered Janet Drew's loose models will bear some very close investigating. I'm beginning to suspect that may have been faked.
And the following day, in the early afternoon, we find Mr. Chameleon back in his office at police headquarters. And as Dave Arnold walks in the door, Mr. Chameleon is saying over the telephone...
That's so. Well, that's very interesting. Thank you, Detective Foley. No. That gives me quite enough to go on for the present. Dave, Detective Foley just rounded up some professional fixers who admitted the testimony against Janet Drew in the divorce case was fixed. They were paid to defame her character.
But who paid them, Mr. Chameleon?
No. They were hired by telephone and received cash in the mail. They swear they can't tell who it was who hired them. What's that you've got, Dave?
A cable from Bournemouth, England.
Oh, let me see it. Well, the records simply say that 4 years ago, a son was born to Mrs. Donald Drew. That tells us nothing. No, wait, Dave. The head nurse may still be at that hospital. We'll send pictures to her of the 3 women, the murdered Janet Drew, her sister Mildred, and Etta, the governess, and she'll identify one of them.
Hey, that ought to do it, Mr. Chameleon.
Yes, but that'll take several days, Dave. I don't want to wait. I have a feeling that we ought to close in on the killer fast. Dave, I'm going to the Drew home and pose as one of the fixers who testified falsely against Janet Drew. Very rough customer named Ed Roberts.
You think you can trip them up?
Well, this time I may be able to crack their self-control. But I'm going to need your help, Dave. And we dare not wait. We daren't wait another day.
And so that evening, in the library of Donald Drew's home, we find 3 tense people facing a rough-looking character, Mr. Chameleon in his disguise of Ed Roberts, the fixer. And as he gazes at Mildred Lewis and Donald Drew and Etta Hilton, Mr. Chameleon speaks in the voice of his disguise.
Come on now, kiddies. Don't play hide-and-seek with me. You're the one who paid me, Mr. Drew, to testify falsely against your wife.
Can you prove that, Mr. Roberts?
I suppose I can't. You think the police won't believe me if I tell them you hired me to say your wife was a bad woman? Poor thing, I feel kind of sorry for that dame. She was murdered.
You still can't prove anything.
No. Might go hard with you if I go to the police.
He's trying to blackmail you, Donald.
Be quiet, Mildred. I'll handle this. Mr. Roberts, do you realize if you tell the police you testified falsely that you'll be sent to jail for perjury?
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that's right.
So get out of here. Get out of here, Mr. Roberts, and fast.
Yes, get out. You shouldn't be allowed in a decent person's home.
Decent? You call yourself decent, Miss Lewis? You suppose the cops don't know all about you and your brother-in-law, Mr. Drew?
What?
Don't get excited, Donald. This sounds like another trick. One of Mr. Chameleon's.
That's no trick. The cops know all about you, too. Your friend here, Miss Hilton, told them all about you. How the baby was born of you, Miss Lewis, and your sister Janet took it and raised it as her own to save you from disgrace.
Etta, did you tell the police a thing like that?
No, I swear I didn't, Mildred.
All right, Mr. Roberts, whatever your game is, it didn't work. And now for the last time, I'm telling you to get out.
Wait a minute, Mr. Roberts. Don't anyone move.
Detective Arnold.
How did you get in here?
The door was unlatched, so I walked in, Miss Lewis. I don't know this character you call Mr. Roberts, but I want you all to stay right where you are.
Why?
What's the matter?
Mr. Drew, I just received some pictures from the hospital in Bournemouth, England, identifying the mother of your child.
Pictures?
Yes, pictures of your child's real mother.
Could I have a look at them?
Sure, buddy.
No, Donald, get those pictures.
But Mildred,
destroy them. I'll take care of Detective Arnold. The world's never going to know that baby was mine.
Put down that gun, Miss Lewis.
No, not until I get those pictures.
Drop it, Miss Lois. I have my own gun, and if necessary, I'll use it.
Mr. Chameleon.
Drop the gun, Miss Lois.
Why, you're Mr. Chameleon in disguise.
Yes, you were broken down at last, Donald Drew and Mildred Lois. The truth is out. Dave, you got the gun?
Yes, Mr. Chameleon, she can't hurt anyone now. The respectable Miss Lewis can't fool the world anymore.
It's too bad that she managed to do it as long as she did. She did it with Donald Drew's help. Child was theirs, and they wanted it for themselves.
That's not true.
So, Miss Lewis, between you and Donald, you worked out a dreadful scheme. You dragged Janet into the courts. You paid to have false evidence presented that would take the custody of the child from her and give it to you.
It's a lie. We didn't.
Poor Janet Drew sacrificed her life to you, her sister, Mildred. You who bore the child out of wedlock. That she accepted, and even accepted the horrifying fact that her husband was the father of her sister's child.
But why should we have killed her? Tell me why.
Because she couldn't bear to lose the child she'd brought up from infancy and turn its custody over to you. You killed her before she could tell the real truth and show you both up for what you are. The most vicious murderers I've ever seen. Dave, you handcuff Donald Drew and Mildred together. The justice of God and man will lead them to the execution chamber.
And with these words, Mr. Chameleon concludes tonight's murder case. Listen next Wednesday night at this same time for Mr. Chameleon, the man of many faces, in The Insured Jewels murder case. The part of Mr. Chameleon is played by Carl Swenson, with dialogue by Marie Baumer from the original story by Frank and Ann Hummert. Music directed by Victor Arden. Your announcer is Howard Claney. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Old Dutch Cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Each week at this time, two great names are joined as Old Dutch Cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Everything's all right, Nick. Steve Evans has escaped.
You're sure, Patsy?
I got him out of the subway. He got away from a crowd there.
How about Waldo?
Waldo got him across the river. He's in open country on the way to freedom.
Good work. Now all we've got to do is make sure that he's captured.
Now, the case of the missing thumb. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. At 10 o'clock on a Monday night, a man in a uniform of the sergeant of police walks down a dark side street and enters a small hardware store.
Hey, anybody in the store?
Coming, mister, coming. Kind of late for service, pal. We're just close. Holy smoke, the cops.
I'm looking for Laurie Evans.
He's my old man. What do you want to see him for?
It isn't a pinch, kid, just a friendly visit. Laurie and I used to be pals, long time ago.
Oh, I see. They call me Steve. Pop! Hey, Pop, come on out.
What is it, Steve?
You got a visitor, Pop. Pull down your glasses and take a gander.
Hello, Laurie.
Yes. Yes, Malone.
Say, Pop.
Go to bed, Steve. I'll lock up.
But.
Go to bed.
Oh, gosh. All right. So long, Sergeant.
Good night, Steve.
Well, Gas, you finally located me, huh?
Yeah.
What's the cop's uniform for?
This is a cover-up for a job us two are going to pull tonight.
Oh, can't you leave me alone? I've been straight for 10 years. I haven't done a job since...
Since the St. Louis deal, huh? I lost my thumb in St. Louis, but you lost your nerve.
Maybe. Anyway, I'm straight and I'm staying.
Listen, Laurie, I've been a long time finding you. Don't think I'm going to let you back out now. All I got to do is pass the word that good old Laurie Evans is here running a hardware joint on me.
Okay. What's the deal?
You're going to help me crack a safe tonight, Laurie. Now, there's nothing much in that safe but a list of names.
Names?
20,000 names. You're going to help me grab every one of them.
Is that you, Waldo?
I ain't Waldo, honey, but maybe I'll do.
Oh, I'm sorry Mr. Carter won't be able to see you this morning.
He'll see me good looking. I'm from the government. One side, honey.
See here, you can't force your way into Mr. Carter's office.
What's going on? Oh, who's this?
Nick, this...
Mr. Carter, I'm from the government. I've got important business for you in this dispatch case.
You have, huh? What's your name?
Steve Evans.
Mr. Evans, you're lying.
Huh?
The dispatch case is new. The leather's unscratched and the price tag is still on it. Your clothes are new. Your Army discharge button is new. You're obviously a recently discharged soldier. What are you up to?
Gosh. You sure tagged me.
That's my business.
Mr. Carter, I've got something for you in this case. Here.
Hey, what's this?
Nick.
It's $800 cash, all I saved in the Army.
Well, what's it for?
I decided I'm going to learn how to be a detective. And you're going to teach me, Mr. Carter.
For the love of...
This is my entrance fee. And if it costs more, I'll get more.
Hey, look here, Evans. This is impossible. I'm flattered and honored,
You've
but
got
really...
a duty to us veterans, Mr. Carter.
Of course, but... Well, I really can't discuss it with you now, Mr. Evans. I'm late in a case already. I've got to be running along.
Great. My first lesson. I'll go along.
Oh, all right. Come along, come along. We'll discuss this on the way.
Swell.
Patsy, I'll be down at Irving Place with Matty. Safe burglary and murder.
All right, Casey.
Hi, Matty. I'm here. Well, it's about time. I've been waiting a half hour for you.
Who's this?
This is Steve Evans. Wants me to teach him the detective business.
Huh?
I haven't had time to talk him out of it yet. Steve, this is Sergeant Matheson of the Homicide Squad.
Hiya, Sergeant.
Okay, Nick, stack the kid in the corner and get a load of this case. It's a Lulu.
Go ahead.
This is the business office of United Veterans Incorporated. It's a veterans organization that publishes a magazine for its boys.
And last night, someone was admitted to this office and broke into the safe.
How do you know he was admitted?
Neither the lock nor the door were touched. You can see the safe there and the body.
Yeah, watchman. Slugged over the head and killed. Maybe he let the crook in and was double-crossed, huh?
Maybe. Now, what's peculiar about the case?
One little hitch. There was $5,000 in a drawer in that safe, and it wasn't touched.
So?
You know the only thing he lifted? The magazine subscription list. He stole 20,000 names and addresses. That's all.
The guy must have been nuts.
Who asked you?
Sorry.
Let's have a look at the safe. Very neat punch job, huh, Matty?
Yeah. Dial knocked off with a sledgehammer, spindle punched back, and the small socket's broken.
Way of cracking a safe I haven't seen in a long time. Oh. Look at the edges of the broken sockets. Traces of rust. Not from the safe itself, but from the burglar tools.
Yeah, it must have been an old set of tools, huh?
How can you tell?
Look at the way the sockets are broken.
Huh?
2 blows of a chisel to each bolt. Took a strong man to do that.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Learn anything from the body?
No, nothing, Nick. Signs of a struggle, 2 blows on the head, that's all.
Uh-huh. Watson was either tricked and then killed, or was an accessory and was double-crossed. The killer stole nothing but a list of names from the safe, and that's what he was after. And that makes this a very serious case.
Yeah? Why, Mr. Carter?
Because, Steve, back in 1932, when Washington announced that a bonus was to be paid war veterans, some crooks broke into the office of a veterans publication and stole the subscription list. Right after that, all veterans who were on that list were besieged with commons for every known form of confidence game.
Holy smoke.
Thousands of vets were cheated out of their bonus dollars. And this is the same setup. These stolen names will form a sucker list that'll milk a fortune from veterans who have mustering out pay. The list has got to be located before it starts circulating through the underworld.
Well, how, for Pete's sake, Nick?
Through the man who cracked this safe. I'll identify him through my files. Then we may be able to locate him. Come on. Be sure you get every card out, Patsy.
Right, Nick.
Oh, Matty, explain to Steve how we keep files on crooks.
Oh,
I'm a veteran, Sergeant.
All right. Now, listen, kid. Every crook uses a personal technique on a job, see? He never changes it. It's almost like an autograph.
Here are the cards, Nick.
Well, thanks, Patsy. Now, Steve, we're looking for a burglar who opens safes with a punch technique and who cracks bolts with a chisel rather than a wrench.
Yeah.
His technique is so unfamiliar to me, I'm sure he hasn't been active lately. All right, let's have him, Patsy.
Adams, no record since 28. Specialty blowtorch job. Brookman, no record since 34. Specialty punch job.
Take that card, Matty. He's a possibility.
Okay.
Dennison, no record since 29. Specialty chopping job.
That's a technique, Steve, of turning a safe over and chopping the bottom out. Dennison isn't our man.
Right.
Dugan, 37. Specialty ripping job.
That's ripping open a safe with a kind of giant can opener.
No kidding.
Dugan's not our man. Oh, what's the matter, Patsy?
You better read this one yourself, Nick. Maybe it's a coincidence, but then again, seeing what happened this morning.
I see. Steve, what's your father's name?
Laurie Evans.
I see. Why'd you come to see me this morning?
Well, I already told you I want to be a detective.
You sure that's the reason? Not too late to tell the truth.
Well, why would I lie to you, Mr. Carter?
Where is your father?
In a hardware store on Mayor Avenue. Hey, what is all this, Mr. Carter?
Explanations will keep. Right now, we're all getting into my car and driving out to the hardware store. I've got to see Laurie Evans fast. This it, Steve?
Yeah.
Come on.
Look, Nick, what's the kid's old man got to do with this?
You'll see, Matty. Open the door, Steve.
Right.
Store's empty. Where's your father?
Oh, he's probably in the back of the store.
Call him.
Hey, Pop, I got somebody here to see you.
Wait a minute, Nick.
Yes, what is it, Patsy?
On the floor here, behind the counter.
Yep, behind the... Holy smoke. Nick!
Pop, what's happened to him? Pop!
He's dead, Steve. Been murdered.
With his strongest lead to the stolen names murdered, Nick Carter seems farther away than ever from the solution of the case. We'll see what he does next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the missing thumb. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. Behind the sales counter of the Evans hardware store in Brooklyn, Nick examines the body of Laurie Evans while Patsy, Matty, and Steve Evans watch.
Laurie Evans was in a fight before he was killed.
Yeah, look at the scratches on his hands and face.
The fight led behind this counter. See the nail kegs and tools knocked off the shelves?
Yeah.
And he was thrown down here.
I wish I'd been here.
Head struck that sack of plaster of Paris, splitting it open. The Killer grabbed a screwdriver and stabbed Laurie with tremendous force. Killed him almost instantly.
But why, Mr. Carter? Why?
Steve, you'll have to know the truth sooner or later. Here's the card from my files that led me to ask you about your father.
Laurie Evans, inactive since 1935. Specialty punch jobs. Further characteristics: crack safe bolts with chisel. This isn't true. My father isn't a crook. He never was.
Steve, it's the truth.
There's no question, kid, your old man pulled a veteran job last night.
That's a lie. He's got an alibi for last night.
What alibi?
He was with a friend of his, a cop, Sergeant Malone. He
That's
came
the
here.
answer to the burglary, Matty. I was wondering how Evans got into that office. The watchman was duped. Evans was with a pal in police uniform.
Well, how do you know the guy with him was a crook? Why wasn't he a real cop?
Because he left a signature here.
What do you mean?
Look, where the plaster of Paris is spilled on the floor, there's a handprint on it. A right hand with a thumb missing. A policeman can't stay on the active force with a right thumb missing.
You're right, Nick.
Maybe this Malone high-pressured your father into doing this job, Steve, but that isn't the important thing now. The important thing is to find Malone and the 20,000 names he's stolen before he peddles them to every crook in the country.
Now, just a minute. Maybe Steve Evans fooled you, but he hasn't fooled me.
Huh?
Nick, I want to know why he came to you this morning after his old man cracked the safe at Irving Place.
Oh, Matty, that's...
Quiet. This is official, Nick.
But look here,
You
Matty.
can worry about a sucker list of 20,000 names. I'm worrying about 2 murders, and Steve Evans is my number 1 lead. He's coming down to headquarters with me for a long talk.
Now, how about it, Matty? Will you try it my way?
Oh, it's the darndest scheme you've ever come up with, Nick. And if he is guilty...
But, Sergeant, I swear I never...
Well, Matty,
all right. What if it backfires?
It won't, if Nick says it's okay.
Now, Steve, listen carefully.
Yeah?
As I've been telling you, Sergeant Matheson, the only way I can see to locate Malone and those stolen names is for you to escape.
So I gathered, but how do we work it?
We'll take it. After you escape, take the northbound subway to Isham Park.
Yeah?
Get out at Isham and take the ferry across the river. From the ferry landing, strike north along the Reservoir Road. Got that?
Yeah.
When you reach a town called Hessian Courthouse, give yourself up to the police.
Give myself up? But I thought
you were in the Army. Do you have to understand orders to follow them?
No, Mr. Carter.
Very well. You've got to get through to Hessian Courthouse, Steve. And you've got to follow the route I've scheduled, no matter what happens. Oh, yes, one important thing. Wear a pair of gloves.
A pair of gloves?
Yes.
All right, I'll do it, Mr. Carter.
Here's police headquarters coming up. When we get out of the car, we've got to put on a good show for the benefit of any onlookers. So you hit me in the jaw and then run. I'll make sure to fall against Matty so it looks good. Duck down on the subway and get going.
Yes, sir.
All out, far as we go.
Matty, you're a fool. I don't know whether Steve is guilty or not, but the important thing is...
You're not arresting me!
Nick!
Hey, come back here! Watch out, Nick. The kid's getting away. Get off me, will you?
Hey, what happened?
Stop that man! Stop him!
He's gone, Nick.
Good. He's away safely. Now let's get to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nick Carter. I'm broadcasting from my car by shortwave. Your local station has kindly consented to relay this announcement to help in the search for Steve Evans, suspect in the murder of a watchman at Irving Place, and his father, Laurie Evans, in a hardware store in Brooklyn. Steve Evans has escaped police custody and is at large in the city. He is 20 years old, of medium height, red hair, brown eyes. He is wearing gray suit, gray hat, blue overcoat. He has lost the thumb from his right hand. When last seen, Steve Evans was on the subway headed north toward Isham Park. Please communicate any information to me at once. There is a reward for his capture.
Hey, buddy, did you hear that announcement on the air?
Huh? What announcement?
I heard it just before I got on at the last station. Nick Carter is offering a big reward for a killer. Whole city's buzzing around trying to grab it.
Yeah? Well, who's he looking for?
A guy named Steve Edison. Killed his old man, they say.
He killed his old man. Carter said that?
Yeah, and a night watchman. Oh, he's a guy about medium height, say like you, and he's got red hair like you too. Say, let me see your right hand. What for? Never mind what for. Take off your glove and let me see your right hand.
Sorry, Mac. This is my station. So long.
Hey, stop him! Stop him! That guy's the killer! He's the one Carter's offering the reward for! Somebody stop him! He's getting away!
I gotta hide someplace. Get up out of the station into Isham Park. It'll be dark soon. If I can just hold out a little longer.
Steve.
Huh?
Steve, over here, quick.
Who's that?
Patsy Bowen, Nick Carter's secretary. Get over here on the bench with me. Hurry up.
But how did you...
I was on the train with you. I got out ahead, but I heard the trouble. Steve, this is an emergency. Make like you're my boyfriend. Put your arms around me and keep your head down. Quick, here they come.
Right. Excuse me, please.
You see a guy go past here, a redheaded...
For Pete's sake, can't people get a little privacy in a park? Yeah, a guy ran past you toward Broadway. Go chase him.
All right, Steve, we can break it up now.
Miss Bowen, there's
Get on the ferry and keep going. Follow Nick's orders.
But he's double-crossing me, telling people I killed my father and offering a reward.
Nick never double-crossed anyone in his life. Just follow instructions, Steve. Keep going.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nick Carter again. Steve Evans was last seen headed for the Isham Ferry and is probably attempting to cross the river and escape into open country. All officials and citizens in that vicinity are warned to keep a sharp lookout for a red-haired man with a thumb missing from his right hand.
Yeah, the river's mighty pretty around dusk, hey, buddy?
Yeah.
Funny, ain't it? This here river looks so calm and peaceful, but there's a lot happening on it right now. There's armed guards on both sides.
Yeah? How come?
Ain't you heard? There's a killer trying to get across on this here ferry. Killed his own man, he did. Name Steve Evans. Everybody's looking for him.
Yeah?
Yeah, Nick Carter himself is directing the search by radio. Have a cigarette?
No, thanks.
This Steve Evans, he's a veteran, see? He's got red hair, and he... Hey, buddy.
Yeah?
Why are you wearing gloves?
Well, because I'm cold, that's why. Well, I'd better be moving forward. The ferry's due to dock now.
Just a minute, wise guy. You ain't slipping away so easy. Did you see that guy?
Spotted again. I gotta find him.
Hey, Evans. Steve Evans.
Huh?
This way, lad.
What?
I'm Waldo McGlynn, Nick Carter's assistant. Get into my truck here. Hurry up. Get under the canvas in the back. I'll drive you off the ferry.
But, Mr. McGlynn...
Quiet. They're headed this way. I'll cover for you. Keep this crate overboard here. Run overboard! Run overboard! The killer's jumped overboard! Steve Evans is trying to swim to shore!
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Nick Carter again. After eluding capture by swimming ashore from the Isham Ferry, Steve Evans has made for the Reservoir Road and headed north. I want to warn all motorists against picking up hitchhikers. Please report any information to me immediately.
Past 9. I gotta keep going. I gotta keep on Isham Courthouse. I promised Mr. Carter Who's that? There's somebody behind that tree. Oh, it's nerves again. Uh-oh. Car headlights coming up the road. I better duck into the ditch again.
All right, kid. Come out of the ditch.
Malone.
Yeah. Gas Malone.
How did you...
I've been up and down this road a dozen times looking for you, kid. I've been listening to them Nick Carter reports like I was a cop myself.
Listen, Malone.
Come on. Get into the car. And no argument. This rod ain't a water pistol.
Look, Malone.
Get into the car, kid. I'm gonna drive you to my office. It's a quiet place where we can have a nice little talk.
Gas Malone and Steve Evans get into the car and drive off. Does this leave Nick with his plan completely destroyed? We'll hear the conclusion of the adventure in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the missing thumb. Today's Nick Carter adventure brought to you by Old Dutch Cleanser. 30 minutes after Gas Malone picked up Steve Evans on the Reservoir Road, his car draws up before a small building in downtown New York.
We're here, kid. Get out.
Okay.
And don't get funny, Steve. I'd just as soon drop you now as later.
I'm not trying anything. Not as long as you've got that gun.
Open the door. Go straight upstairs.
You killed my father, Malone.
Yeah, kid. His conscience started bothering him about the way I knocked off the watchman last night. It was all for phoning the cops. I had to shut him up. No hard feeling, kid. It was business.
Yeah, dirty business.
Just like I got nothing against you, kid. Maybe you're a nice guy for all I know. Open the door. Go on in. No, kid. I got nothing against you. But you might make trouble for me.
Listen, Malone.
I got a nice setup here, see? Quiet little office. 20,000 names of ex-GIs. The hottest sucker list an operator ever got his hands on. And after I take the cream off the list, I can sell them names for 2 bits each. Why, there's 50 grand in this deal for me, and I sort of got to protect it.
Listen, Malone, you don't have to kill me.
Right now, the cops want you for the killings. I don't know how you got mixed up, and I don't care. Just as soon leave you to handle the mess yourself, except for one thing.
What?
How come they said you was missing a thumb?
They said I was missing a thumb?
Yeah, how come? What'd you tell them?
I never told them nothing.
Now, look. This is the clutch, kid. We're all alone here. You, me, and this gun. Now, I want some answers. What about the thumb?
Honest, Malone, I don't... Hey!
Missed you that time, Steve, but I'll take better aim the next time. Why'd the cops say you was missing a thumb, Steve?
Said that to trap you, Malone. Don't try to shoot him on me.
I warned you. Pick up his gun, Steve.
Okay.
Sorry I was late getting up the stairs, but the door of the luggage compartment of Malone's car jammed on me. It took time for me to get out.
Hey, Carter.
Oh, stop your whining, Malone. I just put a bullet through your left hand, that's all. Maybe you'll lose that thumb, too. But it won't make any difference to you when you're in the chair.
Mr. Carter, I still don't understand why I had to go through that whole routine.
You were a bait, Steve.
Sure, bite. Just bait.
But why?
Well, you see, Steve, it would have been impossible to track Malone down in time to stop him from using those stolen names. So instead of looking for him, I made him look for me and lead me to the stolen names.
Yeah, but he was looking for me.
Well, naturally, that's what I wanted. So I stirred up a big fuss, made broadcasts every 15 minutes, kept stressing the fact that you had a missing thumb.
Well, that's what I don't get.
Malone believed the police were after you, but he couldn't understand about that thumb. Finally, his curiosity got the better of him. He had to find you and ask you about it.
Oh.
I made sure he'd know where to find you.
But he might have killed me.
Not until he found out what he wanted to know. And I felt sure he wouldn't try anything where he picked you up because there might be police around. And don't forget, Steve, I followed you up the Reservoir Road, hiding in the brush behind you.
Then that was you behind that tree.
That's right. As soon as I heard Malone say he was going to drive you to his office, I slipped into the baggage compartment of his car while he was talking to you. Because his office was what I wanted to locate.
I passed you 7 times on the road, Steve. I was in Nick's roadster. My, how fast you dove into the ditch.
And didn't you spot me, Steve boy? Why, old Waldo passed you twice in that truck. Once you hid behind a billboard, and once you got behind a detour sign.
Holy smoke. Hey, Mr. Carter, is this what detectives have to do all the time?
Most of the time. Which brings up the original question of your taking lessons from me. Now, look, Steve.
You don't have to say anything, Mr. Carter. None of this business of being a detective for me. You know what I'm going to do? Get myself a nice, easy job. I'm going to re-enlist in the Army.
Can you tell us something about the adventure Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week, Nick?
Oh, certainly, Bob. Next week's story is about a crook who stole a vanished fortune. If the fortune hadn't vanished,
he would have landed in jail. But it disappeared, so he was murdered.
And it all started with a can of coffee and ended with a box of cigars.
Coffee, cigars, and fortunes that don't exist. What do you call the case?
I call it the case of the stolen earth.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick, with Charlotte Manson featured as Patsy. Waldo is played by Humphrey Davis. Mattie by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music was played today by Jack Ward. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Plenamins, for example. Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. 2 Plenamins a day give you more than your daily minimum requirements of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established. Plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. And yet, Plenamins cost only pennies per day. Ask for Plenamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints on happy homicide.
I beg your pardon?
I said Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints.
Yes, I heard the last part, but I just wanted to be sure there was nothing the matter with my phone. Mr. Diamond, I wish to hire you.
I'm touched. $100 a day in expenses.
I'm touched.
Well, if the figure depresses you a little, I suggest getting out in the fresh air. Exercise. Play a little golf. If you could use a dandy caddy on Sunday.
I can easily afford the fee, Mr. Diamond, but to be frank, it wasn't exactly what I expected. Isn't it a little high?
Well, frankly, yes. But if you hire another detective, you won't be getting the prettiest.
I see. Can you come to my house at 6 this evening?
Name, address, and reason for hiring me?
George Lexington, Golden Strand, Long Island. And I'm in fear of my life.
I'll see you at 6, Mr. Lexington.
On the dot. Please be prompt.
Just have a substantial retainer ready. Aside from my blue eyes, greed and promptness are my 2 most outstanding features. Well, that's the way a buck's made in my business. I sit around the office for a week, passing the idle hours, playing old Welsh mining tunes on a comb. Then someone gets in trouble, opens the phone book, and naturally the first thing that must catch their eye is my very gaudy full-page advertisement on the Diamond Detective Agency. After that, a phone call, and I'm in business. At 6 sharp, I was ringing the doorbell at the home of Mr. George Lexington, client in fear of his life.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Diamond, to see Mr. Lexington.
Mr. Lexington is busy at the moment. Does he expect you?
I have an appointment with him at 6.
Oh, I see. Please step in. If you'll wait in the library, sir, I'll tell Mr. Lexington you are here. What was that?
Unless you keep a car in one of the upstairs rooms, that, my friend, was a gun going off. Come on. With the butler right behind me, we took the long, curved staircase, 3 steps at a time. The butler managed to pant out that Mr. Lexington was in the study at the head of the stairs, so that was the door we went through, only to be stopped cold on the other side. Standing in the middle of the room was a girl. The word girl in this case to be identified with adjectives one might think up after having spent 3 lonely years on a life raft in the middle of the Atlantic. The only thing that kept my eyes from melting and running down on my shirt was the .32 revolver she held in her gloved hand.
Miss Morris, no!
Give her the gun, honey.
No! No!
Drop it, honey. You just scorched my money belt. She dropped it, and we all went to pieces. I helped her to a seat and let her cry it out. The gun I could have passed off as a whim or too many hop-along Cassidy adventures, but the man sprawled across his desk on the other side of the room changed the whole picture. I called the 5th Precinct Police Station and got Lieutenant Walter Levinson started for Long Island.
The police?
You shot a man, didn't you?
Yes.
You tried to kill yourself, didn't you? Well, they're both against the law. Want to tell me about it?
He deserved it.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes?
I just found something rather strange.
Well, don't scratch it.
Miss Morris shot Mr. Lexington, all right.
I never denied it.
Well, what's bothering you?
The thought just occurred to me. Who also took the trouble of stabbing him?
Stabbing him? He was shot.
Then how do you explain this carving knife in his back?
Oh, now, Diamond, you stop that.
But it's true, Walt.
Sure is, Lieutenant. Been shot in the chest and got a knife in his back.
Now, how do I get in on these things?
This is Miss Morris, Walt, the girl who shot him.
How do you do? Oh, you shot him, huh?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, who stabbed him?
Have no idea.
Swell. Miss Morris, why did you shoot this, what's his name?
Lexington, George.
Why did you shoot him?
I refuse to answer.
Okay, suit yourself.
Where's the coroner, Walt?
Should be here any minute.
I didn't stab him, Mr. Diamond.
When you came in, did you talk with Lexington?
I just opened the door, saw him sitting at the desk, and I shot him.
Did you talk to him?
Oh, sure, Walt. She played 20 questions with him while he was trying to paw the knife out of his back.
I was just trying to trap her.
Why?
Why? Because if she said she'd talk to him, it would have been an admission that,
She'd talk to him.
No, that he was still alive before she shot him.
Okay, who stabbed him?
How do I know?
Well, if he was still alive before she shot him, she talked to him, then she must have seen who stabbed him, right?
Yeah.
Well, if she saw who stabbed him, she couldn't have done it, right?
Right.
And no one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already been shot, right?
No one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already... Yeah, of course. You think I'm stupid?
Lieutenant...
You shut up.
So if they stabbed him, he hadn't been shot and he was alive.
Of course.
Then if he was alive and they stabbed him, the girl didn't do it to confuse you.
Huh?
So if she didn't do it, she can go home. Go on home, Miss Morris.
But, Mr. Diamond...
You heard him. Go on.
That's what I was trying to tell you, Lieutenant. Diamond's at it again.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Take the girl, the butler, and Diamond down to the car. And when the coroner gets here, we'll all take a little drive down to the station. Understand?
Yes, Lieutenant.
What are you yelling at?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, the coroner finally arrived and suggested an autopsy for the corpse and a bath in some hot mud for Walt. Then we all climbed into the squad car and headed for downtown New York and the 5th Precinct Police Station. On the way, I told Walt about my phone call from Lexington about 3:45 that afternoon and the few details leading up to finding June Morris with a smoking gun and the dead Mr. Lexington. At the station, we continued to question the girl as to her motive for the killing, but she refused to say anything. The butler could add nothing, so they were taken out to await further questioning. She was allowed to call her lawyer, and we all settled down to wait for the coroner's report on the autopsy.
Yeah?
The dame's lawyer is here. Wants to see you first.
Okay. Girl's lawyer.
Mr. Farnsworth, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant. What is this all about?
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Farnsworth.
How do you do?
How are you?
I just got a call from Miss Morris.
Lieutenant.
Pardon me a minute. Well, what do you want, Hammerhead?
I got the girl's personal effects.
Well, give them to me.
Okay. Gee, what did I do?
Nothing, Sergeant, but your family sure bust things up.
Oh, there you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Gee, I don't know.
Am I to understand that Miss Morris is being held here on a murder charge?
That's right.
Just whom is Miss Morris supposed to have killed?
You know a Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes. He's the boy.
Maybe you can tell us why she would want to kill him.
I suggest you question the witness, Mr. Diamond. But let me warn you beforehand. My advice to my client will be to say nothing until I can find out more about this thing for myself. Now, about Miss Morris.
She stays put.
Lieutenant, I have a great deal of influence.
Then get her rich. She stays put.
What about this George Lexington's background, Mr. Farnsworth?
Let me give you one more suggestion before I leave. Find these things out for yourself. I have a fair reputation in the legal profession.
Good evening, Mr. Farnsworth.
I'll have that writ, Lieutenant.
Oh, go to blazes.
Nice fella.
A doll. Well, let's see if there's anything in these personal effects here. Take a look through the purse.
Okay.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Bring in the butler.
Right.
Here's something, Walt.
What is it?
A typewritten note in the bottom of her purse.
What's there?
Meet me at the house at 5:15 this evening. Bring $15,000 and be prompt, or you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Signed, George. George Lexington.
Well, bully for you.
Diamond, I swear.
Arthur the butler, Lieutenant.
Come in. Sit down.
Well, thanks. My face...
Not you, melonhead. Get out of here.
Oh, well, okay. I just thought...
Otis.
Yeah?
When the coroner's report comes in, bring it right in and bring the girl along with it.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
How do you feel, Arthur?
A little upset, sir. This has been quite a strain.
Last name Cameron?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked for George Lexington?
About 4 years, sir. Ever since Mr. Lexington came east.
Did you know him before that?
No, sir.
You ever mention where he was from?
California, I think.
Had a lot of money?
I presume so. I was paid regularly. He maintained a good-sized house and entertained frequently. To my knowledge, he never had any debts that weren't paid immediately.
How long have you known Miss Morris?
Well, she and Mr. Lexington were engaged 2 years ago. It only lasted a few months. But they still saw each other occasionally.
Did you know Miss Morris was expected tonight?
Yes, sir. She called and said she would be there at 5:45.
You sure about the time?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't expect me at 6.
No, sir. Mr. Lexington said nothing about it.
Is there another way into that study?
Yes, sir. A back door leading down to the garden.
Did Lexington have any other visitors during the day?
No, sir.
Was he in from 3 to 5?
Yes, sir.
I got the coroner's report and Miss Morris, Lieutenant.
Okay, that's all, Arthur. We'll have to hold you until this thing straightens itself out. You go along with Sergeant Loveloon.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Arthur.
Yes, sir.
Does Mr. Lexington own a typewriter?
No, sir.
All right. Come in, Miss Morris. Sit down.
Here's the report and the bullet taken out of Lexington and the knife.
Take the butler downstairs.
Right. Let's go, Arthur.
Yes.
When did you receive this note, Miss Morris?
Oh, where?
We found it in your purse. When you become a murder suspect, I'm afraid nothing's very private.
This morning.
It's from George Lexington?
Yes.
He have something on you? Okay, you're just hurting yourself.
Miss Morris, did you know a man named Jack Short?
No.
Who's Jack Short, Walt?
Just read this report. Here's what it says about the late Mr. George Lexington. Fingerprints check one Short, arrested 1936, 38, 39, petty theft, suspicion of robbery, suspicion of possessing narcotics, 3 arrests, 1 conviction. Did a year and a day in Alcatraz.
When did he have time to do his laundry?
He was arrested again in 1942 for manslaughter. Went to trial, case dismissed for lack of evidence. Lovely boy.
You mean George Lexington?
Was really Jack Short a criminal with a record?
But his house, servants, the money he spent.
That's something we're going to find out about.
What does the coroner's report say, Walt?
The knife did kill him, not the bullet. And the knife has got your fingerprints all over it, Miss Morris.
What?
It's got a what?
That's right. Ever see it before, Miss Morris?
Why, I don't know.
It's a carving knife. One that might belong to a set. Something wrong?
That's my carving knife. I missed it this morning.
Sure.
When was the last time you used it?
Last night. I gave a small dinner party.
Do you own a typewriter, Miss Morris?
Yes, I do.
Hello, June. You'd better come along with me.
Oh, Mr. Farnsworth.
Just a minute. What's the idea of busting in here like this, Farnsworth?
I tried to stop him,
You
Lieutenant.
should have stuck out one of your big feet. Those things could trip a tank.
I told you I would be back with a writ. Well, I'm here, and there's the writ. Come, June.
She stands right here.
Lieutenant, you don't seem to
No,
understand.
you don't seem to understand, Mr. Farnsworth. You got that written and was sustained because I was nice enough not to issue a formal complaint.
Also, there's a little matter of influence.
You're darn right, and I'm going to show you how it works. I'm making a formal complaint right now, and the charge is murder. And if you don't think I can make it stick, I won't even bother to throw you out of my office. I'll let the commissioner do it for me. Now get out of here.
Gee, you're wonderful, Lieutenant.
You shut up.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
One of the questions most often asked a druggist is this: what can I take for fast relief from acid stomach?
I've often wanted to know that myself. What's your answer?
Naturally, ma'am, it's Bismarex, Rexall's justly famous antacid.
Well, why? What is it that makes it so outstanding?
Well, the secret lies in the scientifically developed formula. You see, the active ingredients in Bismarex vary in the time it takes them to dissolve in the stomach. That way, the relief it gives is not only fast, but continuous and prolonged. Excess acidity is often neutralized in less than 1 minute. Then the other ingredients, dissolving more slowly, ease up that gastric distress. And finally, Bismarex leaves a soothing, protective covering on irritated stomach membranes.
Well, I'll have to remember that. Bismarex. Is that how you say it?
That's right, ma'am. Bisma-Rex, Bismarex. Ask for Bismarex at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Farnsworth got the idea in a hurry and took off like a rabbit with his tail on fire. Walt lived up to his word. After making the formal charge and producing the evidence, the writ was dismissed. He then secured a search warrant for both Miss Morris's flat and George Lexington's house on Long Island. Our first stop was Miss Morris's apartment, and when we went in, I thought how much it looked like her. Small, beautifully decorated. We went over the whole place, nothing except in the small den.
Here's the party list you told us about.
Good 30 names here. Typed.
And there's a typewriter.
You got that note you had in your purse?
Here. Top of the E is blocked out like on the note. Same machine.
No.
Bring the typewriter, Otis.
Right, Lieutenant.
You going over to Lexington's home?
Yeah, aren't you coming along?
No, I got an idea. Do me a favor, will you, Walt?
Well, sure, why?
When you get over there, besides checking that back door to the study, put in a call to the phone company and see if a call was made around 3:45 this afternoon to El Dorado 1234. It's a toll call from there, and they'd have a record.
Let me write that down. El Dorado 1234.
Yeah. I'll call you at Lexington's in about an hour. If that number wasn't called from there, check every name on that party list.
Well, there are 30 names there. You want me to check each one to see whether a call was made to El...
What's the matter?
El Dorado 1234. That's your office number.
Walt.
Yeah?
Bye.
I left Walt turning that awful green and headed for the Times building. It was a little late when I got there, but an old friend at the morgue noticed the $5 bill I was wearing in my lapel and agreed to take care of it for me while I looked through the newspaper files. I dug up everything on Jack Short and his alias George Lexington. The stuff on Short wasn't much, except the trial for manslaughter had made the front page. The items on George Lexington could all be found in the society columns. From what I could gather, he'd started his social whirl in 1944. He'd been engaged several times, and each time to a wealthy woman. I even came across a picture of June Morris on the evening they had announced their engagement. Well, having all the information I could get, and with one little item dated California, June 26, 1942, tucked away in my pocket, I put in a fast call to Walt, who was at the home of the late George Lexington.
Yeah?
What did you find out?
Well, someone could have gotten in the back door. There were some blurred footprints outside in the garden, but they won't help. If you had a key, you could let yourself in and walk right up the study.
What about the phone call?
There was no call made from here to your office, but one of the names on the list paid off. Mrs. Julia Wright out on Long Island. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
You stay right there, Walt. I'm going out to see Mrs. Julia Wright.
Well, if she called your office today at 3:45, you certainly must have talked to her.
George Lexington called my office today at 3:45.
But he couldn't have. The butler said Lexington wasn't out of the house and the call wasn't made from here.
Well, someone called.
Maybe it was the right day. Maybe she got a low voice and told you she was Lexington.
Walt.
No?
Oh, forget it. You wouldn't like it anyway.
Mr. Diamond?
How do you do, Mrs. Wright?
My butler says your business is a matter of life or death.
Well, that's a little exaggerated, but it's one sure way of getting by the red tape.
Then what is your business, Mr. Diamond?
I'm from the police.
Oh.
Do you know Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes, slightly.
Are you married, Mrs. Wright?
Very happily. What is your interest in Mr. Lexington, Mr. Diamond?
Do you know June Morris?
Quite well. I've known her family for at least 10 years.
She's being held for the murder of George Lexington.
Oh, that poor girl.
She was engaged to Lexington at one time, wasn't she?
Yes. He was a beast. Believe me, Mr. Diamond, he deserved killing.
I thought you said you only knew him slightly.
Why, June used to tell me how terribly he treated her.
A phone call was made from your house yesterday at approximately 3:45 to El Dorado 1234.
I don't believe I know anyone at that number. Are you sure?
A man made it. I talked to him.
Well, my husband wasn't home yesterday. Oh, perhaps it was my lawyer. He was here about that time. In fact, I believe he did make a call. Said it was on business. A call from the library.
What's your lawyer's name, Mrs. Wright?
Why, Mr. Lucius Farnsworth.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I certainly don't like the guy, but his reputation's been spotless.
It's just got to be, Walt.
Here's the girl, Lieutenant.
Come in, Miss Morris.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Hello, Mr. Diamond.
June, the note you received was written on the typewriter in your den.
What?
Lab just sent up a report.
You think I sent that note to myself?
No. But can you remember anyone using the typewriter in the last 2 days?
No. No one has used it but myself.
What about the night of the party?
Who uses a typewriter at a party?
Anyone go in the den and maybe lock the door?
What? Why, yes. As a matter of fact, Mr. Farnsworth said he had to make some business calls. He went in and closed. You don't think that...
That Farnsworth did it?
It's absurd. He's been with my family for years.
Did he introduce you to George Lexington?
Yes, it was at a party at Julia Wright's.
Did Mr. Farnsworth know that you owned a gun?
No one knew it.
Were you actually using that knife the night of the party?
Yes, I sliced some turkey.
Do you remember what kind of a suit Mr. Farnsworth was wearing that night?
He was wearing a dinner jacket.
Lexington was blackmailing you, wasn't he?
I can't answer that.
Oh, honey, believe me, if you don't trust us and it comes out anyway, we'll have no way of stopping it.
Oh, right, it was blackmail. I was going to marry George. There were some letters, a picture. He broke off the engagement and began demanding money. Last week he mentioned something about leaving town, and I received the note. I couldn't afford that kind of money, and I was just tired of paying month after month. I decided to kill him, and I was going to kill myself. I guess I lost my nerve.
Let's go see Mr. Luke Farnsworth, Rick.
June, you sit right here until we get back.
Be careful.
You can make book on it. I'm going to drive you home. Use your paw.
All right.
Here he comes.
Yes, what is... Oh. What do you want, Lieutenant?
Got any hot coffee?
If this is your idea of some kind of a joke...
Mind if we come in?
I most certainly do.
Thanks.
How dare you break in here like this? I can cause you a great deal of trouble, Lieutenant.
How well did you say you knew George Lexington?
Only slightly.
Hey, get a load of these fancy ashtrays, Walt.
Yeah, but I don't go much for modern. Pretty drapes, though.
Oh, the policemen are being casual.
You only knew Lexington slightly, huh?
Yes, and this is the third time I've said it.
You must make a lot of money.
I have wealthy clients.
How much did Jack Short pay you to get him out of that manslaughter charge?
What?
You remember him. Sensational case. Made you quite a reputation.
Of course I remember it.
This Short was sure a handsome fella. Did he change his name later?
I don't know. That was a long time ago.
Didn't he change it to Lexington? George Lexington?
What is this all about?
Mind if we look around the place?
I most certainly do.
Is that your bedroom?
You have no right to go in there. Where's your warrant?
Nice bedroom.
Get out. Get out. I'll call the commissioner.
Why don't you do that? These your keys?
Put those down.
Take it easy.
I wonder if one of these fits a back door to George Lexington's study.
Don't be ridiculous. I've only been to Mr. Lexington's house twice in my life. Arthur, the butler, will verify to that.
You mean you've only been there twice but the front way?
I mean exactly that. What are you doing in that closet?
Nice wardrobe. This your dinner jacket?
Lieutenant, I warn you.
No, I'm going to warn you, Farnsworth, officially. Anything that you may say will be held against you. I'm charging you with the murder of George Lexington.
Well, this is really one for the books. Would you mind telling me what proof you have?
You called my office at 3:45 this afternoon from the home of Mrs. Julia Wright. Disguised your voice and told me you were George Lexington.
Really? Hearsay.
You were at a party given by June Morris. You stole a carving knife that she'd been using, probably wrapped it up in a handkerchief to keep her fingerprints on the handle.
Did someone see me?
For some reason, you wanted George Lexington out of the way. He'd been blackmailing victims that you introduced him to. You made sure that Miss Morris would be at his home at exactly 5:45. You wrote a note on her typewriter telling her to be there. You called me to be sure that someone would catch her.
Interesting theory.
You went up the back way into the study, probably with one of these keys. You stabbed Lexington and got out just before the girl came up.
You made one mistake. You didn't figure that the girl might try to kill Lexington.
What?
Yeah, she shot him. But she shot a dead man.
She shot him?
After he was dead. You don't know it, Buster, but you just missed the perfect crime.
Now prove it.
The girl said you were wearing a dinner jacket the night of her party. Missed the coat?
Yes.
Well, to get the knife out, you had to put it in a pocket or someplace on you. She'd been carving turkey. Ever hear of a spectrograph?
Of course.
Sure. Have the pockets analyzed, and if we find traces of turkey, we'll know you swiped the knife.
And if the key to Lexington's back door is on this ring, it'll cinch it.
I'm afraid not.
Come back here, Farnsworth.
He's going for the window.
Farnsworth, stop!
Let me go. Let me go!
Not on your life. Not on your life. You don't take it the easy way.
Get off his head.
No.
Get him.
No. Why didn't you let me jump? What difference would it have made?
Well, it sure would have saved the state some money. But a quick trip to the sidewalk doesn't make up for a killing. That's the easy way, Farnsworth. You forget when you commit murder, there's a little thing called society. And if you can't live with people, they'll decide what to do with you. Oh, that last mile is a lulu.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you're a user of mineral oil, remember that Rexall mineral oil is carefully refined by a special process to achieve an extra heavy body. What's more, because it's so exceptionally pure and gentle in its action, Rexall mineral oil is non-irritating, non-habit forming. You'll also like the fact that it's tasteless, odorless, colorless. Next time, try Rexall mineral oil. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Ted Osborne, Betty Moran, Howard McNear, and Virginia Gregg. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Johnny Dollar.
Ed Barringer, Continental Insurance and Trust.
Well, nice to hear from you, Ed. It's been a long time since
Johnny,
you called
listen.
me. Yeah?
I've already telephoned the airport, made a reservation.
Well, good for you. Have a happy trip.
No, Johnny. No, that reservation's for you. It's on the next flight down to New York.
For me? What for?
So hop into your car and get on out to the airport just as fast as you can. You've only got a few minutes to make that plane.
Whoa, hold on. Wait a minute.
I'll meet you there at Bradley Field, give you the address of the man in New York and all the details.
Yeah, what man?
His name is Lucian R. Look, Johnny, there isn't time. Get on out there to the airport.
Yeah, you look. Unless I know why you want me to get down and see this Lucian, whatever his name is. Well?
Sure, I'll tell you why.
Well?
Johnny, it's to prevent a murder.
Oh?
CBS Radio brings you Bob Bailey in the exciting adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Continental Insurance and Trust Company, Home Office, Hartford, Connecticut. Following is an account of expenses incurred during my investigation of the back-to-the-back matter. The gas tank of my car was dry as a bone, so expense account item 1 is $5.30 to fill it up. Then I tore on out to Bradley Field, and sure enough, Ed Barringer was waiting for me.
Over here, Johnny.
Oh, yeah.
It's this plane over here.
Hi, Ed. How are you?
Here now. Here's your ticket.
Okay.
And here's Mr. Fletcher's address down in New York.
Fletcher?
Lucian R. Fletcher, head of the Fletcher Advertising Agency.
Oh, wants to buy some commercial time on my radio show?
No.
Well, he better talk to the folks at CBS.
No, Johnny, listen.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You mentioned that nasty word, murder.
He phoned me just before I called you. That agency of his is a small one, but prosperous. Up until a couple of years ago, when he took on a partner, it was practically a one-man operation.
So?
This partner's name is William Spade, Bill Spade. And what Fletcher called about was to tell me that Spade is out to murder him.
Why?
To get his hands on the advertising agency. What else? So jump onto that plane.
No, wait, Ed. If Fletcher knows this, if he's sure of it...
He's sure of it, all right. So, Johnny?
Well, look, then why doesn't he call in the police? Have this guy, Spade, locked up?
Spade is out of town on some business down in Philadelphia. But he's due back sometime today. There in New York,
Now, Ed, look,
Johnny, old man Fletcher isn't the kind to go off half-cocked, to come up with a false alarm. So go on down there, find out exactly what's up, do whatever's necessary to nail down his partner, and... Well, go on, Johnny. Your plane's about ready for takeoff.
Okay. As long as you're paying the freight. But now listen.
Johnny, you haven't any time.
Oh, I'll make it all right. Relax. Listen, as soon as we take off, you telephone Lieutenant Randy Singer.
Sure.
New York Police
Anything
Department, 18th Precinct, Homicide Division.
Yeah, okay.
Tell him what you just told me, and then I'm on my way.
Sure. Now get aboard before you're too late.
Sure. Item 2 on the expense account is, well, no, the ticket for the flight was already paid for, and, of course, I'd hate to be accused of padding the old expense account, or should I say getting caught. So, item 2 is a dime for a phone call as soon as I landed there in New York, and not to Mr. Fletcher's address at 614 East 52nd Street.
18th Precinct,
Conroy.
Yeah, Conroy, this is Johnny Dollar. Let me talk to Lieutenant Singer.
Oh, hiya, Dollar. How's the private eye business these days?
Special investigator to you, copper.
Don't like being called a private eye, huh?
What's your guess?
And listen, us cops don't like being called cops anymore.
Yeah, so I've heard. But haven't you heard, Conroy, that a rose by any other name?
Now, what's that mean?
Well, you figure that one out. Now, will you switch me over to Eddie Singer?
Afraid I can't do that.
What?
The lieutenant pulled out here about 20 minutes ago in one of the squad cars.
Oh.
Big emergency or something, like aren't they all? But he'll be back.
Well, look, do you know if he got a call from up in Hartford, Connecticut a while ago?
No, not that I know of. But I knew he come on duty about half an hour ago.
Okay.
But I know he made a lot of frantic phone calls before he took off, if that means anything.
Well, does it?
Also, he took the medico along with him.
Ah. Well, listen, Conroy, when he comes in, tell him I'll be over at 614 East 52nd Street.
614?
At the apartment of a Mr. Lucian R. Fletcher.
Now, Dollar, you...
Tell him if he can make it, I want to see him over there.
614 East 52nd
Yeah, that's right.
Now, listen.
Gotta go now. Item 3 is 640 for a taxi into 614. For some silly reason or other, the doorman at that snooty address hesitated about steering me up to Mr. Fletcher's apartment. That is, until I flashed my credentials at him and mumbled the magic word emergency. And I took the elevator up to the 9th floor.
Come in, Johnny. Come on in.
Huh?
Conroy phoned me you were on your way over here. How are you, boy?
Randy. Oh, and Ed Berenger up in Hartford did call you.
Yeah, that's right. So I came on over here to see Mr. Fletcher, find out what all the excitement was about.
Well, what'd you find out?
Now, why don't you just come on into the library and see for yourself?
Sure. I will. But if you ask me, Randy's seen... Huh?
Yeah.
This is Mr. Fletcher?
That's Mr. Fletcher.
Dead.
That's right, Johnny. Dead as a doornail.
Who'd you vote for in the last general election? You may not realize it, but you voted for someone you probably never heard of and whose name may not have appeared on your ballot. And who was this stranger? He was the elector appointed by your state to decide who was to be our president. Every state has as many electors as it has representatives and senators in Congress combined. Collectively, they're called the Electoral College. And it's the members of the Electoral College alone who can vote for the President of the United States. Your vote was cast for the group of electors that pledged itself to vote for either the Democratic or Republican nominee. But you did not vote directly for either candidate. A roundabout way of doing things? Yes. But you must remember that when the Constitution was written, there was no television, no radio, and few newspapers. The majority of voters had never traveled more than a few miles from their own homes. In these circumstances, it was impossible for a voter in Maine to know about the great public figures of New York or Pennsylvania, Virginia, or South Carolina. There were not even any political parties to guide him. And so the voter in Maine didn't try to do the impossible. He voted for someone who did know the great men of the times and who could render an intelligent decision as to which one of them should make the best president. The system has its faults. 3 times in our history, the man who got the most votes from the people was not elected president because he did not get the most votes in the Electoral College. Yet no one today seriously proposes to abolish the Electoral College, because by and large, the people believe that in spite of its drawbacks, the present system of electing our president ensures that your country and mine shall be our country, under God.
And now, Act 2 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yeah, Johnny, somebody came in here and finished him off with just exactly one nice, clean shot through the heart.
Uh-huh. Any sign of a struggle, Randy? Anything like that?
No, sir. So it must have been somebody that he knew that let him in here himself.
Well, I'll buy that all right. And it kind of proves the old man was right in his fears after all.
Huh?
When, Randy? Any idea when Mr. Fletcher was murdered?
Well, I got that call from your insurance agent up in Hartford early this morning. I tried calling Mr. Fletcher at his office, but they told me he hadn't come in yet.
Yeah?
So I tried calling him here. No answer. So I grabbed Doc Snyder, and he was sure that Fletcher hadn't left the place. Well, I borrowed the key, and the Doc and I came up here.
Randy, you haven't answered my question.
Oh, according to the Doc, it happened sometime very early this morning, right after midnight.
Uh-huh. I see.
Doc and a couple of boys from the lab just left.
Oh, did they find anything, Randy? Any clues?
Not a thing to work on. All they know is that he was shot through the heart and what he was shot with. And believe me, Johnny, that bullet was placed just exactly right.
Well, now, what do you mean by that?
Well, just take a good look at it right there.
Well, now, what under the sun is that? Some kind of a bulletproof vest?
Yeah, that's what I thought until Doc Snyder looked at it. No, Johnny, it's a kind of a corset.
Corset?
Yeah, that's right, a kind of a back support that was made for him especially. On account of some kind of sacro lumbar trouble or something.
Oh, yeah, sacrolumbar support.
Yeah, that's it.
I've never seen one quite like this. This thing's almost like a suit of armor.
Sure. That's why I say it was a lucky shot. I mean, the shot had to be placed exactly right. Inch or two on either side, and one of those wide steel ribs would have bounced it off. Or at least kept it from going straight into his heart.
Oh, now, wait a minute. A .38 slug packs a lot of wallop.
Yeah, only this was a little .22. But now listen.
Yeah?
That insurance man, the one who called and said you were coming on down here?
Ed Beringer.
Yeah. Well, he told me that Fletcher'd been expecting something like this.
That's right,
Yeah, he said that Fletcher made no bones about who might try.
That's right. The one man who might stand to benefit from his insurance. And somehow we have to find him.
Yeah, well, who's that?
Randy, in his advertising business, he had a partner.
Oh?
And it seems this partner, a man named William Spade...
Oh, wait a minute. That's probably the boys with the meat wagon. And come on to pick them up.
Okay, I'll let him in. Okay, boys, you can come.
I beg your pardon?
Who are you?
Why, my name's Spade, Bill Spade. I'm Mr. Fletcher's partner.
What's that?
So you're Bill Spade, huh?
Yes.
Well, my name is Dollar, Johnny Dollar.
The insurance investigator?
That's right.
And is that a policeman I see in there in the library? Mr. Dollar, is something wrong here?
Where have you been, Mr. Spade?
Why, I just got in from Philadelphia. I was down there on some important agency business.
Just got back, huh? When?
Well, my plane got in about half an hour ago, maybe 45 minutes. Well, here's my ticket. You can check on it.
Yeah, maybe I will. Where did you stay in Philadelphia?
At the Bellevue Stratford. But why? What's wrong around here? Where is Mr. Fletcher?
Just take it easy, Mr. Spade.
But I've got to see him on a business matter.
You do, huh?
Yes, it's very important, about a new client of ours. It has to be acted on at once.
Well, I'm afraid it's going to have to wait.
I called the office from the airport, and they said he wasn't in yet, so I came on over here. Now, where is he, and what's this all about, Mr. Dollar?
So you claim you were down in Philadelphia when your business partner was shot.
That's right, I was. Shot? Mr. Fletcher was shot?
Real surprised.
Where is he? Let me see him.
I said take it easy.
But good heavens, Mr. Dollar.
Take it easy. And if this business matter is so all-fired important, well, hadn't you better be down at the office taking care of it?
Now, Johnny.
Well, Mr. Spade?
Well, yes, of course. Of course I should.
Sure you should. So why don't you just run along?
No, wait.
After all, Mr. Fletcher's in no condition to run your ad agency.
That's the understatement of all time.
I can't believe it. Mr. Fletcher dead.
Oh, you can't, huh?
This is terrible. Have you any idea who could have done this to him?
Are you kidding?
What do you mean?
All right, now, Spade.
Yeah, Mr. Spade, you'd better get on down to that office of yours.
Huh?
And as soon as we can tell you anything, we will get in touch.
Believe me, if there's anything I can do, please call
Oh,
on
now,
me.
just don't you worry about that. But get on down to the office and take over.
Now, wait,
Right ahead,
Johnny,
Mr. Spade. I'll be in touch with you.
Very well, Mr. Dollar.
Now, what are you... What's got into you, Johnny? You're the one just got through telling me he's the one that must have killed Mr. Fletcher.
So how you going to prove it?
Well, we got no other suspect, have we? And you let him go.
Look here, this plane ticket.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw him shove it into your hand.
I knew that Spade was supposed to be in Philly, that he was due to come back here today, so when I pulled into the airport, I carefully checked the incoming flight schedule.
So what?
Oh, this flight was due in all right, and from Philadelphia. Just when he said, half or 3/4 of an hour ago.
Yeah, all right. So what? That doesn't prove he was actually on that flight.
Randy, I think he was.
That ticket could have been used by somebody else.
Well, it's easy enough to check on, but I doubt it very much.
All right. But if you're right about that, if he was down there in Philly, then your first theory about him is all wrong. How could he have murdered Mr. Fletcher?
Sounds impossible, doesn't it?
Of course. It is.
Want to bet?
He looks just like his father. We've all heard statements like this. But have you ever stopped to wonder exactly why we resemble our relatives? One man did, Thomas Hunt Morgan. Born in Lexington, Kentucky in 1866, Morgan's interest in science took him to the University of Kentucky and Johns Hopkins. While his colleagues were choosing fields in physics and chemistry, Morgan's interest turned to something more personal, man himself. Why do we inherit physical characteristics from our parents? To find the answer, Morgan spent years studying the common fruit fly. He bred generation after generation, constantly observing the traits produced. He then computed mathematical tables and analyzed the whole question of heredity in terms of the nucleus. The nucleus, he observed, was the center of activity in every cell. As a result, he developed his theory of the gene. This theory, simplified, holds that each human cell contains hundreds of units called genes, and each gene carries a physical characteristic from its parents. For this outstanding work, Morgan was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physiology and Medicine in 1933. Thomas Hunt Morgan, an American scientist with the philosophy that somewhere there must be an answer. Let's find it.
Now, Act 3 of yours truly, Johnny Dollar, and the Back to the...
Expense account item 4, 10 cents for a call to the Fletcher Advertising Agency.
No, sir. Mr. Spade isn't in yet.
All right, then, miss.
He telephoned that he would stop off and see Mr. Fletcher before coming in, at Mr. Fletcher's apartment.
And he called you from the airport, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And probably left the door of the phone booth open so you could hear the background noise of the planes and so on?
What?
Sure. So you know he actually was calling from the airport. Item 5, 60 cents for half a dozen calls to various departments of the airline company. And finally, I managed to get hold of the gal who'd been stewardess on the flight in from Philadelphia.
Yes, kind of light sandy hair and blue eyes.
Uh-huh.
And he wore a dark brown tweed suit. Oh, and his briefcase had the initials WS on it.
Yeah, then it must have been Bill Spade, all right. But how come you remembered him so well out of your whole list of passengers?
Oh, how could I forget him?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, Mr. Dollar, from takeoff to landing, that whole flight was perfect. But Mr. William Spade insisted he was airsick, or on the verge of it.
Oh?
He must have pushed the call button a dozen times. Mary and I were busier with him than with all the other passengers put together.
Oh, I see.
Mary swore he was perfectly all right. That didn't keep him from pushing that button.
Yeah, almost as though he was deliberately calling attention to himself.
Yes, certainly looked that way. But why?
I think I have a pretty good idea. Thanks a lot. Spade told me he'd stayed over in Philadelphia at the Bellevue Stratford. Item 6 is $1.30 for a call down there.
Oh, that's right, sir. Mr. Spade got his key from me and went up to his room at about, 10 o'clock last night.
You mean he said he was going to his room?
That's right. Then he checked out about 8 o'clock this morning.
I see.
If it means anything, he mentioned the importance of catching a plane to New York. He mentioned it several times to both me and the cashier.
I'm sure he did.
Almost like a kid about to take his first airplane ride.
Oh, maybe it was just to impress you with the time he left your hotel.
Oh? Well, what do you mean by that, sir?
Nothing. Forget it. Thanks. From the minute Spade handed me that plane ticket as an alibi, I felt sure he had murdered Mr. Fletcher. As for all his trouble to establish he'd been in Philadelphia that morning, then aboard the plane, then at the airport, well, all very clever. But where was he? What was he doing before he checked under the Bellevue? And don't forget, it's only a short hop from Philly to New York. Oh, I knew what Spade's answer would be, that he was in his hotel room asleep. And I'm sure that no one could prove otherwise. No one, that is, except Spade himself, could prove he left that hotel during the night, gone to New York under another name, killed his partner, then got back in plenty of time to check out of the Bellevue at 8 a.m. So unless I could somehow trick him. Item 7.85 for a cab to his office.
Yes, come in, Mr. Dollar, and sit down.
Ah, all right, thanks.
I'm sorry for the appearance of my desk, but with all that's happened and with the affairs of my new client to take care of...
Your new client?
Well, after all, with Mr. Fletcher gone...
Hey, it looks to me like you have every newspaper in town piled up here. But they wouldn't write about Mr. Fletcher unless he were dead or murdered.
What?
Tell me, how did you and Fletcher get along?
I suppose I might have expected you to ask something like that, just as a matter of routine questioning. Your questioning of anyone who knew him.
Maybe.
But what did you mean by saying the papers would only print a story if he were dead?
Just let me ask the questions, huh?
Well, of course.
Well?
Mr. Fletcher and I ran this business together.
Personally, how'd you get along?
He was a very difficult person, Mr. Dollar. Created many embarrassing situations here in the office.
Embarrassing for you?
Yes. But I blame it all on the constant pain from his back. You see, he had a very serious condition, sacrolumbar.
Yes, I know that.
But I had to admire and respect him. He was a genius. Now, just look at the way he built up this agency.
Yeah. Be nice to have, wouldn't it? Especially by you. In other words, you had plenty of motive for killing him.
Yes, of course. But if you think for 1 minute...
And I'm sure you had no trouble getting hold of a key to his apartment.
Mr. Dollar...
Who knows? Maybe Mr. Fletcher gave you one. After all, his own partner.
Dollar, if this is an attempt to be facetious... Look here, it's bad enough that Mr. Fletcher is dead.
Now, that's the second time you said that.
Said what?
That Fletcher is dead.
Well, of course I... What?
Did I say that he was? Or the lieutenant there at the apartment?
You said he was shot. He must be dead.
You mentioned his back trouble.
Look here now.
I myself saw that corset he was wearing, those wide, heavy stays made of steel. Oh, why, it would bounce off it like hail off a roof. Now, a big gun, a .38. But you forgot all about that regular suit of armor he had around him.
But he fell. I saw him fall.
Sure you did.
And I thought the bullet... But if I didn't kill him, I was sure I had. I'd aimed for his heart, and when he fell... When he... Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Fletcher is dead. And now that you've told me who did it...
Dollar, please, listen.
You, mind if I use your phone? It's funny how a man like that can plan a thing so carefully, carry it out so carefully, and then when he's caught, lose his head and blab all over the place. Spade even made a grab for the little .22 pistol he'd used and had right there in his desk. Well, it'll be good as evidence. Expense account total, including a good meal and the fare back to dear old Hartford? $25.80. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey. Originates in Hollywood and is written, produced, and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Gene Tatum, Frank Gerstle, James McCallion, Herb Vigran, Jack Edwards, and Forrest Lewis. Be sure to join us next week, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is John Wall speaking.
Johnny Dollar has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.